This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Others walk their dogs, she walks zombies. City. The once prosperous streets are empty. The black cement floor is full of dried blood, and the shops on the roadside are in a mess after being smashed. The whole city is like an empty ghost town. Except for those zombies who stagger, dragging their bloody intestines, there is no one else. La 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 la. A clear and ethereal singing voice suddenly sounded, echoing in the dead silent street. A girl in a white dress walked leisurely on the street. The fluttering skirt was like a blooming white petal. Like a pure and flawless angel, accidentally strayed into the monster world. It was out of tune with the bloody and rotten environment around. Yu hummed a tuneless song, and the iron chain in her hand clanged. One end of the chain was in her hand, but the other end was tied to a zombie. Others walk cats and dogs, while she walks zombies. Compared to the zombies with rotting flesh all over their faces, this zombie is much cleaner and more respectable. She combed her hair like an adult, wore a decent black suit, and even tied a red bow tie, but wore a pair of sexy flowered shorts on the lower body. She is at the forefront of the fashion trend in the zombie world. She can be said to be the most handsome guy on the whole street. Oh no, the most handsome zombie. Zhuang, where do you think my brother will hide? The girl's long eyelashes drooped gently, and she sighed softly. When you woke up, the laboratory was blown up, and her memory was fragmented. But she vaguely remembered that she seemed to have a brother. In her hazy memory, she couldn't see the man's face clearly. She only remembered the pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes, which looked at her gently and persistently, filled with deep love that she couldn't understand. Her intuition told her that he was a very important person to her. Perhaps only by finding him, Yu could regain her lost memory. Yu searched almost the entire city. She even looked carefully at every zombie that passed by. Each zombie was ugly in its own way, but none of them was the person she was looking for. Hee. Behind her, the tall zombie let out a low cry, as if echoing her words. One person and one zombie walked leisurely on the street. The zombies around not only did not attack Yu, but all tacitly made way. They hid aside and stared at her with eager and greedy eyes, as if they wanted to get closer but didn't dare to. A zombie mustered up his courage, holding a piece of bloody meat in his hand, and handed it over like offering a treasure. Give it to you. Eat it. Eat it. There was a big hole in the chest of the zombie, and there was nothing where the heart should be. Obviously, what it held in its hand was the bloody heart. Yu frowned, covered her nose, and was immediately in trouble. She didn't want to eat such a disgusting thing. But the zombie in front of her was looking at her expectantly. After all, this was his true heart. The girl frowned in distress. How should she refuse? Hee. The heart-eating zombie saw that she didn't take it, and urged her anxiously, holding the heart and pushing it forward. Baby, eat quickly, just Doug, eat while it's hot, fresh. A strong fishy smell hit her nose. The young face turned green in an instant, covering her red lips and turning her head. Ugh. Seeing that the baby was disgusted and vomited, the tall zombie roared angrily. Hee. Get out of here. The pressure from the second-level zombie came, and the heart-eating zombie was scared and ran away. All the zombies who were watching scattered like birds and beasts. They couldn't beat them, they couldn't afford to offend them, so they just ran away. Hee. The tall zombies surrounded the girl, seeming to care about her. Those scarlet eyes without any human emotions actually showed a trace of anxiety. I'm fine, thank you, Zhuang. The girl curved her red lips, revealing a soothing smile. It would be great if we could find a human, maybe they know where my brother is. Yu muttered. But she hadn't seen humans for a long time. On the contrary, there were more and more zombies in the city. Where should she find humans? Just as she was thinking, she heard a gunshot. The girl's eyes lit up slightly, and she looked up in a certain direction. Zhuang, it seems that humans are coming. In the mall, a man wearing glasses suddenly raised his head and said in a serious tone, Boss, there are zombies coming. Come on. Come on, there are not enough zombies in this damn place. If you dare to come, I will make him never come back. Chen Lang smiled contemptuously. His tone was full of arrogance. The glasses man's ability is perception, which can sense zombies within a few hundred meters. No, there is more than one zombie. It is a zombie tide. The glasses man was so scared that his face turned pale, and he shouted in panic. Boss, let's run. The whole city was occupied by zombies. although they are all superpowered. Chun Lang, who has the highest level of superpowers, is only level 2. Yunimo, who has the strongest combat power, is still in a coma with a high fever. If you encounter a zombie tide at this time, you will definitely die. What? A zombie tide? Chun Lang, who was originally full of pride, suddenly lost his composure and jumped up immediately. Dongsy, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? It's really a zombie wave? No. That's right. Dongzi's face was as pale as paper, and his voice was trembling. Even if they didn't face the zombie wave directly, they could still feel the strong stench and the fear of death. The survivors were all panicked. Boss, let's retreat. We can't resist the zombie wave. Yes, boss. It will be too late if we delay. Even if they didn't face the zombie wave directly, everyone could feel the panic. Even the base where the army is stationed can be easily breached by the zombie tide, let alone a few of them. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Chun Lang made a prompt decision. But boss, what about Yunimo? Others asked. He is still unconscious. He can't leave by himself. Chun Lang's face was gloomy, and his tone was cruel. He is just a waste without superpowers. Why do you care about his life or death? Leave him behind, and we will go by ourselves. But they are all superpowered teams in the nearby survivor base. This time, they cooperated with the military and took risks, and went deep into the city center full of zombies to search for supplies. Although Yunimo has no special powers, he is from the special forces and has excellent skills. His combat power is even stronger than Chun Lang, a gold-type special power user. If Yunimo hadn't been here, they would have died long ago. But boss, if you leave Yunimo here, he will die. The team members hesitated. In the early days of the apocalypse, the moral order had not yet completely collapsed, and many people still had a trace of kindness in their hearts. Taking him with us will only bring us trouble. Leaving him behind can help us delay time. Chun Lang's face was gloomy, and his eyes swept across their faces one by one. Or do you want to stay and die with him? The team members' faces changed instantly. In the end times, nothing is more important than one's own life. In a life or death situation, it is too late to save one's own life. So who can care about others? The team members no longer hesitated, chose to obey Chun Lang's orders, and got on the car one after another. Before leaving, Chun Lang took out his gun and shot the unconscious man on the ground in the leg, and blood flowed out instantly. Yunimo, you are very powerful, aren't you? You always suppress me. You didn't expect that I would awaken my superpowers when the end times came. And you are just a waste without superpowers. Waste like you who are eliminated should not live in the world. Go to hell, Chun Lang said with a ferocious look. Zombies will pounce on you when they smell blood. Yunimo will stay here and wait to be bitten to death by zombies. Chapter 2. I have no experience in eating people for the first time. When Yu appeared here, she only had time to see the exhaust of the car. Hey, why are you leaving? The little girl pouted unhappily. She wanted to catch a human to lead the way for her, to find her brother. Hee hee. The mall was full of zombies, and all you could see were black heads, which was frightening. But when the girl appeared, these zombies stood on both sides like Moses parting the sea, leaving a path in the middle. The hideous zombies put away their claws and fangs at this moment, and were as docile as domestic dogs. Even when Yu passed by, they all lowered their heads, as if they were welcoming their king. If someone appeared here at this moment, they would be shocked by the scene in front of them. A girl who looked soft and weak could actually walk among the zombies without any harm. Hee hee. Zizi. Eat Zizi, eat first. Seeing the girl appear, the zombies roared one after another. There was an unconscious man lying in the zombie group. He was shot in the leg, and the blood had formed a small pool. The smell of blood greatly stimulated the bloodiness of these zombies. Although they were a little agitated, no zombies around jumped on them to bite them. Obviously, they wanted to leave this fresh prey for their young ones to enjoy. Yunimo, who was in a coma, seemed to sense the danger and opened his eyes in a daze. In a hazy white light and shadow, he saw a girl in a white dress walking against the light. Is that a zombie? It smells so good. Yu couldn't help licking her red lips. She smelled a very sweet smell in the air, which came from this human. This made her, who never needed to eat, have an appetite for the first time. Can this man be eaten? Yu walked closer and found that this human seemed to be still alive. The girl squatted down, lifted his chin with her delicate fingers, and moved closer, looking at the man with curiosity. The man was wearing a black jacket and had a neat crew cut. But it didn't affect his handsomeness at all. The light and shadow outlined his smooth jawline. Deep contours, deep and three-dimensional facial features, and strong hormones all over his body. This human seemed to be quite good-looking. The more Yu looked, the brighter her eyes became. She couldn't help but move closer, wanting to see more clearly. At first glance, it seemed as if she was going to kiss him. The girl's soft fingers gently slid across his face, from his handsome and evil eyebrows, across his high nose. The fingertips fell on the thin lips that looked pale due to excessive blood loss. He looked very kissable. But Yu didn't want to kiss him, she just wanted to secretly take a bite. She had no experience in eating a human for the first time. Yu looked up and down at Yunmo, weighing where to start. The next second, the unconscious man suddenly opened his eyes. A hand with distinct joints clamped her slender wrist fiercely. "Who are you?" The handsome and sharp eyebrows of the man revealed a bit of arrogance, like a wild and untrained wolf. The pair of sharp black eyes stared at her coldly, with fierce eyes. For a moment, Yu thought he was going to pounce on her and bite off her neck. The girl's bright eyes were filled with tears, and she uttered a word in a tender and soft voice. "It hurts." Hee. Roar. Feeling the message conveyed by Yu, the originally calm zombie group suddenly became agitated. They wanted to pounce on him with their fangs and claws, and tear the man who hurt the baby into pieces. The angriest among them was the tall zombie. No one could hurt the baby under their noses. This human deserves to die. The other low-level zombies all shouted in agreement. "Damn it, eat him! Eat him! Chapter 3, or let's just kill him! Don't make noise." The girl put her slender fingers on her lips and hushed softly. The restless and violent zombies seemed to have been paused, and instantly quieted down. But those pairs of scarlet eyes without any human emotion were staring straight at Yunmo, looking at him eagerly. There was no doubt that, as long as Yu gave an order, these zombies would immediately pounce on him and tear him to pieces. The words just now seemed to have exhausted all of Yunmo's strength. The man fell into coma again. His hand was still tightly grasping her wrist. Yu originally wanted to kill him, but this human was so good-looking. She suddenly felt reluctant to kill him. This was the best-looking human she had ever seen. If she killed him, he might turn into a dirty and ugly zombie. Thinking of this, the girl's pretty face couldn't help but reveal a hint of disgust. Forget it. Because this human was so good-looking, she wouldn't kill him for the time being. When she finds a better-looking human, it won't be too late to kill him, Yu thought happily, commanding two zombies to lift the man from the ground and bring him back to her nest. The zombies obeyed her orders and didn't dare to have any opinions. Seeing that Yu didn't kill Yunmo, they thought that Zizi wanted to raise this human as a reserve food. One of the zombies was attracted by the strong smell of blood on Yunmo. It couldn't resist the temptation and opened its smelly mouth, wanting to secretly take a bite. Before he could bite, the tall zombie slapped him, knocking his head off. He rolled on the ground for a few rounds, his upper and lower teeth colliding, making a crackling sound. The tall zombie stepped on him. The zombie's head was crushed like a ripe watermelon, and red and white unknown liquid flowed all over the ground. Hee. You're looking for death, and you dare to touch the food reserves of the kids. The tall zombie was angry. He released his coercion, warning the low-level zombies, who were ready to move. This is Zizi's man. No one can touch him. In an old residential building in the old city. The man has been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. During this period, he had a high fever, and his whole body was as hot as a stove. Yu held her chin, staring at him with her bright watery eyes. He was so handsome, she stared at the man for a long time. Yu gradually lost interest, yawned sleepily, and there was a mist in her eyes. She rubbed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she accidentally bumped into a pair of gloomy black eyes. Who are you? The moment Yunmo regained consciousness, he realized something was wrong. He had clearly exhausted all his strength, and was willing to self-destruct in order to drag the people in the research institute to death. However, when he opened his eyes again, he saw a simple yet warm girl's room. The nose was filled with a faint scent of gardenia. The warm sunlight poured in through the floral curtains. The girl in front of him was delicate and beautiful, and her eyes were as clear as glass, clearly reflecting his figure. She was too beautiful to be real. Like an angel who had strayed into the mortal world. She was totally out of place in this cruel and dark end of the world. For someone who had been tortured in the research institute, and had not seen the sun for 10 years. Everything in front of her was like a beautiful and illusory dream. "You're awake." Yu Yu looked happy. She almost thought that this human was going to be razed to death by her. Yunemo was not confused by the scene in front of him at all. His black eyes were cold and alert. "Who sent you here? Research Institute? Or base? What?" The girl tilted her head and looked at him in confusion. "What is this human saying? What is your purpose?" The man moved as swiftly as a cheetah, turned over and sat up in an instant, and pinched her fair and slender neck with one hand. The veins on the pale back of his hand bulged, which was full of powerful beauty. "Speak." The man's patience was exhausted, and his tone was chilly, and he pinched her fair and slender neck with both hands. As long as he exerted a little force, he could instantly break her fragile neck. Yu Yu was stunned, and then her soft eyes turned cold. She was angry. This human was too disobedient, and dared to threaten her. She didn't want a disobedient human. Yu Yu changed her mind. She didn't want to keep this human anymore. She was going to eat him now. The little girl snorted, turned her head and bit his arm. Like a cute and ferocious little beast, she bit her prey hard and didn't let go. But he acted as fierce as a tiger, and the damage was 0.5. The muscle lines on the man's arm were tense, and Yu Yu bit hard, but only left a faint tooth mark on it. Yu Yu covered her cheek with a toothache. Her watery eyes glared at him angrily. "Bad guy." The aggrieved look seemed to accuse him. Why the meat was so hard? It hurt her teeth. Yunemo. Strangely, he also felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. This is not right. Yunemo frowned and slowly withdrew his hand. The mind occupied by hatred regained a trace of clarity, and reason gradually returned. Yunemo stroked his forehead, and finally realized in a chaotic memory. He was reborn, recalling the dark experience in his previous life. Hatred swept through his heart like a surging wave. The man's eyes were dim, and his face suddenly became sinister and terrifying. In his previous life, he was betrayed by his trusted relatives and sold to a research institute. For 10 years, he lived a life worse than death. Since he was reborn, he would not let any of his enemies go. Especially Jing Ryua, this crazy woman, who would do anything to achieve her research goals. Yunemo would never forget the pain of being tied to the dissection table and being eaten alive by zombies. He has the ability to heal himself. As long as his heart is not destroyed and his brain is not dead, he will live forever. He can only watch the zombies eat his flesh and blood every time. His limbs are broken and regenerated, and he is eaten again and again. Being in hell. Life is worse than death. He thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that God would open his eyes and let him be reborn. The man lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the sinister coldness in his eyes. Very good. In this life, he will definitely pay back the pain they inflicted on him 1,000 times. Only the blood of his enemies can calm his hatred. What are you laughing at? Yu Yu tilted her head and looked at the man suspiciously. Why is this human so weird? He said a lot of words she couldn't understand. And he suddenly laughed so scary. Is he thinking of something bad? Nothing, I just thought of something interesting. Yunemo raised his thin lips, and his eyes were cold. For a moment, Yu Yu felt a dangerous aura from this man that she had never felt before. Yu Yu was immediately alert. What a trouble. Or else, just kill him. Chapter 4 aroused her appetite. You saved me? The sudden question interrupted Yu Yu's sneak attack. Behind Yunemo, a green vine was sneaking around, and was about to wrap around his neck. He paused when he heard this. The man who was immersed in his thoughts did not notice. He was focusing on another thing. This girl did not appear in his previous life. After he was reborn, all his trajectories seemed to be contrary to his previous life. Everything has changed dramatically. Is it the effect of his rebirth? Yunemo looked thoughtful. Yeah. Hearing the man's words, the little girl nodded gently. In fact, she didn't want to save him. It was just that she saw that he was good looking, so she took him back on a whim. Yu Yu always does things as she pleases, depending on her mood, including saving Yunemo. If she is not happy, she can just kill him. Yunmo's eyes fell on the soft and innocent girl in front of him. The girl's eyes were as clear as water, and her expression was innocent and simple. She looked like a little princess, who was pampered in an ivory tower. But the girl could walk freely among the zombies, and brought him out without any harm. Her strange ability should not be underestimated. But no matter what, she saved him. Sorry. I recognized the wrong person just now, and accidentally hurt you. Yunemo spoke in a low voice. His eyes accidentally fell on her neck, and he couldn't help frowning. On the girl's snow-white neck, a circle of red pinch marks was very eye-catching. Yunemo frowned slightly. He clearly remembered that he didn't use much force. But the girl's skin was delicate, and it seemed that a slight touch would leave a mark. The red pinch marks on her neck were very glaring, showing his evil crime. Does it hurt? It hurts. Yu pouted her lips, and her expression showed a bit of grievance. You were so fierce just now, and it hurt me so much. The girl's voice was soft and tender, with a strong sense of grievance, and her watery eyes looked at him accusingly. Sorry. It's my fault. Seeing the girl's moist eyes, Yunemo suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt, as if he had done something unforgivable. Yunemo, this is my name. I owe you a life. You can ask for anything you want. You can get anything you want. Your eyes lit up slightly, and she looked at him expectantly. Really anything? Yes. The most precious thing in the end times is supplies. No matter what she wants, Yunemo can give it to her. However, the little girl's answer surprised him. I want you. So Yunemo could give himself to her? What? Yunemo was startled, looking at her in astonishment. Yu didn't know what lewd words he had said. The little girl looked innocent, looking at him innocently. Yu doesn't want anything. Just you. This bold and straightforward statement made Yunmo's eyebrows jump violently. Do you know what you are saying? Yes. The little girl looked at him eagerly, and she looked like she wanted to pounce on him and take a bite. Yunemo not only looks good, but his blood smells so good. She is different from other zombies. She doesn't like to eat people. She thinks blood smells too bad. But Yunmo's blood is different. It smells good. It immediately aroused Yu's appetite. It would be great if she could have a sip. Yu couldn't help licking her lips, revealing a small fawn. Yunemo didn't know that Yu was greedy for his body. If someone else said this, Yunemo would only think that the other person was looking for death. But probably because the girl's expression was too innocent. Her eyes were clear and clean, and there was no trace of evil thoughts. He didn't take her words to heart. Chapter 5. What is she? Yu, is this your name? He was sure that he had never heard of this name in his previous life. The appearance of the girl was an accident, changing the original trajectory. Yu tilted her head and thought about it, finally remembering her name in her limited memory. Her name is Lin Yu. Where are your family members? Yunemo looked around calmly. The room was very simply furnished, except for the bed and wardrobe. Not even a photo could be found. The girl seemed to live alone. I don't know. Yu was stunned for a moment, and shook her head in confusion. When she woke up, the research institute had been blown up, and her memory was fragmented, and she couldn't piece together any useful information. She only remembered this name, and the man she called her brother. Yu always felt that. She seemed to have forgotten something very important. Perhaps only when she found her brother would she remember it. After regaining his strength, Yunemo sat up and rolled up his trouser legs. He was shot in the leg, and the bullet had not been dug out yet, and the wound had already festered. Fortunately, he has awakened his self-healing ability. Otherwise, this leg would be useless. Chun Lang. Chewing on this name. Yunmo's eyes were as cold as a knife. Let's use his blood to operate first. What are you doing? Yu squatted in front of him, holding her chin, looking at him curiously. Digging out the bullet, Yunemo said concisely, taking out the military dagger he carried with him. The man's eyes were cold, and he directly cut off the rotten flesh on his leg, and dug out the bullet in his leg without changing his expression. While doing all this, the man looked indifferent, except for a slightly heavier breath. There was nothing unusual, compared to the experience of being dissected in the previous life. This pain was nothing. Blood oozed out again. A strong smell of blood gradually spread in the air. Gudong. Yu suddenly swallowed her saliva, looking at him with sparkling eyes. The feeling of hunger became stronger. Yunemo paused, turned his head, and looked over. Yu looked at him innocently. At this time, the stomach growled in response. Gurgle. Are you hungry? Yeah. Yu covered her stomach and nodded heavily. She looked so obedient. Who would have thought that? Her little brain was planning how to eat him. Yunemo simply bandaged the wound, got up and walked out, leaving only 2 words. Wait. The girl didn't understand, but she still waited obediently. Yu was a mutant little zombie. Except for her cold body temperature and no heartbeat, she looked no different from a human. Unlike other zombies, she liked to eat meat and drink blood. Before Yunemo appeared, Yu never needed to eat. She thought human blood was smelly. Only Unimo aroused her appetite. Unfortunately, she could only look, but not eat. The girl squatted on the sofa with her knees hugged. Looking lost. She couldn't eat, so she was unhappy. Eat it. A bowl of steaming noodles was placed in front of her. Unimo searched the house, and only found a few packs of instant noodles left in the kitchen. He simply cooked a bowl of noodles for her. What is this? Yu sniffed. She smelled a strong fragrance, although it was not as fragrant as Yunmo's. Aren't you hungry? Why don't you eat? Eat? At Yunmo's signal, Yu tentatively stretched out her hand. Before her fingertips touched the bowl of noodles, she was grabbed by someone. Be careful. It's hot. At the moment when he held the girl's wrist, Yunmo frowned slightly. So cold. The girl's body temperature was very cold, like a corpse without temperature. But the corpse was very stiff. It was impossible for her skin to be smooth and delicate like hers. Not a zombie. Not a human either. So what is she? Chapter 6 Then tie him up. But this question only appeared in his mind for a moment. Whether Yu is a human or a zombie. It doesn't matter to Unimo. She saved him. Even if she is a zombie. So what? The man's black eyes were cold. The end of the world is coming, the moral order is broken, and the evil of human nature is released. The human heart is so dirty, it's worse than a zombie. Yu is struggling with chopsticks. The little girl is clumsy, and after working for a long time, she didn't eat a single bite of noodles, and she couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Humph. Yu threw away the chopsticks in anger. She didn't want to eat anymore. Eating is so troublesome for humans. Unlike zombies, they just gnaw on the food. It's just that they have some broken teeth. Unimo was a little helpless. Why are you so stupid? You don't know anything. Not even how to eat. Open your mouth. Yu came back to her senses. Saw the noodles being fed to her mouth. Opened her rosy little mouth. And ate it in one gulp. The girl's eyes lit up slightly. It turns out that human food is so delicious. Yu licked her lips and looked at him eagerly. Unimo. I want more. The little girl was very considerate and even drank up the soup. But even so, Yu still felt hungry. Her body was clamoring for energy. But this kind of energy could not be replenished by human food. Yu secretly glanced at Unimo. She wanted to eat him. Forget it. Just bear with it. One day, she will be able to eat Unimo. Yu never found a chance to do it. 2 days later, Unimo suddenly proposed to leave. Yu was stunned for a moment. Why? Isn't it good to stay here? She finally found a human she liked. Unimo, can you please not leave? The girl's watery eyes looked at him reluctantly. Unimo was different from the previous humans. In addition to his blood attracting people, he would also make human food for her. Yu didn't want him to leave. Yu, I still have something important to do. Unimo said in a deep voice, with cold murderous intent in his eyes. The enemy was still waiting for him, and he couldn't stay here forever. But I don't want you to leave. Yu was thinking that. Her food reserves were going to run away. The meat in my mouth was about to fly away. In desperation, the little girl reached out and hugged his arm tightly. I won't let you go. The girl's curves pressed against his arm. He could feel the soft touch, and the faint sweet fragrance coming from her body. Yunmo's whole body was stiff. His usually steady heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. No! Unimo pulled back his arm with force. His tone was stiff. I'm leaving first. You take care of yourself. The man took a long step, walked straight out, and left without looking back. Why did Unimo suddenly become fierce again? Humans are really weird. The girl puffed up her cheeks unhappily, and a green vine appeared on her white fingertips. If Unimo doesn't obey, and insists on leaving, then tie him up. In the corridor, the girl's reluctant eyes suddenly appeared in Yunmo's mind. The little girl lost all her family members, and lived alone in the world. Because of her own special characteristics, she can only live with zombies. Unimo paused slightly. But Yu is not a zombie. She has her own thoughts, she can think and have emotions. She lost her memory. She is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. If she meets someone with bad intentions in the future, will she be tricked into doing something disgusting and vulgar? When I thought of this possibility, a strong anger surged in my heart. I wanted to kill someone. Chapter 7 How long have you been waiting for him? Yu stood in front of the window, looking down at the huge group of zombies downstairs, and gave them orders. Stop him. All the zombies nearby obeyed her orders. Without her orders, Unimo could not get out of here at all. Lin Yu. At this time, a man's low voice suddenly came from behind. Yu was stunned, and turned around with some surprise, seeing the man who turned back. Mo. I didn't expect Mo to come back to find her. The little girl was so happy that she flew into his arms like a joyful bird. Mo. Why are you back? The fragrance of the girl in his arms lingered in his nose. Her soft body pressed tightly against his chest. The man was as stiff as a stone sculpture, with his hands in the air, looking a little helpless. He wanted to push her away from his arms. However, when his warm palm fell on the girl's round and white shoulder, although the girl's body temperature was cold, Mo quickly withdrew his hand as if he was scalded. He wanted to push her away, but he was inexplicably reluctant. Yu didn't notice his entanglement. The little girl looked up at him. Her porcelain white face was incredibly beautiful in the sun. Mo, you're not leaving? His figure was clearly reflected in her bright eyes. In a trance, she couldn't help but have the illusion that he was her whole world. Looking into those beautiful eyes, the man whispered, Yu, do you want to come with me? Mo remembered the figure of Yu standing alone in front of the window just now. It was as if she was abandoned by the whole world. He really couldn't bear to leave the girl here alone. Yu rescued him from the zombies. He owed her a life. Even if he took care of her for the rest of her life, it was nothing. She looked so stupid. What if he wasn't watching her? What if she was cheated by a man? The girl's beauty, as bright as a pearl, was the original sin in the end times. It was easy to arouse evil thoughts in some people's hearts. He had to keep her under his eyes. He could only feel at ease if he saw her with his own eyes. I can't leave. I have to wait for my brother here. Yu hesitated for a second, and soon shook her head. Although she liked Mo very much, but finding her brother was more important. She couldn't find her brother, so she could only wait for him to come back here. Brother? Mo raised his eyebrows in surprise. He thought that Yu's family was gone. For some reason, he felt a little unhappy in his heart. Maybe it was because Yu was innocent and simple, like a child who didn't know the world. Mo subconsciously thought of her as his sister. She had always been dependent on him, and liked to stick to him. Suddenly he found out that she had another brother. It was normal for her to be unhappy. My brother is missing. Yu frowned in distress. Mo, do you know where my brother is? What's your brother's name? The girl shook her head, looking confused. I don't remember. Are there any photos? Yu shook her head. Mo, then do you remember what he looks like? Yu shook her head again. She didn't remember anything. However, if she saw her brother again, she would definitely recognize him. Yu was very confident. Mo sighed. His handsome and sharp eyebrows were full of helplessness. How to find him? After the end of the world, all information was paralyzed. Even with a name and a photo, it would be very difficult to find someone. Moreover, there was no clue at all. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. How long have you been waiting for him here? The girl just waited here foolishly. If her brother never showed up, wouldn't she have to wait forever? Chapter 8, I might not be able to wait for my brother. I don't remember. At the beginning, there were still living people in this city. Later, those people either died or escaped. But Yu never found her brother. Mo could probably guess. Yu should have been waiting here since the end of the world. What a fool. What Yu didn't know was that she might not be able to wait for her brother. It's not just the zombies who are in danger in the end of the world. Yu's brother might have turned into a zombie. Or maybe he died at the hands of mutant plants and animals. Yu, come with me. Mo promised. I can help you find your brother. If your brother is still alive, he will definitely go to the survivor's base if he can't find you. We can issue a task, and let others look for you together. Yu thought about it, and felt that Mo's words seemed to make sense. Okay then. The little girl nodded gently, with a soft and sweet voice. Mo, I will listen to you. She looked like a cute little rabbit. Mo couldn't help but reach out his hand, and gently rubbed her head. Let's go! After leaving the residential building, there were obviously many more zombies outside. Those rotten zombies were wandering aimlessly, but suddenly found something, and turned their heads stiffly to look over. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared at them. Mo actually saw a trace of desire in the eyes of these zombies. Baby. Baby. Stick to me. An old zombie dragged his broken legs and staggered over. Before he got half a meter closer to Yu, the invisible space blade cut off its head, and the smelly blood spurted out. Yu subconsciously took a step back. It was a close call. Her skirt was almost dirty. The little girl couldn't help but turn her head to look at the man next to her. Mo's eyes were filled with inorganic coldness. Just as he was about to clean up these annoying and ugly zombies, a soft little hand suddenly held him. Unimo. Don't kill them. Although these zombies were ugly and eye-catching, but they are good and obedient. I'll just let them go. Yu gave orders to the zombies. Leave here. The zombies that were gradually gathering towards the two of them were stunned for a while, and all turned around and left one after another. Yeah. The girl's soft and tender voice was like a gentle stream of water. It instantly calmed the manic killing intent in his heart. Unimo retracted the half-released superpowers. Anyway, these low-level zombies did not have crystal cores in their brains, so he was not interested in them. Under Yu's control, there were no blind low-level zombies that dared to hit them. It was incredibly quiet along the way. Unimo took Yu and smoothly found an abandoned car. The owner of the car had turned into a zombie, with half of his face eaten away, exposing white bones and fat white maggots wriggling in the rotten flesh. When the zombie saw Yu, the whole body was excited as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and its whole face was pressed against the glass window, staring at her straight. Hee. Get down. The girl ordered in a soft voice. The zombie got out of the car obediently, and gave the car to them. Until Unimo drove away. The zombie still stood there, watching the car go away from a distance. Unimo retracted his gaze from the rearview mirror, and felt a little strange. Low-level zombies have no intelligence at all, and only have a desire for flesh and blood. But these zombies don't seem to be simply controlled by Yu. Unimo had seen psychics in his previous life. But whether it was a psychic or a high-level zombie, they could only give simple commands to these zombies. Those low-level zombies would only act according to the commands. But those zombies just now made him feel that they had a kind of awe for Yu. And they couldn't control their instincts. And they naturally wanted to get close to her. Yu's abilities seemed to be a little special. Chapter 9. Anyone who bullies him must die. The car quickly drove out of the area, leaving the residential buildings far behind. Yu retracted her gaze, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She always felt that. She seemed to have forgotten something. But she couldn't remember it for a moment. Forget it. It shouldn't be an important matter. The girl was heartless and quickly forgot about it. Unimo, where are we going? Let's go to the city center to collect supplies first. S-City is a first-tier city with a dense population. Less than a month after the end of the world, the city center has already fallen completely. At this moment, the city center has long been occupied by zombies. No human dares to go deep into the city. Instead, many supplies are left behind. For others, the city center is extremely dangerous at this time. If you are not careful, you will encounter a wave of zombies and may never return. But in Yunmo's opinion, the zombies in the early days of the apocalypse are at most level 2 or 3. With his current strength, they are not to be feared at all. This is the best time to collect supplies. In the later stage, the zombies will fully evolve, and it will not be easy to go deep into the city. What's more, there is Yu's ability. Yu, there are many zombies in the city center. Can you do it later? Unimo looked at her sideways. The girl's soft white face puffed up, with a candy in her mouth. Her breath was full of sweet and rich milk. Yunmo's eyes subconsciously fell on the red lips with a layer of water. He was a little absent-minded. Yeah. Yu thought he was worried, and smiled sweetly at him. Yunimo, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Her human. Let her protect it. Yunimo was startled. In his previous life, he was a 7th-level superpower, known as the strongest human, fought off several zombie waves, and protected countless people in the base. People always thought he was omnipotent, like a cold killing machine. After living 2 lives, Unimo heard such words for the first time. Unexpectedly, it came from a delicate and weak girl. This feeling seems not bad. The man's thin lips slightly raised, although he didn't need her protection. But he still nodded. Okay. Yu's ability was like a cheat. Walking in a city full of zombies, it was as easy and comfortable as before the end of the world. No zombies would attack them. Unimo drove the car to a chain store smoothly. Before the end of the world, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The mall was crowded with people. Everywhere you looked, there were a lot of zombies. The air was filled with a strong stench. It was nauseating. As soon as he entered the mall, Yu was attracted by the clothing store. It was a high-end clothing brand. Before the end of the world, a piece of clothing sold for tens of thousands of yuan. But now it was just there, ready for anyone to choose. Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yunimo, I want to go take a look. She pulled the man's sleeve and pointed to the store. It is a woman's nature to love beauty. Even if she becomes a zombie. It is no exception. Yunimo only took a look. Then looked away without interest. And whispered to her, "Can you do it alone?" "Yeah." Yu nodded. "I'm upstairs, remember to call me if you need anything." Although he knew that Yu could control zombies, Yunimo was still a little worried, and gave her some serious instructions. Yu, okay. Yu felt that Yunimo was a little nagging. This is her territory, how could anything happen to her? On the contrary, Yunimo is so weak. What if he gets hurt again like last time? After thinking about it, Yu was a little worried, and gave orders to these zombies directly. If any human dares to hurt Yunimo, he will bite them to death directly. Yunimo is hers now. Yu thinks she should protect him. She can't let those bad guys bully him anymore. Anyone who dares to bully him will die. The girl walked briskly in front. Behind her followed two shopping guides, who had turned into zombies. Like loyal servants, pushing shopping carts one after the other, which were already full of clothes. Yu picked out a skirt, and tried it on herself. The girl lowered her head slightly, revealing her slender white neck. She was completely unaware of the danger behind her. At this moment, the zombie behind her suddenly righted, opened its smelly mouth, and rushed forward with a roar. Hee hee. Chapter 10, I shouldn't have left her alone. Bang! Before the female zombie touched the corner of Yu's clothes, she was pulled away by a thick vine and hit the wall heavily. Yu turned around, her thin eyebrows slightly wrinkled, looking at the zombie with an unhappy face. Roar! The female zombie climbed up from the ground crookedly, and rushed over again with a roar. You are so annoying, Yu muttered. She just wanted to try on clothes quietly. But this ugly thing always bothered her. The green vines, like flexible snakes, wrapped around the zombie's neck and directly strangled its head. Bad kids who don't obey will be killed. The girl tilted her head, and her innocent and beautiful face revealed a hint of innocent cruelty. Roar! The zombie suddenly righted, as if a switch had been pressed. The zombies in the mall, which were originally dull and docile, turned their heads at the same time. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared at her grimly, and pounced on her with bared fangs and claws. Hee hee. What a hassle. Yu sighed. Since they don't listen, then kill them all. The vines extended infinitely, traveling through the zombies. The originally soft vines were like sharp sickles. They harvested zombie heads one after another wherever they passed. Yu. An invisible spatial force was released. The terrifying force directly crushed hundreds of zombies in front of him into pulp. Red flesh and blood covered the entire store. There was almost no place to step. Yunmo's face was cold, and he was full of murderous aura, like a god of death descending. When he was collecting supplies upstairs, the zombies suddenly righted. He immediately guessed that something happened to Yu, and hurried over. Yunimo. The girl held up her skirt, carefully avoided the dirt on the ground and ran over, and threw herself into his arms. Yu, are you not hurt? Yunimo looked her up and down. Seeing that the little girl was unharmed, he was relieved. Although Yu had supernatural powers, she did not need anyone's protection at all. But in Yunmo's eyes, she was just a little girl who needed his care. Yunimo had to admit that. At that moment, he was afraid that something might happen to the girl. Yunimo, don't worry. I'm fine. Yu's voice was soft, and she hugged his arm and shook it like a spoiled child, as if she was afraid that the man would not believe her. She turned around easily. Look, it's really okay. It was his negligence. He shouldn't have left her alone. The man didn't say anything, but he made a secret decision in his heart. Next time, I'd better bring the girl with me, so that I can worry less. Why did these zombies suddenly attack you? Yunimo frowned. Yu shook her head slightly. I don't know. Before, Yu could understand what these zombies wanted to say. But just now, this group of zombies had only one thought, which was to kill her. The zombies suddenly righted, as if they had received some orders, and the only ones who can control the zombies are high-level zombies. Suddenly, Yu felt a cold gaze falling on her. She looked up as if she had sensed something. Through the huge French window, she saw a twisted and strange figure standing on the top floor of the building opposite. The moment Yu discovered it, an invisible mental force came fiercely, like a needle piercing deeply into her brain. Yu covered her head, and her body suddenly shook. Damn zombies. They have no moral principles, and dared to launch a sneak attack. Yu immediately erected a mental barrier in her mind to resist the sudden mental attack. The invisible spiritual power was released in strands, transforming into an invisible attack. It attacked the zombie on the roof fiercely. The two spiritual powers clashed fiercely, and they were evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Yun Mo's eyes darkened, and he vaguely sensed the fluctuation of supernatural power in the air. He followed the girl's slightly cold gaze, and also found the strange figure on the roof. A strong murderous intent emerged in the man's heart. However, before Yun Mo could make a move, the figure of the zombie quickly disappeared. Chapter 11, But I Like You. The zombie's mental power is comparable to Yu Yu's. Seeing that he couldn't beat her for the time being, he turned around and ran away without waiting for Yun Mo to join the battle. Damn it, I let him run away. Yu Yu pouted her red lips, and her face was full of unhappiness. Damn zombie, running away when you can't beat him? Really useless. Yu Yu, how are you? Are you okay? Seeing the girl's face turn slightly pale, Yun Mo's eyes showed worry. Yu Yu shook her head, and was about to say that she was fine. But maybe it's because I used too many superpowers just now. My body is extremely empty, and I urgently need energy to replenish it. This kind of energy cannot be given by human food. Only. Yu Yu couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and looked at Yun Mo with a hint of desire. It was as if she was looking at a piece of fat pork belly. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. The hunger came fiercely, stronger than ever before. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Yun Mo didn't notice Yu Yu's desire for him. I thought the little girl was starving. I want to eat. You secretly slurped her saliva. Hold it for a while, don't scare Yun Mo away. Fill your stomach first. Yun Mo took out a piece of chocolate from the space, tear open the package and stuffed it into Yu Yu's hand. I'll cook for you later. Yu nibbled on the chocolate, and glanced at Yun Mo. Look at him, take a bite. Look at him again, take another bite. It smells so good. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As the sun was setting, Yun Mo finally found a hotel. This hotel was not big. Probably because the business was not good before the end of the world. The hotel was deserted. And there were not even a few zombies. Yun Mo dealt with them easily. He found 2 relatively clean rooms, and planned to take Yu Yu here to sleep for one night, and leave tomorrow. However, he was a little concerned about the zombie today. Yu Yu's ability level was probably level 3. The strength of the mental zombie was comparable to hers, which meant it was also level 3. It can only be said that City S is indeed the city that was occupied by zombies the fastest. When zombies are generally level 1 or 2, level 3 zombies appeared so quickly. Yun Mo narrowed his black eyes slightly, and his eyes were fierce. It seems that he must get rid of it quickly before it grows up. Yun Mo, can I sleep with you? Yu Yu looked at him eagerly. She was calculating in her mind. When Yun Mo fell asleep, she would secretly take a bite. No. Yun Mo refused without hesitation. Yu Yu, you have to know that I am a man. Although he knew that the girl didn't understand these, Yun Mo still told her earnestly. Men and women cannot sleep together. Why? The girl looked at him puzzled. 2 people need to like each other to sleep in the same bed. But I like you. Yu Yu said, as a matter of course. Yun Mo, don't you like me? The girl's eyes were moist, and her voice was soft and tender. It can almost hook a person's soul. The man was speechless for a moment. Looking at those sparkling eyes, he couldn't say the 3 words. I don't like. Anyway. His thin lips slowly uttered 2 words. I like it. The girl was innocent and naive, obedient and soft. Like a bright and beautiful moon. Who wouldn't like it? But not this kind of like. His love for Yu Yu was just pure appreciation, without any evil thoughts. Besides, the little girl didn't know anything, he couldn't take advantage of her. Otherwise, what would he become? A beast. Chapter 12. Your heart beats so fast. But Yun Mo never expected it. That night, he had a dream. An unspeakable dream. In the dream, the girl was pure and flawless in a white dress, which made people want to dye her black. She nestled in his arms obediently and softly, raising her head to reveal an incredibly beautiful face, and her eyes were sparkling and seductive. Yun Mo, do you like me? Kiss me, okay? Okay. He heard himself say this. The voice was so hoarse that it was hard to speak. The next second, Yun Mo suddenly woke up. The man was like a sleeping lion, his black eyes bursting with cold murderous intent. There was someone. However, when he looked down, he was completely stunned. Under the bright moonlight, the girl lay on his chest like a fairy. The soft black hair was like silk, slid down from the round white shoulders, revealing an unconscious temptation. Both pure and lustful. A soft and wet touch came from the neck. Like a small animal, it was gently licking and biting his neck. It didn't hurt, but it was itchy. He could also feel the tingling sensation of the teeth piercing his skin. It spread from his neck to his heart, and his heart felt numb and itchy. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Yunimo grabbed her wrist. His black eyes were like cold stars, and he looked at her solemnly. Yunimo. Yu was startled and looked a little panicked when she didn't expect him to wake up suddenly. Oh no, why did he wake up? No, I didn't do anything. The girl lowered her eyes. She was too guilty to look at him, and her long eyelashes trembled constantly. Yu waited for a long time, and finally waited until Yunimo fell asleep. She just wanted to come over and take a bite secretly. Maybe she could get some blood to drink. She didn't expect to be caught by Yunimo on the spot. The girl's pretty face showed a trace of guilt. I just came to see if you were asleep. Lied. This little liar. Yunimo saw it at a glance. Then why did you bite me? Yunimo pinched her chin with one hand, and Yu was forced to open her mouth. Two small white fangs were exposed, and the pink tip of the tongue was faintly visible. The man asked hoarsely, and gently pressed her little fangs with his fingertips. Are you happy biting? Woo woo woo. Yu couldn't speak, and her tongue accidentally licked his finger. There was an inexplicable bitter smell. Yunmo's eyes darkened. The little girl was simple by nature, and she might not understand the meaning of doing this. But Yunimo was a man. A normal man. He also had desires. I'm afraid. Yu suddenly had an idea. Afraid? Yunimo frowned. He didn't know whether he believed it or not. If it was someone else, and dared to do such a thing, Yunimo would definitely kill her on the spot. But this person was Yu. The little girl was innocent by nature, and was not at all like those coquettish bitches who were plotting against him. So what was her purpose in climbing into bed in the middle of the night? Just to bite him? Yes. I'm afraid. Yu nodded heavily. Yunimo. I'm afraid. I don't want to sleep alone. I want to sleep with you. The girl's beautiful eyes were misty, and she looked at him with tears in her eyes. Don't chase me away, Yu said, hugging his waist tightly. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. She could feel the man's hot body temperature and his strong heartbeat. Yu put her face on his chest and listened to the strong heartbeat below. It was deafening. Yunimo, your heart is beating so fast. The girl raised her head and smiled at him foolishly, as if she had found a new toy. Her face was full of novelty. The soft little hand wandered over his chest. Yu curiously reached out and pressed his heart. Why is it beating so fast? Is it going to jump out? Lin Yu, stop it, stop touching it. Yunimo pushed her away in panic and fled into the bathroom in a panic. Yu looked regretful. If only Yunimo had woken up a little later. She almost drank his blood. Chapter 13. Treat him as a reserve food. When Yunimo came out of the bathroom, Yu had already fallen asleep. The girl's sleeping face was peaceful, as beautiful as an angel, but her sleeping posture was not very elegant. The hem of her skirt was rolled up, revealing a thin waist. Under the light, it was dazzlingly white. Yunimo couldn't help but think. Her waist was so thin, could it be held with one hand? After realizing it, the man's face suddenly turned pale. He actually had that kind of reaction to Yu. Yunmo's eyes seemed to be burned, and he suddenly retracted his gaze. This is wrong. Very wrong. He had never touched a woman in his 2 lives, and for the first time he had desire. The object turned out to be Lin Yu, whom he had always regarded as a sister. Beast. The man couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. What's more infuriating is that Yu fell asleep after flirting with him, which was heartless. Yunimo suffered a lot, and he didn't sleep all night. The next morning, Yunimo. Good morning. The girl rubbed her eyes, sat up sleepily, stretched out her arms to him, and said in a tender voice, I want a hug. Yu had just woken up. Like a lazy cat. She didn't want to move at all, and she relied on him wholeheartedly. But Yunimo didn't move. Yu finally found something wrong. Yunimo. What's wrong with you? The man's eyes were slightly dark blue. He tapped the table twice with his fingers. Lin Yu. Come here. Let's talk. Talk. What? The girl looked at him timidly like a little deer. Whenever Yunimo called her by her full name, she would become very serious. This frightened Yu. Has her desire to eat Yunmo been discovered? Why did you bite me last night? Yunmo asked directly. I didn't. Yu's eyes flickered slightly. That was what Yu did last night. What does it have to do with Yu today? As long as she doesn't admit it, Yunma can't do anything. Thinking of this, Yu suddenly felt justified and confident. It wasn't me, don't talk nonsense. She denied 3 times in a row. Then tell me, what is this? Huh? Yunma tilted his head slightly, revealing a red strawberry mark on his neck. That was the mark she had bitten last night. If it wasn't you, could it have been a zombie? Yunmo looked at her with a half smile in his eyes. Also, don't try to lie to me, I can see it. Aye? Yu lowered her head guiltily, her round toes curled up uneasily. The evidence was obvious, Yu couldn't deny it even if she wanted to. Why, you bit it, you still don't want to take responsibility? Yunmo's tone was ambiguous. I'm hungry. Yu saw that she couldn't hide it any longer, so she could only tell the truth aggrievedly. The man frowned. Hungry? Haven't you already eaten? Still hungry. Yu glanced at him guiltily. Her soft voice was like the humming of a kitten. Yunmo. I don't want to eat you. I just want to drink a little blood. Yu said, while gesturing with her fingers. I'm not lying to you. It's really just a little bit. Yu didn't want to eat Yunmo's. She couldn't bear it. She just wanted to secretly drink a little blood every time. She wasn't greedy at all. After hearing what the girl said, Yunmo almost laughed out of anger. It turned out that she had only treated him as a reserve food from the beginning to the end. She raised him, and only drank a little blood each time. Would he still praise her for being smart? Yunmo. Are you angry? Yu looked at him nervously. You? Don't be angry. I won't drink it at most. The girl said aggrievedly. Her eyes seemed to speak. He hadn't said anything yet. But she was aggrieved first. Yunmo was angry and amused. Why do you want to drink my blood? Because your blood is fragrant. Yu licked her pink lips. And was so greedy. She felt itchy at the thought. So, besides me, whose blood have you drunk? The man narrowed his black eyes. And his tone was dangerous. Chapter 14, I don't want anyone else except you. No more. Yu shook her head. Only you. Yunma. The girl opened her round almond eyes, staring at him, with an innocent look and a sweet and soft voice. I don't want anyone else except you. Other people's blood is smelly. Only Yunmo's blood is fragrant. The man's cold white ears turned slightly red. The tip of his heart felt like it was gently scratched by a feather. It turned out. She liked him so much. Yunmo couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips slightly. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Yu's little thoughts began to become active again. Yunmo. Can you let me take a bite now? Since she had been discovered, she would stop pretending and show her cards. The girl looked at him eagerly, her bright eyes like a kitten begging for food. The man raised his eyebrows slightly, and his voice was magnetic and seductive. Of course. Yu's eyes lit up. Under her expectant gaze, Yunmo spit out 2 words coldly and ruthlessly. No. Woo. Her full expectations were instantly dashed. The girl pursed her lips in grievance, and her watery eyes looked at him accusingly. Liar, big liar. Yunmo was almost angry and laughed. The man couldn't help pinching her little nose, and said unhappily, if I'm a liar, then you're a little liar. Well, Yu's delicate and beautiful eyebrows were full of grievance. Yunmo, I'll just take a bite. Isn't it okay to take a bite? Even if I can't drink the blood, it's good to take a bite to satisfy my craving. Is it okay? The girl's voice was soft and tender, and when she acted coquettishly with a soft voice, it made people's hearts soften. If it were anyone else, they would have agreed long ago. Unfortunately, she met Yunmo no. The man's face was cold and somewhat unkind. Lin Yu. Don't even think about it. Not only me. You can't drink other people's blood. Yunmo's eyes were sharp, even a little serious. Yu has been with zombies for many years, and accidentally picked up their habits. If she really feeds on flesh and blood, and loses the last bit of humanity, what is the difference between her and a zombie? Yunmo will never let her go astray. Why? Yu puffed up her cheeks, and was as angry as a pufferfish. Don't you humans say that? The life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body? The girl tilted her head to look at him, with an innocent look, and said confidently, I saved you, so you are mine. When Yunmo heard this, his heart, as silent as dead water, suddenly rippled. Does she like him so much, and she wants him for life? Yes, I am yours, the man whispered. Promise yourself. It's not impossible. Then, Yu was delighted. But apart from this, I can promise you everything else. This is Yunmo's bottom line. Seeing that the man is not moved by soft or hard words. Stingy guy. Yu turned around with a snort, not wanting to pay attention to him. She didn't believe that. Yunmo was not asleep. The next time Yunmo fell asleep, she would. He. Yu looked well-behaved on the surface. Seemingly well-behaved, but in her heart she was ready to make a move, and had bad ideas. At the same time, on the road not far away, a military off-road vehicle was running rampant, knocking away all the zombies blocking the road. Chi Yan, who was driving, saw the flowered shorts zombie chasing him from the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but curse angrily. Fuck. A kind of plant. This second-level zombie had been chasing them all night. It looked like it would not stop until it ate them. Zombies are tireless, and don't need to rest, but they are different. If this continues, their team will be defeated here. Fuck, didn't I just say that it was dressed too sexy? Why did it hold on so tightly? Chi Yan couldn't help cursing. People who don't know would think we stole its wife. Chapter 15. What kind of damn luck is this? You're so mean. Chi Nemo in the backseat raised his head, with a dangerous tone. If you can't control your mouth, I'll help you shut it up next time. Chi Yan knew he was in the wrong, and touched his nose in anger. Whoa. I haven't married Brother Yunmo yet, I don't want to die. Yi Weiwei couldn't help crying and cursing. It's all your fault. You useless people, you haven't found Brother Yunmo for so long, what's the use of you? If Brother Yunmo was here, he would definitely protect her. Chi Yan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Please, miss, get it straight. If it wasn't for saving you, would we have gotten separated from the captain? He was really fed up with this brainless miss. She couldn't help it all, she just kept dragging her feet, and she even had the nerve to call them trash. If it weren't for them, she wouldn't know how many times she would have died in the zombie pile. I don't care, it's your fault. If anything happens to Brother Yunmo, you won't have a good life. Yi Weiwei cried and made a fuss. Impossible. Bai Yu, who was always silent, suddenly opened his eyes, and his pair of black eyes looked at her coldly. Nothing can happen to the captain. Being looked at by those cold eyes, Yi Weiwei felt a little scared for a moment. After she reacted, she became angry. You, why are you so fierce? Do you know who my father is? How dare you talk to me like that? Shut up. Bai Yu's eyes were cold, and he suddenly raised his hand, and pointed the black muzzle of the gun at her, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Ah! Yi Weiwei screamed in fear. The zombie outside the car window was shot in the head, and fell straight down. If you don't want to die, shut up. Bai Yu's voice was full of coldness. Yi Weiwei was too frightened, and her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Finally. It's quiet. Chi Yan exhaled, and looked up, and suddenly froze. That zombie doesn't seem to be chasing anymore. The SUV had already driven 2 blocks, and entered the city center. But the zombie that was chasing behind him suddenly stopped. Standing there in impotent rage, he yelled at them, but never took another step forward. It seemed to be afraid of something. Roar. Damn human, he stole its cub. If Yu were here, she would definitely recognize that this zombie in flower pants was Zhuang, whom she had accidentally forgotten. When Zhuang returned home after going out to look for food, he found that his cub was missing. No need to think too much, it must have been taken away by that cunning human. Therefore, Zhuang chased after the group of humans madly, as soon as he saw them. I want them to hand over the cub. Something is wrong, Qin Zhou said with a serious face. It is indeed wrong. The city center should be the place with the most zombies, but now there is not even a single person in sight. Even the honest and simple Shirley found something unusual. Even the second-level zombies are afraid. Could it be a high-level zombie? Chi Yan's face changed drastically in an instant, and he stepped on the brakes urgently. Damn! This is just out of the tiger's den, and into the wolf's den. Is it too late to turn back now? Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently. Before they could figure out the situation, they saw 2 figures running out from the corner. The man was wearing a black combat uniform, and he was holding a girl in a white dress in his arms. Like a swift cheetah, he ran towards them quickly. That's... Fuck! Captain! Oh my god! A tide of corpses! 2 voices sounded at the same time. One full of surprise, and the other very panicked. What kind of luck is this? What the hell is this called? Meeting love around the corner? Yunemo recognized the familiar off-road vehicle when he saw it, and shouted, Let's go! Captain! Hurry up! Get in the car! The off-road vehicle drove up to them, and Chi Yan shouted at him anxiously. Yunemo released the space blade, killing dozens of zombies in front of him, temporarily blocking the zombie tide. He then carried Yu into the car. Yu nestled in Yunmo's arms, her pink lips slightly whitened. He was concentrating on dealing with the aggressive mental power. She and Yunmo had just come out of the hotel, unexpectedly. They were targeted by the mental zombie from yesterday. The zombie learned his lesson this time. Knowing that one person could not beat the two of them, he directly summoned the zombie tide, planning to kill her and Yunmo. Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and she was trying to regain control of the zombie tide. In her mind, a group of dense red dots appeared, which were the zombies. Yu tried to establish a mental connection with these red dots, but every time she was interrupted by a brutal mental force. The girl's face turned pale. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she seemed to be struggling. It was only one night later, and the power of this zombie seemed to be much stronger than yesterday. Yu, can you find the location of the zombie? Yunmo's dark eyes were heavy, and his eyes were patrolling back and forth in the zombie tide. The mental zombie was very cunning, and had been hiding in the zombie tide. It was difficult to find it. Chapter 16, She Must Protect Yunmo. Yu nodded. The light ball of the spiritual zombie was larger than that of other zombies. It could be spotted at a glance. It's at 3 o'clock. The next second, Yunmo's sharp eyes immediately locked onto a zombie in the zombie tide. The zombie was a middle-aged man in a black suit. As if sensing his gaze, the spiritual zombie raised his head, and his scarlet eyes locked onto him. Yunmo's eyes were stern. He instantly released his supernatural power. That spiritual zombie was very cunning, and immediately summoned several low-level zombies to block in front of him. When Yunmo looked over again, the zombie had disappeared in the dark tide of corpses. That spiritual zombie was extremely cunning, using the tide of corpses as a cover, hiding like a mouse. Yunmo really couldn't kill it for a while. This zombie was deliberately consuming their abilities. This won't work. They will all die here. Yunmo's face was heavy. Damn it! Chi-Yen quickly turned the steering wheel, and the off-road vehicle made an emergency turn, and the tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. Captain, we are surrounded. What should we do now? I saw a group of zombies appearing in all directions of the street. Probably several thousand of them. Behind me, the dark tide of zombies was endless, and was gradually approaching. A strong stench drifted in with the wind. A sense of despair of death gradually enveloped my heart. There were so many zombies. It was impossible to kill them all. I was afraid that if they took a bite each, they would not be enough for the few of them. What's more, there was a mental zombie hiding in the dark and watching with eager eyes. The apocalypse has been here for so long, and this is the first time they have encountered such a survival crisis. The team couldn't help but feel a little desperate. What else can we do? Fight out? There was a crisp click. The sound of bullets being loaded. Yunmo looked calm and composed. The team members felt as if they had taken a reassurance pill, and their originally impetuous mood instantly settled down. That's right. The captain is right. Fight them. Sure, Lei cursed. These damn beasts. Kill one if you can. Chi-Yen's face fell immediately. Is there no other way? I say, Chi-Yen. Look at your little ability. Are you afraid? Yunmo sneered. Chi-Yen's face flushed red instantly. Okay, he admitted that he was a little scared just now. But he must not say it out loud, lest he be laughed at by Yunmo. That bastard. The worst that can happen is death. When have I ever been afraid of death? Chi-Yen said stubbornly. Hee. Yunmo laughed mockingly. Then don't die in front of me. Chi-Yen was so angry that he wanted to turn around and bite him. Damn it, I knew that this bastard couldn't say a single good word. Drive. Yunmo ordered coldly. All the firepower was on at once, not saving any bullets. But they all knew in their hearts that these zombies could not be killed at all, and their ammunition would not last long. Captain, you should think of a solution quickly. If this continues, we will all die here. Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, and her mind went blank for a moment. She did not restrain her mental power, and released it all. Even though she felt a sharp pain in her head that was hard to ignore. She did not care about the consequences. Yu had only one thought in mind: she had to protect Yunmo. Huh? Chi-Yen cried out in surprise. Why aren't they moving? The zombies that had originally wanted to pounce on them and tear them apart were like someone had suddenly pressed the pause button. All stopped where they were, like soldiers waiting for orders. Yu's eyes showed murderous intent, and she immediately gave the order. Kill it. The zombie tide was like a well-trained army. After receiving her order, they all turned around and attacked the mental zombie. Hee hee. The psychic zombie saw that the situation was not right, and immediately turned around to run. However, Unimo had already set his sights on it. How could he let it escape? The space blade directly cut off its head. At the moment when the psychic zombie died, in a dark room, a pair of scarlet and brutal eyes suddenly opened. Unimo. Yuyu's face was pale, and she only had time to call him softly. She fainted the next second. Yuyu? Yunmo's face suddenly changed. The man who was always calm and introverted, at this moment, his handsome face rarely showed panic. Chapter 17. I saved him. And he wanted to marry me. When Yuyu woke up again, she was no longer in the city center full of zombies. Yunimo? The girl supported herself with her arms and sat up, and looked around, and found that she was in a homestay. She did not see the tall figure of the man in her sight. Yuyu was a little panicked. Could her food reserves have secretly escaped? When she thought of this, Yuyu could not sit still. As soon as she walked to the stairwell, she heard a conversation coming from downstairs. Brother Yunimo, who is that woman? Why did you bring her with you? The woman's coquettish voice sounded willful and capricious, and she said with dissatisfaction, I don't care. I am your fiancé. You drive her away. Don't let her follow us again. After waking up, Yi Weiwei found that Yunimo had returned. Before she had time to be happy, she saw the man brought back a pure and beautiful girl. After seeing Yunmo's nervous attitude towards the girl, Yi Weiwei's heart was instantly alarmed. She wanted to drive the girl away urgently. Yuyu saved my life. If it weren't for her, I would have died in the hands of zombies long ago. Yunimo said this to his teammates. No matter what they think, he can't abandon Yuyu. He promised the little girl that he would help her find her brother. After finding her relatives, he can safely hand Yuyu over to others. So that's how it is. Shirley touched the back of his head and smiled innocently. His voice was bright and loud. Since he is the captain's lifesaver, he is also one of us. Others also expressed no objection. They respected all the decisions of the captain. Only Yi Weiwei was very unwilling. Brother Yunimo, please give her some money and let her go. Please. I don't want to see her. Yi Weiwei said in a delicate voice, trying to get closer to Yunimo. Impossible. Yunmo's face was cold, and he subconsciously took a step back, keeping a distance from her. The evasive attitude, as if he was afraid of getting stained with something dirty. Yi Weiwei's face froze. Yi Weiwei, I think I have already made it clear to you, our engagement is just a verbal joke between elders, and it doesn't count at all. Yunmo's handsome and sharp face revealed an inhuman coldness. Like a piece of 10,000 years of ice that can never be melted. After returning to the base, I will explain to Uncle Yi that I can't marry you. Yi Weiwei's eyes instantly turned red. Why? Is it because of that woman? She seduced you. Right? Yi Weiwei said emotionally. It has nothing to do with her. Yunimo wiped the submachine gun in his hand with a cold expression. I don't like you. That's all. Yunimo. As soon as Yuyu went downstairs, she saw Yi Weiwei staring at her viciously, as if she wanted to eat her. Bitch. You stole my fiancé. Are you proud of it? Yuyu tilted her head and looked at her in confusion. What? What is a fiancé? Can you eat it? I tell you. Brother Yunmo is mine. No one can take him away. Yi Weiwei's voice was thin and sharp, and it sounded a bit harsh. Yuyu couldn't help but frown. Hearing this, the girl was a little unhappy. It was like someone had taken away her favorite toy. I didn't take him away. Yunmo was originally mine. Yuyu looked at her seriously, her almond eyes clear and bright, and said crisply, I saved him. And he wants to marry me. This is the rule of you humans. You? You are shameless. Yi Weiwei thought she was showing off, and was so angry that she wanted to tear off her innocent face. Let's see how she will seduce men in the future. You are shameless. Yuyu touched her smooth face and thought happily. Her face is so beautiful. Why not? You are not as pretty as me. So Yi Weiwei can be shameless. But she can't. Hee hee. Yunimo couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Weiwei was so angry. But she didn't know that the two of them were not chatting on the same channel. The little girl looked cute and silly, and she couldn't even hear that others were scolding her. But she didn't suffer any loss at all. Chapter 18. Be good. Stop making trouble. Puff. Shi Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Especially when he saw Yi Weiwei's ugly face, he laughed even more wildly. Ha ha ha. He had been enduring this young lady for a long time. Now someone finally made her lose face. Shi Yan felt so relieved. You guys. When had Yi Weiwei ever suffered such humiliation? especially since Yunemo was still protecting that little bitch. He didn't even look at her. Yi Weiwei couldn't bear it anymore, and ran out crying. Hey, Miss Yi. Don't run around. There are zombies everywhere outside. Shirley stretched out his hand. Captain, how about I go see her? Yunemo nodded slightly. Go ahead. Shirley chased after her. After Yi Weiwei left, he finally calmed down. Yunmo's eyes fell on Yu's feet, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Why aren't you wearing shoes again? The man's expressionless face looked quite intimidating. But Yu was not afraid of Yunmo's cold face at all. She was too lazy to walk by herself. Yu stretched out her white and tender arms. Her voice was tender and soft. Yunmo, hold me. Seeing the girl's white and tender feet stepping on the ground, Yunmo had to step forward and hold her horizontally. The ground is dirty. Hungry. Yu hugged his neck with both hands, humming and arching towards his neck. Yunmo, I'm hungry. Smelling the cold cedar-like breath on the man, Yu finally couldn't resist the hunger. She extended her tongue and licked it secretly. If she couldn't bite, she could just lick it. The man stiffened, his muscles tensed instantly. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Yunmo's eyes darkened, and his breath became a little disordered. He pinched the girl's neck, like holding a naughty kitten, and slowly pulled her away. Didn't I tell you not to bite people? Yunemo narrowed his black eyes slightly, and his tone contained a dangerous meaning. No, I didn't bite. She just tasted it. Even licking is not allowed. Yunemo snorted coldly, pinching her thin waist as punishment. She was so bold and presumptuous in front of the team members. If they saw it, where would his dignity as the captain be? Hungry. Yu's body was as soft as water in his arms. And she groaned. Yunemo. I'm hungry. So hungry. The soft voice sounded a little weak. It seemed that she was so hungry that she had no strength. Thinking of the situation when Yu suddenly fainted before, Yunmo's heart instantly tightened. Why are you hungry? Although Yu was also shouting about being hungry before, she didn't seem as weak as she looks now. Yu shook her head and said aggrievedly, I don't know. After using up all her superpowers and fainting, Yu's body became very empty when she woke up. Weak and powerless, she couldn't even release her superpowers. Her brain was clamoring for hunger crazily. If Yu hadn't still had a trace of rationality, she would have pounced on Yunmo and bit him the moment she saw him. Yu looked up, her eyes turning green as she looked at him, and she kept swallowing her saliva. At this moment, Yunemo looked like a piece of fat pork belly in her eyes, attracting her to take a bite. Seeing Yu's wolf-like eyes, eager and straightforward, Yunmo's ears gradually turned red, and his expression was a little unnatural. He sensed her little thoughts. The man immediately reached out to cover her red lips, his eyes implying a warning. Don't bite. The girl looked at him innocently, and her tongue tip gently swept across his palm. Hiss. Lin. You? Yunmo's eyes were heavy, as if he was trying his best to endure and suppress something. The hand holding her waist couldn't help but use some force, and said in a deep voice, Be good. Don't make trouble. Chapter 19, She wants both the crystal core and Yunemo. Hungry. Yu's almond eyes were wet, looking at him accusingly, as if she was accusing a bad guy who didn't let her eat and deliberately abused her. Yunemo had a headache. Captain? Chi Yen was stunned, looking like he had seen a ghost. Are you still our captain? He almost didn't recognize the man in front of him. Is he really the captain who was unkind and cold-blooded like a killing machine in his impression? Not to mention him, even Bai Yu and Chi-Nemo had a surprised expression. Yunemo then remembered the team members beside him. He almost forgot about them. The man subconsciously covered the girl in his arms. He didn't want them to see her soft and clingy appearance. Yunemo, who are they? Yu poked her head out of his arms, with a strand of hair on her head, looking confused and cute. They are my team members. Yunemo introduced them in a low voice. Before the end of the world, their team was the Longyan Special Forces affiliated with the highest level of the country, specializing in carrying out some special secret missions that cannot be disclosed. Before the end of the world, the Longyan team was carrying out a top-level secret mission, destroying the S-City Research Center. Never expected that, not long after the research center was blown up, the virus spread, and the end of the world came. They were therefore forced to stay in S-City. Oh! Yu only looked at them twice, and then looked away, not interested. These humans are not as good as Yunemo. Captain, who is this? Chin-Mo's eyes flashed with deep meaning. They only knew that this girl saved Yunmo's life. But at present, It seems that the relationship between these two people is not that simple. Lin Yu my. Yunimo paused. Sister. Bai Yu nodded, and said coldly, hello? He always believed Yunmo's words. Since the captain said it was a sister, then it must be a sister. Sister? Qi Yan was surprised and shouted. What sister? Is it a love sister? Oh my god, Captain, I didn't expect you to play so wild. You usually pretend to be so serious, and you don't like women, but it turns out you are just a coquettish person. Ha ha ha. Ah. Qi Yan's face twisted for a moment, and he grimaced in pain. Damn it, why did you step on me? Shut up. Qi Nemo couldn't bear to look at it. This idiot. Didn't you see that the captain's face was so dark that ink was about to drip out? That's right, whose brother and sister are hugging each other. Qi Yan muttered in confusion. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong between the two. What are you talking about, brother and sister? Isn't this pure bullshit? Hearing this, Qi Nemo couldn't help but think of his sister, and sighed in his heart. Alas! Yunemo ignored his jokes, seeing the weak face of the girl in his arms. A hint of deep thought flashed across Yunmo's eyes. Zombies eat human flesh and blood in order to evolve. This is also the reason why zombies are more attracted to superpowers than ordinary people. Because the energy in their crystal cores is the power that zombies need to advance. Yunemo thought for a while, took out a transparent diamond-shaped crystal core from the space, and put it in Yuyu's palm. What is this? Yuyu raised the crystal core to her eyes curiously. In the sunlight, the transparent crystal core was glittering. As crystal clear as crystal, and very beautiful. Yuyu was immediately attracted to it. She liked this kind of shiny stone. This is the crystal core found in the brain of the spiritual zombie. Yunemo explained. Hold it tightly. Close your eyes, and use your spiritual power to feel the energy inside. The man's deep voice persuaded. Yuyu subconsciously did what he said. A warm current flowed from the palm of her hand into her body, and the warm power moisturized her limbs. When Yuyu opened her eyes again, they were sparkling. The crystal core in her hand had turned into powder. How is it? Yunemo had been observing the girl's expression. Seeing Yuyu regain her spirits, he knew that he was right. It seemed that the girl needed more than just flesh and blood, but a crystal core. Are you still hungry? Yuyu shook her head, then nodded. The crystal core did relieve her hunger for a short time, but it was not enough. Far from enough. She needed more and more. Hungry is like a greedy beast released from a cage. Yuyu felt that her body was like a bottomless pit. It might take many crystal cores to fill it. Yunemo, I want more. The girl looked at him eagerly and said coquettishly in a soft voice. I'll get it for you in a few days. Yunemo touched her head soothingly, looked up at the scorching sun, his eyes gradually darkened. The end of the world has just arrived for a month. This time is the most suitable stage for human survival and searching for supplies. Because most of them are first-level zombies. And crystal cores only exist in the brains of second-level zombies. If you remember correctly, it was about this time in his previous life, a heavy rain came. The heavy rain lasted for a week, killing many people. But after the heavy rain ended, zombies and mutant plants and animals evolved comprehensively, and the living space of humans was gradually compressed. When the heavy rain ended, second-level zombies would emerge like mushrooms after rain. At that time, more crystal cores could be dug for Yuyu. Yunemo, as long as you behave and keep quiet, I will give you a lot of crystal cores. With the crystal cores, you should no longer worry about his body. Yeah, Yuyu responded softly, like a cute little kitten. But what she was thinking was that only children make choices. She wanted both the crystal core and Yunemo. A loud gunshot suddenly sounded. The faces of the originally playful team members all turned serious. Yunmo's eyes narrowed. Something happened to Shirley. Chapter 20 I owe you another life. As soon as they heard the gunshot, Yunemo immediately led people to rush over. Yuyu didn't understand why they were so anxious, but seeing Yunemo leaving, she followed him. The girl was like a little tail, and couldn't leave him for a moment. Wherever Yunemo went, she followed. It was as if she was afraid that if she wasn't careful, this piece of fat meat would fly away. The gunshot came from the east. When the few people rushed over, they saw Shirley lying on his back at the entrance of the alley. The gunshots just now attracted the zombies nearby. And now all the zombies staggered around. Sure too. Several people shouted anxiously, and took out their guns and shot at the zombies while running. Yunmo's eyebrows suddenly sank. Shirley's situation was probably not good. However, they were still a step too late. There was a zombie with both legs crushed, supporting the ground with his arms, crawling on the ground in a twisted manner, and had already crawled to Shirley's side. The zombie with a broken leg was attracted by the smell of blood, and opened his smelly mouth and wanted to bite. Sure too, fuck you, get out of the way. Chi Yan's eyes were red with anger when he saw this scene, and he yelled with all his strength. In the end times, not to mention ordinary people like them, even people with special abilities will be infected with the zombie virus if bitten by zombies. If Shirley is bitten by a zombie, there is basically no hope for him. Seeing that their brother, who had been through life and death together, was about to die in the mouth of a zombie, all the team members were furious. At the moment when the zombie was about to bite Shirley's calf, Yu quickly released his pressure. Leave him. The broken leg zombie slowed down for a moment, and before it could close its open mouth, smelly mucus dripped onto Shirley's leg. It was only a second away from biting him. However, at this critical moment, the zombie's movements suddenly stopped. Puff. The next second, the head and neck separated, and until the moment of death, its mouth did not close. Sure too. The three members of the team fought all the way to Shirley. The three were all focused on their teammates, and did not notice the zombies that were gradually surrounding them not far away. They all turned around and staggered away in another direction. Only Yunmo knew that all this was Yu's work. Thank you, Yu. The man reached out and touched her head, his eyes moved slightly. If the girl hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to save Shirley in time. Shirley was his brother, who had been through life and death for many years, and they were as close as brothers. I owe you my life again, Yunmo whispered. All he could do was to help Yu find her brother as soon as possible to repay her. Yu gave him a sweet and soft smile. In fact, she didn't want Yunmo's reward at all. Yu didn't want to care at first. It didn't matter to her how many humans died. But those people were Yunmo's teammates. If they died, Yunmo would be sad. Yu didn't want to see Yunmo sad for others. He just had to keep looking at her. Captain. Chi Yan turned his head and called him. Yunmo cleared all the zombies around, then walked over with Yu. How is Sure too? He had a cut on his arm, but the most fatal one was the gunshot wound in the abdomen. Yunmo tore the clothes into strips and tied them tightly around his abdomen. Medical conditions are limited, so we can only stop the bleeding temporarily. We must take the bullet out immediately. The faces of the three members of the team all became very heavy. They had no medicine at all, so they could only go to the hospital. Before the apocalypse, the hospital had the most patients. But after the apocalypse, it instantly became a hell on earth. If they wanted to get medicine in a hospital full of zombies, with just a few of them, they might go in alive, but not come out alive. Chapter 21. You can only look but not eat. The atmosphere of the team became very depressed and heavy. Are they going to watch their brothers die? No, Chi Yan just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Yunmo. I'll go find it. Captain, I'll go with you. Yu and Chi Yan responded. No, I can go by myself, you stay here and guard the stone. Yunmo's tone was unquestionable. But, although the captain was very strong, and had awakened his superpowers, it was a hospital after all. Obey orders, Yunmo said in a sharp tone. He didn't give them any chance to talk nonsense. Yes. The two looked at each other. No matter how unwilling they were, they didn't dare to disobey the order. Yunmo, I want to go with you. Yu hurriedly grabbed his hand, holding her fingers tightly together, as if she was afraid that he would abandon her. Her round almond eyes looked straight at him, as if to say, don't think of abandoning me. A smile flashed in Yunmo's eyes. He didn't abandon her in the first place. If he leaves her here alone, she might get into trouble again. What if Yu runs off to eat someone else while he's away? It's safer to keep her by his side. Okay. The man agreed without hesitation. Chi Yan Yu? No, Captain. How can you be so hypocritical? It's fine if you don't let them follow, but why let this girl follow? What can she do? She can't even beat the zombies in a race. Chi Yan has always been unable to keep things to himself, and he spoke his mind. Captain, you might as well take me with you. What can you do with her? A woman will only hold you back. Although Yu did not express his opinion, he meant it. He did not think he was worse than this woman. Why did the captain choose her instead of him? What did he lose? Yu always obeyed the captain's orders 100%. But he was a little dissatisfied at this moment. Hearing this, Yu glared at Chi Yan with her moist almond eyes. What are you talking about? She will not hold you back. She is much stronger than this human. I am very strong. The girl stared at him, and said word by word. Chi Yin sneered disdainfully. What a bullshit, haha, look at how fragile she is. Don't let her be scared to the point of being unable to walk when she encounters zombies. Didn't she faint from the zombie tide yesterday? Although Yu saved Yun Mo's life, Chi Yin still looked down on this delicate and weak woman who couldn't even hold a knife. You can't leave me. Yun Mo looked at him coldly with his dark eyes. Why, do you have any objection? Seeing Yun Mo leaning towards her, Yu was happy. She couldn't help but make a face at Chi Yin. And when she saw that his nose was crooked with anger, she immediately smiled with curved eyebrows. I'll make you angry to death. Hee. Although, even if Yun Mo didn't let her follow, she would secretly follow him. But when she heard that the man had no intention of abandoning her, Yu was still very happy. Except for not letting her drink blood. Yun Mo was very good in other aspects. However, Yu soon wanted to take back what he said. Yun Mo was afraid that Shirley would not survive. So he directly cut his palm with a military dagger and dripped blood onto Shirley's lips. Yu was watching with eyes wide open, and her mouth was almost watering. The girl's eyes were bright, and she looked at him with eager mouthfeel. She was just like a cat that had set its eyes on a dried fish, and was eager to sharpen its claws. Although her eyes were so hot, Yun Mo was calm, and pretended not to see it. Woo! This feeling was like a big, fragrant chicken leg dangling in front of you, but you could only look at it but not eat it. It was so frustrating. Captain, what are you doing? The others were all shocked, and looked at him in confusion. Yun Mo did not explain. Only left a message to keep an eye on him. And left with the girl. The wound on his palm was slowly healing. The effect of the self-healing ability was reflected in his flesh and blood. And drinking his blood would also have the same effect. Now, Shirley should be able to hold on until they come back. Yun Mo. The girl called him in a sweet voice. She was like a clingy cat rubbing against his legs. Asking for dried fish. Please, let me take a bite. The man was calm and unmoved. No matter how she acted coquettishly. It was useless. I said I would not give it to you. And I would not give it to you. Woohoo. Yu felt wronged. Yu did not say anything. Why could that stone drink, but she could not? Is Yu not better than a broken stone? Humph. Yu was unhappy. She did not talk to Yun Mo all the way, and deliberately turned her side face to him, sulking there alone. Seeing the angry look of the girl, Yun Mo's eyes flashed with a smile. The reason why he did not let Yu drink was, of course, he was afraid that she would get addicted, and pester him for it every day in the future. Chapter 22. Don't touch her with your dirty hands. As City Central Hospital. Before the end of the world, this place received many patients with fever symptoms. After the end of the world, these people all turned into zombies, and it was crowded at a glance. Among them were not only patients and their families wearing hospital gowns, but also doctors and nurses wearing white coats. A strong stench of decay hit us in the face. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was hell on earth. Yun Mo put the SUV into the space, and walked in holding Yu's hand. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar doctor's building in front of him, Yu was stunned for a moment. Some vague memories flashed in her mind. Brother, I want to go home. I don't like hospitals. Don't be afraid. Yu. Brother will definitely heal you. Brother promises that no one can take you away from me. Yu? Hearing the man's low voice, Yu finally came back to her senses. As soon as she looked up, she saw Yun Mo looking at her with concern in his dark eyes. What's wrong? Did you remember something? The girl hesitated for a moment, nodded, and shook her head. It was not useful news. Although there were many zombies in the hospital, with Yu by my side, there was no danger at all. Those zombies were quite polite and consciously gave way to them. Except for howling excitedly when Yu passed by, they did not actively attack them. Hee. Baby, look at me, look at me. Baby! Yu wrinkled his nose in disdain. They were so noisy. The existence of the girl was like a pure white flower blooming in the smelly mud, attracting countless zombies to approach her. It was just like the fanatical fans before the end of the world seeing their idols. A female zombie in a nurse's uniform couldn't help but reach out to her. Unfortunately, before she could touch Yu, she was chopped off by the space blade. The smelly blood spurted out, but was blocked by an invisible barrier, and didn't splash on her skirt at all. Yun Mo hugged Yu's waist, and brought her into his arms. His cold eyes were like knives, as if warning the zombie, don't even think about touching Yu with its dirty hands. The tall and handsome man held the girl's hand, and walked among the rotting corpses. The road was smooth and unobstructed. They got the medicine they were looking for very smoothly. Medical supplies are very precious in the end of the world. Since they finally came to the hospital, Unimo took away other medical equipment. However, they encountered an accident on the 5th floor of the inpatient department. The 5th floor is the obstetrics and gynecology department. As soon as they stepped in, a cold and smelly smell hit them in the face. Yu subconsciously pushed Unimo away. The vines waved wildly in the air, severely pulling away the unknown object that was flying towards them. A sharp and piercing howl sounded in the darkness. It was as sharp as nails scraping against the wall, making people want to cover their ears. The thing hit the wall heavily, making a sharp cry, quite exasperated. The power supply system of the hospital had been destroyed long ago. The girl's pupils glowed slightly red, and she could still see as clearly as day in the darkness. A small figure, like a gecko, stuck tightly to the wall. The red eyes showed its inhuman identity. It was a baby with pale skin. The flesh on its body had rotted. Like a skinned toad, it looked horrible and disgusting. The baby zombie roared in their direction. Its initial target was Yu. But after failing to hit him, the baby zombie was obviously a little scared. It quickly changed its target and attacked in the direction of Yunmo. In the darkness, a thin figure jumped around quickly. It was as fast as a gust of wind, making it impossible to see clearly. Chapter 23 Strong Sense of Crisis. Unfortunately, the baby zombie hit a wall this time. Bang! The moment the baby zombie rushed towards Unimo, the space suddenly twisted and shrank, and an invisible pressure squeezed it. The facial features on its face were squeezed and deformed, and its eyeballs protruded. If it were any other zombie, it would have been crushed into meat paste by this terrifying pressure, but the baby zombie was worthy of being a 4th-level zombie. The moment it realized something was wrong, it immediately chose to escape. Early Stage 4, Extreme Speed Ability. Just by meeting it, Unimo judged its true nature. A dark light flashed across the man's eyes. I didn't expect that a Stage 4 zombie would appear in S-City so soon. If he had the strength at the peak of his previous life, the baby zombie would only be trapped in space, and it would be impossible for it to escape. Sure enough, it's still too weak now. Yu, hide well and don't come out. Yunmo's eyes were heavy. Although his strength had only recovered less than 50%, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with this zombie. But Yu's ability level is only at the early stage of the 3rd stage, and she is no match for this mutant zombie. Yeah! The girl knew she couldn't help, and she hid behind Unimo obediently, and only poked out her little head. The baby zombie's attack was swift, but Unimo could always predict its position in advance. Several attacks failed, and a piece of meat was cut off by the space blade, and the baby zombie let out a shrill and angry howl. It's so noisy. Yu covered her ears tightly, and her beautiful eyebrows twisted. Unimo looked at the baby zombie with a murderous look. This zombie was ugly and noisy, and liked to hide in the dark and attack. Ah! The baby zombie opened its mouth and screamed, which made people's eardrums hurt. Even Unimo couldn't help frowning. This ugly thing was really noisy. The scary thing was that its cries seemed to have a confusing function, making people's reactions slow for a second. Just like that, his eyes blurred. The baby zombie suddenly appeared out of thin air behind Yu. It had realized that it couldn't beat Unimo, so it could only attack from somewhere else. The girl was unaware, and exposed her back without any defense. The baby zombie stretched out its skinny and sharp claws from behind Yu, and reached for her body. In a flash, a vine as thick as an arm broke through the air, and stabbed directly into its body. It nailed the baby zombie to the wall. Woo-ah! The baby zombie twisted and struggled, grabbing the vine and tearing it apart. Humph, Yu snorted, and controlled a few more vines to nail its limbs to the wall. The baby zombie relies on its own speed. Now it is nailed to the wall, and cannot break free. It can only become a fish to be slaughtered. The baby zombie feels the danger, and makes a shrill cry from its throat, as if calling for something. Yu suddenly feels an unprecedented sense of crisis. There seems to be a voice in her mind, shouting for her to run away quickly. Unimo. Yu can't help but grab Yunmo's arm, and she is a little panicked for a while. Let's go quickly. Somehow, she can sense that something is approaching. It should not be something she and Unimo can handle. Yeah. Unimo seemed to have noticed her abnormality, and quickly dealt with the baby zombie. A thin vine drilled into the basketball-sized head of the baby zombie and kept stirring. From a pile of red and white objects, a transparent and slightly whitish crystal core was taken out. After doing all this, Yu took Yunmo's hand and quickly left the place. Let's go! I don't know what the baby zombie summoned. The instinctive sense of crisis told her that she had to leave quickly. Unimo didn't ask anything, but leaned over and picked up the girl by the waist. Running as fast as a cheetah, he ran all the way to the hospital gate. The sense of crisis in Yu Yu's heart gradually disappeared. Not long after they left, a slender figure appeared in the original place. The man was wearing a white coat, and his chest was stained red with blood. In the darkness, the scarlet eyes were like a bloodthirsty beast, without a trace of humanity, full of coldness and cruelty. Looking at the baby zombie with a destroyed head, the red-eyed zombie suddenly stretched out his hand, and a hot flame appeared out of thin air. The baby zombie was wrapped inside and burned to ashes. In the bright firelight, the man's face was illuminated. The left side of his face was so handsome, but the right side was extremely rotten. Half of him was like a god, and half of him was like a demon. Chapter 24. Let's see if she dares to mess around again. It wasn't until the SUV drove away for a distance, Yu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little worried that the dangerous thing would catch up. Fortunately, it didn't. Unimo, give it to me, I want it. The girl remembered the crystal core just now, and couldn't help looking at him expectantly. Her watery eyes stared at him straight, like a greedy little cat begging for food. Yunmo's thin lips slowly curled up. He certainly knew what the girl wanted. He just couldn't help but want to tease her. What do you want? I want that. Yu Yu couldn't remember what the shiny thing was called, and was very anxious. Huh? Which one? The man pretended to be stupid. Yes, that shiny thing. Yu Yu was anxious, and directly searched him. She just saw Unimo hiding. It must be on him. Stop! Unimo took a breath, one hand on the steering wheel, and the other hand to grab her wrist. The thing is not here. Humph, you lied. The girl pouted her red lips unhappily, and looked at him accusingly with her watery eyes. Bad guy, do you want to take her shiny crystals for yourself? No. That's not right. That's her food. It's fine if Unimo doesn't let her eat it, but the shiny crystals must be hers. Yu Yu's eyes fell on Yunmo's trouser pocket. Will it be there? The girl always does what she wants, and her other hand directly reaches into his pocket. Squeak! The off-road vehicle braked suddenly, and directly sent flying an old lady zombie crossing the road. Before it hit the flower bed, it just stopped. Hey, found it. Yu Yu was like a cat that had stolen some fish, and couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Lin Yu Yu. Stop making trouble. Unimo took a deep breath. His black eyes filled with a deep black color. I said, it's not there. His voice was hoarse. Unimo grabbed her rebellious little hand. His hot palm seemed to burn Yu Yu's skin. You are lying. Yu Yu looked at him dimly. She had obviously found it. It must be her glittering crystal. Give it back to me. It's mine. The girl was in a hurry, and threw herself on the man. Hiss. Unimo finally understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. Here. Here. The man surrendered instantly, and took out the clean crystal core from the space. Yu Yu finally got the crystal core, and showed a satisfied smile. Unimo. You are so nice. Unimo. Who asked for trouble? Not nice. He was not nice at all. Yu Yu was very happy to get the crystal core, but the man next to him had a gloomy face, as if someone owed him millions. I can give you the crystal core, but you can't absorb it now. Understand? The man looked at her fiercely with his black eyes. Why? Yu Yu tilted her head in confusion. She couldn't help but hold the crystal core tighter, as if she was afraid of being robbed. Unimo almost laughed out of anger. This heartless little thing. She looked like she was on guard against thieves, and didn't even look at who gave it to her. This is the crystal core of a 4th level zombie. The energy contained in it is too great. You are only at the 3rd level now. If you absorb it rashly, you may not be able to bear it. What will happen if you can't bear it? Yu Yu asked curiously. She exploded and died? This was also the reason why Unimo didn't give her the crystal core at first. However, she couldn't stand the girl's attack. The man finally compromised. Forget it, he can just keep an eye on her. Yu Yu was startled, and suddenly felt the crystal core in her hand getting hot. Seeing the girl's frightened look, her eyes were as round as a cat's pupils. Unimo smiled. It's good to be afraid. See if she dares to mess around again. Chapter 25. He wanted to hide the girl until the sun was about to set, and the sunset gradually rose. The off-road vehicle finally returned to the guest house, where it first landed. Chi Yen had been standing at the door and peering around. When he saw the off-road vehicle appear, He was so excited that he almost jumped up. Here they come, the captain and the others are back. I wonder if that woman is still alive. She is so beautiful, and she is the first woman to appear beside the captain. It would be a pity if she died. Qi Yan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Just as he was thinking, he saw a slender and weak figure getting off the car. Not only was the girl alive and well, her white dress was as clean as new, without even a wrinkle. In this dead city like a ruin, it was a beautiful landscape. Qi Yan was stunned. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is worthy of being the captain. With a delicate woman, he was able to come out of that ghost place full of zombies unscathed. What a man! He is so brave. What are you standing there for? Qi Nemo really couldn't stand his stupid look, like a silly dog. Shaking his head speechlessly, he hurried to meet him. Captain, you are back? Yes. Yunimo looked indifferent, calm and composed. How is Sure too? It's not bad, but if the bullet is not removed as soon as possible, I'm afraid the wound will become infected and inflamed. Qi Nemo reported in a low voice. In the end times, once the wound is infected, there is only one way to go without medicine. Captain, did you get the medicine? Yunimo nodded slightly, walked inside, and took out the medicine from the space without hesitation. Great. Qi Nemo finally smiled with relief. Even Bai Yu, who was always taciturn, relaxed his frown. Shirley had lost a lot of blood, and there was a strong smell of blood in the room. Yunimo tilted his head slightly, and took a special look at Yu. The girl's white fingertips were entangled with a strand of black hair. She looked bored, as if she had no interest in anything. Yu had no interest in Shirley. She only wanted him. This realization made Yunimo feel unprecedented joy. The man's cold eyes lost some of their sharpness, and his eyes were like spring breeze. This shows that in Yu's heart, he is unique. He cannot be replaced by just anyone. Sensing the man's gaze, Yu looked up with a puzzled look, looking at him strangely. Yunimo, what's wrong with you? Nothing. I just thought of something happy. Yunimo lowered his eyes slightly, and a smile flashed in his eyes. What's the matter? The girl asked softly. His wife is about to give birth. The man's eyes were happy. Qi Yan had a puzzled look on his face. But what does his wife's upcoming birth have to do with you? As if he had seen through his question, Yunimo explained calmly. In this way, Shirley will try to survive for his wife and children. So that's how it is. Qi Yan believed it. He said, how could the captain be a love-minded man who doesn't care about his brother's lives and is only obsessed with women? Ah. After Qi Nemo helped Shirley remove the bullet, the unconscious man woke up for a moment. Captain, gas station. They are all superpowered people, who stole my gun and took Yiwei away. Go quickly save her. Leaving these few words, Shirley soon fainted again, with a blurred consciousness. Yu showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder she always felt that something was missing. It turned out that the human girl was missing. Gas station? Qi Yan scratched his head. There is a gas station nearby, but isn't there anyone there? You wait here, I'll bring her back. Yunimo spoke in a deep voice. He promised Uncle Yi that he would bring Yiwei back to the base safely. So he had to go on this trip anyway. Unfortunately, this time, Yu just opened her mouth and was rejected by Yunimo. You stay here and wait for me to come back. Yunimo had seen all kinds of people in his previous life, and he could tell what kind of people they were from Shirley's few words. He only took Yiwei away. In the end times, women have only one use, especially beautiful women without superpowers. And Yu is so clean and beautiful, if she is seen by those scums. As long as he thought of those obscene eyes falling on Yunimo couldn't control the anger in his heart. He wanted to hide the girl. Isolate those covetous, obscene eyes. Chapter 26 Weak but fierce. No. Yu shook her head. Her clear and clean eyes looked at him steadily. I want to follow you. What can you do if you go? You will only be a hindrance. Qi Yan muttered to himself. Yu puffed up her cheeks angrily, grasping the corner of Yunmo's clothes tightly. I want to follow you. Don't think of leaving her. The man's deep and sharp eyebrows seemed a little helpless. Thinking, she is really clingy. She really can't leave him for a moment. In the small supermarket at the gas station. Get out of here, don't touch me. You lowlifes, do you know who my dad is? My dad is the head of the Yutian base. If you dare to touch me, my dad will definitely kill you. Yiwei's voice was sharp and piercing. During the struggle, the long nails scratched several bloody marks on the bald man's face. Pa! The bald man raised his hand in anger, and slapped the woman, who was struggling madly under him. "Fuck you, bitch. You're lucky that I like you. Stop being so shameless. I don't care who your father is, I'm the boss here." The bald man cursed, while reaching out to untie his belt. Just when he had taken off half of his pants, a little brother with dyed yellow hair suddenly rushed in a panic. "Oh no, oh no. Boss. Get out." Good things were interrupted again and again. The bald man roared, and threw a fireball directly in. The yellow-haired man dodged in a panic, and the fireball flew past his scalp, almost burning his straw-like yellow hair. "It's not the boss, it's those soldiers who came to our house, and they injured several of our brothers. You should go and have a look." The yellow-haired man was so anxious that he jumped up and down. The bald man narrowed his eyes, and said viciously, "How many people are there?" "He's alone." The yellow-haired man scratched his head. "Oh, by the way, he brought a woman with him. That woman seems to have supernatural powers, and she looks like a fairy." Thinking of the girl, who was too beautiful to be real. The yellow-haired man's eyes showed a look of surprise. Not to mention after the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. More beautiful than the female stars on TV. Hearing this, the bald man immediately showed an obscene smile. Since he came here to seek death, let's go and see. Kill the soldier, and the woman will naturally be his. The bald man told people to keep an eye on these women. And he took the yellow-haired man outside. Outside the gas station. The few small shrimps under the bald man were knocked to the ground by Unmo. To deal with these little hooligans, Unmo didn't even need to use his supernatural powers. It can beat several people half paralyzed. While these people were lying on the ground and screaming, Yu directly tied them up with vines. They were tied up like dumplings. When the bald man saw this scene, his face became completely gloomy. Useless trash. The bald man stared at Unmo with a sinister look. "I think you are looking for death." Unmo stood there expressionlessly. The whole person was like a sharp blade out of the sheath, and his aura was very sharp. Either hand the person over, or die. Damn it! The bald man spat fiercely on the ground. "Boy, you are so arrogant. You dare to talk to me like this. Who will die?" As he said that, the bald man's eyes fell on Yu behind Unmo. Unmo's tall figure blocked most of the girl. But it can still be seen that the small half of her face is pure and beautiful. Especially her watery eyes. It makes people want to taint her and dye her black. The bald man looked at her with ill intentions, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. "This girl is really good looking. I have never seen such a beautiful one in my life. It must be fun to play with her." Just imagining the scene of pressing this girl under him. The bald man's breathing became disordered and his blood boiled. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yu became even more obscene and lewd, with naked greed. Yu frowned slightly, and her almond-shaped eyes turned slightly cold. The look in this human's eyes made her feel uncomfortable. She wanted to dig out his eyes. Yu thought unhappily. The girl's fingertips moved slightly. A slender vine immediately attacked the bald man's eyes. The bald man saw a flash of green in front of his eyes, and he didn't have time to think about it, and immediately released his supernatural power. The fist-sized fireball burned the vine in front of him into ashes. The bald man's face darkened. He underestimated this woman. But so what? Fire naturally overcomes wood. Even if her ability is strong, it won't be of much use. The bald man couldn't help but smile smugly. "I advise you not to put up a useless resistance. It's not that there weren't people with abilities who wanted to kill him before, but they all died, and one died more miserably than the other." Therefore, the bald man didn't take these two people seriously at all. What can a wood-type ability do? As for Unmo, he looked down on him even more. This man did not show any superpowers from beginning to end. He should be the same as the soldier before. A waste without superpowers. The end of the world has come. Now it is the world of superpowers. What use is it for ordinary people even if they are strong? Can bullets be faster than his superpowers? The bald man was full of confidence, showing a mouthful of rotten teeth that were yellow to black, and smiling disgustingly. "Little darling, come to your brother. Let your brother take good care of you. As long as you are willing to follow me, you will be the happiest woman in this end of the world. Otherwise," the bald man changed the subject, and his tone was sinister. "After I kill this man, you still have to lie under me. I won't be so gentle then." Unmo's eyes darkened, and a murderous chill flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a strong killing intent surged in the man's heart. Yu frowned. She didn't like this human. This human gave her the feeling of a dirty zombie. She just wanted to crush him to death. It was an eyesore to look at him anymore. This ugly thing doesn't deserve to live. It's better to die. The girl suddenly laughed. And this smile was like a blooming flower. Beautiful beyond words. The bald man's eyes widened instantly. However, the next second he felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if an invisible huge hammer hit his head hard. Ah! The bald man covered his head, rolling on the ground in pain. Yu snorted softly, like a child who had successfully played a prank. So what if I burned her vines? She has more than one superpower. Hearing the bald man's painful wail, the girl seemed to be in a very good mood, smiling with curved eyebrows, looking innocent and beautiful. However, the opposite was her cruel method. Before the bald man recovered from the pain, 2 tender vines got into his eye sockets. They stirred wildly in his eye sockets. You make me very unhappy. Yu's tender voice sounded like the breeze. But at this moment, in the ears of the bald man and the yellow-haired man, it was as scary as a demon. So I'm going to punish you. If you don't like something, then destroy it. Ah! The bald man's shrill cry resounded through the sky, and blood kept pouring out of his eyes. Boss! Boss! The yellow-haired man fell to the ground with a thud, and looked at Yu with a look of horror. This girl is so scary. The yellow-haired man never expected that this seemingly weak and innocent girl would be so cruel and brutal. What's more terrifying is, Baldy is a second-level superpower user, who relies on the fire superpower to dominate the end of the world. There are countless people who died in his hands, including superpower users. But in front of the girl, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Chapter 27 Unimo is mine. Her eyes moved, and her sight fell on the yellow-haired man beside her. Before she could say anything, the yellow-haired man was so scared that his knees softened, and he knelt down and begged for mercy with tears. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It's none of my business. I didn't do anything. Auntie, please spare my life. I can do anything. I'll be your slave. Okay? The yellow-haired man kowtowed while begging for mercy. He didn't stop until his head was broken and bleeding. Okay. Unimo suddenly held her hand. Yu's beautiful eyes were full of confusion. Unimo, what's wrong? Seeing the man's gloomy face, the girl asked cautiously. Are you angry? No, just let me do this kind of thing next time. Unimo held the girl's soft little hand and said in a low voice, Don't dirty your hands. This kind of garbage is not worthy of staining his little girl's hands with blood. Yeah. Yu nodded gently, like an obedient and good kitten. Unimo reached out and covered her beautiful eyes. He used the space blade to cut the bald man's tendons in his hands and feet. He didn't want to kill the bald man at first, but he shouldn't look at Yu with such a disgusting look. As for Wamao, he helped the evildoers, and did a lot of evil things with the bald man. Unimo didn't kill the 2 men directly, but he cut off their hands and feet directly. Ah! The people guarding the small supermarket heard the sound and rushed out. Boss! When those people saw the bald man's miserable state, they turned around and ran away. They had no ability to begin with, and had been bullying the bald man. Now that they saw their biggest backer had fallen, they could not protect themselves, so they had to flee first. In the blink of an eye, the mob under the bald man's command was injured or ran away. Even he, the commander without troops, became half dead. After dealing with these people, Yu followed Unimo into the small supermarket. Brother Unimo Yuiwei's hands were tied to the metal shelves of the supermarket. When she saw Unimo appear, she was so excited that she almost cried. Brother Unimo, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Please save me. In addition to Yuiwei, there were 3 other women in the supermarket. All of them were half naked. The skin exposed was blue and purple, and had deep teeth marks. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of torture these women suffered at the hands of the bald man. Before the end of the world, the bald man was a gangster, but after the end of the world, he awakened his supernatural powers, and started to bully others with a few younger brothers, and became the king of the end of the world. Relying on his special powers, he robbed many people along the way, killing the men directly, and keeping the pretty women as tools for sexual gratification. All 3 women were robbed by him. In order to prevent them from escaping, the bald man put a rope around their necks, and tied them up like dogs. After experiencing these days of living a life worse than death, they had long lost hope for the future, and their expressions were dull and numb. Until the moment they were rescued by Unimo and Yu. They were still a little dazed. I can't believe it. The bald head that tortured them for a long time, and the nightmare-like days are over just like that? Whoa. I don't know who started crying first. The other 2 women also broke down and cried. Why didn't you come earlier? If you had shown up earlier, my husband wouldn't have died. A short-haired woman choked up. Especially when she saw the well-protected girl next to Yunemo, who was still bright and beautiful even in the end of the world. The woman felt even more resentful. Why do they have to face this kind of thing? Why is she a woman? Protected so well, wearing a clean skirt, without a trace of pain or numbness on her face. Feeling the woman's unkind gaze, Yu just glanced at her indifferently. She didn't take them seriously at all. Except Yunemo, she had no interest in other humans. Even if their experiences were tragic, it couldn't touch her. The girl was born with a lack of emotion, and couldn't empathize at all. Yunemo had seen many people like this in his previous life. The man looked at the woman with cold eyes. The woman shut up completely with just one look, and a sense of fear arose in her heart. Woo, brother Yunemo, I knew you still cared about me, otherwise you wouldn't have come to save me. You have me in your heart. Right? Yi Weiwei's eyes were shining with tears, looking at Yunemo with love. She had been spoiled since she was a child, almost everything she wanted, and had never been wronged. The only thing she encountered was many setbacks with Yunemo. Yunmo's treatment of her before made her feel extremely humiliated. Originally, with Yi Weiwei's proud character, she didn't want to care about him anymore. But this trip made Yi Weiwei realize a cruel reality. This is not the world as it used to be. Her family background is of no use at all. For an ordinary person like her without special powers, if she can't find someone strong enough to protect her, what should she do in the future? If Yunemo had just arrived a step late, her fate will be the same as these women. Thinking of this, Yi Weiwei shuddered uncontrollably, and fear flashed in her eyes. She became more determined to follow Yunemo. No, she would not let go, no matter what. Thinking of this, Yi Weiwei glared at Yu fiercely. This shameless bitch. Don't even think about snatching Yunemo from her. Yu looked at her inexplicably. Although she didn't know what Yi Weiwei's hostility towards her was. But seeing that Yi Weiwei always stuck to Yunemo tightly, Yu couldn't help but frown. A little unhappy. It was like someone coveted her favorite toy. Yunemo was hers. Don't even think about stealing her food reserves. The girl thought angrily. Yunemo gave himself to her. Without her permission, no one else could take him away. However, before Yu made a move, Yunemo had already distanced himself from Yi Weiwei. The man looked indifferent. His whole body exuded a chill that kept people at a distance. As long as you're okay, don't run around next time. Yu's frowning brows relaxed slightly. Brother Yunemo. Yi Weiwei's eyes were full of tears, and she looked at him with a wronged expression. She didn't expect that she was so frightened, and Yunemo didn't comfort her at the first time, but blamed her for running around. Yi Weiwei was greatly wronged, and she was a little unwilling to accept it, and took a step forward to grab Yunmo's hand. Go away. The girl's crisp voice sounded. Yu took a step forward, and hugged Yunmo's arm, and looked at her vigilantly with her almond eyes. Mine. The girl was like a little animal protecting her food, and warned her fiercely not to think about her food. A smile flashed across Yunmo's eyes. She really cares about him. How could Yu like him so much? Yunemo thought. It's fine that she can't leave him for a moment, but now even others can't talk to him. But even with this overbearing look, Yunemo thought it was very cute. Yi Weiwei gritted her teeth in anger. It's you again! This bitch would sow discord between her and brother Yunemo. When she returns to the base, she will make her father drive her away. Chapter 28. Don't let me hear you scold him again. There were still a lot of supplies left in the small supermarket, and Yunemo put them into his space. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, so it's a waste not to have it. Yunemo, I want to eat candy. Yu took a box of colorful candy from the shelf and stuffed it into the man's hand. Yunemo looked down carelessly, and his face froze immediately, and he almost threw the things in his hand away. The man's cold ears gradually turned red. Yu, this is not for eating. Seeing the girl looking at him eagerly, Yunemo couldn't help feeling embarrassed. He threw the box of condoms back onto the shelf, pulled Yu and turned away. What is that? Yu looked up, looking at him innocently. It's not a good thing. Yunemo was vague. Even if he told her, the girl wouldn't know what it was. Yunemo, why didn't you tell me? His evasive look aroused Yu's curiosity. Nothing, you'll know later. While Yunemo wasn't paying attention, a vine quietly rolled up the small box on the shelf. If Yunemo didn't tell her, then she would study it herself. Wait a minute. Seeing that they were about to leave, the three women hurriedly chased after them. Something? The man turned his head slightly, and his sharp face looked very cold in the sun. Aren't you taking us with you? The short-haired woman asked at the beginning. No. Yunemo said two words indifferently. with a look of keeping strangers away. Saving these people was just a matter of convenience, and he didn't want to cause more trouble. But aren't you a soldier? If you are a soldier, you should protect us. Isn't it natural for soldiers to protect civilians? The short-haired woman said excitedly. Are you going to ignore us? This is not my responsibility. And I don't care about you either. Yunimo said this coldly. I didn't care about the three women behind him anymore, and left directly holding Yu's hand. Brother Yunimo, wait for me. Yu Weiwei gritted her teeth secretly, and followed with difficulty in her high heels. Yunimo, they are catching up. Yu leaned on the car window, and slightly tilted her head to take a look. She found that the three women had found a car from somewhere, and were following closely behind their car. Follow them. After returning to the B&B, the three women came over as soon as the car stopped. A pretty woman was sent over to talk. Hello, I'm Guyun. Guyun first introduced herself, and the other two women. The short-haired woman was Huang Ying, and the remaining timid woman was Su Yu. After the introduction, she talked about their purpose. I heard that you came from Utian base. Can you please take us with you? Don't worry. We will pay you. The reward that Guyun mentioned was a box of instant noodles and mineral water they took from the small supermarket. After that, the woman looked at Yunimo nervously. She was a little unsure. She was not sure whether Yunimo would agree. After all, the other party was powerful, and did not lack these supplies. Moreover, these things were left by Yunimo, and they followed behind to pick up the leaks. Perhaps because they were afraid that Huang Ying would offend Yunimo as soon as she spoke. The two of them had told her in advance. When she heard that Guyun was going to take out so many supplies, her face just changed. Although she was impulsive, she was not a fool. She knew that this man was not easy to talk to. If they offended him, they would really have no way out. After all, the three of them were ordinary people, and they couldn't even kill zombies. If they didn't find a backer, they would definitely not be able to get out of this hellhole. Under Guyun's nervous gaze, Yunimo spoke coldly. If you want to follow us, you can, but you are responsible for your own safety. I won't protect you. Hearing this, Guyun was a little disappointed, but still nodded. Okay. She had already seen that this man seemed indifferent, but he was not completely ruthless. Otherwise, he would not have left a little supplies for them just now, and he could have taken them all. However, although Guyun saw everything clearly, he had a confused teammate. Why? Huang Ying was originally dissatisfied with giving so many supplies, and she started to yell when she heard this. You have taken so many supplies from us, but you still don't want to protect us. How can you be such a person? Who is your leader? I will complain to you. Whatever you want. Yunimo just looked at her coldly. You? Huang Ying was furious, and was about to argue again, but was scolded by Guyun. Enough. Guyun looked ugly, and said mercilessly, if you don't want to follow us, you can leave now. This made Yunimo look at her more. This woman is quite smart. She distinguished them from Huang Ying with one sentence, and stated her position. Huang Ying was angry and unwilling, but she didn't dare to speak too loudly. She could only stare at Yunimo's back and curse softly. What kind of person is this? He used taxpayers' money to support them, and raised a group of ungrateful people who would not help others in need. When we get to the base, I will definitely complain to his superiors about him. Don't say any more. Guyun looked ugly, and wished he could block her mouth. This idiot, if she really offends someone, I'll see who will take her with them. Huang Ying doesn't think she can outrun the zombies. Does she? Am I wrong? Why should we give them so many supplies? I think he should protect us unconditionally. This is what he should do. Huang Ying thought she spoke in a low voice, but she didn't know that her words were heard by the person involved. Yunimo looked indifferent, and he didn't bother to argue with such a person. He had seen many such idiots in his previous life, and they wouldn't live long in the end times. But Yu couldn't stand it. This human was annoying her, but he even dared to scold Yunimo. Do you think she doesn't exist? Yunimo is her man, she has to protect him. Snap! A vine hit Huang Ying's face hard. Ah! Huang Ying covered her cheek, and cried out in pain. A burning pain ran through her face. Shoo! A slender finger pressed against her lips. The girl's voice was gentle. If you make any more noise, I'll kill you. The flexible vine wrapped around her neck, and slowly tightened. Huang Ying covered her neck in pain, and her face quickly became red due to suffocation. Save me. She uttered the 3 words with difficulty. The air was quickly deprived. Huang Ying stretched out her hand with a painful expression. scratching her neck until it bled. But she couldn't pull away the suffocating vines. For a moment, she thought she was going to die. The next second, the vines suddenly loosened. Huff! Huh? Wang Ying fell to the ground as if exhausted, breathing the air greedily. Yu didn't intend to kill her, but just to scare her. Don't let me hear you scold him next time. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The girl's round almond eyes looked at her faintly. Wang Ying couldn't help but feel that. Nodding hurriedly, her arrogant attitude had long since disappeared. After experiencing the threat of death just now, her eyes looking at Yu were filled with fear. Yun Mo's lips curled up slowly. After living for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time someone protected him like this. This feeling of being protected by someone was a little novel, but it seemed not bad. Chapter 29. She only raised Yun Mo. After Yu took back her superpowers, she became the innocent and delicate girl again. Yun Mo, I want to eat chicken stewed with potatoes tonight. Although Yu does not need to rely on human food to absorb energy, but Yun Mo's cooking skills are not ordinary. You will never forget it after eating it once. Thinking about it, Yu became greedy and couldn't help licking her lips. Okay, I'll make it for you later. Yun Mo agreed. As long as Yu behaved well and didn't always think about eating him, he would satisfy her with whatever she wanted to eat. Captain, you are finally back. Chi Yin came up to them in a hurry. What happened? Yun Mo asked. Sure too got a fever not long after you left. The antipyretics didn't work. At first, we thought it was caused by inflammation of the wound. But, at this point, Chi Yin paused, and his tone became very heavy. Chi Mo checked it, and found that the knife wound on Lei Zi's arm was stained with zombie blood. There are only 2 outcomes for those infected with the zombie virus. One is to become a superpower, and the other is to become a zombie. After all, only a few people can awaken their special powers, and most people have become irrational zombies. No one noticed that Wang Ying's eyes flashed when she heard this, and she seemed a little guilty. She silently shrank back, trying to reduce her presence. The threat from Yu just now had made her understand. These people in front of her were not easy to mess with. If they knew that she had harmed their companions, they might really kill her. It's all this woman's fault. If she hadn't run away, Sure Tu wouldn't have chased her, and this wouldn't have happened. Chi Yin stared at Yi Weiwei with a bad look, punched the wall, and spoke fiercely. If something really happens to Sure Tu, I will never let you go. Brother Yun Mo. It's none of my business. Yi Weiwei looked panicked, afraid that Yun Mo would vent his anger on her, and quickly pointed to Huang Ying in the corner. It was her. It was this woman who scratched her leg with a knife. I saw it with my own eyes. Seeing everyone looking over, especially Yun Mo's cold eyes fell on her like a knife. Huang Ying looked panicked. It's not me. It's none of my business. They asked me to do it. If I didn't do it, they would kill me. You? Chi Yin, who had a bad temper, was the first one who couldn't stand it, and rushed over to grab her collar. If anything happens to Sure Tu, I will throw you out to feed the zombies. Chi Yin's eyes were red with anger. Please forgive me. It really has nothing to do with me. It was Baldy, and the others who threatened me. I can't do anything. Huang Ying was so scared that her legs went limp, and she couldn't help crying. She tried to get some sympathy from them. If I don't do that, he will kill me. Damn it! Chi Yin punched the wall behind her, and glared at her angrily. Huang Ying was so scared that she screamed repeatedly, covered her head, and squatted down, crying, Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Captain! Chi Yin was angry and unwilling, and could only turn his head to look at Yun Mo. Chi Yin still had a sense of morality, and he couldn't do anything to a woman. But he was unwilling to take Huang Ying with him, no matter what the reason was. This woman hurt his brothers like this. How could she still hide behind them and enjoy their protection? Yu blinked gently. She couldn't understand the thoughts of these humans. In her opinion, becoming a zombie is not a bad thing. Why do they all look so sad, although zombies are a little ugly and smelly? But at least they are obedient and quiet. If possible, Yu hopes that these humans can all become zombies. Otherwise they are too noisy, and they don't look as good as Yunmo. It's enough for her to raise only Yunmo. Chapter 30. Stop biting, dirty. I won't take her with me. Yunmo looked at Huang Ying coldly. His eyes were as cold as ice. She felt a chill on her back, and couldn't even say a word of quibbling. Guyan pursed his lips. His expression was a little complicated. I got it. Huang Ying, you go. We won't take you with us anymore. Guyan gave a small part of the supplies to Huang Ying. You want to drive me away? Why? Why do you treat me like this? Hearing this, Wang Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. It's not me. I've already said it wasn't me. You can't do this to me. I was forced to do it. Gu Yun's face was cold and hard, and his attitude was very firm. You heard what Captain Yun said just now. He couldn't take you with him. You can't blame others for Huang Ying's incident. You can only blame yourself. You? Huang Ying glared at her, turned her head, and looked at Su Yu. Do you think so too? Su Yu opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but eventually gave up the idea. People are selfish. They can't offend Yunimo for Huang Ying. Only with Yunimo can they reach Yuntian base. I won't leave. Why should I leave? If we die, we die together. Don't think of leaving me alone. Huang Ying was desperate. She just sat on the ground and started to make a scene. I said it's none of my business. I was forced to do it. If you have the guts, go and settle with Guanto and the others. Besides, I didn't ask him to save me. If he didn't meddle in other people's business at the beginning, he wouldn't have become a zombie. Hearing this, Qi Yin was instantly furious and glared at her viciously. Listen to what she said. Is this human language? At this moment, Qi Yin was about to shoot the shameless woman. Qi Yin could no longer bear it, and directly stepped forward and grabbed her collar, lifted Huang Ying up, and walked out with big strides. Stop, stop, what are you doing? Let me go, murderer. Soldiers are killing people. Huang Ying yelled at the top of her voice. If you want to attract zombies, then keep yelling. Qi Yin sneered, and she shut up completely with just one sentence. Huang Ying's face suddenly turned pale. Okay. You all wait. Seeing that there was really no way to save the situation, she could only take the supplies, and said something cruel with resentment and unwillingness. We'll see. Shirley had a high fever, and several teammates were watching him. Captain. When Yunimo went to see him, Shirley woke up for a moment. If I become a zombie, then you must kill me. I would rather die than become that disgusting thing. Hearing this, Yu couldn't help but look at him more. I felt like I was being scolded. Yu was a little unconvinced. There are also good-looking zombies like her. Okay. Yunimo was silent for a long time, and finally agreed to him. After Shirley finished speaking, he fell into a high fever coma again. Yunimo asked someone to find a rope to tie Shirley up, to prevent him from suddenly attacking and hurting people after he turned into a zombie. You all go out, I'll stay here to guard him. Yunimo stood in front of the window with his back to them. His tone was calm and low, with a bit of indifference that saw through everything. If the stone turns into a zombie, I will kill him. As the captain, since the team members can't do it, let him do it. Click. The sound of the bullet loading is crisp and loud. Qi Yin turned his head first. His eyes quietly read. Captain. Yunimo was silent for a while, and sighed. Seeing Yunmo's firm attitude, he took Bai Yu and Qi Yin away. Yu didn't leave. She wanted to stay with Yunimo. Are you unhappy? The girl squatted in front of him, holding her chin and staring at him. Yeah. Yunimo never showed his other side in front of his teammates. Only in front of Yu would he take off all his defenses and disguises. I'm a little sad, he said frankly. Unexpectedly. After being reborn, he still couldn't change the fate of his teammates. In the previous life, Yu didn't appear, and his teammates did everything they could to bring him out of the zombie tide. In order to save him, Bai Yu was unfortunately infected with the virus and turned into a zombie. In the next life, because of Yu's appearance, Bai Yu's fate was changed, but Shirley was infected with the zombie virus. Yunimo suddenly felt powerless. Although he knew what would happen in the future and tried his best to avoid it, he still couldn't avoid the trick of fate. Sad? Yu didn't understand what sadness was. She had never felt this way before, and couldn't understand why he was sad. She had never thought about what would happen if she found her brother in the future, and he was dead or turned into a zombie. Yu only knew that Yunimo was unhappy. She hoped Yunimo could be happy. Yunimo, don't be sad. I'll give you some candy. Yu stretched out her hand, and there was a candy in her palm. Whenever she was unhappy, she would feel happy after eating some candy. Yu felt that Yunimo was the same. Just eating some candy would make her feel better. The girl's eyes were full of reluctance. This was her last candy, and if she gave it to Yunimo, she would have no more. Yunimo didn't like candy, but seeing Yu's pained look, he couldn't help but want to tease her. He deliberately took the candy from her hand. As expected, Yu showed an expression of heartache and choking. Yunimo couldn't help but feel angry and amused. She was obviously reluctant to give it up. But she still pretended to be generous. Open your mouth. Yu was still heartbroken that her candy was gone, when she suddenly heard Mo's clear voice. She subconsciously opened her mouth, and a candy was stuffed into her mouth, and the sweet milky fragrance filled her mouth. Yu's eyes lit up instantly. The candy almost fell out of her mouth. Yu quickly closed her lips, but accidentally held Mo's finger. The soft tip of the tongue rolled around his fingertips. Mo's eyes suddenly darkened, and he couldn't help curling his fingers and gently hooking her tongue tip. The girl looked innocent and didn't seem to notice anything wrong, and she bit him lightly with her teeth in annoyance. Yu, be good, open your mouth. The man's Adam's apple moved up and down, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Don't bite it, it's dirty. Yu hummed, and then spit out his finger. The girl happily held the candy in her mouth, her white and soft cheeks puffed up slightly, and her eyebrows and eyes curved with a smile. Really easy to satisfy. Seeing Yu's innocent and lively appearance, Mo's heavy mood seemed to be relieved a little. Shirley had a high fever. Mo stayed with him for several hours. Until night fell. Yu was so bored that she fell asleep on his shoulder. Captain, you go to rest. I'll just watch here. Yu pushed the door open and said in a low voice. His face looked very calm, as if he had prepared for the worst result. Don't worry. If Shirtu turns into a zombie, I will take action. After all, this is his wish. Compared with Qin Mo and Qi Yin, Yu obviously accepted it faster. Mo lowered his eyes and glanced at Yu, who was sleeping on his shoulder, then nodded slightly. Okay. After sending Yu back to the room and covering her with a blanket, Mo left. But he didn't know that, when he turned around, Yu quietly opened her eyes. Her eyes were sparkling, like a kitten that was going to go out and steal fish. Mo went back to his room to take a shower, and just came out of the bathroom. He saw an uninvited guest in the room. Mo's dark eyes sank, and his tone was cold. Why are you here? Brother Mo. Yi Weiwei was wearing a red silk sling, outlining her exquisite figure, and her looming figure was even more seductive. Of course I came to see you, Yi Weiwei said delicately. Brother Mo, don't you want me? The man frowned, and his eyes showed disgust. Yi Weiwei, are you going to get out by yourself, or am I going to throw you out? Chapter 31, He Can't Be Incapable. Yu lay on the bed, counting the time with her round eyes open. She didn't sneak out of the room until she felt that Mo was almost asleep. Mo was like a piece of fat pork belly, tempting Yu all day long. But you can only look but not eat, which really makes people feel itchy. Yu can only go over to see if he can secretly take a bite when he is asleep at night. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help licking her lips. Yu sneaked to the door of Mo's room. Before she could open the door, she saw Yi Weiwei running out crying. Whoa! Yi Weiwei also saw her, and glared at her fiercely. You are very arrogant and complacent, aren't you? Yi Weiwei yelled at Yu, and then ran away crying. Yu stood there in confusion. What happened? Could it be that Yi Weiwei also coveted Mo's body? Thinking of this, Yu was a little unhappy. Her food reserves were being coveted by someone. Yu, come in. Mo's voice suddenly came from the room. Yu pushed the door open and walked in. She saw Mo sitting on the bed, looking at him leisurely. The man had just finished a shower, and was wearing a white bathrobe with a slightly open collar, revealing his beautifully muscular chest. Yu's eyes fell on his chest, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. The girl stared at him straight. Her eyes were so blunt that she looked like she wanted to eat him. Mo suspected that if he didn't stop her, Yu might pounce on him in the next second. The man's ears felt a little hot, and he quickly closed his collar, covering it tightly. Not even a bit of skin was exposed. What are you doing at the door? Mo narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to sneak into bed again? Yu didn't feel guilty at all. Mo stared at her, she stared back at him, and said confidently, I came to sleep with you. The girl's eyes were clear and clean, which made Mo feel that his mind was dirty. Men and women should not touch each other. Go back to your own room and sleep. No, I want to sleep with you. Yu pouted her red lips unhappily, staring at him with her almond eyes. You don't want to sleep with me. Do you want to sleep with someone else? No. When did he sleep with someone else? I saw it all just now. Yi Weiwei also came to sleep with you. Yu snorted heavily. She had to stay to watch the reserve food. Otherwise, what if it was eaten by dogs? It's not what you think. Mo was a little amused. Yi Weiwei's sleep was not the same as hers. I don't care. I just want to sleep with you. Mo pressed his eyebrows with a headache. For the first time, I felt the headache of taking care of a child. However, seeing the jealous look of the girl, I felt very happy. If you drive me away, I will go find someone else to sleep with, Yu said angrily. You dare. Yunmo's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Lin Yu, you dare to find someone else to sleep with. The girl flirted without knowing it. Yunmo could hold back. But it didn't mean that others had no distracting thoughts. When he thought that Yu might be taken advantage of by another pig, Yunmo was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Even his brother, who had been through thick and thin with him, would not do that. Then you sleep with me, the girl said in a soft voice. The man seemed a little helpless, but still agreed. Okay. Outside the door, Qi Yan was about to raise his hand to knock on the door, but when he heard this, his hand froze in midair. Shit! Qi Yan's eyes widened in horror. Could it be that their captain's innocence for many years would not be preserved tonight? He could not help but put his ear to the door, trying to find out what was going on. Maybe he had misunderstood. Yunmo, then you have to promise me. Just sleep and nothing else. Yu's voice sounded very disappointed. Really? Can't we do it? No, the man said firmly. Is it not okay to lick it? Yu asked unwillingly. No. Yunmo was like a chaste husband who swore to defend his innocence. If you dare to touch me, I won't sleep with you next time. Qi Yan, who was eavesdropping outside the door, changed his face again. His face turned red and white. A man and a woman alone. In the dead of night. Isn't it normal for something to happen? How could they just sleep under the quilt? Any man couldn't help it. Unless the captain couldn't do it. Qi Yan's expression was subtle. Frog fun. The captain couldn't really do it. Could he? Chapter 32. Just treat her as a sister. Yu didn't know how much misunderstanding her behavior caused. She just felt that Qi Yan looked at her strangely today, as if there was a hint of resentment. As if she had stolen his man. Yu tilted her head, and asked in a soft voice, What are you looking at? Hey, I'm asking you. Qi Yan looked around furtively, and asked like a thief, Did you sleep with the captain last night? Yu nodded. Yes. Then didn't you do anything else? Like what you love to do? What is what you love to do? Yu looked confused. She thought this human was really weird. What else could she do, if she didn't sleep at night? What she loved to do was eat Yunmo. But Yunmo wouldn't let her. Even a lick wouldn't work. Yu felt a little wronged. Yunmo. The stingy guy. You don't know? Qi Yan looked at her suspiciously. You didn't do anything last night. You just covered yourself with the quilt and slept? After seeing Yu nod, Qi Yan took a breath. Damn it. It turns out that the captain is really incompetent. Qi Yan. Yunmo's cold voice was chilling. What are you talking about? Qi Yan felt a chill on his back, turned around stiffly. Ah, Captain. When he saw Yunmo now, his eyes could not help but fall on a certain place. Frog fun, who could have thought that? The captain was good-looking but useless. Qi Yan was heartbroken. Such good hardware equipment wasted. It would be better to give it to him. You go outside and wait for me first. Yunmo rolled up his sleeves slowly. Oh! Yu glanced at Qi Yan, with some sympathy in his eyes. You're going to get beaten, last time. Yunmo also showed this expression, and then she blew up the head of the zombie that tried to get close to her. Captain, please listen to my explanation, it's not. Oh! Don't hit me in the face. Yu closed the door considerately, in order to prevent Qi Yan from running away. What happened? Several teammates went downstairs one after another. Seeing Qi Yan being beaten by Yunmo, Yunmo laughed immediately. What did Qi Yan do to make the captain angry again? Shirley's voice was loud, looking energetic and radiant. Sure too. Are you okay? Yunmo retracted his fist, and slowly turned his wrist. Although he didn't say anything. His brows relaxed. Yes. Captain. I have awakened my superpowers. Shirley smiled innocently, and showed his superpowers to Yunmo. The place where Qi Yan was standing suddenly collapsed, and a pit was formed. Earth-related superpowers. Yunmo smiled in his black eyes, and seemed to be in a good mood. Damn it! Qi Yan fell and cursed. You are going too far. Originally, he went to Yunmo last night, just to tell him about Shirley, but he didn't expect to go at the wrong time. Speaking of this, Qi Yan felt angry. What does it have to do with him if the captain is not good? Qi Yan felt that Yunmo must be angry and humiliated, and took it out on him. Qi Yan dared not speak. Put away your dirty thoughts. Nothing happened between you and me. Yunmo sneered. If I hear you say something to her next time, Qi Yan could not help but feel a chill on his neck when he heard a hint of danger in his tone. I didn't say anything, he muttered aggrievedly. It was you who got me into bed. And you didn't let me ask. What? Shirley was so scared that his eyes widened like bells. Captain, you already have a girlfriend? Even Chinemo and Bai Yu looked at Yunemo. This news was more shocking than the end of the world. The captain of their family was pure, and had kept his virginity for many years. Captain, didn't you say that women would only affect your speed in drawing the sword? Could this cold-faced king of hell finally come to his senses? You won't. Yunemo spoke without thinking. Seeing his teammates' strange expressions, Yunemo finally realized what he had said and quickly explained. Don't think too much. I just treat you as my sister. The first human the girl came into contact with was him. So it was natural that she was full of dependence on him. She can't live without me, so I have to take care of her. Yunemo didn't want his teammates to misunderstand the relationship between him and Yu. The girl was simple-minded. So how could he take advantage of her? Huh? Qi Yan laughed out loud. Come on, whose brother or sister has taken care of the bed? Qi Yan is careless, remembering food but not beatings. He fearlessly expressed everyone's thoughts. The final result, naturally, he was beaten again. Now, several teammates looked at Yunemo with very strange eyes. I didn't expect you to be such a captain. Beijing City Research Institute, the first basement floor. Researchers in white coats hurriedly walked in the middle of the experimental cabin, recording every experimental data. Professor Jing, there seems to be an accident with the number 05 experimental subject. Professor Jing? After the assistant shouted several times, Jing Ryua slowly came back to her senses. None of this matters, Jing Ryua said in a hurry. Put aside the experiments at hand for now. Send someone to Yutian base immediately to find a man named Yunemo. You must bring him back to me. The assistant nodded, and then became puzzled. But Professor, what's the point of looking for this person? He's very useful. Jing Ryua smiled meaningfully, with a gleam in her eyes. He's very helpful to our experiments. Maybe he can solve the mystery of the end of the world. No matter how many zombies are dissected here, they are not as valuable as Yunmo's experiment. That's right. Jing Ryua was reborn. Yunmo did not hesitate to blow himself up and take the entire research institute with him. But what she didn't expect was that. She opened her eyes and returned to the beginning of the apocalypse. Since she has returned to the present, the most important thing now is, of course, to find Yunmo. Whether this disaster can be ended and the future of mankind can be saved, the hope lies in Yunmo. As long as she is given a little more time, she will definitely find a way to end the apocalypse. Also, find another zombie. Jing Ryua remembered that. The zombie king who almost caused the extinction of mankind in the previous life. The news came from S City at the beginning. We must kill it before it grows up. Otherwise, this zombie king will become a disaster for mankind in the future. Professor Jing, what are the characteristics of that zombie? The assistant asked again. After all, there are tens of thousands of zombies in S City. How can we find them without a target? Jing Ryua pondered for a while. That zombie has a very strange behavior. It hunts girls age 17 or 18. Please pay more attention. If you find a zombie with this behavior, kill it immediately. In the previous life, the zombie king always hunted women age 17 or 18. But he didn't eat them after catching them. This kind of purposeful hunting seemed to be looking for someone. No one cared at first. Until later, for some reason, the zombie king, like a lonely lion who had lost his partner, suddenly began to run wild. He ordered the zombie army to besiege the human base at all costs, and refused to let any human go. The final result was that humanity was almost extinct, and there were only a few left. Jing Ryua still has lingering fears when she thinks back to it. Remember, at all costs, you must kill that zombie. Also, you must bring it back to Yunmon no matter what. The assistant looked stern. Yes. Chapter 33. Should he kill her? Shirley turned a disaster into a blessing this time. Not only did he not turn into a zombie, he also awakened his Earth-related superpowers. This made Qi Yan envious. What do you think? If I let a zombie bite me, will I also be able to awaken my superpowers? Qi Yan looked eager to do something. Before the apocalypse, they were the special forces with the strongest physical fitness. After the apocalypse, even ordinary people awakened their superpowers, but they were the only ones who didn't have superpowers. The living environment in the apocalypse is cruel. Zombies still have room to evolve. Ordinary people are under great pressure to survive. Only those with superpowers can survive. Qi Yan certainly wasn't willing to be just an ordinary person. Not only him, I believe the other teammates also thought so. Qi Yan touched his chin, thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Qin Imo sneered while driving, mocking his wild ideas. You can try, don't worry. I will smash your head with my own hands after you become a zombie. It's not that he wants to pour cold water on you, after being infected with the virus. There is only a 5% chance of becoming a superpower. It's not that no one has thought about doing this, but most people have become part of the zombie army. I just thought about it. Qi Yan completely gave up this idea. But he still felt a little unwilling. God is really unfair. Even Lin Yu, a little fool, has superpowers. But I don't, Qi Yan said sadly. Hearing this, Yu suddenly raised her head and looked at him dimly. Yunimo, he scolded me. The girl's soft voice was full of grievances. Yu is not a little fool. Yunimo held the steering wheel with one hand and touched her head with his free hand to comfort her. Qi Yan, if you let me hear these 3 words again, you will get out of the car. The man's voice was cold, but it was full of strong deterrence. No more. No more. Qi Yan touched his nose angrily and shut up with a strong desire to survive. After all, the captain never joked, and he said what he would do. Yu thought angrily. Next time, she must let the zombies bite Qi Yan's butt first. For some reason, Qi Yan suddenly shuddered. The convoy was moving at full speed, except for stopping for lunch. The rest of the time was on the road. Yunimo wanted to return to the base before the rainstorm came. But he didn't expect that man's plans are not as good as God's plans. The rainstorm came early. The originally clear sky suddenly became gloomy. The heavy dark clouds covered the sky, covering the entire sky. Not even a ray of light could penetrate. It was clearly daytime, but the whole world seemed as dark as night. Hee hee. The roar of zombies came from a distance, adding a bit of desolation and horror. The rainstorm is coming. Yunmo's eyes sank. They had already driven out of the center of S City, and were now staying in the countryside. Yunimo immediately stopped the team, and found a 3-story self-built villa in the village. This rainstorm will last for a week. They have to wait until the rainstorm stops before they can continue their journey. His teammates have no objection to his decision. Yunmo's decisions are never wrong. However, looking at this sudden rainstorm, it carries a depressing atmosphere like the destruction of the world. Everyone feels a little heavy in their hearts. At this time, they don't know that the rainstorm is just the beginning. The weather in the end of the world will become more and more extreme, and the living environment of human beings will become more and more difficult. Yu stood by the window and looked up at the gloomy sky for a few seconds. For some reason, she became more and more anxious. She didn't know what she was anxious about. At the moment when the rainstorm fell, Yu actually had the urge to run away. The rainstorm seemed to carry some power. Not only her, but even the zombies in the village walked into the rain one after another. And the roars came one after another. Yu, what are you doing? Someone suddenly grabbed her wrist, and Yunmo's cold voice suddenly sounded. Yu finally came to her senses, and found that she had walked to the door unconsciously. She was only 1 step away from stepping into the rain. Yunimo, I want to go out. There seemed to be a voice in the depths of her mind, urging her to go out urgently. You can't go out. You will get wet. Yunimo took the girl's hand and brought her back to the house. His sword-like eyebrows slowly frowned. This rain has an effect on zombies. Could it also have an effect on Yu? Oh! Yu drooped her eyebrows a little disappointedly, but still followed Yunimo back to the room obediently. She could still control herself during the day, but at night, the desire to walk into the rain became stronger. Go out. I want to go out. Somehow, there seemed to be a magical force pulling her. Yu sat up from the bed and walked out step by step. Yunimo had just finished taking a shower and found that Yu was gone when he came out of the bathroom. Thinking back to the daytime, Yu looked very abnormal, and his long eyebrows twisted slightly. Yunimo hurried downstairs. Only Qi Yan and Shirley were on guard in the lobby on the first floor. When they saw him, they stood up quickly. Have you seen Yu? Yunimo asked in a deep voice. Yes. Qi Yan pointed outside casually, and saw a slender figure standing in the hazy rain. She doesn't know where she's going. She ignored me when I called her just now. Qi Yan was about to chase her out, but Yunimo came. Since the captain was here, he didn't care. He should coax his own woman. Yu, where are you going? Yunimo noticed something was wrong at the first time, and immediately rushed into the rain and grabbed the girl's wrist. Come on, Come back with me. Yu slowly turned around. Her almond eyes glowed with a faint red light in the darkness. There was no reason in her eyes, but a hint of madness. Yunmo's heart sank. Boom! Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Silver lightning cut through the night sky. At that moment, Yunmo saw that Yu's pretty face gradually had blue-gray lines appearing. It crawled up her face little by little like a spider web, strange and bewitching. The girl's eyes were scarlet, as bright and beautiful as two rubies in the darkness, but there was no trace of humanity in her eyes. Instead, it was full of brutality. A word emerged in Yunmo's mind: zombification. That's right, the girl's appearance at this moment is basically the same as a zombie. Yunmo's dark eyes were gloomy, and his hand gradually touched the gun on his waist. The next second, Yu pounced on him fiercely. Her body seemed to burst out with great power, and directly pressed Yunmo to the ground, making a loud bang. The pair of scarlet eyes stared at him straight, and there was no clarity in her eyes. The girl let out a broken, hoarse and unpleasant roar from her throat. Like a beast. Ah! Yu now had only one thought in her mind. That is, to walk into the rain. Anyone who stopped her would die. She couldn't recognize the person in front of her at all. Her mind was full of killing the human in front of her, and tearing him to pieces. Yu, don't you remember me? Yunmo's eyes condensed, trying to call back the last bit of the girl's consciousness. He didn't expect that. This rain would have such a big impact on Yu. Yunmo's heart sank. Yu turned into a zombie. Could she change back in the future? Yunmo didn't know. After all, he had never seen a second situation like this except Yu. If Yu could not recover her human memory and reason, what should he do? Kill her? Roar! The girl opened her mouth towards him. Her white teeth were sharper than before, and she lowered her head to bite his neck. Yu? Yunmo clamped her neck with one hand to stop the girl's behavior. Yu's mood became very manic, and she turned her head and bit his arm. The sharp fangs pierced his skin and bit hard, like a crazy beast that had lost its mind. The strong smell of blood gradually spread. This seemed to further stimulate the girl, who had entered the zombie stage. At this moment, Yu could not remember anything, and only her bloodthirsty nature remained. Chapter 34 Want to merge her into his body. Yu almost tore a piece of flesh off Yunmo's arm. Hee. The girl let out a discordant roar from her throat. Yu, look carefully at who I am. Yunmo said in a deep voice. His dark eyes were deep. Reason told him that he should kill Yu right now. After all, she could no longer be called a human being. She had completely turned into a zombie. But, seeing the girl's beautiful scarlet eyes, Yunmo really couldn't do it. Yunmo pinched her neck with 2 fingers, took out a bundle of hemp rope from the space, wanted to tie her up temporarily. However, the next second, Yu suddenly let go of him, turned around and ran into the dark rain curtain. The girl's slender figure disappeared in the darkness in the blink of an eye. Captain! Chi Yan's shout sounded from behind. You stay here. Yunmo only left this sentence, and immediately chased Yu away. Yu has now completely turned into a zombie. It will be troublesome if she encounters humans. Yunmo chased the girl through the rainstorm. He soon discovered that Yu was not running aimlessly. Instead, something was attracting her, and she kept running in one direction. That was the center of S City. So over there, what was attracting her? The rainstorm made many zombies hide in the houses. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared at him greedily in the dark. Of course, there were also blind zombies, who came out to seek death. Puff! The smelly black blood splattered on the ground, and there were broken limbs all over the ground. The black military boots stepped over the broken zombies, following the girl's figure all the way to the central square. A tall and slender white figure stood in the center of the square. The man was wearing a white coat, not a doctor, but a researcher. Half of his face was rotten, ugly like a demon, while the other half was handsome and gentle. The red eyes showed his inhuman identity. The red-eyed zombie made a low and strange tone. Yu seemed to be bewitched, walking towards him step by step. At this moment, there was only one voice in her mind, urging her to hurry over. It was also this voice that summoned her to this place. She could not resist the voice's command, and could only obey subconsciously. Yu, come back. Yunmo's dark eyes shone, and he called out to the girl in a deep voice. He felt an unprecedented dangerous aura from this red-eyed zombie. Yunmo found that he could not tell the level of this zombie. This meant that this zombie was either as powerful as him, or it might be higher than his level. No matter what, this zombie is very tricky. Unfortunately, Yu, who is usually very well behaved, completely ignored him at this moment. Ignored Unimo directly. And obediently walked to the side of the red-eyed zombie. The red-eyed zombie was very satisfied with her performance. And did not even look at Unimo. The flesh and blood of high-level psychics are full of temptations for zombies. But the red-eyed zombie's target is not Unimo. The one he wants to devour is Yuyu. When Yuyu walked to his side, the red-eyed zombie opened his mouth and wanted to bite her neck. He could have dug out the crystal core from Yuyu's brain. But the red-eyed zombie didn't want to do that. Even though Yuyu was of the same kind as him, the girl had a natural attraction to him. The red-eyed zombie had a strong appetite for Yuyu. Compared to the power brought by the crystal core, he wanted to devour her flesh and blood more, and completely integrate Yuyu into his body. Yuyu? Yunmo's dark eyes suddenly tightened, and he immediately launched an attack. The red-eyed zombie sensed the danger, and immediately let go of the girl in his arms, and dodged his attack. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. The invisible space blade cut open his chest, revealing his internal organs. Roar the red-eyed zombie was completely enraged when his feeding was interrupted. He let go of Yuyu, and turned to stare at Unimo. However, something strange happened the next moment. The wound on the red-eyed zombie's chest grew slowly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. It soon recovered as if it had never been injured. Yunmo's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart sank. The zombie in front of him actually had unlimited regeneration ability just like him. Unless the crystal core in his brain is destroyed, it is impossible to kill him. Yunmo's attack just now has completely angered him. The red-eyed zombie immediately abandoned Yuyu and attacked him. The scorching flames came with extremely high temperatures. Then, there was a sharp and silent wind blade. Unimo erected a superpower barrier to resist his superpower attack. Dual superpowers. No, that's not right. When the red-eyed zombie sent out a space blade that was exactly the same as his, Unimo immediately understood. How powerful is the zombie in front of him? The ability to copy. Unimo suddenly remembered. In his previous life, when he was in the research institute, before he died, he heard the conversation between Jing Ryue and others. That happened 10 years after the end of the world. The zombie king summoned all high-level zombies to besiege the base. That was the most serious crisis that the Bright Base had ever faced. No one could kill the zombie king, because he not only had unlimited regeneration ability, but also the ability to copy. Even the strongest human being, all attacks were ineffective against him. It seemed that the only thing left for humans was to wait for death. Later, he detonated his own power, and the huge energy affected the entire research institute and base. I just don't know if the zombie king is dead or not. In the hazy and dark rain curtain, one could only see the battle between two figures, one black and one white. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see clearly. Unimo and the zombie king fought evenly, and several times when he was about to chop off his head, the zombie king dodged it. One arm of the red-eyed zombie had been cut off by him, and a big hole was opened in the abdomen. But Yunmo's injuries were getting worse and worse, and the rainwater under his feet had turned red. He seemed to realize that he couldn't kill the human in front of him, unless he died with him. The zombie king immediately changed his goal and gave Yuyu an order: kill this human. He was the zombie king, and he could control all the zombies in the world. Yuyu, who had already turned into a zombie, couldn't disobey his orders at all. Yuyu's bright and beautiful red eyes stared at Unimo, and his killing intent gradually rose. At this moment, she had only one thought: to kill this human. The girl quickly launched an attack on him. The vine swept towards him as flexibly as octopus tentacles, trying to strangle him alive. Unimo dodged the overwhelming vines, fearing that he would hurt Yuyu, and did not dare to fight back. He only defended and did not attack. The insidious old zombie king hid aside, and attacked whenever he saw an opportunity. Unimo gradually lost the upper hand. Puff! The zombie king's claws pierced into Unimo's chest, trying to take out his heart alive. Humans are not like zombies. They must destroy their brains to die. As long as the heart is taken out, no matter how strong Yunmo's self-healing ability is, he will definitely die this time. Chapter 35, Bewitched and Fascinated. At this critical moment, Yuyu's chaotic mind suddenly regained clarity for a moment. Unimo. Seeing that Unimo was about to die at the hands of the red-eyed zombie, Yuyu released his mental power without reservation. The zombie king's movements suddenly stopped for a moment. It was this 1-second pause that the power of space crushed his arm. Unimo covered the wound on his chest and quickly distanced himself from the zombie king. The wound continued to bleed. Even with the self-healing ability, it could not be repaired immediately. Because all the superpowers in his body were used up, even the progress of the self-healing superpower became very slow. A cold and murderous look flashed in Yunmo's eyes, and he took out his pistol and pointed it at the zombie's head. He didn't want to let the zombie king go, as the saying goes, take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Unfortunately, the zombie king is still the zombie king after all, and at the moment he found the crisis, he quickly released a fireball to resist. After suffering a heavy blow, the zombie king no longer wanted to fight, and quickly turned around and fled. Yunemo knew very well that, with his current strength, he could not kill the zombie king at all, and could only watch him escape. After severely injuring the zombie king, Yunemo himself was exhausted due to exhaustion of his superpowers, and knelt on one knee on the ground. Cough cough. The man coughed out a mouthful of blood, staining his thin lips red. After Yu released all his mental power, he fainted and fell into the cold rain. Yunemo raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips, and picked Yu up from the ground. At this moment, the blue-black veins spreading on Yu's face had slowly faded. Her face returned to its original whiteness. Seeing this, Yunmo's frown relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yu would remain a zombie forever and never change back. Fortunately, things had not reached the worst point yet. Yunemo carried his little zombie back to the villa. Several teammates had not slept, and all waited in the hall for him to come back. Seeing Yunemo carrying Yu back, they all went to greet him. Captain, what's going on? Bayu's face suddenly changed, and his voice was a little anxious. You are injured. They all saw the wounds on Yunmo's body, and the strong smell of blood could not be covered up. I'm fine. This injury won't kill him. It just takes some time to recover. What do you mean I'm fine? You're so badly injured, and you still say I'm fine. Shi Yan couldn't help but yell. Such a serious injury is life-threatening. They have never seen Yunemo injured so badly. It's okay, Yunemo said calmly. I'm a superpower. I have a strong recovery ability. I'll recover soon. Although Yunemo said it lightly, but they are not fools. How can they not see how serious his injury is? There was a big hole in his chest. If he wasn't a superpower, he would have died long ago. For a moment, Qi Yin and the others were full of resentment towards Yu. And Yu had already fainted. She nestled in Yunmo's arms obediently, with her eyes closed and her face peaceful and beautiful, as if she was asleep. Shi Yan was even more angry when he saw her. The captain was injured so badly for her, but she is fine. She can still sleep soundly now. Does she have a conscience? Originally, because Yu saved Yunmo's life, the team had already begun to accept her joining. But now, Shi Yan and his friends really couldn't like her, and they were full of disgust. This kind of selfish and willful woman, who would only cause trouble to others, and cause the captain to get hurt. What's the difference between her and Yi Weiwei? No. She is even worse than Yi Weiwei. Although Yi Weiwei is spoiled and willful, she would never cause Yunemo to get hurt. She would never throw a tantrum and run out in the middle of the night. The more they thought about it, the worse Qi Yin and his friends felt about Yu, and their favorability instantly dropped to negative numbers. There is another hidden story behind what happened tonight, and it has nothing to do with Yu. Yu's identity is too special. Even Yunmo doesn't know whether she is a zombie or a human. It's not that Yunemo doesn't trust his teammates, but Yu's special identity is not suitable for public disclosure. However, his words fell into the ears of several people, and became an excuse for Yu. Qi Yin was even more angry. Captain, what kind of magic potion did Lin Yu give you? She has harmed you to such a state, and you are still speaking for her. Enough, Yunemo said coldly. I have said it. It has nothing to do with Yu. Seeing the atmosphere solidified, Yunemo quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Okay. Stop talking. It's no use to find out who is at fault now. It's good enough that the captain comes back safely. I'll help the captain treat his wound first. Qi Yin was angry and unwilling. He turned around and kicked the table hard. He didn't understand why the captain, who was always calm and wise, became so confused after meeting Lin Yu. A little fool could actually bewitch him so much that he almost lost his life. When helping Yunemo treat his wound, Yunemo realized how serious his injury was. The entire chest was almost penetrated, and he almost died. Even with such a serious injury, Yunemo still looked calm. This made Yunemo admire him. He knew that not all superpowered people had such strong physiques. After all, Shirley was also a superpowered person. But the gunshot wound in the abdomen still almost took his life. Superpowered people only have stronger physiques than ordinary people. But they are also mortals. Not invincible. Captain, you are lucky this time. But you may not be so lucky next time. At this moment, Chinemo also felt a little dislike for Yu. This kind of spoiled and willful woman is indeed not suitable to stay with the captain. The one who can match Chinemo, even if she is not a strong woman who is equal to him, should at least be like his sister, with a gentle temperament, who will not act willfully, and put Chinemo in danger. Yu regained consciousness. And when she woke up, she had no memory of last night. Yu had no idea about what happened last night, and went downstairs as usual. When Yu appeared, the other members of the team were having breakfast. Where's Chinemo? Yu looked around the restaurant, but didn't see the familiar figure, so she couldn't help asking. Humph. Yin lost his appetite when he saw her, and couldn't even eat the meat bun in his hand. Yu's beautiful almond eyes showed doubt. She was very sensitive to the good and evil of human beings, and naturally could tell that Yin and others didn't like her. But after one night, the attitude of everyone in the team towards her seemed to have changed subtly. Among them, Yin's attitude was the most obvious. He looked at her with a bit of annoyance. At this moment, Yu had already become a willful troublemaker in his eyes. Why is this? However, this question only turned around in her mind. Yu didn't care about other people's thoughts at all. She only cared about Chinemo. Where is Chinemo? Yu asked again. Why? Now you know to care about the captain. Why didn't you think about the captain when you ran out last night? Yin mocked sarcastically. He just couldn't stand Lin Yu, who made her almost kill the captain. Thanks to you, our captain is not dead, but seriously injured. Are you satisfied with this result? Chinemo was injured? Yu immediately caught the point. Stop pretending there. If it weren't for you, how could brother Chinemo be injured? Yu spoke in a tender voice, looking at her with contempt. She had failed to seduce Chinemo before, and her self-esteem suffered a great blow. She has been very quiet during this period. Until now. Seeing Yu make a mistake, he finally couldn't help but jump out, his face full of uncontrollable excitement. It was as if he had finally caught her handle. You almost killed brother Chinemo. People like you shouldn't stay with him. If I were you, I would die now. How dare you stand here and pretend to be innocent and ignorant? Disgusting. Yu Weiwei's tone was full of malice. She tried to slander Yu with the most vicious words. It would be best to force her away and leave the team voluntarily. Chapter 36. Don't dare to touch it. Yu Weiwei was like a chirping hen, noisy in her ear. Yu was impatient to hear her talking nonsense. She just wanted to know quickly, where did Chinemo go? If you say one more word, I will kill you now. The girl's voice was as soft as cotton, but it made people shudder. Yu Weiwei couldn't help but recall Huang Ying's end, and her arrogant attitude suddenly waned. You, who are you trying to scare? She said with a lack of momentum. Isn't it just superpowers? What's so great about that? If you dare to touch a hair on my head, brother Chinemo will not forgive you. Yu Weiwei said disdainfully. But her jealousy was growing wildly. Why can a loser like Lin Yu get superpowers? But she doesn't. People with superpowers seem to be born superior in the end times. Yu Weiwei has always been a favored girl. She has had everything she wanted since she was a child. She can't accept the fact that she is not as good as her rival in love. Is it because Lin Yu has superpowers that Chinemo likes her? The more Yu Weiwei thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Otherwise, even if Chinemo didn't like her, he shouldn't have fallen for a fool. If she also had superpowers, what would Lin Yu have to do with her? Okay. Stop arguing. Chinemo said indifferently, looking at Yu with a look that showed no likes or dislikes. But Yu could feel that he didn't like her. Ms. Lin, the captain was seriously injured and needs to rest now. Please don't disturb him. I want to see Chinemo. Yu looked at him with her crystal clear almond eyes, and said seriously. She didn't believe what these people said. She could only feel relieved when she saw Chinemo with her own eyes. TSK, Yin impatiently dropped the bun in his hand, his tone gradually becoming irritable. Why don't you understand what people say? I've already said the captain. Yin. The man's cold voice suddenly sounded, implying a warning. Yu turned around and saw Chinemo's figure, who appeared at the door of the restaurant without knowing when. Chinemo was naked from the waist up, with a circle of white gauze wrapped around his chest. Yu's eyes lit up, and she ran towards him briskly. You are injured. Does it hurt? Yu stretched out her fingertips and gently poked the gauze on his chest. The white gauze slowly oozed red. Ah! It's bleeding. Yu was so scared that her eyes widened. She withdrew her hand in a flash, looking at him helplessly like a child who had made a mistake. At this moment, Yunemo had become a delicate boy in Yu's mind. She didn't even dare to touch him again. It's okay, Yunemo said in a deep voice. Captain, didn't I tell you not to get out of bed? What if the wound is torn again? Yunemo frowned and said with a look of disapproval. Yunemo, I'm fine. Yunemo sighed. I'll change the medicine for you. Yu followed Yunemo closely like a little tail. When Yunemo helped him change the medicine, Yu watched without blinking. In the past, Yunmo's blood smelled very good, but at this moment, it was not attracted to Yu. Instead, she felt depressed and a little uncomfortable, seeing the bloody chest of Yunemo. Yu's beautiful eyebrows twisted slightly. She realized once again that humans are very fragile and can die if they are not careful. Yunemo, did I hurt you? Yu's mood suddenly became depressed. She failed to protect her human. He almost killed him. This made Yunemo look at her more. His eyes seemed to say, who else could it be if not you? No, it has nothing to do with you. Yunemo chuckled, without any blame in his tone. It was that zombie who hurt me. How can I blame you? As for the attack on him by Yu, when he turned into a zombie, Yunemo did not say anything. He didn't want the little girl to blame herself. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your help, I might have been killed by that zombie. Yunemo said this not only to comfort Yu, but also to Yunemo. He saw the opinions of his teammates on Yu, and naturally didn't want this to happen. Yunemo said nothing. After changing the medicine for him, he left with the medicine box. Although Yunemo said it had nothing to do with her, Yu was still very unhappy. There were actually blind zombies, who hurt her human without her knowing. It's really unforgivable. If it weren't for Yunmo's strength, he would have been eaten by now. When she thought of this, Yu was furious like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She didn't even eat Yunemo, so no other zombies would have a chance to take a bite. Yunemo, don't be afraid. I will help you get revenge. A faint smile flashed across the man's eyes. Well, I'm not afraid. Speaking of which, this matter is weird. It's the nature of zombies to eat people. Unless there is no food, they will eat each other. But he, a high-level psychic, was standing there. The zombie king had no interest in him at all. Instead, he attacked Yu. Why? Yunemo frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Could it be that Yu attracted him? Yunemo was puzzled. The only thing that was certain was that the zombie king would not give up so easily. He would definitely come back. Yu said that he wanted to avenge Yunemo, but that was no joke. While Yunemo was resting, Yu secretly left the villa. The rainstorm never stopped, and the whole world was plunged into darkness. If it weren't for the clock, it would be hard to tell the difference between day and night. Going out in this situation is undoubtedly a very dangerous move. After all, this kind of weather has no effect on zombies, but makes them more active. What does she want to do? Go out to die at this time? Chi-Yun said impatiently. I'll go and see. Shirley stood up and walked out worriedly. Although Yu is a superpower, the girl left a deep impression on him. She was delicate and weak, and needed protection from others. Who cares what she does? Chi-Yun reached out to stop him. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Don't end up like the captain. Chi-Yun said unhappily. If she wants to die, who can stop her? Just let her go. I can save her temporarily, but I can't save her forever. Don't blame him for being ruthless. After all, Yu has only known him for less than a week. Chi-Yun certainly cares more about his teammates. Even the captain is so powerful, but he came back with serious injuries. It shows how dangerous it is outside now. It's okay for Lin Yu to die, but don't let his brothers get involved. But, Shirley hesitated for a moment. But what? Are your abilities stronger than the captain's? Shirley was speechless. Just as he hesitated, when he wanted to chase her out, Yu's figure had disappeared in the rainstorm. What if something happens to her? How will we explain to the captain? Shirley was a little worried. Brother Shir, don't worry about her. Anyway, we have already persuaded her. What can we do if she doesn't listen? Yu Weiwei said hypocritically. But she was thinking maliciously in her heart. It would be best if Lin Yu died outside. Guyun and Suyu kept silent. They were not part of this team, so they could not express any opinions on such things. But Guyun thought that Yu was not such a willful person. Chapter 37. Don't raise zombies. Just raise me. Yunemo, you're awake. When Yunemo opened his eyes, he saw Yu holding her face, and her beautiful eyes like glass staring at him. Seeing that he finally woke up, Yu was very happy and couldn't wait to say, "Unmo, I brought you a gift." Gift? Unmo turned his head carelessly and was caught off guard by a pair of eyes that were still open. Rows of zombie heads were neatly placed at the head of the bed. "Do you like it?" Yu looked at him with sparkling eyes. She didn't know which zombie had injured Unmo, so she found a few zombies at random, cut off their heads, and brought them back to him. Facing these hideous heads, Unmo couldn't even say the word like, "Don't you like it?" Seeing Yunmo's expression, Yu already knew the answer and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Yunmo's mouth twitched. He couldn't bear to disappoint the girl and was about to say those two words against his will. At this time, Yu suddenly held out a handful of beautiful crystal cores. A closer look revealed that, in addition to transparent ones, these crystal cores also had red, blue, green. They looked like a bunch of bright and beautiful gems. They were all crystal cores of second and third level zombies. Before the rainstorm ended, second and third level zombies were rare. There might only be 1 out of 100 zombies. I don't know how far Yu ran to find so many crystal cores. "Do you like these?" Yu was like a wealthy sponsor, spending a fortune just to please a beautiful woman. "Unmo, these are all for you." Yu knew that Unmo was injured, but she couldn't give him anything good. She could only find more crystal cores for him. "Yeah, I like it." Yunmo's black eyes were smiling. A warm feeling surged in his heart. All his superpowers were exhausted, and these crystal cores were exactly what he needed at the moment. "Thank you, I like them very much." Hearing this, the girl smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes, looking very happy. Although Unmo didn't blame her, but Yu felt that it was her fault. It was her negligence that caused her human to get hurt. The only thing Yu could do was to find more crystal cores for Unmo to compensate him. "This one is for you too." Yu took out the 4th level spiritual crystal core and handed it to him with a look of reluctance. She couldn't absorb this crystal core at the moment, and it was obvious that Unmo needed it more. "No, I have enough for these." Unmo felt a little funny. It was originally given to Yu by him, so there was no reason to take it back. "No, take it." Yu forcefully stuffed the crystal core into his hand and put on a domineering demeanor, saying confidently, "Take my crystal core, and you will be mine from now on. Since you are her person, you must be obedient and not refuse her. It's hers." For some reason, Unmo suddenly thought of the betrothal gift. The man's ears gradually turned red. Ahem, did he sell himself out? The rainstorm lasted for a week and finally stopped on this morning. After a week of recuperation, Yunmo's injuries had almost healed. After absorbing the 4th level primary crystal core, Yunmo's ability had reached the 4th level late stage. But the Zombie King's strength was slightly higher than his before. After a rainstorm, the Zombie King's strength must have improved a lot. The evolution of zombies is much faster than that of humans. It would be difficult for him to kill the Zombie King alone. After thinking for a while, Unmo decided to return to Yution base first, summon the superpowers, and then destroy the Zombie King together. He must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, only destruction awaits mankind. Damn it, these zombies evolve too fast, they don't let people live. Chi Yin rolled on the ground, dodged the fireball in a panic, and cursed. After the rainstorm, the 2nd and 3rd level zombies, which were rarely seen before, emerged like mushrooms after the rain. Even though Chi Yin was an outstanding special forces soldier, his rich combat experience could not defeat a fireball released by a 2nd level zombie. For a moment, Chi Yin was in a mess, and his guns and bullets were useless at this moment. He could not get close to the zombie at all, let alone how to chop off its head. Yu sat on the roof of the car, eating jelly while watching the monkey show in front of him. When seeing the excitement, I couldn't help but chuckle. Originally, with her around, there would be no blind zombies to harass them. But Unmo wanted to improve the combat capabilities of his teammates and didn't want them to be too comfortable. Once people are comfortable, they will stop moving forward. Therefore, Yu didn't intervene and even deliberately led the zombies over. Damn! Chi Yin soon discovered that these zombies seemed to be targeting him on purpose. It's okay to have superpowers to cheat, but they actually fought 2 against 1. You little loser. Can't you afford to play? I'll help you. After Shirley dealt with the zombie in front of him, he immediately joined the battle and helped Chi Yin lead away another zombie. Chi Yin's pressure was relieved a lot, and he focused on dealing with this mutant zombie. Although the 2nd level zombie has superpowers, It is not that strong. Just a little faster than ordinary zombies. After sending out several fireballs that all missed, the second-level zombie's superpowers were instantly exhausted, and it couldn't even spit out a spark. Qi Yin had been fighting with it until now, waiting for this moment. When he chopped off the head of the second-level zombie, the tense spirits of his teammates relaxed. Only Yu yawned out of boredom, and her almond eyes were full of water. These humans are so weak, not even as good as her Zhuang. Hey, no. Where is Zhuang? Yu was stunned for a moment, and her innocent eyes, like a deer, showed confusion. Yu finally realized that something was wrong. She seemed to have lost Zhuang. What should I do? Yu subconsciously asked Yunmo for help. Yunmo, Zhuang is gone. Seeing the girl's anxious expression, Yunmo patiently asked, who is Zhuang? It's a zombie, I raised. Yunmo's eyebrows jumped heavily. Zombies? Yeah. Yu nodded heavily. Is it important to you? Yunmo held his forehead helplessly. Never expected that. Yu would bring her family with her. They were almost at the Untitled base. It was obviously unrealistic to go back to a city to find a zombie at this time. There were so many zombies in the city, where to start looking? Besides, S-City also had the potential threat of the Zombie King. Going back now was obviously an unwise decision. But seeing Yu looking at him eagerly, Yunmo couldn't bear to let her down. Let's raise another zombie. Okay? The man's tone was like he was coaxing a simple child. Or, Yunmo coughed twice, looking a little unnatural. Don't raise zombies. Just raise me. Yunmo never thought that one day, he would be reduced to being compared with a zombie. But in order to make Yu give up this idea, Yunmo could only promote himself as much as possible. Am I not as good as a zombie? Yu? What it can give you, I also have. What it can't give you, I can give you too. He can warm the bed. What can that zombie do? A zombie want to compete with him. Ha, ridiculous. Who is more important? Zhuang or Yunmo? Yu hesitated for 2 seconds, and the scale in her heart finally leaned towards Yunmo. The reason is simple. She is a face control. Yunmo is not only good looking, but also warm, and he smells good. The little girl couldn't help but slurp her saliva. Tang Seng meat and little brother, of course Tang Seng meat is more tempting. Little did she know that. At this moment, a zombie in flowered shorts followed the scent left by Yu, and chased out of S-City. After leaving S-City, Zhuang looked up and looked around in confusion. Cub, where is it? Zhuang foolishly chose a direction, like an old father who lost his daughter, and once again embarked on the long journey of looking for cubs. Looking for cubs, it wants to find cubs. Chapter 38. How should I sleep tonight? The Untitled base is located at the junction of S-City and A-City, with the Yangtze River in front, and the mountains behind. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and has a natural geographical advantage. The closer we get to the base, the more private cars we see along the way. The convoy forms a long queue, extending all the way to the gate of the base. Yu looked out through the window, and heard the noisy voices outside. She couldn't help but exclaimed, so many people. Yu has been with zombies since she can remember. This is the first time she has seen so many humans gathered together. But Yu is different from those hungry zombies. She is a picky little zombie. No matter how many people there are, none of them are her favorite. She still likes Yunmo the most. After watching for a while, the girl withdrew her gaze without interest and continued to stare at her Yunmo. Captain Yun, the registration staff at the door, was a fair-looking and gentle young man. When he saw Yunmo, he stood up in surprise. That's great. Captain Yun? You are not dead. Yunmo nodded slightly. Xiao. Long time no see. When Shen Lang's team came back, they said you died? We all thought you. Anyway, it's great that you are okay, Xiao said happily. Hearing this name, Yunmo's eyes darkened slightly. Yeah. The man's thin lips raised a smile. He was fine, but Shen Lang was in trouble. Seeing Yunmo showing this familiar expression again, Yu tilted her head and looked at him for a while. If nothing unexpected happened, someone should be in trouble. 1/3 of the supplies need to be handed over to enter the base. This caused ordinary people to complain. Some radical elements even planned to break in directly. Bang! A loud gunshot. The soldier fired a shot directly into the sky, which shocked the restless people. The next second, the black muzzle of the gun was aimed at the troublemakers. After using tough means to suppress them, these people finally settled down. Yunmo handed over 10 kilograms of rice and a box of instant noodles. The supplies of their team were all in his space, and only a few things were loaded in the car to cover up. Before entering the base, a full body check is required. Make sure there are no bites or scratches on the body caused by zombies before you can enter. A team of armed soldiers patrolled solemnly. If they found someone who did not cooperate with the inspection, they would take immediate measures. Yu had to separate from Yunimo temporarily. The person who helped her with the inspection was a middle-aged woman, who could not help but wonder, how could this little girl be so young, with such a cold body temperature? As cold as a corpse. Thinking of this, the woman shuddered, and a chill rose from the bottom of her heart. But when she looked up, the girl was delicate and beautiful, with a pair of watery almond eyes looking at her innocently, looking pure and well-behaved. It must be said that good-looking people do make people let down their guard. The woman immediately ignored the strangeness in her heart. How could such a beautiful girl be a zombie? In this way, Yu, the little zombie, got through with her beauty. She successfully sneaked into the human base. Mr. Yun, Ms. Lin, thank you for bringing us to Yutian base. Gu Yun was a smart man who took the initiative to say goodbye after entering the base, and did not rely on them. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely repay you. After thanking them gratefully, Gu Yun and Su Yu left. Yun Mo's team has its own residence at the base, which is in the military dormitory building. As a family member, Yu naturally followed Yun Mo back to his single dormitory. The girl looked around curiously. This dormitory is very simple, and you can see everything at a glance. A single bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. There is nothing else. Just like Yun Mo, there is a cold breath. But Yu likes this place very much, because the breath of Yun Mo is everywhere here. Yu buried her face in the quilt and took a deep breath. It smells good. For some reason, Yun Mo's face felt slightly hot. This single bed could barely accommodate Yun Mo, who was over 1.8 meters tall. With Yu, it became a bit crowded. The two of them could only stay close together, and even turning over was a bit difficult. But Yu couldn't leave Yun Mo's side. So here comes the question. How should I sleep tonight? Before Yun Mo could figure out the problem, he was called away by the top management of the base. Yu, stay here and wait for me to come back. Before leaving, Yun Mo, like an old father, repeatedly warned her. He was not worried that Yu would harm the survivors in the base, but he was afraid that someone with bad intentions would target his little zombie. If you want to go out, call Shirley with you. Okay. Yu nodded obediently. But as soon as Yun Mo left, she couldn't help but slip out the door. Ms. Lin, where do you want to go? Shirley followed her closely. He was the only one in the team who had no problem with Yu. In Shirley's opinion, Yu was just an ignorant child, so he could not help but want to take care of her a little more. Besides, this was someone the captain cared about. Their captain finally fell in love with a girl. Regardless of whether she was a sister or a lover, he had to help Yun Mo keep Yu. In fact, Yu didn't know, she just wanted to take a stroll. When she first entered human society, the girl was full of curiosity about everything. At this moment, a commotion on the street ahead caught Yu's attention. Let's go and have a look, Yu said, walking over with light steps. I saw a group of strong men surrounding a ragged little boy, punching and kicking him. The little boy's body was bent like a shrimp, and he protected his head with his arms, letting the fists rain down on him. But he just gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. His eyes were filled with stubbornness and unwillingness, staring at the man not far away fiercely, like a calf who refused to admit defeat. Damn it, the damned little beast dared to attack me, beat them all, beat them to death. The well-dressed man covered his bleeding arm and roared with a ferocious look. Yes. Hearing this, the men attacked even more mercilessly, with a fierce determination not to stop until the man was killed. For this scene, the passers-by only glanced at it hastily, with cold and numb expressions, and were already accustomed to such atrocities, and no one stepped forward to stop it. In the end times, human life is worthless, not even as much as a pack of biscuits. Just staying alive had already exhausted all their energy, so how could they have the mood to meddle in other people's business? However, there were also people who gathered and pointed fingers from a distance. What's wrong with that kid? Is he tired of living? He even dared to mess with Zhao Ziqing. Zhao Ziqing is a superpower of the Thunder team. Isn't it courting death to mess with him? I've seen that kid. I heard that his mother was killed by Zhao Ziqing, leaving only this half-grown child. It's pitiful. Alas. Hearing this, everyone around sighed. But at most they just expressed regret. No one stood up for him. After all, no one wanted to cause trouble. Except Shirley. Stop! A loud voice sounded. When Yu raised her head, she found that Shirley had already walked towards those people. As a soldier, protecting the people was his responsibility. Seeing this scene of bullying, Shirley could not stand by and watch. This voice made the men stop their actions, and they looked at Zhao Xiqing hesitantly, waiting for his instructions. You want to meddle in other people's business? Zhao Xiqing stared at him viciously. Shirley, let go of that kid. You dare to order me? Zhao Xiqing sneered. If I don't let him go today, what can you do? Chapter 39, This is Yunmo's woman. After Zhao Xiqing finished saying this, he suddenly noticed the stunningly beautiful girl behind Shirley. The girl was pure and flawless in a white dress, and her face was delicate and beautiful, and she had no idea how dazzling she was in this gloomy end of the world. She was like a lotus flower blooming in the mud, holy and beautiful, and could only be admired from a distance and not desecrated. Lin Yu. The heavily made-up woman next to Zhao Xiqing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's you, why are you here? Yu just glanced at them lightly, and turned her head away without interest. Who is this? I don't know him. Yunmo said, you can't talk to people you don't know. But some people just want to make trouble. Why, you don't recognize me after not seeing you for half a month? Wang Ying gritted her teeth in anger, glared at her fiercely, with a very unfriendly expression. I remember clearly what you did to me back then. You didn't expect that. I not only didn't die at the hands of zombies, I'm still alive and well. She said a lot, but you didn't hear a word. She thought these humans were so weird. Why did they always like to say a bunch of nonsense in front of her that she couldn't understand? Yi Weiwei was like this, Wang Ying was like this too. They were even noisier than those zombies that were screaming and howling. Yu suddenly missed Yunmo a little. Shirley, let's go. Yu suddenly lost interest. She didn't even want to watch the fun, she just wanted to go back to find Yunmo. She found that among so many humans, Yunmo was still the one that won her heart the most. You? Seeing her arrogant look, Wang Ying was immediately furious, and reached out to grab her. Did I let you go? You can't go. Wang Ying still holds a grudge against Yu for almost killing her. She finally found the opportunity. So how could she let her go so easily? Relying on her backer. Wang Ying was fearless, and forgot the fear Yu brought to her. She just wanted to get back the humiliation she suffered from Yu. However, before her hand touched Yu, she was grabbed by Shirley. Miss, please be respectful. Let go! Wang Ying couldn't break free and her face turned red with anger. Seeing Shirley defending Yu like this, she felt even more indignant. They were both women. She thought she was not bad looking. How could Lin Yu have so many men working for her? But she had to endure torture every day to survive. Wang Ying thought of Zhao Xiqing beside her, as expected. When she turned around, she saw him staring at Yu. His eyes were full of undisguised interest. Baby, do you know them? Wang Ying was instantly delighted. She knew, this man must have taken a fancy to Lin Yu, and being taken a fancy to by him was not a good thing. Let's get to know each other, Brother Chung, are you interested in her? Wang Ying's eyes were full of malice. Zhao Xiqing looks like a decent person, but he is actually cruel and merciless. And he has a fetish for that kind of thing. Wang Ying was tortured by him every night. But she was relatively lucky. I heard that Zhao Xiqing had killed more than a dozen women. The mother of the little boy was one of them. Wang Ying couldn't help getting excited when she thought that Yu might end up like that. However, her boyfriend seems to be in the army. And his name is Yunmo. Zhao Xiqing's eyes flashed with disdain. And his tone was contemptuous and arrogant. So what if he's from the military? He's just a useless person without any special powers. I can kill him with just a flick of my finger. Yu's watery eyes were filled with coldness. To slander Yunmo in front of her was tantamount to seeking death. Yu's fingertips moved lightly, and the vine swept away, like a flexible snake. She wanted to teach this ignorant human a lesson right now. Brother Chung, be careful. She has special powers, Wang Ying reminded. A metal wall suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Zhao Xiqing, blocking the vine's attack. Gold-type superpowers are one of the most common and powerful superpowers in the end times. It is because of this superpower that Zhao Xiqing is so arrogant and unrestrained. In addition to being a superpower user, he is also a member of the Thunder Squad. These two identities are enough to make him domineering in the base. I didn't expect you to be a little hot pepper. Zhao Xiqing looked at Yu with a disgusting and explicit look, with undisguised evil thoughts. Little baby, I don't want to do it, lest I hurt your pretty face. As long as you agree to follow me, I can give you whatever you want. Hearing this, Shirley's face turned pale, and he immediately protected Yu behind him, staring at Zhao Xiqing vigilantly. Zhao Xiqing, have you forgotten the rules of the base? If you dare to take action in the base, aren't you afraid of being punished? Zhao Xiqing is used to being domineering, and today's matter may not be so easy to resolve. Ms. Lin, if a fight breaks out later, run away quickly, and remember to find the captain, Shirley said in a low voice. Now the status of the superpowers in the base has risen, almost forming an opposite side with the military. If they hadn't been concerned about the hot weapons in the hands of the military, they would have rebelled long ago. Yu raised her head and looked at him with some surprise. Apart from Yunmo, this was the first time someone had protected her behind his back. Shirley thought she was afraid, and he said awkwardly, Ms. Lin, you don't have to be afraid. He can't do anything to me. I'm not afraid, Yu said softly, although Zhao Xiqing's ability was a little stronger than the bald man she had met before. Yu still didn't take him seriously. She wanted to kill this human, it was easy. However, Yu remembered Yunmo's words, and didn't want to cause trouble for him. But if someone insisted on seeking death, she could only help him. The girl raised her head, her clear eyes like glass were cold. Rules? Zhao Xiqing sneered, with an arrogant attitude. Here I am the rule. Zhao Xiqing never failed to get what he wanted. The moment he saw Yu, Zhao Xiqing was determined to get this woman. After all, no matter how many women he had played with, they were no match for the one in front of him. Moreover, this was Yunmo's woman. Zhao Xiqing grinned, revealing a nasty smile. If Yunmo knew that his woman had been played with by him, I really looked forward to what expression he would show at that time. If you look at me with that disgusting look again, I will kill you, the girl said lightly. You want to kill me? With your own strength? Zhao Xiqing laughed as if he had heard some big joke. Okay, let's give it a try. If you can't kill me, just go back with me and let me take good care of you. Before he could finish his words, the vine slapped his face fiercely. The gold power turned into a blade, cutting the vines that were swinging wildly into pieces. Damn it! At first, Zhao Xiqing was able to do it with ease, until he became more and more powerless. The vines were still flexible, and he cut off one after another, attacking from all directions. It was quite difficult to deal with him. Gradually, Zhao Xiqing was becoming more and more powerless. Snap! The vines directly pulled Zhao Xiqing out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Shirley looked at Yu in surprise. He didn't expect the girl to have such strength. After all, Zhao Xiqing could join the Thunder team, and her strength should not be underestimated. Shirley was ready for a tough battle, but he didn't expect that he didn't need to do anything at all. Yu could deal with him alone, and even had the upper hand. Puff! Zhao Xiqing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, bitch, I'm going to kill you. Zhao Xiqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and instantly became furious. If he doesn't kill this woman today, how can he live in the future? Zhao Xiqing was completely murderous, and wanted to kill Yu at all costs. Zhao Xiqing raised his hand, and absorbed all the metal around him. Under his control, the metal was twisted, melted and deformed, and finally condensed into a huge metal hammer, and smashed it heavily towards Yu. Shirley's face changed. Be careful. Chapter 40. Yu was taken away. Shirley quickly mobilized the superpowers in his body, and condensed them into a wall of earth to block Yu. But the weak wall was vulnerable, and was shattered in the blink of an eye. The metal hammer fell heavily. Bang! A powerful energy burst out with Yu as the center. Thick smoke filled the air, interfering with everyone's vision. Zhao Xiqing raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Yu's direction with a sinister look. Bitch, I don't believe I can't kill you this time. If it wasn't a last resort, Zhao Xiqing would not use such a move, because it consumed too much of his energy, and directly consumed all his superpowers. Brother Chung, are you okay? Huang Ying turned pale with fear, but she could not hide her excitement. It's okay. Zhao Xiqing pushed her hand away impatiently. Sneered. Let's go and take a look. Only by seeing the miserable death of that woman with his own eyes could he calm down the anger in his heart. Zhao Xiqing knew in his heart that under his attack, Yu would not be able to survive, and she might have been smashed into a pulp. He didn't want to kill her at first. After all, this woman was really beautiful. Not to mention the end of the world. Even before the end of the world, it was difficult to see such a clean and beautiful girl. So beautiful that it makes one's heart itch. It's a pity. That woman made him suffer such a great humiliation in front of everyone. She must die. As for the consequences of killing someone in the base, that is not something Zhao Ziqing needs to consider. Anyway, someone will solve it for him. Zhao Ziqing pulled the corner of his mouth with contempt. So what if they are military personnel in the end times? Strength speaks. Now it is the world of superpowers. Not only Zhao Ziqing, everyone watching thought that Yu would definitely die this time. However, what people did not expect was that when the smoke and dust in front of them gradually dissipated, in the yellow smoke and dust, a striking green appeared. It was a protective cover formed by many vines. It tightly wrapped Yu and Sure lay inside. The vines gradually dissipated, revealing a slender figure inside. Yu stood there safely. You are not dead. Zhao Ziqing looked shocked, looking at her in disbelief. No, this is impossible. He is a third-level mutant. No one can survive his full-strength attack. But Yu is not only alive, and well, she is not even injured. How is this possible, unless her ability level is higher than his? But how is this possible? She is just a woman. Zhao Ziqing's face turned pale, so ugly. Who are you? She is not a human. A smile appeared on the girl's delicate and beautiful face, like a blooming ephemeral flower, so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. But Zhao Ziqing was filled with panic. Have you finished? It's my turn now. Yu kindly reminded. Zhao Ziqing instinctively sensed the danger and hurriedly tried to mobilize his superpowers. But his previous move had already used up all his superpowers. He couldn't use his superpowers at all at this moment. Ah! The vines wrapped around him, slowly tightening, and the huge pressure squeezed his body and internal organs. Yu didn't have the habit of torturing people. She slowly tightened her palms, wanting to kill him directly. But Shirley stopped her. Ms. Lin, you can't kill people in the base. If you kill him, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Shirley glanced at Zhao Ziqing and said in a low voice. After all, the Thunder team is not a pushover. If Zhao Ziqing is really killed in public, I'm afraid this matter will become a big deal. Will it cause trouble for Yunimo? Hearing this, Yu immediately hesitated. Shirley nodded. Yes. The superpowers are on the opposite side of the military. If Zhao Ziqing is killed at this time, it will definitely give the other party a handle. Zhao Ziqing was confident. But they had many things to worry about. Then, Yu tilted her head, looking at him innocently. As long as you don't kill him, it's fine. Right? Although Shirley didn't know why she asked this. He nodded. That's right. That's good. Yu laughed slowly, her voice as sweet as a silver bell. I know what to do. Base building. Conference room. You kid. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. You're really lucky to come back alive. The middle-aged man in a green military uniform laughed and punched Yunimo on the shoulder. Uncle Yi. I'm sorry to have worried you. Yunmo's stern face warmed up a bit. Yi Goen waved his hand. I'm glad you're back. Otherwise, I really don't know how to explain to your grandfather. Uncle Yi. I have another thing to report to you this time. Yunimo wanted to talk about the Zombie King. Yi Goen heard this. His expression was solemn. And he had to take this matter seriously. Is what you said true? Yi Goen couldn't help feeling a little heavy. It's hard for humans to survive. And zombies are progressing so fast, leaving no room for people to live. Yunimo nodded slightly. That zombie is very dangerous. I almost died in his hands this time. We must get rid of him as soon as possible before he grows up. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. Okay. I know what to do about this matter. Yi Goen nodded. This matter is of great importance. We need to discuss it with the superpower team. It would be best if they could send someone to destroy this high-level zombie together. After talking about this, Yi Goen changed the subject and asked about another matter. I heard that you brought a girl back this time. Yi Goen looked at him teasingly. You finally got it. Boy, have you met the girl you like? Hearing the test in Yi Goen's tone, Yunimo said calmly, Uncle, you misunderstood. Yu and Yi Weiwei are both my sisters. In this world, it's hard to say whether you can live to the next day. How can you indulge in these love affairs? Yi Goen didn't say anything else, but patted Yunmo's shoulder. I understand what you mean. Yi Goen sighed in his heart. Yunimo grew up under his care. He was better than ordinary people in all aspects. He was always the best and superior to others. Yi Goen always sighed, why is Yunimo not his son? As for the fact that Yi Weiwei likes Yunimo, Yi Goen is naturally happy to see it happen, and is happy to bring the two together. After the end of the world, Yigoan is even more optimistic about Yunimo as a candidate for the future son-in-law. Yunimo is powerful, and they know each other well, and he can protect Yi Weiwei in this crisis-ridden end of the world. It's a pity that the flowers have intentions, but the water is ruthless. He understands the meaning of Yunmo's words. Thinking of Yi Weiwei's attitude that she must have him, Yigoan can't help but feel a headache. You heard everything I said just now. Don't say that daddy won't help you. After Yunimo left, Yigoan suddenly spoke. The door of the lounge was opened, and Yi Weiwei walked out with red eyes. She heard everything Yunimo said, but Yi Weiwei was unwilling to accept it. What sister? I don't want to be his sister. She has always liked Yunimo, and has liked him since she was a child. Yi Weiwei couldn't bear to watch Yunimo with another woman. If it weren't for Lin Yuyu, it would be great. She stole brother Yunimo away. Weiwei, listen to daddy's advice. A forced melon is not sweet. Besides, Yunimo will not stay in Yutian base forever. He will return to Kyoto sooner or later. Yigoan persuaded earnestly. After all, he has only one daughter. Before his wife died, she told him to take good care of his daughter. The end of the world is full of dangers, and the road is full of dangers. If Yi Weiwei has an accident, how should he explain to his wife after his death? I don't care. I will marry him anyway. Yi Weiwei thought bitterly. What she can't get, no one else can get it. Even if Yunimo doesn't marry her, he can't have anyone else around him. Especially Lin Yuyu. She must find a way to make Lin Yuyu disappear completely. Yunimo just walked out of the base building, and happened to run into Shirley, who came to find him. It's bad. Captain. Yuyu was taken away by the law enforcement team. Shirley said anxiously. Law enforcement team? Yunmo's face suddenly sank. What are they taking Yuyu away for? Chapter 41. After confirming the look in his eyes, he was someone he couldn't beat. I know what to do now, Yuyu said in a brisk tone. Originally, she wanted to kill Zhao Ziqing directly, but Shirley said that it would cause trouble for Yunimo. Yuyu gave up the idea. However, this human made her very unhappy, so she wanted to punish him. What do you know? Before Shirley could ask this question, he saw Zhao Ziqing covering his head and screaming. His face was hideous and distorted, and he was gasping for breath, as if he was in great pain. What happened? Shirley looked surprised and puzzled. He subconsciously looked at the girl beside him. Yuyu looked innocent, as if she knew nothing. But Shirley's intuition told him that Zhao Ziqing's abnormality was related to her. He just didn't know what method Yuyu used to cause this situation. Shirley certainly didn't know. Mental attacks are invisible and formless, and are hard to guard against. Mentalists are the most vigilant, and are the ones that people are unwilling to offend no matter what. A powerful psychic. Not only can he kill people without being seen, but he can also control zombies, and walk freely in the end times. However, psychics are so rare that you may not even find one among 10,000 people. That's why Shirley couldn't figure it out at all. Ah, Zhao Ziqing screamed. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Brother Chung? Brother Chung? What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Huang Ying pushed him quickly, but Zhao Ziqing didn't respond. This is death. Death? Huang Ying was so scared that her face turned pale, and she looked at Yuyu with fear. It's you. What did you do to Brother Chung? I didn't do anything. Yuyu looked at her innocently with her almond-shaped eyes, and said lightly, I just taught him a little lesson. The girl sighed softly, and frowned in distress. Are all of you humans so weak? Yuyu. Huang Ying looked at her in horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Even Zhao Ziqing, a powerful psychic, had no power to resist Yuyu, let alone her, an ordinary person. At this moment, Huang Ying deeply felt the terribleness of Yuyu. She finally realized that offending Yuyu seemed to be a very stupid choice. Yes. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't scold you. You are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with me. Forgive me. Huang Ying was so scared that she burst into tears, and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. She has one advantage, which is knowing the situation. After realizing the terribleness of Yuyu, Huang Ying was left with only fear in her heart, and completely forgot her initial hostility towards Yuyu. After all, in this situation, if she doesn't know the situation, she might be the next one to die. Ah? Yuyu blinked, looking a little confused. She didn't know why Huang Ying was suddenly so scared. Besides, she didn't want to kill her. These humans were too weak, and Yu didn't bother to pay attention to them. If Zhao Ziqing hadn't insisted on provoking her and wanted to kill her, Yu wouldn't have attacked him. At this time, several men wearing black uniforms and looking well-trained came over with serious faces. We are from the law enforcement team. We received a report from the people in the base that someone used supernatural powers to persecute ordinary people and kill people in public. It was you, right? When the captain of the law enforcement team saw Zhao Ziqing lying on the ground, whose life or death was unknown, his face immediately turned cold. He waved his hand and ordered, "Take her away." Wait! Shirley certainly couldn't watch Yu being taken away, so he hurried forward to explain. I'm from the military. I can testify that there is a misunderstanding here. Zhao Ziqing used his supernatural powers first. He wanted to kill us. We were just defending ourselves. Misunderstanding? The captain of the law enforcement team sneered. People were hurt like this by you. And it's still just a misunderstanding? I don't care what happened between you. It's a fact that she almost killed someone. We need to take her away for investigation. The team leader threatened. I hope you don't interfere with our work. Otherwise we will have to take you away with us. Shirley glared at him. These people in the law enforcement team clearly did it on purpose. Shirley didn't believe that they would not know the ins and outs of the matter. They just didn't want to offend the Thunder team. So they arrested Yu. I'm fine, you go find Yunimo. Yu shook her head at him, stopping Shirley's impulsive behavior. The girl walked briskly, extremely obediently following the law enforcement team. She looked relaxed as if she was invited to be a guest. For Yu, there was really nothing to worry about. These humans were no match for her anyway, so she could just go and have some fun with them. She could just wait for Yunimo to pick her up. Well, if these humans made her angry, she could just kill them all. Although Shirley was anxious, he had no choice but to turn around and look for Yunimo. Yu was taken to a windowless room. The law enforcement team said they wanted to take her away for investigation. But they didn't give her a chance to speak. They locked Yu in the room and only set 2 gunmen to guard outside. The 2 men didn't avoid her at all when they spoke. Why did the captain bring a woman back? She is so beautiful. Like a fairy. The last female star wasn't as pretty as her. Could it be? Hee. At this point, the man laughed obscenely. Can you think of something else all day long? Kid, don't underestimate this woman. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. She alone severely injured Zhao Ziqing of the Thunder team, and he hasn't woken up yet. Another person said. Seriously injured? How is that possible? You are lying to me. Zhao Ziqing is a 3rd-level superpower. The man's tone was full of disbelief. Why would I lie to you, if you don't believe me? Go out and ask around. Many people have seen it. What was the captain thinking when he brought the person back? What else can I think? Of course. I'll hand him over to the Thunder team for disposal. Yu yawned in boredom. Just when she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard a chaotic sound of footsteps. Captain Shin. The person is inside. I have brought her back. You can do whatever you want with her. It was the voice of the captain of the law enforcement team, and his tone was full of flattery. Thank you. A deep male voice followed. Yu was immediately refreshed and couldn't help looking up. The captain of the law enforcement team led a man over. The man had a face that was no less than Yunmo's, with sharp features like a blade, and a strong aura on his body. Yu felt a vague sense of danger from him. The girl tilted her head and stared at him intently. After looking at him for a while, she came to a conclusion. This man was very strong, even stronger than her. Yu couldn't tell the level of his ability at all. He was as unfathomable as Yunimo. After confirming his eyes, he was someone she couldn't beat. However, even if she couldn't beat him, Yunimo would definitely be able to beat him. Yu had such confidence in Yunimo. Chapter 42. She hates being threatened the most. You are the one who hurt my team member. Shin Yunting stared fiercely at the weak and innocent girl in front of him. Yes. Yu nodded. The girl admitted it frankly, even under his sharp gaze. She did not dodge. The clear almond eyes looked at him without blinking, and there was no trace of panic on her face. Are you going to kill me? Shin Yunting could hardly imagine that Zhao Ziqing would be defeated by this girl. She looked weak and frail, as if she couldn't even lift a knife. But she was able to severely injure a 3rd-level gold-type mutant. What's more terrifying is that it's still unknown what method she used. After all, Zhao Ziqing had no external injuries at all. No, I won't kill you. Shin Yunting's answer surprised Yu, and she looked at him in surprise. He's not strong enough, and he can't blame anyone for his loss. Shen Yunting's tone was so cold that it was almost ruthless. Then why did you come to me? Yu looked at him curiously. I didn't expect Shen Yunting to say such a thing. I want to know, what is your special ability that can kill people without being seen? I didn't kill anyone. Yu frowned and emphasized seriously. Don't talk nonsense. You didn't kill him, but what's the difference between his current situation and death? Although Zhao Ziqing didn't die, he became a fool who couldn't even speak a complete sentence. This made Shen Yunting very curious about Yu's ability. That's why he came to find her. As for the fact that Yu beat Zhao Ziqing into a fool, Shen Yunting didn't care at all. As he said, no one can be blamed for the lack of strength. Even his teammates are the same. He knows everything Zhao Ziqing has done. But Shen Yunting doesn't care at all. Ordinary people's affairs are not worth his attention at all. And they die. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Although it is cruel, only the strong can survive. And he always admires the strong. And the weak are not worth his attention. It's okay if you don't want to say it. Let me guess. What exactly is your ability? Yu blinked. Guess. In addition to the wood element you showed, you should have another ability. Shen Yunting's eyes were sharp. He was indeed very perceptive. He saw Yu's hidden strength at a glance. I have never seen an ability that can directly attack the brain. But it is easy to understand. If I am not mistaken, your other ability should be mental power, or something like that. Hey. He actually guessed it. Yu was a little surprised. She didn't expect this human to be smarter than she thought. It seems that I guessed right. A psychic. Shen Yunting smiled faintly. The girl was so easy to understand. She showed all her emotions on her face. And people could see through her at a glance. You are very strong. Shen Yunting did not hide his admiration for Yu. Although he had never seen a real psychic. But he often heard his teammates say that there were many kinds of superpowers in novels. Among them is a psychic. What's more, this is only one of Yu's abilities. Dual abilities. Shen Yunting thought it only existed in legends, but he didn't expect that someone really awakened two abilities. Such a genius is hard to come by. Since he met one, he would not let him go. Do you want to join my team? Shen Yunting directly invited Yu. No. Yu didn't even blink, and refused without hesitation. Why? Shen Yunting frowned, and looked at her puzzled. He couldn't understand why Yu rejected his invitation. Being able to join the Thunder team is the dream of many superpowers. Shen Yunting has never accepted female team members. But for Yu, he is willing to make an exception. He admires the strong. The girl in front of him is undoubtedly very talented. Even if her current level is not as high as his. In time, as long as she grows up, she will definitely reach an unattainable height. If Yu can be recruited into the Thunder team, the overall strength of their team will also increase. You should have just arrived at the base. And you don't know the strength of the Thunder team. I think I need to introduce it to you. Our Thunder team is the strongest team of superpowers in the Untitled base. Superpowers like you can only get the best help and care by joining our team. As long as you are willing to join. I can give you both crystal cores and supplies. Shen Yunting still did not give up persuading. Don't rush to refuse. You can think about it again. I don't want it. Even if Shen Yunting talked about the Thunder team in detail. Yu was not interested. Anyway, wherever Yunimo is, she will be there. Shen Yunting looked at her deeply. Since the girl would not give in to his softness, he could only take another approach. As long as you agree to join my team, I can ignore the fact that you injured my team members. In other words, if Yu did not join the Thunder team, it would not be so easy to make peace with her for injuring Zhao Ziqing. Are you threatening me? Yu was very unhappy and looked at him with a dim gaze. She hated being threatened the most. Well, you can understand it this way, Shen Yunting said frankly. He didn't think he was mean. To achieve his goal, he took another measure. This is called strategy. After all, he is my team member. He represents the image of our entire team. You heard him. Isn't that a slap in the face of our entire team? Yu didn't understand these twists and turns. She only knew that this man was annoying. Do you want to fight? The girl puffed up her cheeks unhappily. Okay. Shen Yunting raised his eyebrows in surprise and nodded in agreement. It just so happened that he also wanted to experience the strength of the dual system ability. As soon as Shen Yunting finished speaking, a thick vine came over. Shen Yunting reacted very quickly and dodged the attack of the vine. The seemingly soft vine hit the ground, but it cracked the hard concrete floor. I have seen many wood-type ability users. They are all too weak. Your ability is the strongest among them. But your speed is not fast enough. Shin Yunting dodged the attack from the vine with ease, while pointing out her shortcomings calmly. Yu Yu's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. This human is too critical. The girl was a little annoyed. The vine's attack became more and more fierce. Boom! Shin Yunting raised his hand and released a purple lightning, directly smashing the vines into ashes. His ability is an extremely domineering and powerful thunder system, with extremely strong lethality. Even if Shin Yunting did not use all his strength, Yu Yu felt it was difficult. Her wood ability was no match at all. Yu Yu could only release the spiritual ability. Shin Yunting's mind was blank for a moment, and his movement stopped for a second. But he reacted quickly. So, this is the mental power. At that moment, he felt as if his brain was pierced by needles. If Shin Yunting had not been alert all the time, he would have fallen flat on his face. Nevertheless, being distracted for a moment on the battlefield is also a fatal mistake. This 1-second mistake may threaten one's life. Shin Yunting, this ability is really strong. Yu Yu was also very surprised. She didn't expect Shin Yunting to be able to resist her mental attack. Shin Yunting was not like the two humans she had met before. His spiritual sea of consciousness was completely defenseless, as if he had opened the door and welcomed her in. It seemed that a mental barrier had been erected in his mind, which was not so easy to break through. Yu Yu could not directly control him with her mental ability. You are also very strong, the girl said honestly. But I still don't like you. Shin Yunting couldn't help laughing. He had never met someone as simple and pure as Yu Yu. Adults would disguise their true emotions to some extent, with a false mask on their faces. The girl had clear likes and dislikes, was straightforward and honest, and was too lazy to pretend. But it was this unconcealed personality that made Shin Yunting like her more. Chapter 43 Yunimo He bullied me. When Yunimo rushed over, he saw Yu Yu and Shin Yunting fighting fiercely. Green vines were waving all over the sky, mixed with purple lightning. Shin Yunting's lightning wove into a silver electric net. There was silver current flowing in it, and you could feel a dangerous atmosphere just by looking at it. Shin Yunting waved his hand, and the electric net woven by lightning enveloped Yu Yu, trapping her completely in place. You are not my opponent. Are you sure you want to keep fighting? Seeing this scene, Yunmo's handsome face suddenly sank. He didn't expect Shin Yunting to be so shameless. He actually took advantage of his absence to bully Yu Yu. A weak girl. The man who always kept his emotions to himself showed a rare look of anger on his face at this moment. Yunimo didn't say anything and attacked Shin Yunting directly. At the moment when Yunimo attacked, Shin Yunting felt a sense of crisis and turned his head subconsciously. A gust of wind passed by his ear and directly cut off a strand of his hair. A deep mark appeared on the wall behind Shin Yunting. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, the mark would have fallen on him. Wind-type supernatural power? Shin Yunting turned his head. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk. Dare to hurt her, you deserve to die. Yunmo's black eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. The two men with strong auras stared at each other from a distance. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Yunimo. The girl's sweet and soft voice broke the tense atmosphere. As soon as Yu Yu saw Yunimo, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Yunimo, he bullied me. The girl pointed at Shin Yunting, complaining with a wronged look on her face. Shin Yunting had already taken back his supernatural power. Seeing Yu Yu and him standing together, the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They looked like a perfect match. This scene fell into Yunmo's eyes. For some reason, it was very annoying. It was so annoying that he wanted Shin Yunting to disappear immediately. Yu Yu, come here, Yunimo said in a deep voice. Yunimo, help me teach him a lesson. Yu Yu glared at Shin Yunting angrily, while instigating him. Like a child who was bullied outside, going home to complain to his parents. Okay. Seeing the girl running towards him without hesitation, Yunmo's expression eased a little. He threatened me. Seeing someone backing him up, Yu Yu straightened her back, looking like a bully. Okay. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Yunimo raised his lips slightly, and the anger in his heart dissipated. Yu Yu looked at Shin Yunting proudly, and her fierce eyes seemed to say, you're dead. Seeing Yu Yu's childish look, Shin Yunting couldn't help laughing. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. In order to get back the face for his bully child, Yunimo directly attacked Shin Yunting. Another reason was that the smile on his face was too annoying. Boom boom, the two fought evenly. From inside the house to outside, the whole wall was knocked down by them. And they still didn't stop. Purple lightning flashed continuously, creating pits on the ground one after another. The duel between two high-level psychics caused great damage. Come on. Yunemo. Hit him. Hit him. Yu encouraged excitedly. Hearing this, Yunemo became more ruthless. I wish I could beat Shinyunting like a grandson. Boss. When the members of the Thunder team arrived at the scene, they saw the two fighting, and immediately joined the battle, wanting to help Shinyunting. Yu certainly wouldn't give them this opportunity. They wanted to bully the weak with their numbers, but no way. The flexible vines directly entangled the other party, making it impossible for them to go over and help. Shirley had been unable to help at the side, but when he saw the two members of the Thunder team, he immediately joined Yu in attacking. In the end, it turned into a melee. Various superpowers were flying all over the sky, which was dazzling. The two members of the Thunder team had fought with Shinyunting all the way, and had experienced many actual battles. Although they were not as strong as Shinyunting, their strength was still pretty good. It was just right for Shirley to practice his skills. While Yu was playing with one of the wood-type superpowers with vines, she was distracted by Yunmo's situation. Although she knew that Yunmo would definitely not lose to Shinyunting. But Yu still couldn't help but worry. This made the wood-type superpower feel greatly insulted. He felt like he was the mouse being played by the cat. And he just couldn't do anything about Yu. This wood-type psychic usually played a supporting role, usually tying up zombies with vines. And then his teammates killed them. He always thought that wood-type psychics could only play a supporting role. But today, Yu gave him a lesson. The flexible vines seemed to have life, and kept chasing him. If he was hit, his skin would definitely be torn apart. The wood-type psychic could only deal with it awkwardly. Yu turned his head and looked at Shirley. Seeing that he could handle it, she stopped paying attention and continued to care about the situation on Yunmo's side. The impact of the superpowers caused too much damage to the base. It was not necessary to kill each other. The two of them tacitly gave up fighting with superpowers, and fought directly with their bodies, punching each other. Yunmo used to be a special forces soldier, so his skills were naturally good, but surprisingly, Shinyunting's fighting skills were also good. They fought fiercely, and it was hard to tell who was better. But in a moment, both of them were injured. Bang! Shinyunting punched Yunmo in the face, and then was kicked in the abdomen by Yunmo, and staggered back a step. Yunmo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His sharp black eyes were full of fighting spirit. Come again. Shinyunting became more and more courageous. It had been a long time since he met such an evenly matched opponent, and this fight was a fierce one. Yu was still relaxed at first, until she saw Yunmo's handsome face covered with wounds. The girl was so excited that she directly slapped the wood-type mutant 10 meters away. Bang! The wood-type mutant fell heavily to the ground, struggling for a long time to get up. After trying for a long time, finally chose to lie down, like a salted fish. Forget it, I can't beat him. What else can I do? Whatever you want. Being beaten unilaterally by a girl of 18 or 19 years old, this is a major blow to the wood-type mutant. Dejected, he just gave up. Yu was angry. The girl's small face, which was as big as a palm, was tense, and her eyes were full of coldness when she looked at Shinyunting. Besides Yunmo's blood, Yu's favorite thing was his face. And now, her favorite handsome face was injured by Shinyunting. Yu was very angry. She no longer cared whether 2 against 1 was shameless. Yu just wanted Shinyunting to pay the price. The vines attacked fiercely. Shinyunting was caught off guard, and was severely whipped by the vines, leaving a long and narrow blood mark on his face. Huh? Shinyunting looked at Yu in surprise. But he saw the girl's round almond eyes staring at him angrily. It seemed that he had done something unforgivable. What happened? Chapter 44 kidnapped Yu in front of him. Before Shinyunting could figure out what he had done to provoke Yu, the girl's more fierce attack followed. Helplessly, Shinyunting could only deal with Yu's attack first. Yunmo retracted his hand. A smile flashed in the depths of his black eyes. Seeing Yu so angry to defend him, the man was in a good mood for a while. An unprecedented joy surged in his heart. Yunmo looked at Shinyunting provocatively. Sure enough, the person Yu cared about the most was him. Who do you think you are? Shinyunting. No, what are you proud of? Stop it all. A loud baritone suddenly sounded. Yu subconsciously turned her head to look over. I saw a middle-aged man in green military uniform, and with a square face walking over with big strides. The sharp eagle-like eyes paused for 2 seconds when they fell on Yu. Uncle Yi. Base commander. Seeing the newcomer, Yunmo and Shinyunting immediately stopped what they were doing and shouted at the same time. What's wrong with you two? You have ignored the rules of the base. Right? Look at what you have destroyed here. If you want to fight, get out and fight. Someone had already reported the situation here to Yigoan, and he rushed over as soon as he got the news. Seeing that the surrounding walls were destroyed beyond recognition, Yigoan was immediately furious. His tiger eyes stared at them with a fierce look, and his expression was intimidating without anger. Unmo, sorry. Uncle Yi. We didn't think it through. Shin Yunting, don't worry. Base Commander. I will compensate for everything that was destroyed here. The two admitted their mistakes with a good attitude, and Yigoan couldn't say anything more. He could only snort coldly and said, if you do it again, you will all get out of the base. This matter was just over. Yigoan's eyes fell on Yu again. His eyes were filled with scrutiny. He heard that Unmo and Shin Yunting had fought over a woman. It was okay for Unmo after all. He brought her back. This guy said he treated her like a sister, so it wouldn't be a big deal if he took care of her a little more. The key point was, how did Shin Yunting get involved? As a high-level psychic? Shin Yunting was arrogant, and had always looked down on others. I had never seen him take anyone seriously. This made Yigoan curious about Yu. What kind of girl is this that Unmo and Shin Yunting care about her so much? Yu has already retracted her supernatural power, and stood beside Unmo obediently, looking weak and helpless, like a shy and timid little white rabbit. Seeing Yigoan looking at her, Yu raised her head slightly, and her watery deer eyes looked at him innocently. If Yigoan hadn't just seen the girl chasing Shin Yunting fiercely, he would have been fooled by her weak and harmless appearance. This is Uncle Yi. Unmo introduced in a low voice. Uncle Yi. Yu followed Unmo and called softly. Her voice was sweet and pleasant. Yeah. Yigoan nodded slightly. His cold face seemed to relax a little. Yigoan had lived to this age, and had seen countless people. Just one glance could tell that Yu was a pure and simple person. So simple that people could see through her at a glance. The girl's eyes were pure and clear, like a mirror, reflecting the dark side of everyone's heart. Such a pure person like white snow, let alone in the end of the world, is rare even before the end of the world. No wonder Unmo likes her. What's more, the girl looks weak, but she is a superpower. Glancing at the members of the Thunder team lying on the ground, who were tied up like dumplings by vines, Yigoan had already estimated Yu's strength in his heart. You know, these members of the Thunder team all fought their way out of the zombie pile. Because of their strength, they usually have their eyes on the top of their heads, and now they look so embarrassed. Which is unprecedented. Don't be restrained. Just treat the Ution base as your own home, and tell Uncle Yi if you need anything. Seeing the girl's well-behaved face, even Yigoan's cold heart couldn't help but soften. He himself has a daughter, and seeing a girl of Yu's age, he couldn't help but take care of her a little more. Yigoan didn't have any opinion on Yu because of Yu Weiwei. He looked at Yu with the same gentleness as an elder would look at a younger generation. After all, this was someone Unmo cared about, so Yigoan would naturally take care of her a little more. In addition, another reason was that Yu dealt with those arrogant members of the Thunder team today. Although Shin Yunting himself had no intention of replacing him as the base leader, the people under his command had a lot of small thoughts, and they were becoming less and less restrained recently, due to their status as superpowers. Yigoan could only tolerate it many times, and he was always holding back his anger. Yu was Yuma's man, so she was naturally on their side of the military. What she did today was also a relief for Yigoan. Yunmo has a cold temper and doesn't know how to take care of people. If he does something wrong, you come and tell Uncle Yi, and Uncle Yi will help you teach him a lesson. Okay. Yu blinked and responded obediently. She had a good impression of this human, so she didn't reject his kindness. When will you change your mind and want to join the Thunder team? You are always welcome to come to me. Before leaving, Shin Yunting never gave up the idea of getting Yu to join the team. The faces of his two teammates were particularly wonderful, but he was not strong enough to beat them. What else could he do? He could only hold his nose and think that he was unlucky. He decided to avoid Yu when he saw Yu in the future. No, Yu said without hesitation. Shin Yunting didn't mind her attitude at all. The Thunder team welcomes you at any time. She won't go. Unmo looked at him coldly with his dark eyes. She wanted to kidnap Yu right in front of him. When he was dead? You are not her. How do you know? Will she change her mind in the future? Shin Yunting counterattacked lightly. He naturally felt Unmo's hostility towards him. Unmo sneered. Based on my understanding of her, as long as he is alive, Shin Yunting will never kidnap Yu. The two men's eyes met in the air. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. I won't go. Yu snorted. How many times has she said it? How come this human can't understand human words? I won't go there in the future. The girl spoke each word with a firm attitude, wanting Shen Yunting to give up this idea as soon as possible. Wherever Yunimo goes, I will go there. The girl's sweet and soft voice is like honey. I want to be with Yunimo forever. Hearing this, Yunmo's gloomy face eased a little, and his thin lips curled up an imperceptible arc. Did you hear me? Why don't you get out now? Shen Yunting looked at Yu deeply, then turned around and left. The two members of the Thunder team also followed with a pale face and left. They came over aggressively and ran back in disgrace. Yu, stay away from Shen Yunting in the future, he is not a good guy. As soon as Shen Yunting left, Yunimo immediately warned Yu seriously. Not only Shen Yunting, any man who approaches you with bad intentions, stay away from them. The girl is like the brightest light in this end of the world, she is really too much to be missed. He had just left for a while, and was almost stolen by Shen Yunting. Yunimo thought, it is still necessary to let Yu be more vigilant about others. Also, don't believe men's words easily, they will only deceive you and hurt you. Chapter 45. His little girl is too honest. With Yi Goen helping them clean up the mess, Yu dismantled the law enforcement team building and swaggered away with Yunimo. After seeing the fight just now, the law enforcement team members did not dare to stop them. As soon as they left the law enforcement office, Yu saw a thin figure waiting outside. Sister. The little boy squatted outside and waited for a long time. The moment he saw Yu's figure, his eyes burst into light. Great. Sister. You're okay. The little boy was obviously relieved. When Yu was taken away by the law enforcement team just now, he followed secretly. But unfortunately, he couldn't get in. So he could only wait outside anxiously. The little boy had already thought about it. If Yu didn't come out later, he would rush in to save her no matter what. It's you. Yu stared at his thin face for a while, and then recognized him. This was the child who was beaten by Zhao Xiqing at the beginning. Sister. My name is Mu Zhe. Thank you and Uncle Shi for helping me just now. Mu Zhe bowed to them gratefully. Yu blinked her eyes, and said softly, Don't thank me. I didn't mean to save you. She just wanted to watch the fun at first, but was dragged into it accidentally. Yunmo's eyes flashed with a smile, and he thought helplessly. His little girl was really too honest. Mu Zhe was startled, as if he didn't expect Yu to be so straightforward. Although my sister didn't want to help me, you killed Zhao Xiqing, which helped me get revenge. Mu Zhe clenched his fists, and the flames of hatred burned in his eyes. He couldn't kill the beast Zhao Xiqing by himself. After the end of the world, this 10-year-old boy had to learn to grow up. He already understood how unfair this world was to ordinary people. Now it was the world of the superpowers, who could bully the weak and do whatever they wanted with their superpowers. I want to kill him. That beast shouldn't be alive. He killed my mother, but I'm too weak. The little boy choked up, and his hands hanging by his side kept shaking. In order to escort the mother and son to the survivor base, the father died in the mouth of zombies on the way. After losing her husband, the weak and beautiful mother with a young son could not survive in this place where people were eaten without leaving any bones. Mu Zhe will never forget when Zhao Xiqing forcibly took his mother away, the desperate and sad look in his mother's eyes, which pierced his heart like a thorn. He rushed forward desperately, trying to stop Zhao Xiqing from taking his mother away, but what he got in return was a beating, and his mother never came back. He was angry and unwilling, and risked his life to avenge his mother, but he couldn't hurt Zhao Xiqing at all, and that deep feeling of powerlessness enveloped his heart. From that moment, Mu Zhe understood that, in the end of the world, it was a luxury for the weak to even survive. Only by becoming strong and adapting to this cruel world can one make it to the end. If he wants to survive, he must become stronger and follow the strong. Brother and sister. Mu Zhe suddenly raised his head, and on his face, that was so dirty that it was unrecognizable. His eyes were surprisingly bright. Can I follow you? As if afraid of being rejected by them, Mu Zhe hurriedly said, although I am very weak now, I will work hard to become strong and become a powerful superpower in the future. I will become very strong. Very strong. Yu had never encountered such a situation before, and subconsciously looked at Yunimo. You want to take him with you? Yunimo touched her head and asked gently. Can I? Yu wanted to take Mu Zhe with her, because she thought this human was quite interesting. Perhaps Mu Zhe's words were too firm and confident. Although he was young and weak, he had an unyielding pride and the courage to face powerful enemies. This made Yu want to see how far he could grow. Yunimo, okay. It was just taking one more person with him. It didn't matter to him. As long as Yu was happy, it was fine. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister, Muze said happily, his black eyes shining amazingly. He secretly swore in his heart that he would become a powerful superpower in the future, and would not let his brother and sister be disappointed in him. Chapter 46. Keep your opinions to yourself. In the early days of the apocalypse, the role of crystal cores had not yet been popularized, and had not become a fully circulated currency. Most of the exchanges were made with materials. The military dormitory building was too simple at the beginning, in order to make Yu live more comfortably. Unimo used 10 kilograms of rice and 2 boxes of instant noodles, and rented a 2-story villa in the base, which also had an underground garage. The 4 of them had just returned to the villa, and as soon as they entered the door, they saw that the living room was in a mess, as if it had been smashed. Be gentle. Chi Nemo was treating the wound on Chi Yan's face, and he grimaced in pain. Captain! Bai Yu was the first to notice that they were back. What happened? Yun Mo's eyes swept over their faces one by one. He found that all 3 of them had some injuries, and Chi Yan looked the most seriously injured. His originally young and handsome face was now bruised and swollen. Captain, you are finally back, and it's all because of her. Chi Yan said this, and rolled his eyes at Yu in annoyance. If she hadn't caused trouble outside, would this have happened? Chi Yan snorted heavily. In his eyes, Yu was a troublemaker. Not to mention that she almost killed the captain last time. She caused big trouble again this time. It would be strange if he could like her. Chi Yan's hostility towards Yu was too obvious. Yun Mo's face sank instantly. And he warned Chi Yan. Originally, Chi Yan looked unconvinced and wanted to say something else. Chi Nemo saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly stopped him. He stepped forward and explained, Captain, when you were not here just now, the people from the Thunder team came to the door, and said that Lin Yu injured their teammates. Without saying a word, they smashed the place. We were so angry that we had a conflict with them. At this point, Chi Nemo glanced at Yu lightly. Although his hostility was not as obvious as Chi Yan's, it was obvious that he did not like Yu either. Sister offended the Thunder team just to help me. You can blame me if you want to. Muze was anxious when he saw this, and quickly stood up to explain for Yu. How can you be blamed for this? It was obviously the fault of that beast Xiao Shiqing. The honest Lei disagreed, and explained the whole story to his teammates. Muze looked at him gratefully, and said seriously, if it weren't for me, Sister wouldn't have offended the Thunder team. Yu helped him get revenge, and was his savior. Muze didn't want her to be misunderstood by her teammates because of this incident. He was willing to expose his own scars, and help her explain it clearly. After hearing the whole story, Chi Yan was a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say a word because his face turned red. So that's how it is. We didn't find out the truth and misunderstood you. Sorry, Chi Nemo said apologetically. Yu didn't care at all. Whether they liked her or hated her, it didn't matter to Yu. Anyway, as long as Yunimo didn't hate her, it was fine. As for other people, she didn't care. Yu doesn't like them anyway. Chi Yan, I don't care what you think, but I don't want to see this situation again next time. Yu didn't care, but Yunimo couldn't bear to see his little girl being wronged. Yunimo said this directly in front of everyone, not only warning Chi Yan, but also warning others. If you still want to follow me, you should keep your dissatisfaction to yourself. I don't want to see you targeting Yu again. Yun Mo's sharp eyes swept across the faces of several people one by one. Several teammates looked at each other, all lowered their heads, and said in unison, I understand, Captain. Perhaps because he was in the wrong, Chi Yan rarely sang a different tune, but just hummed softly. I understand. Perhaps because he felt bad, Chi Yan always looked at her from time to time, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't. As if he wanted to apologize, but couldn't bring himself to do so. Yu naturally noticed his vague gaze, but the girl didn't care at all, let alone be interested. Hey! When no one was around, Chi Yan finally found an opportunity and called Yu. Yu subconsciously looked back at him, wrinkled her nose in disdain, turned around and wanted to leave. She was too lazy to listen to this human's nonsense. He must be looking for trouble with her again. Wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Seeing that she was about to leave, Chi Yan suddenly became anxious and stepped forward to block Yu's way. Get out of the way. The girl frowned unhappily, feeling that Chi Yan was like an annoying fly, buzzing in her ears non-stop. Just when Yu wanted to slap him away, Muze happened to pass by. What are you doing? Muze hurried over, his thin body blocking Yu, looking at Qi Yan with hostility. Are you going to bully your sister again? Perhaps Qi Yan left a bad first impression on him. So when Muze saw the scene, he thought he was going to cause trouble for Yu again. It has nothing to do with you. It's between me and her. Qi Yan muttered in confusion. What's wrong with this little brat? He said it as if he always bullied Lin Yu. It matters. I won't let you bully my sister. Muze glared at him and said, if you bully my sister, I will tell brother Yunimo. You? Hearing this, Qi Yan was angry and anxious. I told her that I didn't bully her. I just had something to say to her. Muze looked half believing and half doubting. What do you want to say? You are a little brat. What do you know? Get out of here. Qi Yan waved his hand impatiently to drive him away. Just as the two pushed each other, Yu had already bypassed them and was going upstairs. Lin Yu. Wait a minute. Yu seemed to have heard nothing, and did not stop at all. Seeing her figure was about to disappear, Qi Yan blurted out in a hurry. His voice was loud and clear. I'm sorry. This shout not only stunned Muze, but also Yu stopped, slightly tilted her head to look at him, and seemed a little surprised. What? Qi Yan's face flushed, and he scratched his hair angrily. Since the words had already been said, he simply continued. I said, I'm sorry, I just wronged you, I apologize to you. Yu blinked her eyes, and replied dryly, oh. So that's it. She thought Qi Yan was going to cause trouble again, and was ready to beat him to death. Oh. Qi Yan frowned so hard that he could kill a fly, and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Yu, is this your reaction? This shouldn't be the case. Wouldn't she be angry when she was wronged? He was indeed wrong about this matter, Qi Yan admitted. But Yu's reaction was so calm, which made his hesitation a little funny. Yu looked at him strangely, as if asking, what else? Are you done? I'll leave after you finish. I'm done. For some reason, Qi Yan suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Probably because Yu didn't take him seriously. Very good. He really still doesn't like Lin Yu. Chapter 47. I just want to kiss and run away. Since returning to the base, Yunimo has been busy, and is called to meetings by the top management of the base every day. Yu can't see him during the day, and can only see him at night. That night, Yunimo came back from outside with a chill. The girl rustled out of his bed, her hair was curled up from sleeping, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Yunimo, where have you been? Yu sniffed, and smelled a faint smell of blood from Yunimo. I went to do something. Yunimo immediately retracted his sharp edge, raised his hand, and rubbed Yu's head. Be good, go back to sleep. He didn't tell the girl that he had just gone to seek revenge. He had too many enemies, so he had to settle them one by one. He started with Chen Lang. Chen Lang not only threw Yunimo into a pile of zombies, but also injured his leg. In his previous life, Yunimo didn't have the good luck to meet Yu. His teammates went through life and death to successfully bring him out, but Bai unfortunately died in the zombie tide. Recalling the painful memories after Bai's death, Yunmo's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't plan to take Chen Lang's life now. After all, Chen Lang was one of the best high-level psychics in the base. The psychic team he formed was the second-ranked team besides the Thunder team. Nowadays, the conflict between psychics and the military is getting more and more intense. If Chen Lang died in the base at this critical moment, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Maybe the psychics under his command would rebel directly. After leaving the base, there will be no such troubles if we kill Chen Lang again. Therefore, Yunimo spared his life for the time being, and only went to collect some interest in advance. Oh! Seeing that Yunimo didn't want to say more, Yu didn't continue to ask. Yunimo, I want to sleep with you. The girl tilted her head, looking at him innocently with her almond eyes. With a naive and innocent look. Yunimo, you go to bed first. I'll take a shower. Then, I want a goodnight kiss. Yu pouted her red lips slightly, looking at him expectantly. Goodnight kiss? The man heard this, his black eyes narrowed dangerously. Pinching the girl's lips with his long fingers, Yunimo said in a low and dangerous tone. Who taught you this? For a moment, Yunimo suspected all the suspicious people that Yu could come into contact with. Finally, he locked onto Shin Yunting. Shin Yunting was still determined to do something evil, and he had been running to the villa these days. Yunimo knew this, and specifically told Shirley to keep an eye on Yu when he was not around. He must not let Shin Yunting kidnap her. Could it be that Shirley didn't watch over her, allowing Shin Yunting to trick Yu into doing something obscene? When he thought of this, Mo suddenly became murderous, and he wanted to rush to Shen Yunting with a knife to settle the score. I saw it on TV. Yu spoke vaguely with her mouth pinched. There was an LCD TV in the villa. Yu spent the 2 days when Mo was away. She could learn about the human world from TV, and naturally learned a lot of things. Yu not only knew about goodnight kisses, but also knew that men and women like to fight naked. Every time. The woman was beaten until she kept crying. Sometimes she was even hung up and beaten. It made Yu very angry. I didn't expect that human men were so hateful, and they would actually commit domestic violence. Fortunately, Mo never beat her. You learned from TV? Hearing this, Mo's frown relaxed, and his fierce murderous intent gradually subsided. Forget it. Let's spare Shen Yunting's life for now. Under the soft light, the girl looked at him with wet eyes, like a cute little kitten, and looked very obedient. It was hard to refuse. The man's eyes were gentle. He leaned down slightly, and kissed her gently on the forehead. His voice was magnetic and seductive. Is this okay? No. No. Yu was a little dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude. Goodnight kisses are not like this. Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked with some amusement, what are they like? It's like this. Yu leaned forward slightly, and kissed his thin lips. Mo was so stupid, he didn't even know what a goodnight kiss was. She has to teach him. Mo's pupils shrank slightly, and his heartbeat lost control in an instant. Yu originally just wanted to kiss him and run away. But the scene on TV suddenly came to his mind. The girl showed her pointed white teeth, and couldn't help but bite his thin lips, and soon tasted a hint of blood. Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Hey! There was a stinging pain on his lips, and Mo quickly pushed her away. Mo has lived for 25 years, surrounded by rough men, and has never had close contact with the opposite sex. The dead lake of the heart was disturbed by Yu. I'm going to take a shower. The man left after saying this. His back looked like he was running away. It was as if there was a dog chasing him. Yu licked her lips, and smiled like a little fox stealing fish. Hee hee. It was sweet. Chapter 48 sees Mo's weakness. Since that night, Yu found that Mo seemed to be deliberately avoiding her these 2 days. Yu held her chin in distress. Could it be that she scared Mo? Hey Lin Yu. Just thinking about it, I saw Chi Yin coming over shyly. We are going to look for supplies near the base. Do you want to go with us? Since he found out that he had misunderstood Yu that day, Chi Yan's attitude towards her has softened, and he no longer dislikes her as before. No. Yu shook her head. She decided to wait for Mo here. She had to be more restrained this time, and not scare him away again. Then stay in the base and be honest. And don't cause trouble for the captain again. Chi Yan originally wanted Yu to be careful. After all, she had offended the people of the Thunder team last time. And who knew if they would retaliate secretly. But the meaning of the words changed completely as soon as they came out. Seeing that Yu didn't even give him a glance, she looked like she didn't bother to pay attention to him. Chi Yan snorted in annoyance and walked away with a sour face. Yu, we'll leave first then. Shirley smiled at her apologetically. Yu waved her hand nonchalantly. Who knew that not long after Shirley and his men left, trouble came knocking on the door. Bang! The door of the villa was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Yu looked up. I saw several men holding Muze hostage, swaggering in, and it seemed that they were not here for good. Yu's beautiful eyebrows twisted slightly. It seemed that another blind person was looking for death. Are you Yunmo's woman? Chen Lang dragged his injured leg, limping in. His cold eyes fell on Yu. As cold and sticky as a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Mo crippled one of his legs, and Chen Lang had always held a grudge against him. Like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to strike. He had people keeping an eye on the villa's movements. And when he learned that Mo and the others were not there today, Chen Lang realized that the opportunity for revenge had come. It was said that Mo regarded this woman very seriously. He even went so far as to become an enemy of the Thunder team for her. Chen Lang showed a sinister smile. Catching this woman is equivalent to catching Mo's weak spot. He will definitely make Mo taste the pain. Sister. Muze was pinched by the back of the neck, struggling hard. Sister. Don't worry about me. Don't listen to them. Shut up, boy, you have no right to speak here. The man who was holding him punched him in the stomach with a fist. Ugh. Muze stared at them angrily, like a little lion who refused to admit defeat. A short knife with a cold glow suddenly crossed Muze's neck. This knife is smeared with zombie blood. If you don't want your brother to die, you'd better listen to me. Chen Lang threatened with a cold smile. Sister, don't worry about me. Even though his life was threatened, Muze still shouted at Yu Yu stubbornly. Even if he would become a zombie, he didn't want Yu Yu to be threatened. Yu Yu's beautiful eyes fell on him, and suddenly sighed softly. Let him go now, I can still save your lives, the girl said faintly. Although Yu Yu doesn't care about anyone except Yunimo. She is a person who protects her own people. Since Muze has joined their team, he is naturally classified as one of their own. Since he is her man, there is no reason for him to be bullied by others. Yu Yu directly launched a mental attack on the man who held Muze hostage. The invisible mental power invaded his brain. The man's eyes suddenly became dull, like a puppet, and the short knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Muze, like a flexible loach, took the opportunity to break free and ran out the door without looking back. He knew that he could not help much if he stayed here, and might even hinder Yu Yu. It would be better to go outside to find reinforcements. Come on. Catch her. Chen Lang did not send anyone to chase Muze, but attack Yu Yu immediately. He knew that Yu Yu was also a superpower, and even Zhao Jicheng was no match for her. Therefore, Chen Lang did not show off, and asked his superpowers to attack together. No matter how strong this woman's superpowers were, could she still fight 10 people alone? Chapter 49. Hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 10,000 of your own. Base building. Yunimo had just finished the meeting when he saw Muze rushing in anxiously. Brother Yunimo, something is wrong. Muze ran all the way over, exhausted and out of breath. Yunimo saw this, his eyes darkened instantly. Did something happen to you? The man said, while walking out. Yes. Muze took a deep breath, and finally recovered, and explained the matter very quickly. Muze found a job in the base, helping to build the outer wall of the base, and moving cement. Although it was hard and tiring, at least he could get 2 loaves of bread a day. Today he went out as usual, but he was kidnapped by Chen Lang's group on the way, and used him to threaten Yu Yu. Hearing that Chen Lang attacked Yu Yu, Yun Mo's eyes were cold, and he had murderous intentions in his heart. It seems that he should not have been so cautious before, and just killed Chen Lang to end it all. The man's black eyes were full of murderous intentions. Chen Lang had better not seek his own death. If he dares to hurt Yu Yu's hair, Yunimo will definitely let him taste the feeling of being eaten alive by zombies. Inside the villa, when Yunimo rushed over after hearing the news, the battle here had already ended. There were several corpses lying on the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. After seeing the girl's current situation, Yunmo's dark eyes suddenly sank. The girl was squatting next to a figure, and a vague roar came out of her throat, like a wild beast that had lost its mind. Yu Yu? Yunmo's heart sank. Hearing the voice, Yu Yu slowly turned her head, looking over with her head tilted, with blood stains on her lips. The pair of beautiful eyes, like glass, were glowing red at the moment. Yunimo immediately understood that she was out of control again, just like that rainy night. Muze, close the door. Yunimo ordered in a deep voice. This is the base. If Yu Yu loses control and escapes again, the consequences will be disastrous. Muze was obviously also shocked by the scene in front of him, and reacted a little slower. Oh. Yu Yu, do you remember who I am? Yunimo lowered his voice as he spoke, and approached her. Fortunately, this time, Yu Yu had not completely lost her mind, and she maintained a bit of clarity. The moment she saw Yunimo, the girl's reason gradually returned. Yunimo. As her reason gradually returned, Yu Yu could not help but think of what she had just done, and her expression instantly became panic. The girl reflexively blocked the person behind her. She almost ate someone just now. Yunimo. Don't come over. Yu Yu's mind was blank, and she was so panicked that she didn't know what to do. She tried her best to cover up the evidence behind her. There was only one thought left in her mind, that is, she must not let Yunimo see it. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Lang, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spoke. He stretched out his hand to cover his neck. Blood continued to flow out. Chen Lang stared at Yunimo with his eyes. Zombie. Corpse, she is a zombie. Chen Lang's face was ashen. His breathing gradually became weaker. Before he finished speaking, he made a hoarse sound in his throat. His eyes became turbid, and purple lines faintly appeared on his face. This is a sign of zombie transformation. Before Chen Lang completely transformed into a zombie, Yunimo pulled out the Nepalese army knife from his waist, and chopped off his head neatly. Yunimo. Yu Yu looked at him nervously, and hesitated for a moment. Are you angry? Yunimo once said, If Yu Yu ate a human one day, he would kill her himself. He would never let the girl become a zombie who had lost her humanity and only knew how to eat blood and flesh. Yu Yu, come here. Yunmo's face was grim, and he slowly wiped the blood on the blade, and there was a cold and murderous aura around him. Oh! Yu Yu walked over with her head down, like a child who had done something wrong. The man seemed to sigh, and his palm gently fell on her head. Yu Yu, don't be afraid. Tell me, what happened just now? Hearing that there was no blame in the man's tone, Yu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was them. They bullied me first. The girl's soft voice was full of grievance. And those who bullied her had already turned into corpses at this moment. Deader than dead. Perhaps because of Yunmo's gentle and indulgent attitude, Yu Yu no longer had any concerns and told him everything that had happened. Qinlang led 10 superpowers to besiege her. They were outnumbered and used their numbers to bully the minority. Although Yu Yu had a hard time coping at first, she was lucky that she had a mental superpower that could interfere with them, so she was not caught. But later, Qinlang took a potion, and his combat power soared instantly. In order not to be captured by them to threaten Yunmo, Yu Yu could only use all her superpowers without reservation and regardless of the consequences. Later, she didn't remember what happened later. Yu Yu only remembered that, after killing several people, her body seemed to be emptied of everything, becoming extremely empty, and a strong feeling of hunger surged up, coming violently. The gradually strong bloody smell in the air greatly stimulated her bloodiness. I'm so hungry. Eat them. This thought kept shouting in her mind, almost destroying her sanity. The girl was driven by her bloodthirsty instinct, uncontrollably showing her sharp fangs, and pounced on the injured man. That's it. Yu Yu emphasized again. They hit me first. She just accidentally killed someone. Yeah. Yunmo reacted calmly, and just asked lightly, Are you hurt? No. Yu Yu shook her head. Yunmo took a tissue and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Yu Yu's mouth. His dark eyes were deep and bottomless. The girl's cherry pink lips were stained with blood, and she looked as charming and gorgeous as bright rose petals. Yunmo's eyes deepened, and his tone was ambiguous. Yu Yu, is his blood delicious? The innocent girl did not notice his abnormality, and shook her head vigorously. No. It stinks. After he said that, Yu Yu finally realized it, and her face wrinkled with disgust. When she lost her mind just now, she was completely dominated by her bloodthirsty nature, and only felt that the taste of blood was extremely tempting. Now that Yu Yu regained her mind, she almost vomited because of nausea. Only Yunmo's blood was sweet, other people's blood was stinky. When Yunmo heard this, his tense face seemed to relax. Remember next time. Don't eat anything that's not your fault, get it? The man's eyes fell on Qinlang's body. Especially this kind of dirty stuff. The next moment, the body suddenly exploded into blood foam. Got it. The girl responded crisply, looking extremely obedient. This made the man's gloomy face ease a lot. By the way, Yunmo, do you know what this is? Yu Yu picked up the glass bottle on the ground, which had a label on it. It was a pity that she couldn't read the words. Just now, Qinlang drank this potion, and his strength instantly became stronger. However, he seemed unable to control the power well, which gave Yu Yu a chance to kill him. Yunmo took the bottle and looked at it. His black eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. Powerful potion. How could such a thing appear here? This is a potion made by the Capital Research Institute. As long as the superpowers take this potion, their strength will rise in a short period of time. However, the side effects of this thing are also very obvious. After many superpowers take this potion, they will riot due to the disorder of their internal power, and finally cause their superpowers to explode and die. It can be said that it hurts the enemy by 1,000 but hurts oneself by 10,000. However, Yunmo's eyes gradually darkened. If he remembered correctly, this potion would not be announced to the public until 3 years later. Why did it appear here now? Chapter 50 The Fragile Little White Flower. Yunmo couldn't help but think of something. Ye Goen mentioned to him 2 days ago that some researchers were sent from the capital base. Yunmo didn't take it seriously at first, but now it seems he has to find time to explore this research center. Yu Yu was weak all over, and fell softly into Yunmo's arms. What's wrong? Yunmo reached out and touched her long hair, with a trace of heartache in his eyes. The girl looked listless, like a frostbitten cabbage. Hungry. Yunmo took out a few second-order crystal cores from the space. After absorbing the crystal core, Yu Yu finally regained some strength. But this amount of crystal core was still not enough. Yunemo. I want a kiss. Yu put her arms around his neck, pouted her red lips slightly, and said coquettishly in a sweet and soft voice. The girl looked innocent and naive, and her charming gesture revealed unintentionally was seductive without her knowing it. Yunmo's eyes darkened, raised his hand to her red lips, and said helplessly, Yu. Men and women should not kiss each other. Only those who truly love each other can kiss. Yu didn't understand such profound words. She only knew that Yunemo would not let her kiss. You are not good. I will punish you, the girl said angrily, raised her head slightly, bit Yunmo's chin, leaving a deep tooth mark. Yunemo has promised her his body. So what's wrong with a kiss? Will it lose a piece of meat? Seeing that Yu was throwing a tantrum, the man's handsome eyebrows flashed with helplessness. Yu, be good. Stop making trouble. Although he said so, Yunmo's eyes were filled with tenderness and indulgence that he himself did not even notice. After finishing the base, I will take you out to find crystal cores in 2 days. How to raise a zombie. Either give her fresh blood and flesh, or use crystal cores to raise her. Yunemo couldn't do the former. He could only kill more zombies, and use their crystal cores to feed his little zombie. Hearing this, Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Since arriving at the Untitled base, Yu has been staying here all the time. And Yu is so bored that she is almost moldy. Hearing that she can leave the base in 2 days, the girl can't help but start looking forward to it. Brother. Sister. Muze spoke hesitantly, with an expression that he wanted to say something but stopped. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone anything today. I can swear. Muze naturally discovered the abnormality of Yu. She might be a zombie lurking in the human base. Although I don't know why Yu looks the same as a human. But no matter whether she is a zombie or a human, for Muze, Yu is his benefactor. She is also the sister he recognizes. Not only did his sister help him kill his enemies, but she was also willing to take him in and give him a meal. Of course, Muze would not repay kindness with enmity and betray Yu. The little boy was eager to show his sincerity, but Yu didn't care at all. Oh! The girl blinked, and her reaction was very calm. She was not afraid of what this human would say. At worst, she could just kill them all. Also, thank you, sister, for protecting me today. Muze was touched. The boy seemed to have made up his mind, and said firmly, Don't worry. Sister, this is the last time. I won't hold you back again. When Muze's eyes fell on the short knife coated with zombie blood on the ground, a crazy idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He hated his own incompetence, and didn't want to be a weak person who could only be slaughtered by others. He only wanted to protect the people he cared about. Not a weak person who would only drag others down. In this world where the strong prey on the weak will only face elimination. And only those with strong fists have the right to speak. Sister, can you tie me up later? Muze suddenly turned his head, and looked at Yu very seriously. Yu was a little curious. What do you want to do? Sister, I want to take a gamble, Muze said softly. Yunemo instantly guessed his thoughts. Frowned slightly. Muze, do you know that people infected with the zombie virus have only a 5% chance of activating superpowers? The zombie virus swept the world, and 70% of the world's people became zombies, and only a small number of people activated superpowers. No one can guarantee whether he is the lucky one. I know. Muze raised his head. His eyes were firm, and he had the courage to do anything. But I don't want to live in cowardice anymore. People who can't even protect themselves will be eliminated by this apocalypse sooner or later. Although the boy was young, after losing his parents, he had to grow up in the face of this cruel world. If you win the bet, you will be a superpower. If you lose the bet, the worst that can happen is death. Yunemo looked at him with his calm black eyes, and saw the unwavering determination in the boy's eyes. Yunemo knew that his thoughts would not change no matter what. This is your life. No one can choose for you. You decide for yourself. Yunemo no longer stopped him. Muze took a deep breath, with the determination to burn his boats, slashed his palm deeply. Sister, please tie me up. The boy's young face was very calm. If I become a zombie, please kill me. Brother and sister. Muze had prepared for the worst, and quietly waited for the transformation of the zombie virus. Yu used vines to tie him up like a dumpling. She held her chin, and looked at him with interest with her beautiful almond eyes. To be honest, Yu didn't want Muze to become a zombie. This little boy was the only human that Yu didn't hate. Except Unimo. Humans were indeed more interesting than zombies. They always had some strange ideas, which brought her unexpected surprises. 2 hours later. Muze really had a high fever, his breathing became heavier, his eyes barely maintained the last bit of clarity, his arms were covered with blue veins, and ominous blue-black lines were faintly creeping up. Obviously, the zombie virus is rampant in his body, changing his physique. It depends on whether he can survive this. Unimo threw Muze into the room. Someone must be found to deal with the corpses in the hall. He only destroyed Chenlang's body, because he didn't want others to see the abnormality in him, and then suspect Yu. As for the superpowers under Chenlang, Unimo did not deal with them, but directly contacted the base law enforcement team to deal with them. After all, Chenlang and his group came to seek revenge aggressively, and many people saw it. This matter cannot be concealed, and Unimo does not want to conceal it. It is time to give those restless people a warning. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After a while, the law enforcement team came and took the body away. Several people looked at Unimo with deep fear. After all, the superpowers under Chenlang are quite powerful. Being able to kill so many superpowers at once shows how strong Unimo is. Yes. No one thinks that it was Yu who killed them. Maybe the girl's appearance is too deceptive. When she stood beside Unimo, she looked like a fragile little white flower. And it seemed that she could only live by relying on men. Who would have thought that this pitiful little white flower was actually a carnivorous flower that eats people without spitting out bones? Chapter 51 Digging Crystal Cores for My Sister for a Lifetime. So many superpowers died in the base, it was a big event that could cause a sensation. Unimo soon received a summons from the top management of the base. Unimo, I'll go with you. Yu knew that she had caused trouble, and was worried that Unimo would be bullied, so she insisted on going with her. With her around, no one could bully her. Yu, don't worry, you just wait for me here. Unimo's palm fell on her head, and rubbed it gently. Be obedient. Huh? The ending tone rose slightly, with a hint of coaxing. But, they will bully you. Yu puffed up her cheeks, staring at the law enforcement team members fiercely. She had a very bad impression of these people. No. Unimo raised his thin lips, but his black eyes were cold. They don't have the courage. At that moment, the law enforcement team members felt a cold killing intent at the same time, and they couldn't help but take a step back. Who dares to bully this killing god? Didn't you see that Chenlang's team was completely wiped out? No matter how stupid they are, they won't seek death. Seeing that the girl cared about him so much, Unimo felt a warm feeling in his heart. Be good and wait for me at home. I will take you to find the crystal core when I come back. Okay then. Yu reluctantly agreed. Then you must come back soon. Unimo was gone all night. The man did not come back until dawn. Unimo. When she saw the man's tall figure, Yu immediately threw herself into his arms excitedly. Did they bully you? The girl asked worriedly, looking him up and down with her watery eyes. No. Unimo was helpless and amused. In Yu's eyes, how fragile he was. Why was he always worried about being bullied outside? Dong dong dong. A clear and loud crash finally caught the attention of the two. It's Muze. Yu's eyes fell on the closed door. Since just now, there has been a sound behind the door. But she was so worried about Unimo that she didn't bother to pay attention. Unimo, let's go and have a look. As soon as they opened the door, a thin figure bumped into them. Unimo subconsciously wanted to take action to deal with him. After all, he was ready for Muze to become a zombie. But he never thought. Muze hurriedly spoke. When Yu tied him up, considering that Muze would scream and howl when he became a zombie, she also blocked his mouth. Hey, you're okay. Yu looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect Muze to be so strong. Muze couldn't speak, he nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with excitement. Yu let him go. Unimo reminded helplessly. Yu finally reacted. All the vines on Muze's body broke, and fell lightly to the ground. Brother, sister, I didn't turn into a zombie, so am I. Muze's voice was trembling with excitement. Several times, Muze felt that he was going to die, but at the moment when his consciousness was about to blur, he suddenly felt very unwilling, and burst out with an unprecedented strong will to survive. Muze didn't expect that. He actually survived. Do you have superpowers now? Yu looked around him, as curious as a child who got a new toy. I don't know either. Muze scratched his head in embarrassment. He felt full of power, but he didn't know how to use it. Focus, feel the energy fluctuations in the air. Unimo persuaded. Muzei subconsciously did what he said. Swoosh. A subtle sound of breaking through the air was heard. The fruit knife on the table flew over like an arrow. When it was about to reach Muzei's eyes, it suddenly stopped in midair. This is... Muzei slightly widened his eyes. Gold power. Muzei murmured, feeling a little complicated for a moment. The enemy who killed my mother, Zhao Ziqing, is a powerful gold power user. I don't know if Muzei's obsession is too strong. He actually awakened the gold power. But no matter what, Muzei is very satisfied with this result. He slowly tightened his palm. The fruit knife that was suspended in the air suddenly twisted and deformed, changing like soft noodles, and finally became a pile of discarded iron lumps. It fell to the ground with a thud. Muzei had just awakened his special power, and his ability was still relatively weak. He was exhausted from just doing this one thing. But his eyes were surprisingly bright, like a dog waiting for praise. Sister, I did it. I can protect you in the future. Yu didn't actually need his protection, but when she saw Muzei's bright eyes, she suddenly thought of the little dog she had raised before. It was a pity that it was killed by her brother later. Yu, your brother doesn't want you to share your feelings with others, even if it's a beast. The man's gentle and cruel words were still ringing in her ears. Yu was stunned by the picture that suddenly appeared in her mind. What's wrong? Unimo noticed that Yu's mood was a little strange. Brother, where will he be? Yu murmured. Unimo was startled, touched the girl's head soothingly, and whispered, I will help you find him. The death of Qinlang's team was not a secret, and naturally it could not be hidden from the people in the base. Those superpowers who were already ready to make trouble, took the opportunity to make trouble, attack Unimo, and shake the trust of the people in the base in the military. Unimo had been dealing with this mess for the past 2 days, and was so busy that he was almost invisible. However, Unimo did not let Yu know about this. It was not until 2 days later that he finally fulfilled his promise, and took Yu to find crystal cores outside the base. Qi Yin and his friends have not returned since they left that day. As soon as Yu left with Unimo, Muzei was the only one left in the villa. Sister, can I go with you? Muzei did not want to stay alone, and wanted to take the opportunity to go out and gain some experience. He has been practicing his supernatural powers these past 2 days, and has basically mastered them. However, no matter how much he practices, it is not as good as actual combat. With free labor, Yu would not refuse, and nodded quickly. In the town, a modified off-road vehicle roared past, raising a cloud of dust. A group of rotting zombies followed behind with roars. After the rainstorm, there were indeed many more high-level zombies. Second-level and third-level zombies became very common. Yu's eyes sparkled, and when she looked at those ugly zombies, her eyes became very hot and excited. These are all crystal cores. The ground is full of shiny, tempting crystal cores. When Yu deliberately restrained her breath, these zombies completely regarded them as food. The zombies with ferocious faces, like evil spirits crawling out of hell, stretched out their hands with fangs and claws. It was the first time for Muzei to face the zombies like this. His immature face turned slightly pale, but his eyes were very determined, without a trace of fear. Unimo easily dealt with a large number of zombies, and deliberately left out a few first-level zombies for Muzei to practice. At first, Muzei was a little overwhelmed, and he was almost caught by the sharp black nails of the zombies several times. After narrowly avoiding them, Muzei looked cautious and did not dare to be careless. Gradually, he became more and more proficient in controlling his supernatural powers. After chopping off the head of the last zombie, Muzei's supernatural powers were exhausted. He fell to the ground as if exhausted, panting slightly. Before Muzei could rest enough, Yu threw him a knife and commanded in a delicate voice, "Go dig out the contents of their brains." Okay. Although he did not understand why he had to do this, Muzei listened to Yu very much, suppressed his nausea, and pried open the zombie's brains. In a pile of red and white unknown objects, a crystal core was dug out. This is... Muzei's eyes widened slightly, and he was very surprised. Crystal cores can help people with special abilities to improve their levels. Unimo explained concisely. After the initial surprise, Muzei continued to dig out crystal cores honestly. Even though he knew that these crystal cores could be used to improve abilities, he did not have the idea of being greedy and gave all of them to Yu. As long as sister likes it, I can dig crystal cores for her for the rest of her life, Muzei said sweetly. Like a docile and well-behaved puppy, This made Yunemo look at him more. Suddenly he felt that this kid was a bit annoying. He was so good at coaxing women at such a young age. He was not a serious boy at first glance. This trip was fruitful for Yu. Finally. At sunset, they returned to the base. There were not as many vehicles outside the base as when they first came. In front of them was an armed escort vehicle. There were constant violent collisions in the closed compartment, and the creepy roars of zombies. Hee hee to other people. This sound was the most common zombie roar. But Yu frowned. Chapter 52. The domesticated zombies were caught by humans. Ho ho! The manic roar of the zombies fell into Yu's ears, but it had another meaning. Looking for cubs, humans, cubs! After hearing clearly what the zombie meant, Yu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Although she didn't see the zombie in the car, Yu always felt that. She seemed to know it. Yunemo, Yu, what's wrong? Yunemo, can you catch up with the car in front? Okay. Yunemo only took a glance and recognized that it was a military car. Although she didn't know what Yu wanted to do, the girl never did meaningless things. After entering the base, the military truck drove all the way to the villa area. The single-family villa was close to the back mountain. It was very quiet around here, and few people came. This is the Research Institute. Yunemo narrowed his eyes. After the military truck stopped, 2 armed soldiers got off, opened the car, and pulled out an iron cage covered with black cloth. The zombies imprisoned inside hit the cage restlessly. A breeze lifted the black cloth, and Yu finally saw what the zombies inside looked like. It's Zhuang. Seeing the 2 soldiers pushing the cage into the Research Institute, Yu finally couldn't sit still. She didn't know what these humans wanted to do with Zhuang. But humans and zombies are mortal enemies, and being caught by humans is definitely not a good thing. Yu, calm down first. Yunemo quickly held her down. Yunemo, I'm going to save Zhuang. Seeing that the cage had been transported in, Yu's pretty face was full of anxiety. The girl looked at him with a wrong look. She didn't know why Yunemo stopped her. Although Zhuang is a zombie, it is also a zombie she raised. Except Yu. No one is qualified to kill it. I know. I will help you save Zhuang. Yunemo was a little helpless. He didn't expect that he would have to save a zombie one day. I know you are anxious, but don't worry about this matter. Even if you want to save the zombie, it's not now. It's easy to save the zombie, but how to solve the subsequent troubles after saving it is a problem. After returning to the villa, Qi Yan and others have returned. Captain! Qi Yan came forward happily. Seeing Yu looking unhappy, he thought the 2 had quarreled. Qi Yan raised the corner of his mouth and secretly pushed Yu aside. Captain, guess what we gained from this trip? Without waiting for Yunemo to speak, he continued, we encountered a 2nd-level zombie. I thought I was dead at that time. But guess what? I actually released a fireball. Yu ignored his little action and walked aside alone. Muze glared at Qi Yan and hurried to Yu, whispering, don't worry. Sister, if I don't help you, I will. Yunemo, don't think he didn't hear this little brat. He dared to sow discord in front of him. When did he say he wouldn't save the zombie? Captain, did you listen to me? Qi Yan said a lot, but found that Yunmo's eyes were always on Yu. Yeah, I heard it. Yunmo's tone was cold and perfunctory, and he raised his foot and walked towards Yu. Qi Yan had awakened the fire power in his previous life, which he had known for a long time. Compared to this, it was more important to coax the little girl first. I will sneak into the Research Institute tonight and help you rescue the zombie. Really? Yu raised her head happily, looking at him with bright eyes. Yunemo, I knew you were the best. The girl happily threw herself into his arms. But you have to promise me to take good care of Zhuang and not let it hurt anyone it will in the base. Can you do it? Yu thought about it and felt that it was not a difficult task, so she agreed. She couldn't guarantee other zombies, but Zhuang always listened to her. Without Yu's permission, even if it starved itself to death, it would not touch the humans in the base. However, can zombies starve themselves to death? Yunemo and Yu were very close, whispering to each other. Others couldn't hear what they said, but could only see the 2 of them being affectionate with each other. And the sour smell of love was about to spread. Qi Yan rolled his eyes immediately. The captain is no longer the captain we knew. I really don't know what kind of magic potion Lin Yu gave him. Say less, or you will be beaten by the captain later. And I can't help you. Qi Nemo smiled slightly. Am I wrong? What brother or sister is like them? Sticking together every day and whispering to each other. Chi Yen muttered, unconvinced. Is there anything that a noble superpower like me cannot listen to? Just as he was complaining, a knife suddenly brushed past his head and stabbed into the wall. Fuck. Chi Yen subconsciously touched his head, and a wisp of debris floated down. My hair. Chi Nemo was instantly alert, subconsciously looking at Muze. His eyes narrowed slightly. Muze did not hide his intentions, and said expressionlessly, next time I hear you say bad things about my sister, this knife will pierce your brain. Damn it! You little brat. Do you want to be beaten? Chi Yen was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward. Forget it. Forget it. Don't bother with the kid. Shirley saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Chi Yen. You awakened your superpowers? Chi Nemo looked thoughtful. Muze glanced at them coldly and ignored them. Chi Yen was so angry that he started to curse again. Little brat, what are you so proud of? Is it great to have superpowers? As night fell, the whole base fell into darkness. After the end of the world, there was no water or electricity, and ordinary people could not afford electricity. The whole world fell into darkness. Darkness breeds evil, but it also becomes the best protective color. Unimo planned to explore the research institute at night, only brought Yu and Muze, and did not disturb the sleeping team members. It's not that he didn't trust them, but it was too troublesome to explain this matter, and it would also involve Yu's secret. The more people know, the less safe it is. Especially the research institute. Yu's specialness must not be discovered by them. With the crazy character of Jing Ryue, if she finds something strange about Yu, she will definitely not let her go. In the darkness, the man's black eyes were cold. There was a bright light inside the research institute, and there was a team of armed soldiers on guard outside. Unimo, how do we get in? Yu asked softly. I'll go and deal with them, Muze said immediately. No. Unimo glanced at him coldly. Don't hurt them. Remember, your ability is not for your own people. Muze frowned. Then what should we do? Unimo, Yu. In this case, Yu's psychic ability is of great use. Whether in the early days of the apocalypse or later, psychic ability users are extremely terrifying. The eyes of the soldiers guarding outside gradually became empty, like puppets, and they didn't even react when they passed by. The three sneaked into the institute without anyone noticing, without alerting anyone. There were only a few researchers left in the institute, recording the experimental data of several zombies. Yu used mental power to invade their brains, and the researchers soon lost consciousness. Where is Zhuang? The three walked in with a swagger as if they were in an empty space. There were huge glass containers suspended in several rooms, almost filling the entire room, filled with light green unknown liquid. There were various experimental subjects soaked in the liquid, including zombies and mutant animals, each with its own twisted posture, looking weird. Yu looked at them one by one. There were many zombies caught here, but Zhuang was the only one missing. Chapter 53. Don't think of other zombies taking a bite of him. Go to the underground floor, Unimo said in a deep voice. Important experimental subjects are usually locked up in the underground floor. You need special permissions to open the heavy metal door. This is why Unimo brought Muze with him this time. However, he did not rush in. Yu, is there anyone inside? The invisible mental power penetrated the wall like a fine thread. There are two people, a man and a woman, Yu said, while using mental power to control the two people. After doing all this, Yu was exhausted, and her face, which was originally slightly pink, turned pale, due to overuse of her supernatural power. The girl fell weakly into Yunma's arms. Yunma quickly took out a few crystal cores for her to absorb. Yunma, we have to hurry up. I can't control them for too long, Yu said softly. Yu also found something wrong with her body. Her body seemed to be very empty, as if there was an invisible monster hiding inside, secretly absorbing her energy, and she needed a lot of crystal core energy to fill it. Otherwise, no matter how high her ability level is, she can only exert half of her strength. Okay. Unimo took out a few more crystal cores from the space. The crystal cores harvested before seemed to be a lot, but they could not withstand consumption at all. In order to raise his little zombie, it seems that he has to kill more zombies. The man thought coldly. For zombies, having their heads chopped off is their best fate. Except for the zombie to be rescued tonight. It is a young pet. In view of this, Unimo can reluctantly spare its life. Muze stretched out his hand, and under his control, The heavy metal door gradually melted into molten iron, and a large hole was formed for one person to pass through. Muze then withdrew his hand, panting slightly. Brother Yunimo, I can only do this. He had just awakened his superpowers not long ago, and even though he had a fine control over his superpowers, his power was still too weak just to melt such a hole. He had already exhausted all his superpowers. It's already very good. Yunimo patted his shoulder. Many second-level psychics don't have such a fine control over their powers as he does. Muze couldn't help but smile, and was about to say something, but fainted the next second. Yunimo, what happened to him? Yu looked at him puzzledly. Nothing, he just ran out of power, and his body was too weak to faint. Oh! Yu couldn't help but sigh again. Humans are really fragile. Leaving Muze outside, Yu followed Yunimo into the hole. The two researchers inside were already controlled by Yu, staring at them blankly, their eyes dull. Hee hee. As soon as the two men came in, the zombie tied to the iron bed roared agitatedly, metal handcuffs bound its hands and feet. Zhuang recognized the girl behind the man, who was the cub it had been looking for, and the whole zombie was so excited that he wanted to pounce on her. But as soon as he stood up, he was pulled back by the handcuffs on his body, and fell heavily on the research table. Hee hee. Zhuang roared angrily. Damn humans! Kill them all! Kill you all! Shoo! The girl raised a finger to her red lips. The originally manic zombie quickly calmed down, like a puppy being stroked. A pair of inhuman red eyes stared at her without blinking, as if receiving some instructions. Look! Yunimo. I told you that Zhuang is very obedient, Yu said with a smile. Yunimo looked coldly at the zombie that was grinding its teeth at him. Yeah. Very obedient. Yu came at the right time. The two researchers were about to attack Zhuang. If she had come a step later, Zhuang's head would probably have been pried open. Unfortunately, the other person tied to the operating table was not so lucky. Yunimo, do you know him? Seeing that he kept looking at that person, Yu couldn't help asking. I know him. It was a very young man. Yunimo stared at his face for a while before recognizing him. He was a well-known superpower in the base. Yunimo and him had a connection there. I haven't seen him recently. I thought he went on a mission outside the base. Unexpectedly, Yunmo's eyes burst into a cold chill. It turns out that the Institute has been conducting human experiments so early. Yu, do you want to save him? He's dead. Yunimo retracted his gaze. The people under Jing Ryu's command are the same as her. Yu keenly sensed the murderous intent in Yunimo. The next second, the heads of the two controlled researchers suddenly exploded like ripe watermelons. The red and white unknown liquid splashed the entire wall. Yu and Yunimo were not stained at all, as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier. These two people, consider them as a gift to Zhuang. Yunmo's voice was so cold that it was almost cruel. It would not be too much if we killed a few more people from the research institute. The man pressed a red button on the control panel. The metal shackles binding the zombie's hands and feet were immediately hit. Hee hee. The zombie's joints were not flexible. Zhuang fell off the research table stiffly. After standing up again, Zhuang immediately walked to Yu and shouted at her excitedly. Hee hee. Zizi, I finally found you. Zizi. Seeing Yu again, the zombie was so excited that he almost danced on the spot. Zhuang, are you hungry? Come on, go eat. Yu covered her nose and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Stay away from this zombie. Yu is a clean little zombie. When Zhuang followed her, Yu always kept him clean. But now, after being separated for almost a month, Zhuang's body is covered with blood, dirty and smelly. The strong stench went straight to the top of the head. It almost made people faint. Yu looked disgusted, and just wanted to stay away from it. This zombie should not be kept. Zhuang seemed to sense her disdain, and his originally excited mood gradually calmed down. He let out an indistinct roar from his throat. The baby doesn't want it anymore. I don't know why. Yunimo actually saw grievances in a zombie. It's really weird. Although Zhuang was sad, it didn't stop him from eating. For zombies, nothing is more important than eating. Oh no, eating people. But he was not interested in the two researchers. The dead body of the superpower nearby was even more attracted to it. You can't eat that. Yunmo's eyes were as cold as a knife, revealing a bit of murderous intent. If you dare to eat him, I'll chop you. Roar! Zhuang opened his mouth wide at him, revealing a pair of sharp teeth stained with blood, trying to attack with bad breath. Damn human, I'll eat you sooner or later. Zhuang. The girl's gentle voice was a bit angry. If you do this again, I'll be angry. Yu angrily put his hands on his waist, teaching it a lesson. You can't eat Yunimo, or I'll kill you. She didn't even get to eat Yunimo, so no other zombies could have a bite. Even if it was a domesticated zombie, Yu was very protective of her food. Yunimo was her private food. Hee. Facing this delicate and weak girl, this ferocious zombie behaved like an obedient puppy. Even if he wanted to kill this human, Zhuang didn't dare to eat Yunimo. Yunimo ruthlessly fed the bodies of the two researchers to the zombies. The psychic was collected by him in the space. There can be no living creatures in the space, but this psychic can no longer be considered a living creature. Perhaps out of sympathy, Yunimo planned to go out and find a place to bury him. Living creature. The zombie is dead, it is just a moving corpse. Yunimo wanted to try whether he could collect Zhuang in with him. After all, it is really inconvenient to hide a zombie in the base. Unfortunately, he tried several times, but failed to collect Zhuang. Sure enough. Is it still not working? Is it because his current psychic level is not enough, or is there another reason? Chapter 54 Blow Up the Research Institute. After Zhuang finished eating, the time was almost up. If they delayed any longer, Yu would not be able to control the people outside, and hurriedly urged Yunmo to leave. Wait, there is one last thing. The man's eyes were full of coldness. What is it? Yu looked at Yunmo with doubt, as he took out several barrels of gasoline from the space. Of course, blow up this place. Yunmo's eyes were cold, and he threw the lighter in his hand out. Boom! The lighter fell into the gasoline, and in an instant, the flame shot up into the sky. Yu. Let's go! Yunmo took Yu's hand, and carried the unconscious Muze on his shoulders, and walked out at a brisk pace. When the fire in the institute was discovered, Yunmo and Yu had already evacuated the scene. The fire spread like wildfire, and it was out of control. Even with all-out rescue efforts, many important experimental data were still lost. What's going on? Why did the fire start? The head of the institute was woken up from his sleep in the middle of the night. Seeing the fire in front of him, he almost vomited blood. Sorry, Professor Sun. It's our fault. The officer in charge of guarding the institute frowned. It was obvious that the institute had been attacked, but they had no memory of it. They had completely lost their memory of that period. Of course it's your fault. Do you know how precious those research materials are? Now they are all destroyed. All destroyed. Professor Sun shouted angrily. Investigate. Investigate for me. We must find out who burned the institute and let the experimental subjects go. What is the purpose of this person hiding in the base? This night is destined to be restless. While the patrol team was searching, Yu and Yunmo had already returned to the villa. Unexpectedly, the team members who had already gone to bed were now waiting for them in the living room. Captain, where did you go? Qin Mo's eyes fell on Zhuang, pausing for 2 seconds. Who is this? The man was tall, dressed in a rather strange way, even though it was late at night. He was wrapped up tightly, fully armed, and wearing sunglasses and masks, without revealing any skin. Yu's heart tightened, and she blocked Zhuang's figure reflexively. Yunmo had told her not to let other people in the base discover Zhuang's true identity. That's why Yu was so nervous. He is. The girl had never lied before, and she couldn't think of anything when she was nervous. He is Yu's distant cousin. Fortunately, Yunmo quickly helped her out. So that's the case? Welcome. Qin Mo smiled slightly, and seemed to believe it on the surface. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they got away with it. Captain Yun, you are finally back. I am Su Mao from the Thunder team. I came to bother you so late because I have something to ask for. Seeing that their conversation had ended, the strange man beside them finally couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up hurriedly, first stating his identity, and then began to talk about his purpose. The Thunder team accepted a mission, and Xinyunting took them on the mission these 2 days. They thought it was just a B-level mission, which was not difficult. But they didn't expect to encounter mutant animals on this trip. That damn beast not only killed several of our teammates, but also seriously injured the captain. Su Mao wiped his face, feeling extremely heavy. Xinyunting was seriously injured this time. If he didn't find medicine and treat him in time, his life would be in danger. The Thunder team really had no choice but to ask Yunmo for help. Captain Yun, do you have any medicine now? Can you sell us some? Don't worry, you can name the price, whether it's crystal cores or supplies. Hearing that Xinyunting was seriously injured and in danger, Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised, and couldn't help but look at Su Mao more. What mutant animal is it? Shin Yunting's fighting power is comparable to Yun Mo's, but he was still injured so badly. It's rats. Su Mao didn't go with him this time. He heard from the teammates who came back that they encountered a group of mutant rats. Rats? Yun Mo frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Take me to see your captain. It must be a high-level mutant animal that can injure Shin Yunting like this." But Yun Mo had never heard of this in his previous life. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? Yu, I want to go too. Leaving the unconscious Mu Zhe to Qin Mo and the others to take care of, Yu only took Zhuang with him. Zhuang only listened to her and had to follow Yu closely. This way. Please. Under the leadership of Su Mao, the three came to the residence of the Thunder team. Brother Su, how is it? The remaining members of the Thunder team were all waiting, and when they saw Su Mao coming back, they immediately surrounded him. This is Captain Yun. Su Mao briefly introduced the identities of Yun Mo and Yu. How is the captain? The members of the Thunder team shook their heads. Their faces were very solemn. Shin Yunting was placed in the master bedroom. He was seriously injured and had fallen into a deep coma. As soon as Yu entered the room, she smelled the strong smell of blood in the air. This smell? It smells so good. The girl's clear cat eyes widened slightly. Yun Mo did not notice Yu's abnormality. He only glanced at Shin Yunting and frowned. Shin Yunting's arms were covered with dense bite marks. The most fatal injury was the 3 deep claw marks on his chest. He was almost ripped open. If it weren't for the strong physique of the superpower, Shin Yunting would have died by now. It would be impossible for him to survive until now. What medicine do you need? Yun Mo asked in a deep voice. He and Shin Yunting were not close friends, and they even had a grudge because of the previous incident. But he couldn't let Shin Yunting die. Only if Shin Yunting was alive could the Yutian base be defended. Anti-inflammatory drugs, anesthetics, and Shin Yunting's team had doctors, but they lacked medicine. Yun Mo didn't even blink, and took out a bunch of medicine from the space. Thank you, Captain Yun. Thank you. Seeing this, the members of the Thunder team were all grateful. Medicines in the end times are scarce resources, much more precious than food. They were originally desperate. Unexpectedly, Yun Mo really had medicine here. Great. With these medicines, the captain should be saved, no matter what grudges the Thunder team and Yun Mo's team had before. At this time, Yun Mo was willing to take out medicine to save Shin Yunting. Then, he was the benefactor of their entire Thunder team. At this moment, the members of the Thunder team looked at Yun Mo with excitement as if they had seen a long-lost relative. You go out first. I want to perform surgery on the captain. After getting the medicine, the doctor immediately drove everyone out. Yun Mo turned around and wanted to leave, but found that Yu's feet were rooted. Motionless. The girl stood not far away, her beautiful eyes staring at Shin Yunting, swallowing her saliva. It smelled so good. Yu didn't expect that Shin Yunting's blood could smell so good, although it was not as good as Yun Mo's. She couldn't eat Yun Mo. She could always have a taste of Shin Yunting. The girl couldn't help licking her red lips. Yu, what are you looking at? Yun Mo's dark eyes narrowed slowly. He was very familiar with the girl's gaze, because not long ago, Yu stared at him with this kind of eyes. And now, the target has become Shin Yunting. Chapter 55. Do you like Shin Yunting? No, I didn't see anything. Yu secretly swallowed her saliva, and a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. Yun Mo took Yu's hand and walked out. The girl turned her head and looked back frequently, with a reluctant look. Captain Yun, do you want supplies or crystal cores? Seeing the two people coming out of the room, Su Mao immediately went to meet them. Crystal cores. The Thunder team has a rich family background, and the rewards they offer are also generous. There are a total of 22nd level crystal cores, including 5 3rd level crystal cores. If it were usual, Yu would definitely be very happy to see so many crystal cores. But at this moment, Yu was a little absent-minded, seemingly still thinking about Shin Yunting. No zombie could resist the temptation of fresh flesh and blood. Especially since you can only look but not eat, it was too much torture for Yu. I wonder if I can find a chance to secretly bite Shin Yunting. Yu was so absorbed in thinking that she did not notice Yun Mo's dark eyes. Just after leaving the residence of the Thunder team, the man suddenly spoke. Yu, do you like Shin Yunting? The low tone made it hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Ah? Yu was stunned at first, then shook her head. I don't like him. Then why did you keep looking at him just now? Yun Mo was not wrong. Yu looked at Shin Yunting with the same eyes. as when she looked at him at the beginning. It was obvious that the girl had an appetite for him. She wanted to eat Shin Yunting. Yunimo frowned, and his dark eyes showed deep thought. Shin Yunting and he had one thing in common. They are all high-level psychics. The flesh and blood of high-level psychics are extremely attractive to zombies. Between psychics and ordinary people, zombies often attack psychics first. Eating 10 ordinary people is not as good as eating one psychic. Not only zombies have crystal cores in their brains, psychics actually have them too. Yunimo, are you angry? Yu keenly noticed the man's emotional changes, raised her beautiful eyes, and looked at him carefully. No. Having said that, the man's tone was a little cold. Yu, remember? Don't reveal your identity in front of anyone. Especially Shin Yunting. Oh. The girl nodded obediently. Like a cute little rabbit. I know. Yunmo has said this many times. Yu always remembered that she would not reveal her identity in front of humans unless it was absolutely necessary. Don't even think about drinking his blood. If Shin Yunting finds out, he will definitely kill you. Yu was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. And everything she thought in her heart was clearly displayed on her face. Yunimo saw through her little thoughts at a glance, and warned her seriously. Ah. Yu couldn't help showing disappointment on her face. Another human who could only be looked at but not eaten. Got it? Yunimo couldn't indulge her in this matter. Shin Yunting was very perceptive. If he discovered Yu's identity, it would be a very troublesome matter. Not only Yu, but also Zhuang. Yunimo glanced at the zombie who followed Yu, and seemed unusually well-behaved and obedient. I thought, it's better to send this zombie out of the base tomorrow, to avoid more trouble. Got it. Yu drooped her eyebrows, like an eggplant hit by frost. Although Yu was disappointed, she still gave up her thoughts about Shin Yunting. Sometimes what you fear will come true. On the way back to the villa, Yunimo was discussing with Yu about sending Zhuang out of the base tomorrow. But they met a patrol team in black uniforms. Captain Yun. The patrol captain raised his hand, signaling the team behind him to stop. It's so late. Captain Yun is still taking his sister out? Yunimo nodded slightly, and asked calmly, it's so late. What are you doing? Someone attacked the Institute tonight. Not only burned the Institute, but also let an important experimental subject escape. We are following orders from above, and are searching for suspicious persons. The patrol leader said, I wonder if Captain Yun has seen any suspicious persons on his way here. Hearing this, Yu subconsciously blocked Zhuang behind her. She could tell that these people were looking for Zhuang. No, that's not the case. Yunmo's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed. The patrol leader did not doubt his words. Everyone knew that Yunmo was a military man. And the military and the research institute were also in a cooperative relationship. However, the patrol leader's eyes passed from Yu to Zhuang, who was fully armed. And his eyes paused. I don't think I've ever seen this person before. I wonder who he is. The patrol leader gradually became suspicious. Wrapped up tightly in the middle of the night, what's so shameful about that? Seeing him staring at Zhuang, Yu suddenly became nervous, and subconsciously looked at Yunmo. What should I do? Should I kill these humans? For Yu, the best solution is to make these people disappear, and put an end to it all. It's a pity that she overused her superpowers tonight, and now she can't use her mental powers to confuse them. Yunmo gently pressed her hand, and said calmly, this is our new member of the team. He had a car accident before, his face was severely burned, and even his vocal cords were damaged. So that's how it is. The patrol captain nodded, seemingly believing it, and moved his eyes away from Zhuang. Yunimo, since there is nothing to do, let's go first. Captain Yun, take care. The patrol captain did not stop them. But watching the three people leave, his doubts were not dispelled. Go check the origin of the person next to Yunimo. The patrol captain gradually narrowed his eyes. The man was wrapped tightly from head to toe, and his walking posture seemed a little stiff, as if he could not control his hands and feet well. It looked suspicious no matter how you looked at it. The patrol captain did not think of going to the zombies, but just felt very suspicious. Captain, is there something wrong with that person? The subordinate asked. It just feels a little strange. Yunimo took Yu to the back mountain and buried the body of the superpower in the space. After doing all this, the two went back. When they returned to the villa, the teammates had already gone to bed. Yu put Zhuang in a room, and she went to sleep next door with Yunimo. At first, Yunimo would stop her, but after several times, he found that it was useless. Yu would always sneak into his bed while he was sleeping. Over time, Yunimo acquiesced to this. After all, there was no point in stopping him. Seeing Yu was about to leave, Zhuang suddenly became agitated, making an unclear sound in his throat. Hee. Zizi, can't leave. Zhuang, be good. You can't leave here, and don't make any noise. Yu warned it seriously. The girl didn't let it follow, and the tall zombie could only stand there stupidly, watching her close the door. Zhuang thought Zizi was going to leave him, and was a little manic for a while. Until he felt Zizi's breath next door, and didn't leave. Zhuang gradually calmed down. Chapter 56. Even zombies are not spared. The next morning. Originally, Yunimo wanted to send Zhuang out of the base after breakfast. Even if this zombie is obedient, it is still an inhuman zombie. Hiding a zombie in the base of human survivors is like putting a wolf in a sheepfold. Yu has no objection to this matter. Anyway, Yunimo said that they will leave Ution base after a while. Now they are just separated temporarily. After leaving Ution base, Zhuang can continue to stay with her. But when Shirley came back from outside, he brought an unexpected bad news. Captain, I just went to the canteen to exchange steamed buns, and heard them say that the base gate is now sealed. Although crystal cores are now well known, they have not yet been fully popularized in the base, as a circulating currency like in the previous life. There is a canteen in the base that provides meals, but the food in it needs to be exchanged with points. Qi Yan and his team just took a mission a few days ago, and got some points, so they plan to go to the base canteen to exchange some breakfast. Although Yunimo collected a lot of supplies, they would eventually run out. In today's world, even a pack of biscuits is more valuable than human life, so it's natural to save as much as possible. Blocked? Yunimo frowned slightly. It seems that there is no way to send Zhuang out of the base today. Just as he was thinking, he heard Shirley shouting, Yu, come and eat. The girl yawned and walked down from the upstairs, her beautiful eyes covered with a layer of mist. Zhuang followed closely behind her, like a silent shadow. Yu doesn't need to eat human food to get energy, but in order not to arouse suspicion from other people in the team, Yu always eats with them. But this time, after taking a bite of the steamed bun, Yu couldn't eat it anymore. The steamed buns in the base cafeteria were dry and hard. Qi Yin complained while eating, 10 points for just one steamed bun. Why don't you go and grab it? You know, they only got 120 points for a B-level mission they took 2 days ago. All the food was used up just for this breakfast. Qi Nimo sighed. The world is really not giving ordinary people a way to survive. While eating, the people from the Thunder team suddenly came to visit. It seems that we came at an unlucky time. Su Mao smiled. Only Shen Yunting and Su Mao came this time. After a night of rest, although Shen Yunting's face still looked very pale, at least he could get out of bed and walk. I heard about what happened last night. Thank you for helping me. Shen Yunting did not come empty-handed this time. He also brought some supplies. A box of milk and a few bags of flour. The Thunder team was well off, so Yunimo naturally didn't bother to be polite with him, and took these things for granted. Ever since Shen Yunting appeared, you couldn't help but look at him frequently. Even if you can't eat, you can always look at him a few more times. Shen Yunting was such a sharp person, so he naturally noticed her gaze. Shen Yunting nodded slightly at her, but didn't try to win over Yu as usual. After all, he came today, and there was another thing to discuss with Yunimo. Our mission this time was originally to wipe out a small wave of zombies, but we didn't expect to encounter a group of mutant rats in Luhua village. That group of mutant rats ate almost all the creatures in the surrounding villages, not only poultry, but also zombies. The Thunder team suffered heavy losses this time, not only lost several teammates, but even Shen Yunting was seriously injured, and almost couldn't come back. The leading rat seems to be the Rat King, with Earth-related abilities. At least level 5. Shen Yunting didn't need to say much, even Yu realized the seriousness of the problem. When the girl heard that the mutant rats even ate zombies, she slightly widened her eyes, feeling a little incredible. How hungry are these rats that they don't even let go of zombies? If we leave it alone, these mutant rats will definitely attack the base, and the damage caused by then will be incalculable. Shen Yunting said, I would like to ask your team to help us kill the mutant Rat King. Shen Yunting could not kill the mutant Rat King alone. He had to join forces with Yunimo to have a chance. As long as we can kill the rat, you can ask for any conditions. As if afraid that Yunimo would not agree, Shen Yunting added another bargaining chip. We don't need the crystal core. It belongs to your team. That's a 5th level crystal core. When Yu heard this, Her face showed excitement. Unmo Yu turned her head and looked at him expectantly, just wanting to urge him to agree quickly. The conditions for Shin Yunting's issues are harmless to them, and there is almost no need to hesitate. Yunmo nodded quickly. Good. Nympho. The base is prohibited now, coupled with Shin Yunting's injury. It is not good, then I plan to take a week before leaving. 1 week passed. 2 teams are at the gate of the base. In addition to the Yunmo team, there are also 2 other teams. These people see the tasks released by the Thunder team come towards that generous remuneration. Are all the people here? After a week of recuperation, Shin Yunting's injuries have recovered almost completely. Since everyone is here, let's go. Just when they were about to get in the car and set off, a military off-road vehicle suddenly drove over. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. This mission was privately organized by their team of superpowers, and the military was not involved. Why are they here now? When they were wondering, the military off-road vehicle stopped in front of them. The door opened, and a soldier in green military uniform came out first. Then, Yi Weiwei also got out of the car. Brother Yunmo, Yi Weiwei shouted in a tender voice. I heard that you are going on a mission. I want to go with you. Today, Yi Weiwei changed her usual gorgeous style and put on a white dress. Her original chestnut wavy hair also turned into long black straight hair. She had delicate light makeup on her face, which was somewhat out of tune with her gorgeous facial features. This outfit seemed familiar. Qi Yan smacked his lips and couldn't help looking at Yu. Yu gradually frowned. She also saw that Yi Weiwei was deliberately imitating her. Yi Weiwei looked at Yu provocatively. Since Yunmo liked this style, she would dress like this. She didn't believe that she would lose to the fool in Yu. Yi Weiwei was full of confidence. Who knew that Yunmo didn't even look at her, and said coldly, What are you doing here? Yi Weiwei was just an ordinary person, and she couldn't help them if she followed them, and would only hinder them. Captain Yuan. The soldier who was responsible for escorting Yi Weiwei saluted him. I'm Zhao Zhenan. I'm here to help you kill the mutant rat king on the orders of the base commander. That's what he said, but anyone with a discerning eye knows what's going on. It's just that Yi Goan couldn't get over the willful Yi Weiwei, so he sent Zhao Zhenan to protect Yi Weiwei's safety. Brother Yunmo, just let me follow you. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Yi Weiwei said in a delicate voice. Chapter 57. You can only let me kiss you. Don't follow me. I won't protect you. Yunmo's tone was cold, like a piece of ice that would never melt. Brother Yunmo. Yi Weiwei bit her lip, looking at him with a resentful look. Yunmo, I'm hungry. Yu suddenly spoke, your voice was tender and soft. The man who was as cold as a rock when facing Yi Weiwei was incredibly gentle to Yu at this moment. What do you want to eat? No, just kiss me. Yu pouted her red lips slightly. A faint blush flashed across Yunmo's face, and his expression was a little unnatural. Yu, someone's here. No matter. Yu's fair arms wrapped around his neck, slightly raised her feet, and pecked Yunmo's thin lips. After the kiss, Yu turned around, looked at Yi Weiwei and said seriously. You see, Yunmo likes me, but not you. Yi Weiwei's face instantly turned as dark as liver. You are shameless. Yu snorted. Anyway, Yunmo only lets me kiss him, and only sleeps with me at night. Even if Yi Weiwei deliberately dressed up like her, it would be useless. Because Yunmo likes Yu. Yu looked so proud, which was really cute in Yunmo's eyes. The man looked at her helplessly, but his eyes were full of pampering and indulgence. Listen, Yu, you can't kiss me in front of others next time. Understand? Yunmo was not unaware of the various looks people gave them. Oh! The girl blinked and responded obediently. Then, just don't kiss in front of outsiders. It's getting late. Let's go! As soon as Shin Yunting finished speaking, he turned around and got into the car. Su Mao, Captain, I finally know why you can't win over Yu. Oh! Shin Yunting turned his head and looked at him. Obviously, Yunmo is relying on selling his male beauty to keep her. Su Mao clapped his hands and exclaimed. What a scheming man. A scheming man? This was a path they had never imagined. Captain, you can do it too. Su Mao stared at Shin Yunting's handsome face for a long time, and suddenly said, Heh. Shin Yunting raised his lips in disdain. Impossible. It's impossible in this life. Shin Yunting didn't understand before. The conditions he offered were so good. No one could refuse them. Why did Yu always reject him so firmly, without even a moment's hesitation? Today Shin Yunting finally understood. It turned out to be because of this. However, even if he knew the reason, Shin Yunting couldn't be like Yunimo, doing such a cheap thing. Inside the SUV. From the rearview mirror, the camouflage SUV was following closely behind their car. Yu puffed up her cheeks a little unhappy, and hugged Yunmo's arm tightly. The girl's fragrance lingered in his nose, her soft body pressed against his arm, and he could clearly feel the undulating curves. Yunimo seemed to be burned, and subconsciously pulled his arm out. Yunimo? Yu tilted her head, and looked at him puzzledly with her watery eyes. Yu. Sit down. The man had a cold and handsome face, but his ears were red as if they were about to bleed. I won't. Yu fell into his arms softly, as if she had no bones. Yunimo. You can't talk to her. And you can't look at her. The girl pouted her lips, and said in a domineering tone. In short, you are not allowed to get close to her. Yu didn't like Weiwei. She always wanted to snatch Yunimo away from her. Yu felt that she must keep a close eye on Yunimo. Yunimo can't be taken advantage of by Weiwei. You can't let her either, you can only let me kiss you. Yu covered Yunmo's mouth with her hand, said seriously. Seeing the jealous look of the girl, Yunimo couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. However, Yunmo's eyes darkened when he thought of Shin Yunting's unusual concern for Yu. You have to promise me. Stay away from Shin Yunting. That guy doesn't look well-intentioned. He has never given up trying to steal her away. Yunimo didn't need to worry before. But now that he knew Shin Yunting's blood was also attracted to Yu, Yunimo had to be vigilant. He was afraid that if he didn't keep a close eye on Yu, Shin Yunting would kidnap Yu. Ahem. Chi Hien, who was ignored, couldn't help it and coughed twice. I said, can you consider other people's feelings? Chi Hien covered his nose with an unbearable look. They flirted as soon as they got on the bus, and the sour smell of love filled the entire car. He was almost suffocated. Get out if you can't stand it. Yunimo gave him a cold look. And no. Chi Hien pouted and pulled Muze over. Captain, there are children here, be careful of the impact. I'm happy if my sister is happy. Muze just glanced at him indifferently. That young and immature face was calm and mature. Don't worry. Sister, I will help you keep an eye on brother Yunimo and won't let that woman get close to him. Muze said seriously. Chi Hien rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why are all of them Lin Yuyu's crazy fans? As Lin Yuyu's only black fan, Chi Hien felt that he was a little out of place in this car. He turned his head and saw Zhuang, who was unusually silent. And, cousin, he couldn't help but reach out and poke his arm. Uncle, why are you wearing such a strong perfume? In order to cover up the rancid smell on Zhuang, Yu sprayed him with a lot of perfume. Although the smell was particularly pungent, it wouldn't arouse suspicion anyway. Zhuang sat very stiffly and straight, and did not change his posture during the whole journey. He did not react to Chi Hien's words. Chi Hien rubbed his nose, and could not help but mutter, what a weird guy. But Chi Hien was really bored, and could only chat with Zhuang for no reason during the whole journey. Even if Zhuang did not say a word, he could still talk very enthusiastically. Humans and zombies do not speak the same language. Zhuang just thought he was very noisy. He was a little eager to pounce on him, and bite off his throat several times. This food has been dangling in front of it. Isn't this a provocation to it? Several times. Zhuang could not hold back. Under the mask, his drool flowed down his chest. Under the sunglasses, his scarlet eyes stared at Chi Hien's neck. I am so hungry, I want to eat people. If he was not afraid that the baby would be angry, Zhuang would have eaten this noisy human long ago. If the baby is angry, he will not want it. So, even if Zhuang wants to eat this human again, he can only suppress his appetite. Chi Hien had no idea that he had passed by the gates of hell several times. He was still acting like a good brother. And he and Zhuang were arm in arm, and kept getting closer to the zombies. Seeing his ignorant and stupid look, Shinimo frowned secretly. He wanted to remind this idiot several times to stay away from Yuyu's cousin. But he didn't know where to start. There was something strange about this cousin. Shinmo's intuition told him that his identity must be extraordinary. These people, who had been through many lives and deaths in the hail of bullets, were extremely sensitive to murderous intent. Several times, Shinmo felt a hint of murderous intent from the cousin. Although it was fleeting, he still caught it. Chi Hien, this naive person, didn't notice anything wrong. Chapter 58 Weird Village. Bang! The car modified by the gold-type mutant was extremely sturdy. It directly knocked away several zombies in front of it, and rushed forward like a roaring beast. The car was inlaid with sharp blades on both sides, which rotated rapidly with the wheels, cutting iron like mud. The zombies, who heard the sound and rushed forward, were all minced into meat paste. Red blood mixed with mincemeat fell down, like a bloody rain. Even with the car windows closed, the strong fishy smell could not be blocked. These people are so brutal. Shi-Yin was shocked. However, the power of these two teams of superpowers is undeniable. With them leading the way, they almost had no chance to attack. The journey was incredibly smooth, except for a small zombie wave on the way, which was quickly dealt with by the Thunder team. Yu only took a look, then looked away without interest, with a flash of disgust in her eyes. These humans are so rude. They even get dirty to kill a zombie. In the blood and flesh on the ground, the crystal cores glowed faintly. Yu saw it, but she didn't want to pick it up, because it was too dirty. Anyway, it was just some second-level crystal cores. Yu's appetite was spoiled by Unimo. She didn't even look down on the crystal cores of a second-level zombie. What attracted Yu the most on this trip was the crystal core of the mutant rat king. That was a 5th-level crystal core. Who wouldn't be tempted? Rats are the dirtiest creatures. Yu used to hate rats the most. But now, she can't wait to see it. Hee. Luo village is more than 200 kilometers away from Yutian base. It took 2 or 3 hours to drive before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, traffic was paralyzed and many roads were impassable. It took 3 times as long. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the convoy stopped in a small village and planned to rest here for a night. We will continue to set off tomorrow morning. Night is when zombies are most active. In addition to the dangers they bring, we also need to resist the attacks of mutant animals and plants in the dark. Even powerful high-level psychics like Shinyunting and Unimo would not choose to continue traveling at night. As soon as I got off the car, the evening breeze blew over with a rotten smell. Shi-Yin couldn't help rubbing his arms and muttered, "Why do I feel colder and colder?" But now it is clearly the dog days of summer, the hottest time of the year. Before the end of the world, the temperature in many areas reached 40 degrees. However, Shi-Yin only muttered a few words and didn't take it to heart. Only Unimo knew it in his heart. The first heavy snow after the end of the world will soon arrive, and the world will enter an ice age. Humans have to face not only the threat of zombies and mutant plants and animals, but also the challenge of extreme weather. Yunmo's eyes were deep. He couldn't delay any longer. After dealing with the mutant rat king and the zombie king hiding in S-City, he had to return to Kyoto as soon as possible. This was a very small village. Since they entered the village, they had not encountered even a single zombie. This village is too quiet, someone muttered in confusion. Those who can survive in the apocalypse are not fools. Everyone has discovered the strangeness of this village. It was so peaceful as before the end of the world. But, is this possible? Either everyone in this village is dead, or everyone is hiding. Everyone be alert. As soon as Unimo finished speaking, his sharp eyes looked at a certain place like a knife. It was a patch of grass half a person's height. Come out. Chapter 59 The Trick in the Village. A breeze blew by, and the bushes were very quiet, without any sound. But the team members never doubted Yunmo's judgment. You're not coming out. Right? Shi-Yin snorted and laughed, and threw a fireball directly over. After enduring all this, he couldn't wait to show his special ability. Ah! The person hiding in the bushes saw that he couldn't hide any longer, and immediately jumped up, covering his buttocks that were burned by the fire. No! No! If you have something to say, please talk it over. Don't fight. Don't fight. We are all family members. Hee. A short and thin man walked out of the bushes, smiling in a flattering way, revealing a mouthful of yellowish teeth. My dear psychics, where are you from? The short man's inverted triangle eyes were full of shrewdness. He rubbed his hands and walked forward with a flattering look. The moment the short man approached, Yu subconsciously covered her nose and took a step back, suddenly feeling a little nauseous. The girl's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She smelled a faint stench on this man. That was the stench that would come from being around zombies. But this smell, it seemed that only Yu could smell it. Hee. Seeing that Zizi was uncomfortable, Zhuang suddenly became nervous, and made a slight sound in his throat. What's wrong with Zizi? I'm fine. Yu shook her head and whispered to comfort it. Okay, just stand there and don't move. Qi-Yan's fingertips ignited flames again. Yes. The short man stopped immediately, nodded at them. Who are you? What about hiding there just now? Qi-Yan looked at him suspiciously. To be honest, otherwise, The fireball on my hand does not have long eyes. Yes. Qinyud wiped a cold sweat. Really? My name is Qinyud. It's the person in this Gongquan village. The young people in the last days of our village run away, only the elderly, who have no power to bind chickens. There have been no zombies in the village since the end of the world. The food stored by every household is enough to last for a long time. And our place is all forests. There are not many vehicles or people passing by. And there are not many zombies. That is why we have been able to maintain peace until now. Yunimo gave a calm look. And Chinimo stepped forward to negotiate. We are from Utian base. And we only plan to stay here for one night. You don't have to worry. So that's the case. Don't worry. Everyone. There is nothing else in our village. But there are many empty houses. Yunimo. He is lying. Yu lowered her voice and whispered to Yunimo in a soft voice. Yeah. I know. This village looks peaceful and calm. But there are strange things everywhere. If there are no young and middle-aged people, but only some elderly people without fighting ability, they should be very vigilant when facing the sudden arrival of strangers. And they will not take the initiative to expose their food. But Qinyud was a little abnormally enthusiastic, and even took the initiative to lead them to find a place to live. Is there anyone else in this village? Yunimo asked in a low voice. Yu released his mental power to explore, and nodded. Qinyud did not lie about this. There were indeed more than just him in this village. There were also some elderly people. But they all stayed in their houses, and did not come out. It was so quiet that they seemed to be non-existent. Be alert tonight. Don't take it lightly. Yes. Several teammates nodded. This village basically has no combat power. Although they don't know what to worry about, the captain's judgment is never wrong. They will only stay here for one night. No matter what tricks there are in this village, they will know tonight. Chapter 60 being used as zombie food. The superpower team found a few empty houses in the village to live in. Due to the large number of people, everyone had to disperse. The Yunma team and the Thunder team occupied a 2-story farmhouse. Brother Yunma, I want to follow you too. Seeing that Yunma had been standing with Yu Weiwei squeezed over and deliberately pushed Yu aside. Humph! Yu Weiwei rolled her eyes at Yu without any hesitation. Brother Yunimo, I'm scared without you by my side. Yunmo's eyes flashed with impatience. No one can protect you forever. If you're afraid, don't follow me. These words were said mercilessly, and Yu Weiwei's eyes instantly turned red. Seeing the mocking eyes of others, she felt even more ashamed. Seeing the girl standing quietly aside, Yunimo immediately left Yu Weiwei and walked towards her. Yu, come here. He pulled the girl close to his arms, and saw Yu's unhappy expression. Like a child whose toys were taken away, Yunmo's dark eyes were filled with smiles, and his deep voice was gentle. Stay by my side and don't run around. Okay. The girl's voice was soft and sweet, like a well-behaved kitten. Brother Yunimo Yu Weiwei stamped her feet angrily, her eyes slightly red. He actually embarrassed her in public for Lin Yu. Save your energy. Miss, don't make trouble again. Don't you see that our captain doesn't like you at all? Qiyin said gloatingly. With Yu Weiwei in the team, he can foresee how exciting the next trip will be. There will be something interesting to watch every day. Although Qiyin doesn't like Yu either, thinking she is a nuisance. But compared with Yu Weiwei, Qiyin still prefers Yu. After all, she is a member of their team, and the captain's good sister. They can dislike her, but it's not okay for others to bully her. Even the members of the Thunder team couldn't help but chuckle when they saw this scene. In the eyes of these people, Yunimo and Yu are a couple. Even their captain couldn't pry them away. Not to mention Yu Weiwei, the spoiled and willful young lady. Seeing Yu Weiwei being rejected by Yunimo, they all showed an expression of watching a good show. After all, after the end of the world, there are too few entertainments. It's rare to see two women fighting for one man, so how can you miss such a wonderful show? Shut up. Yu Weiwei glared at Qiyin fiercely, with resentment in her heart. Obviously, she and Yunimo knew each other first. Why should Yu, who came later, take the lead? Yu Weiwei glared at Yu with resentment. Ever since Lin Yu appeared, Yunimo could no longer see her. This made Yu Weiwei very unwilling, especially when she saw that Yu, under Yunmo's care, lived a better life than her, the eldest lady of the base. She felt even more unbalanced. That should have been hers. Lin Yu. Just wait, Yu Weiwei angrily said harshly. Sooner or later, she will find a chance to drive Lin Yu away from the team. Mu Zhe suddenly raised his head and looked coldly at Yu Weiwei's back as she left. This woman had better behave herself, if she dares to do anything that is bad for her sister. In the end times, it is very easy to make someone disappear quietly. Shin Yunting and Yunimo discussed it, and decided to let the two teams take turns to keep watch. Although the village looks safe, we cannot be careless. What's more, even Yu found something wrong. Shin Yunting also realized the strangeness. However, they did not make any move, and all kept their troops in place, wanting to see what these people in the village wanted to do. As the only girl in the team, Yu was naturally treated preferentially, and she was not required to keep watch. The two teams took turns to keep watch. In the first half of the night, everything was calm and nothing happened. However, in the second half of the night, a white mist gradually appeared outside the window. Strange. Why do I feel more and more sleepy? The eyelids of the team members who were keeping watch became heavier, and they lost consciousness before they finished speaking. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Yu suddenly opened her eyes and found something wrong. Yunimo. The girl called his name softly. Yeah. In the darkness, the man's black eyes were cold. Obviously, he also noticed it. Let's go out and take a look. Yunimo and Yu opened the door and walked out. They saw the members of the Thunder team walking out of the room one by one, as if they were sleepwalking, walking out with dull eyes. Yu couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with him? Is it a psychic ability? But it doesn't seem like it. Not sure. Shin Yunting followed behind. I've tried, but I can't wake them up. Apart from the three of them, only Zhuang, the zombie, was not affected. Follow them, and see where they are going, Yunimo said, and took the lead to follow. The village fell into a deathly silence at night. The team members walked towards the back mountain unconsciously like zombies. Yu and the other two followed behind the team without alerting the enemy. There is a cave in the back mountain. At this time, a faint light came out of the cave. The unconscious team members stopped outside the cave. Yunimo, there are zombies inside, Yu said softly. She said how could there be no zombies nearby? It turned out that the zombies were all hidden in the cave. As she was talking, she saw Chen Yud and a few elderly people coming out of the cave. Detzi, your ability is still useful. With so many people with abilities coming to our door, they don't have to worry about their food for the next half-month. A hunched-over, gray-haired, and respectable old man looked at these people with satisfaction. The look in their eyes was just like selecting goods. In their eyes, these superpowers were not living lives, but food for the zombies in the cave. It was at this time that Yu and the others realized that Chen Yud was behind all this tonight. It was not that there were no zombies in the village, but that the zombies were all kept in the cave. Yunimo? Seeing them start to lead people into the cave, Yu turned to look at Yunimo with a questioning look. Are we going to do it? Shin Yunting also asked. Yeah. As soon as Yunimo finished speaking, he took the lead. The two men attacked Chen Yud at the same time. Yu. Chen Yud narrowly avoided a bolt of lightning, looking at them in disbelief. How come you are okay? He tried to activate his superpowers again, but his superpowers had no effect on Yunimo and Shin Yunting. Chen Yud's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he turned to give orders to those bewitched superpower users. Kill them! The next moment, all kinds of superpowers were thrown at Yunimo and Shin Yunting. The original team members were all unaware of their emotions at this moment, and attacked the two of them in unison. Chapter 61 Let's play a game. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yud quickly hid behind those psychics while covering his injured arm. No matter how powerful you two are, these are all your teammates. Can you kill them? One of Chen Yud's arms was charred by lightning, and it looked like it was completely useless. Thinking of this, his cold inverted triangle eyes seemed to be filled with venom. Kill them, don't let any of them live, except those two women. Chen Yud's sinister eyes fell on Yu, and he laughed strangely. There haven't been women in our village for a long time. Last time, those women couldn't help playing with them, and they died in a flash. It just so happens that two more have come to our door. Hearing this, Yunmo's eyes burst with murderous intent. You are looking for death. You are Yunmo's bottom line. Anyone who wants to take advantage of the girl will not be able to escape alive from his hands. This is not a solution. Shin Yunting's tone was solemn. No matter how strong he and Yunimo are, their special powers will eventually run out. Besides, these are their teammates, and they can't kill them. They are temporarily restrained and can't use their abilities at all. Yunimo slashed Qian's back with a blade and knocked him out directly. I know. Yu understood what Yunimo meant without him saying anything. Yu Yu released her mental power, trying to regain control of these people. But she soon discovered that these people were not being controlled at all, but seemed to be trapped in some kind of illusion. This was easier for Yu Yu, and she calmed down the crazy team members without any effort, and they fell to the ground one after another. Detsy. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? A middle-aged woman asked in panic. These old, weak, sick and disabled people have no fighting power at all, and can only rely on Qinyu's superpowers. Qinyu's face was gloomy. He tried to continue to use his superpowers, but there was a strong stabbing pain in his brain. Ah! He immediately covered his head and screamed, as if an invisible knife was stirring in his mind. The pain made him lose the ability to think instantly. Qinyu's superpowers could not be used, and these people were no longer a threat. Yunimo and Xinyunting quickly controlled them without much effort. Please spare us. Please spare us. This has nothing to do with us. It was all Qinyu's idea. Seeing that the situation had developed to an irreversible point, several elderly people all knelt down and begged for mercy, crying and sobbing. We are also old and confused, that's why we were deceived by Qinyu and did something wrong. Please, please spare us. Please, for our old age and inconvenience. Before Yu Yu and the others could ask, these villagers all confessed. It turned out that, after the end of the world, many people in this village turned into inhuman zombies, and only Qinyu's awakened his superpowers. Unfortunately, Qinyu's superpowers were too useless. He could only create illusions and had no attack power. Moreover, his illusions only worked on humans. These mutated zombies were the blood relatives of the villagers, and they really couldn't kill their relatives. They even foolishly believed that they were just sick and would change back sooner or later. The one who couldn't accept it the most was Qingyu, who had a sister who depended on him for life. After his sister turned into a zombie, she somehow retained a trace of rationality and did not attack him at all. So, at Qinyu's suggestion, the villagers moved all the zombies to the back mountain and locked them in a cave. Zombies need to eat people, so they can only rely on Qinyu's special ability to create illusions for the survivors passing by and use them to feed the zombies. My sister is not a zombie. She still recognizes me. She knows I am her brother. She is just sick. She will get better. As long as she eats a few more people, she can turn back. Qinyu shouted crazily. Don't kill her. Don't kill her. She's not a zombie. Yunimo looked at them with a cold look as if he was looking at a dead object. Although these people were not zombies, they had already lost their last bit of conscience, disliking these people for being too noisy. Yu Yu tied them all together with vines and directly blocked their mouths. The villagers could only look at them with horror. You watch them here. Yu Yu and I will go to the cave to take a look. Okay. Xinyunting had no objection. Unconsciously, he had already subconsciously followed Yunmo's arrangement. Yu Yu asked Zhuangzhuang to stay outside, and walked into the cave with Yunmo. Before they walked in, they smelled a strong smell of blood and rot. The smells intertwined together, which was really unbearable. There were several cages in the cave, and there were zombies in them. There were actually 20 to 30 of them. These zombies were old and young, but the most eye-catching one was a young female zombie. Level 3 zombie. Yu Yu exclaimed in surprise. This zombie was just one step away from reaching the 4th level. As soon as she saw them coming in, the female zombie opened her smelly mouth and roared at Yu Yu. High-level zombies are incompatible with each other. Either they surrender or they die. As soon as the female zombie saw Yu Yu, she burst into extremely strong hostility and pounced directly at her, banging the iron cage that held her. Ice arrows rained down on the two of them. Yunimo released his supernatural power and directly crushed the ice arrows into pieces. Yunimo, I want its crystal core. Yu Yu immediately turned her head and looked at the man beside her, her eyes full of expectation. Yu Yu is only in the middle stage of the 3rd stage now. This zombie is already in the late stage of the 3rd stage, and its crystal core is just what she can absorb now. Okay. Yunimo looked doting, and the man slowly tightened his palm, and a strong energy fluctuation appeared in the air. An invisible energy directly crushed the zombie's head. An ice-blue crystal core, plop, dropped to the ground. After collecting the crystal core, Yu Yu was in a good mood. Yunimo, how do we deal with those people outside? Kill them. The man's tone was as cold as ice. Those people have so many lives on their hands, and I don't know how many survivors who passed by were killed. We must not let them live any longer. Then let them eat them. Yu Yu stretched out her finger and lightly tapped the zombies in the cage. Don't they love their relatives very much? Then feed them to their relatives. The girl said with a smile. With that pure and innocent posture. It was like a pure angel who had fallen into a demon. Okay. I'll listen to you. However, Yunemo not only did not find her scary, he even accepted Yu Yu's opinion. Yu Yu clapped his hands happily, and directly urged the vines to drag the villagers outside into the cave. You, what are you going to do? The villagers looked at Yu Yu and Yunemo in horror. Hey, let's play a game. The girl smiled and said, I will untie the vines on you. As long as you can run out of this cave, I will spare your life. If you can't run out, Yu Yu showed a sweet smile, looking innocent and cruel, and her voice was as gentle as the spring breeze. But in the ears of the villagers, it sounded as scary as a devil. Then stay and be food for these little babies. Anyway, you are going to feed them, aren't you? Chapter 62 is his salvation. No, don't. You can't do this to us. The villagers shouted in panic. They were all elderly people with limited mobility. How could they possibly outrun these zombies? Detsi, Chinyud, you should think of a way. Let your sister control these zombies. Isn't Suetsue the one who listens to you the most? Detsi, please save us. I am your uncle. Do you want to watch us die? Suetsue. Chinyud's eyes fell on the body with its head crushed, and he recognized it by the clothes on it. That was his sister. Suetsue. Chinyud cried out in grief, turned his head, and his scarlet eyes were filled with hatred. You killed my sister. How dare you kill her? I will kill you. Okay. Yu Yu clapped her hands, like an innocent and playful child, and said excitedly, Since you are all ready. Then, the game begins. As Yu Yu's voice fell, the vines that bound the villagers broke. When the female zombie died, the rest were some low-level zombies that were not reliable. These low-level zombies obeyed Yu Yu's orders. At the girl's command, they roared and pounced on the unarmed villagers. No, don't. Ah. Go away. Go away. Don't eat me, Ingzi. Look at me, I'm your father, ah. How could the old and weak villagers outrun these hungry zombies before they could reach the exit of the cave? They were knocked to the ground one after another by the zombies behind them. Ah! The villagers' shrill screams resounded through the night, echoing in the silent forest. In the cave, there was a mixture of creepy chewing sounds, and the screams of the villagers gradually became weaker, until they finally disappeared. Puff! A zombie bit off Chinyud's throat, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Before he died, Chinyud stared at Yunemo and Yu Yu with hatred, and died with his eyes open. Yunemo just watched this scene coldly, without any fluctuations in his heart. He had experienced such a thing in his previous life. But he was not as lucky as these people, because he had the ability to heal himself. And as long as his heart and brain were still there, Yunemo could not bear it. He could only maintain a clear consciousness, watching his body being eaten by the zombies, and regenerating limbs again and again. He had experienced this kind of life or death experience countless times. Recalling the dark experience in his previous life, Yunmo's always dead mentality changed instantly, and a strong murderous aura emanated from his body, with the murderous intention of destroying everything. Yunemo, what's wrong with you? Yu Yu stretched out her hand and waved in front of him. Yu Yu, hearing the girl's tender voice, Yunemo finally broke free from that painful memory. Seeing the unconcealed concern in the girl's eyes, Yunemo suddenly had a strong impulse, and he directly hugged the girl into his arms, and hugged her tightly. Yunemo? Yu Yu moved slightly. Soon she felt Yunemo holding her tighter. Don't move, let me hold you for a while. The man's hoarse voice sounded from above her head, and his tone was filled with emotions that Yu Yu couldn't understand. Holding the girl's soft body in his arms, Yunemo finally felt a sense of reality that he had returned from hell to the human world. The crazy desire for destruction in his heart gradually weakened. Oh! The girl soon stopped moving obediently, reaching out to gently pat Yunmo's back. The sweet and soft voice flowed into his heart like syrup. Yunemo, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Yu Yu thought Yunemo was frightened by the hellish scene in front of him, which reminded him of the bad experience of being abandoned in the past. After all, when Yu Yu first saw him, Yunemo was abandoned in a group of zombies, and was almost eaten by zombies. Yunemo, don't be afraid. As long as she is here, no zombie will ever eat Yunemo. Because Yunemo is hers. She will kill anyone who dares to eat him. Yu Yu, thank you. If he hadn't met the girl, even if he was reborn, Yunemo would have gone crazy by now. Not only would he destroy the Institute, he would also drag all humans to perish together. Fortunately, God took pity on him and let him meet you in this life. Perhaps as early as the moment he saw that figure when he was in a coma. Yu was like a bright light shining into Yunmo's dark world. The two hugged each other tightly, and the heads of the zombies behind them exploded one after another like fireworks. It was like a bloody and absurd violent aesthetic. For Yu's sake, Yunmo could tolerate Xuanzhuang's life, but it did not mean that he would tolerate other zombies. For these zombies, death is their best destination. After coming out of the cave, Shen Yunting was smoking with his back to them. Seeing the two come out, he blew out a puff of smoke and asked calmly, "Are you all done?" Yunmo, "Yeah." Shen Yunting did not continue to ask. For him, it was enough to get the desired result. The process was not important. How did they deal with it? Shen Yunting kicked his teammate, who fell to the ground. All of them were in a coma, and they would not wake up for a while. It was too troublesome to transfer them one by one, and it was time-consuming and laborious. Just stay here. After a night of tossing and turning, it was almost dawn, and a faint dawn appeared in the sky. At 6 o'clock in the morning, all the unconscious team members woke up one after another. Or, they were woken up by the cold. Damn it! Chi-Yin rubbed his arms, and sneezed several times. Damn it! How can it be so cold? At this time, the benefits of being a fire-type mutant were obvious. Chi-Yin lit a fire, and sat beside it to warm himself. Captain, what's going on? How did we get here? Yunmo sat up from the ground and looked around with a frown. He couldn't remember anything about his coma last night. It wasn't just him. After waking up, everyone had no memory of that time. I remember we were on guard in the living room, and suddenly a wave of zombies appeared. I was killing zombies all night, and I was exhausted. Me too. But I remember that the group of mutant rats chased us. According to them, Yu found that everyone had different illusions last night. But they were all fighting. Yunmo and Shen Yunting must be enemies in their illusions. That's why these people were so ruthless last night. You all fell into the trap. Seeing that they had regained consciousness, Shen Yunting explained it briefly. After hearing his words, everyone's face changed, and a fear surged in their hearts. In the end times, in addition to zombies and mutant animals, you also need to be wary of your own kind, especially Qinyu's weird superpowers, which are simply hard to guard against. Chapter 63. If you can't get it, destroy it. Captain, luckily you guys are here, otherwise we would definitely be in trouble this time. Almost, they died in the illusion. Thinking of this, everyone felt a sense of relief and fear after surviving a disaster. Brother Yunmo, I was really scared to death. Luckily you were here. Yu Weiwei turned pale with fear, said pitifully, while falling into Yunmo's arms. Humph. Yu snorted lightly, pulled Yunmo's arm directly, and dragged him to her side. Yu Weiwei missed, and almost fell to the ground. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Yu Weiwei's face was twisted with anger. Mine. Yu hugged Yunmo's arm tightly, declaring her sovereignty domineeringly. Also, I saved you. Yu had to remind her of this fact. You should thank me. Yu Weiwei couldn't help but look at Yunmo, hoping that he could say something for her. Unfortunately, Yunmo didn't even look at her, his eyes were always on the girl beside him. Seeing this scene, Yu Weiwei felt a pain in her heart again. She didn't understand why she and Yunmo had known each other for so many years. But she couldn't compare to Lin Yu, who had known him for 2 months. Seeing Yu Weiwei's fleeing back, Yu was as proud as if she had won a battle. Yunmo pinched her nose helplessly. She wants to take you away. Yu snorted. I don't allow it. You can only be mine, the girl said domineeringly. Yunmo, I like you so much. You can only like me. If you dare to like someone else, then I will. Then, Yu suddenly paused, then showed a mouthful of white teeth, threatening fiercely. Then I'll eat you. If I can't have her, I'll destroy her. Hearing the girl say this, Yunmo suddenly felt an unprecedented joy in his heart. Don't worry about her. After we solve this matter, we will leave UT on base. Yunmo never took Yu Weiwei seriously, thinking that she was just a little spoiled girl. For Yigoen's sake, he couldn't drive Yu Weiwei away completely, but could only try to ignore her, hoping that she would give up sooner. It's a pity that Yunmo didn't know. Love sometimes makes a person crazy and blind. Let's go! After resting for a while, the team set out again after breakfast. Only the zombies. We didn't encounter any accidents along the way. Finally, at noon, we arrived near Luhua village very smoothly. We have entered the territory of the mutant rats. Everyone be careful. We must not underestimate the enemy. We must be extremely vigilant. Yes. The team members were all on high alert. The situation they saw along the way made them very frightened. The mutant rats really ate all the creatures around them. Even zombies were not spared. The mutant rat king is huge, and the vehicle will only become its primary target, which is not conducive to hiding. At Xinyunting's suggestion, everyone gave up the vehicle and prepared to walk into Luhua village. Yi Weiwei, don't go in. Yunimo said coldly. Yi Weiwei is just an ordinary person, and he didn't want to be distracted to protect her at the critical moment. After all, Yi Weiwei is Yi Goen's only daughter. If she died here, Yunimo couldn't explain to Uncle Yi. Of course, if Yi Weiwei didn't listen to the advice and insisted on going in to die, Yunimo would have no choice. Brother Yunimo, I'll wait for you outside. You must be careful. Although Yi Weiwei was a little willful at ordinary times, she still cherished her life very much. When she heard that there were thousands of rats in there, she was so scared that her whole body went limp, and she didn't dare to go in at all. However, seeing Yu leaving, Yi Weiwei cursed viciously in her heart, hoping that Lin Yu would die in there. Or if her face was gnawed by rats, she would be completely disfigured, then Brother Yunimo would abandon her. The entire Luhua village had completely become a nest of mutant rats. When everyone stepped into the village, they saw pairs of green bean-sized eyes appearing in the corners, flashing a brutal red light. Squeak! Densely packed rats rushed out of the houses and farmland. It's really hell. Even rats have mutated these days. At this moment, they finally understood why the Thunder team issued this task as an S-level task. These mutant rats were more than twice as big as the normal rats before the apocalypse. And their size was almost as big as a cat. Damn it! How can these beasts reproduce so much? The scene before them made everyone's scalp tingle. A black wave, with no bottom at all. Thousands of rats rushed towards them from all directions. Squeak! This sound was like a signal of attack. The next second, the mutant rats launched a fierce attack on the humans, who had entered their territory. Don't panic, remember the strategy we made at the beginning. Even at this point, Yunmo's voice was still silent and calm. Yes! His calmness gave the team members great confidence. The teams of superpowers cooperated in the search. The Earth superpowers built a solid Earth wall. The Water superpowers released water, and then Xinyunting released the Lightning superpower. Water can conduct electricity, and anyone who touches water will be electrocuted to death. The Fire superpowers and Gold superpowers with strong attack power are directly arranged on the first front line, which is the most important fire output. Come on! I'll burn you to death. I'll make a rat feast today. Shi Yan couldn't wait to show off his skills. He released fireballs one after another as if they were free, burning the mutant rats until they screamed miserably. The wind-type mutant assisted at the side, allowing the fire to spread more thoroughly, which could be called a combination of fanning the flames. Yu stayed by Yunmo's side all the time, and the flexible vines carried an unmatched momentum, directly sweeping across a large number of mutant rats, and Yunmo beside her was a walking killer. The group of mutant rats could not get within 2 meters of them, and they exploded into blood foam. Hiss! This made the crowd of onlookers gasp in shock. They looked at each other, and saw 4 words in each other's eyes. So scary, no wonder these two people got together. Just this ferocious energy, they are already a perfect match. Perfect match. Zhuang stayed quietly behind Yu, like a loyal and silent guardian, because Yu didn't let him take action. Zhuang's ability is strength, and he is extremely powerful. He can crush a mutant rat with one hand, and it will burst in his hand with a snap. Just thinking about that scene, Yu felt unbearable. That's why he didn't let Zhuang take action. Where is the Rat King? Find a way to force it out. Yunimo asked Xinyunting in a deep voice. This is not a solution, although they seem to have the upper hand. But the power will always be exhausted. Several people with superpowers are a little exhausted. The outer earth wall has also become weak, and even a hole has been broken. Chapter 64. Cooperate to kill mutant rats. Although there were Earth-type mutants who reacted quickly and quickly patched up the hole, some people were still dragged into the dense swarm of rats by the mutant rats. The unlucky guy only had time to let out a short scream, and in the blink of an eye, he was gnawed to only a white skeleton. This tragic scene made everyone's scalp tingle. Qi Yan was so tired that he was panting, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, these dead rats seem to be able to replicate infinitely, and I can never kill them all. The mutant rat corpses piled under his feet almost formed a small hill. Stop talking nonsense, Focus, or you will be dragged into the rat swarm, and I can't save you. Shinemo said, while throwing him a gun. Chi-Yin picked up the gun with a curse, and began to shoot wildly. The mutant rats that had tasted flesh and blood became more violent, and their offensive was much more fierce than at the beginning. I don't know, it should be hiding, but it must be in this village. Shin Yunting released a large area of electric grid, killing a large group of mutant rats with electricity, while taking the time to respond to Yunmo's words. Find a way to break out. Kill the Rat King first. We can't waste time with this group of mutant rats. Shin Yunting, okay. Rumble rumble suddenly. There was a slight tremor on the ground, as if a huge monster was approaching. Shin Yunting's face changed. It's coming. Yunmo's eyes were slightly cold, staring closely at the end of the street. Yu, remember to follow me later. This group of mutant rats even eat zombies, and Yu's ability is greatly reduced here, which makes Yunmo uneasy. Yeah. The girl nodded heavily. The houses in the countryside are relatively low. Soon everyone saw that. A huge monster appeared at the end of the street. It was a fat rat 2 meters tall, and its huge body was like a big truck. It had a pair of sharp claws like barbs, and if it caught you, your intestines would be pierced and your stomach would burst. The black hair all over the body looked even harder than steel needles, especially the thin and long tail. Just a sweep of the tail could cause a large number of casualties. This guy is not easy to deal with. This is the common thought of everyone. Everyone showed a solemn expression on their faces. Only Yu was an exception. The girl's eyes were crystal clear, and she looked at the mutant rat king with a hint of expectation and eagerness. In Yu's eyes, this is more than just a big rat, and the crystal core, a shining crystal core, such a large 5th level crystal core, who can resist its temptation? Perhaps the appearance of the mutant rat king gave the mutant rat group confidence, and the offensive became more violent. Yunmo, and I will take care of the mutant rat king. The rat group is left to you. Be careful to cover. Shin Yunting said sternly, and then joined forces with Yunmo to attack the mutant rats first. The two of them did not hold back, and directly used their ultimates, accurately pulling the hatred of the mutant rats. Lightning and space blades all hit the mutant rats, and the fur that was as hard as steel needles actually became the best protective armor for the mutant rats. The supernatural power hit it, leaving only a shallow mark. Yunmo, attack its eyes first. The eyes are the most vulnerable part. Squeak! The mutant rat screamed in pain. This sound was like a devil's voice piercing the ears. Instantly, everyone felt a buzzing in their ears, and a slight stinging pain in their heads. It was just these 2 seconds of distraction that several teammates were dragged into the mutant rat swarm. Even Yunmo was in a trance for a moment. Yu tried to tie up the mutant rat with vines, but unfortunately, the difference in superpowers was there. The vines were like fragile noodles, and were easily torn apart by the mutant rat. It was completely useless, and would only waste her special ability. After realizing this, Yu stopped wasting her energy, and used her mental power to attack its brain. The mutant mouse was stunned for just a second, and soon got rid of her interference. Squeak! Yunmo and Shin Yunting moved around swiftly, trying to attack the mutant mouse's eyes. Unfortunately, perhaps because it had suffered so much just now, the mutant mouse was obviously much smarter this time, and knew to protect its eyes. However, being big also has disadvantages. The mutant rat is too bulky. Although it can cause large-scale damage every time, it just can't catch the two humans. The successive injuries made the mutant rat more irritable, and it used sonic attacks again. We can't let it continue to scream. We have to find its weakness and solve it quickly. Hearing the screams behind them, they knew without looking back that the team members must have suffered heavy casualties. Yunmo, attack its abdomen, that's its weakness. Yu couldn't help, but could only watch worriedly from the side, interfering with the mutant rat's actions from time to time, which also gave her time to observe the huge rat. Soon they found that the mutant rat had been protecting its belly. So that must be its weakness. Okay. Yunmo would not doubt Yu's judgment at all. However, the mutant rat was very alert and kept protecting its belly, leaving them no chance to attack. Yu, help me trap it. Give me 10 seconds. Yunmo's eyes showed a cold and murderous look. Okay. Yu stared at the mutant rat's eyes, and his powerful mental power turned into an invisible sword, attacking its brain fiercely. At first, Yu also tried to see if she could communicate with the mutant rat with her mental power. But the mutant rat's spirit was extremely violent, full of a strong desire for destruction. It seemed that she could only communicate with zombies. Probably because Yu herself was also a zombie. Both eyes of the mutant rat had been poked out. It couldn't see the scene in front of it, making it even more manic. It could only rely on its ears to capture the direction of the enemy. This also made Yu's sneak attack very successful. The mutant rat had already raised a claw, aimed at Shen Yunting's position, and was about to slap it hard. Shen Yunting had no time to dodge. In the current situation, he could only bear the blow. At this critical moment, the mutant rat's movement suddenly stopped in midair, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Now! Yun Mo's eyes were sharp, and an extremely sharp and powerful aura burst out from his body. He and Shen Yunting attacked at the same time, and they no longer held back, and used all their strength to give the mutant rat a fatal blow. Squeak! The mutant rat was hit hard, probably sensing the danger, and burst out with an extremely sharp and piercing cry. Ah! Everyone who heard this sound wave felt like their brains were hit hard. The superpowers who were fighting bloody battles all covered their ears tightly at this moment, with painful expressions on their faces. Yun Mo and Shen Yunting, who were closest to the mutant rat, suffered the greatest impact. Blood flowed from their noses and mouths, and their eardrums were almost broken. Yun Mo's eyes were fierce, and the space blade slashed the mutant rat's belly. Chapter 65 Shen Yunting steals the girl's corner. Tear. The thick fur on the mutant mouse's abdomen was cut open, and blood gushed out continuously. A horrifying scene appeared. I saw lumps of blurry flesh mixed with blood falling out. Looking closely, those lumps of flesh turned out to be little mice that had not grown hair yet. The little mice had grown hands, feet and tails, and when they fell out mixed with blood, they were still wriggling on the ground. There were hundreds of them when I counted them carefully. The impact of this scene was so strong that Yu almost vomited because of nausea. Especially when she saw those little mice. Some of them even crawled to her feet. The girl was so scared that her face turned pale, like a delicate little white flower, and she almost jumped up. Pa! Zhuang stepped on it. The meatball completely burst under his feet, becoming a bloody mouse cake. Zhuang retracted his foot, and couldn't wait to take credit. Don't be afraid. Baby, I'm here. Yu. Thank you. I'm even more scared. Squeak. The mutant mouse suffered a heavy blow, and its huge body shook, and suddenly fell to the ground. The mutant rat's vitality quickly withered, and it had lost the ability to fight again. Yun Mo nimbly jumped onto its huge body, stood on the mutant rat's head, drew the saber from his waist, and quickly and accurately picked out its crystal core. Squeak! With the mutant rat's scream, the battle was completely over. The crystal core belongs to you. This was the promise Shen Yunting had made before, and at this moment, he had no intention of snatching the crystal core from Yun Mo Captain. But he had no idea. But the members of the Thunder team were somewhat unwilling. They suffered heavy casualties on this trip. Almost half of their teammates died, which severely damaged the Thunder team. In the end, they got nothing. Of course they were unwilling to accept this, although they did not kill the Mutant Rat King, but Shen Yunting also contributed. So their team also has a share of this crystal core. The Rat King was killed by the two of us together. Since I also have a share of this crystal core, then I will give it to whoever I want. Does anyone have any objections? Shen Yunting's intimidating eyes swept across the faces of the team members one by one. Although the 5th level crystal core is rare, it is not the only one. Compared with this crystal core, Shen Yunting wants to take this opportunity to make friends with Yun Mo. This battle made him more aware of Yun Mo's strength. Shen Yunting always admires strong people, and he can't help but feel a sense of mutual respect between strong people. It is beneficial to make friends with Yun Mo no. Although the team members are unwilling, they can only obey the captain's arrangement. Yun Mo doesn't care about the undercurrents in the Thunder team. Since Shen Yunting asked, he naturally accepted the crystal core without hesitation. Thank you. Seeing that Shen Yunting wanted to make friends, Yun Mo nodded slightly to him. I hope we can continue to cooperate next time. Shen Yunting stretched out his hand. The two of them were already friends who had lived together for a lifetime, so Yun Mo would certainly give him this face. Holding his palm. Of course. Yun Mo. After the battle, Yu immediately ran over, but did not throw herself into his arms as usual. Instead, she looked him up and down nervously from a short distance away, filled with unconcealed worry. Yu. I'm fine. You're lying. You're bleeding. It's just a minor injury. Seeing Yu so worried about him, Yun Mo felt a warm feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to raise his hand to touch the top of the girl's head, telling her not to worry. But as soon as Yun Mo stepped forward, Yu subconsciously took a step back, seemingly avoiding him. Don't come over here. It stinks. The girl covered her nose and said coquettishly. Seeing that Yunimo was not seriously injured, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After being relieved, she thought about staying away from him. After all, Yunimo was closest to the mutant rat just now, and was caught off guard and sprayed with blood. Seeing Yu's disgusted look, Yunimo almost laughed out of anger. Usually, the girl wanted to stick to him. This was the first time that Yu disliked him. This made Yunimo feel a little uncomfortable. This little heartless. When the mutant rat king died, the remaining rats lost their backbone and were in chaos. They fled in panic. It took the superpowers an hour to finally wipe out all the mutant rats. Even the little rats that fell out of the mutant rat king's stomach were not spared. Damn, this beast has too strong a reproductive capacity. Qi Yin was secretly shocked. Fortunately, I killed it today, otherwise, the world would be occupied by rats sooner or later. The huge body of the rat king fell there, like a small hill, with a strong smell of blood. If it is not dealt with, it will soon attract zombies and other mutant animals. The fire-type psychic was extremely useful at this moment. After piling up the bodies of these rats, and pouring gasoline on them, the fire-type psychic threw a fireball. Boom! The flame shot up into the sky. As the bodies burned, a smell of meat gradually spread out. Gulp! Some psychics couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Do you smell it? It smells so good. This is meat. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Such a big rat. If you can eat it, how long will it take to eat it? Are you crazy? This is a mutant animal. Who knows if they carry viruses in their bodies? Besides, these rats have eaten so many zombies. It's disgusting to think about it. Ah, I just said that. Hearing their conversation, Yu's expression was a little hard to describe. Yunimo, can mice be eaten? How come these humans eat everything? Yunimo, yes. The Research Institute in the previous life has already developed that. Mutated animal meat can be eaten. The meat even contains tremendous energy, and it can enhance the strength of the superpowers. Many high-level superpowers in the previous life specialize in hunting mutant animals in order to enhance their strength. But now, this research has not been announced. But these mice are an exception. Yunimo has seen many mutant animals. They have great strength, but they are not invincible, and they can be infected by the zombie virus just like humans. These mutant rats were the only ones that ate zombies, and were not affected. After cleaning up the battlefield, an entire afternoon had passed, and it was getting dark. Today's battle had caused them heavy casualties. In this situation, it was obviously not suitable to continue traveling. After some discussion, they decided to stay in the village to rest for one night, and return to the base the next morning. This time, the two teams of superpowers were almost completely wiped out. Even the battle-hardened members of the Thunder team were seriously injured. As for Yunmo's team, Qi Yin was the only one who was not injured. Qi Yin couldn't help but feel a little proud when he mentioned this. I wrapped my whole body with flames, and those rats didn't dare to get close to me. Qi Yin boasted about his heroic deeds in an offensive way. Perhaps Yunimo was still upset by Yu's disdainful attitude just now. After settling down, the man immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower without wasting a moment. But when Yunimo washed off the blood and came out of the bathroom with steam, he saw Yu sitting next to Shinyunting, which was unusual. Shinyunting had a faint smile on his face, and was talking to Yu with his head tilted. The two looked very close. From Yunmo's perspective, Yu was even about to kiss him. The man's eyes became colder and colder. What are you two talking about? Chapter 66. Just take a bite to satisfy your craving. He had only been away for a while. Shinyunting started to seduce Yu again. This time it seemed to be successful. If he had come out a little later, Yu would have followed Shinyunting and run away. When he thought of this, Yunmo's handsome face sank slightly, and his eyes looking at Shinyunting were as cold as a knife. It was like looking at those slutty bitches outside with bad intentions. Shinyunting was about to speak, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yu in a hurry. No, I didn't say anything. The girl's eyes flashed with guilt. Okay, Yu admitted that. She couldn't resist the temptation. In the battle with the mutant rats, Shinyunting suffered a lot of external injuries. As long as he got close, Yu could smell the tempting blood fragrance on him. Gulp. The girl couldn't help swallowing her saliva, looking at him with a bit of heat. What did you think of what I said last time? The Thunder team will always welcome you. As long as you are willing to join us, you can have whatever you want. Crystal Core. Shinyunting had given up, but this battle let him see Yu's strength. Psychic users are indeed very powerful assistants. If you can recruit her into the team, You can avoid many dangers. Seeing Yu staring at him, her eyes seemed to want to eat him. Shen Yunting paused, and an unnatural look flashed across his face. He couldn't help but think of what Su Mao said. Since Yunemo can sell his masculinity to keep Yu, why can't he? After all, he also has a good impression of the girl. Of course, he appreciates her personal ability more. If you can recruit Yu into the team, it is not impossible to make some appropriate sacrifices. Can you really have anything you want? Yu's face showed excitement, and she couldn't resist the temptation for a moment. She wanted Shen Yunting to let her take a bite, just to satisfy her craving. With such a plump piece of pork belly in front of her, who could resist taking a bite? Not only her, but even Zhuang became very agitated when he smelled the strong smell of blood in the team. For them, the zombies, it was really too torturous to have so much food running around in front of them, and they could only look at it but not eat it. However, when Yu's words fell into Shen Yunting's ears, it had another meaning. Well, you can do whatever you want. At this point, Shen Yunting's face turned slightly hot, and his usually steady heartbeat was out of rhythm for the first time. Facing such temptation, how could Yu resist it? Unfortunately, she was discovered by Yunemo before she took action. Seeing the man's gloomy face, Yu knew that Yunemo was angry. Brother Yunemo, you don't know that Lin Yu almost betrayed you just now. I think she is fickle and fickle. Yi Weiwei finally found an opportunity to exaggerate and deliberately exaggerate. Not satisfied with being with you, you want to seduce other men. Yi Weiwei's malice towards Yu was obvious. Even Zhuang could sense it. This human wants to bully Yu. Yi Weiwei was talking excitedly, when she suddenly felt a cold gaze falling on her. A chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. The sixth sense detected a strong crisis. Yi Weiwei's heartbeat accelerated, and her intuition made her look up subconsciously. She saw the taciturn cousin standing behind Lin Yu. Under the sunglasses, the pair of eyes were staring at her closely. Yi Weiwei felt terrified, as if she was being stared at by a wild beast. It seemed that the man would pounce on her and tear her apart in the next second. She was still in shock, and could not help but take a step back. This man is very dangerous. Yunemo glanced at Shen Yunting coldly, and turned away without saying a word. Seeing this, Yu hurriedly chased after him. Yunemo was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to control himself and attack Shen Yunting. Yunemo, are you angry? Yu followed behind him and asked cautiously. Yu, what did you want to do to him just now? Yunemo stopped suddenly. Yu almost bumped into his back. The man's low tone could not tell whether he was happy or angry. If I hadn't come out, did you want to kiss him, like you did to me before? Ah? Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and she said with a lack of confidence. I didn't. Yu felt guilty at the moment, as if she had cheated on her husband outside, and was caught on the spot. Yunemo, don't be angry, I just wanted to take a bite of him. She just wanted to take a bite to satisfy her craving. Who told Yunemo to not let her bite? Do you still want to bite him? Yunmo's eyes were cold. Didn't I tell you not to bite him? You like him so much that you don't even listen to me. An unprecedented anger suddenly surged in Yunmo's heart. He couldn't help but grab Yu's wrist and pull her into his arms. Yu was confused and didn't know what was going on. Yunemo pressed the back of her head and pressed her against his neck. Don't you like biting people? I will satisfy you and let you bite as much as you want. Don't go to Shen Yunting again. Yu thought to herself, is there such a good thing? It's a waste not to eat the meat that is delivered to your door. Even a zombie can't stand this kind of temptation. Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, unable to suppress the excitement in her heart, and bit him. She had been coveting Yunmo's body for a long time. The girl's sharp teeth pierced into her skin, bringing a slight pain. It was painful and itchy, and in addition, it also brought a strange electric current, spreading all the way to the bottom of her heart. Yunmo's heart seemed to be bitten by ants, numb and numb. The man's eyes darkened, and his sexy Adam's apple slid up and down. Yu bit the soft meat on his neck, grinding it gently with her teeth. Unfortunately, she gnawed for a long time, leaving only a bright red mark on Yunmo's neck. The girl smacked her lips, and regret flashed in her eyes. Why is there no taste at all? Yu's eyes moved, and her sight fell on Yunmo's thin lips. She stared at him eagerly. Okay. The man breathed rapidly, and quickly pushed her away. Sorry, I was too impulsive just now. The anger gradually cooled down, and reason finally returned. Yunmo's dark eyes could not help but flash with annoyance. He did not know why he was so impulsive just now. The anger rushed straight to his head, shattering the calm and rationality that he had always been proud of. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Yu looked at him eagerly. It was good to be impulsive. You could be impulsive a few more times. Speaking of which, Yu felt that she should thank Yunting in the past. Yunimo was like a chaste man who was on guard against her, fearing that she would take advantage of him. But today, he took the initiative to deliver himself to her. Yunimo, I still want it. You said you would satisfy me. The girl's voice was soft and tender, as if water could drip out of it. Even though she said such ambiguous words, her expression was very innocent, and her eyes were as clear as water. For a moment, Yunimo felt like a beast. No. After calming down, Yunimo returned to his rigid and restrained appearance. Yu, it's wrong for you to do this. Don't do this again next time. Remember, this will not happen again, either to me or to Yunting. Yunmo's eyes were cold and indifferent, and no emotion could be seen. This was the first time he spoke to her in such a harsh tone. If I find out again that you hurt others behind my back, then... Yunimo hardened his heart and decided to give her an unforgettable lesson, so that Yu could realize the seriousness of the problem. If you can't control your desire to eat people, go back with Zhuang. Human society is not suitable for you. He must make her change her urge to eat people. Otherwise, there will be another Yunting in the future. Chapter 67 almost pissed off his wife. The girl opened her eyes slightly, looking at him in disbelief. This was the first time Yunimo was so mean to her. Yu felt wronged and angry. Are all of you humans so unreasonable? It was Yunimo who seduced her first. Why did he suddenly turn his face against her? And he even wanted to drive her away. Yu's eyes were slightly red, and her soft voice was full of grievance. You are so mean to me. I don't like you anymore. Roar! Sensing the sad mood of the baby, the originally quiet Zhuang suddenly went crazy, and burst out with a strong killing intent. This damn human, how dare he make the baby sad? It wants to kill him. It must kill him. The killing intent towards Yunimo instantly prevailed. Zhuang immediately pounced on him. Yunimo also realized that this zombie really wanted to kill him, and naturally, he would not sit and wait for death. The man and the zombie fought fiercely, and every move was fatal, without mercy. A murderous look flashed across Yunmo's eyes. He instantly had the killing intent. A disobedient zombie, naturally there was no need to keep it, otherwise it would cause a disaster sooner or later. No, you are not allowed to kill Zhuang. Feeling the strong killing intent emanating from Yunimo, Yu rushed forward to stop him. Don't kill Zhuang. Hee. Zizi. Get out of the way. The zombie, who had originally fallen into a frenzy, immediately stopped his attack when he saw Yu blocking in front of him. Zhuang was like an irritable big dog, wanting to rush over and bite Yunimo to death, but afraid of hurting Yu, so he could only growl anxiously on the side. I'll take Zhuang away, don't kill him. The girl glared at him angrily, said stubbornly. You don't want to see me anyway. Yu, I don't mean that. Yunimo pressed his forehead with a headache, not knowing what to do with the girl. This was the first time he was so helpless against someone. Zhuang, let's go. Yu was angry, and didn't want to pay attention to Yunimo for the time being, so she led the zombie away. Huh? Before leaving, the zombie showed its sharp teeth threateningly. Damn human, if you dare to bully my cub again, I will bite you to death. Yu and Yunimo fell into a cold war. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the tense atmosphere between the two. Even Shirley, who was always a bit nervous, noticed this. Usually, Yu liked to stick to Yunmo. But now, the girl was still sitting aside sulking, leaving Yunmo with only an angry back. Captain, what's wrong with you? Shirley scratched his head and asked with concern. He wondered. This is really strange. Although he had been with Yu for a short time, Shirley could see that Yu was simple-minded and soft-hearted. She also doesn't have the willful temper of a young lady like Yuwei. So what did their captain do to make the little girl angry? Nothing. Yunimo pressed his brow. The little girl was angry now, and he didn't want to listen to anything he said. He could only wait for Yu to calm down, and then he would go over to explain. Yunimo originally wanted to make it more serious, to make Yu realize the seriousness of the situation. Unexpectedly, the girl misunderstood his meaning, thinking that he didn't want her anymore. Why didn't he want her? But he promised to help her find her brother. TSK, what a feeling. Chi Yin smiled with some gloating. He said, how could their captain, who was so cold and hard-tempered, find a partner, After finally seeing the captain get humiliated, Chi-yin wanted to watch the show for 2 more days. Unable to get an answer from Yunemo, Shirley had to ask Yu. Yu felt wronged. Yunemo really didn't want her anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to talk to her until now. Yu looked sad. Yunemo must have thought she was a nuisance, so he didn't want to take her with him anymore. Liar! Yunemo is a big liar! Yu pulled the grass to vent her anger, and her crystal tears began to swirl. Yu, did you have a fight with the captain? Shirley suddenly sat down beside her. Yu turned her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Woo! What happened? Can you tell me? Shirley suddenly panicked. Except for Yunemo, Shirley was the person who cared about her the most in the team, like a good old man. Yunemo doesn't want me anymore. Yu finally found someone to talk to. Tears falling down. Don't cry first. Shirley was just a rough man. He didn't know how to coax a girl. He was so confused. I didn't cry, Yu said stubbornly. Just tears came out of my eyes. Okay. You didn't cry. Shirley was at a loss for words. Maybe it was because Yu's personality was like a child, always making people want to take care of her more. Although he has no sister. His wife is pregnant with a daughter. When he thought of his wife and daughter waiting for him in Kyoto, Shirley's eyes showed tenderness. If his daughter is born, she should be like Yu. A well-behaved and beautiful girl. Therefore, when Shirley treats Yu, he always has the mentality of an old father looking at his daughter. Yu complained to him about Yunmo's behavior. He is a bad guy, the girl said angrily. So that's how it is. Shirley couldn't help laughing. The captain doesn't want you, he's just jealous. Jealous? Hearing this new word, Yu's eyes showed doubt. What is that? Is it delicious? Yu made a note of Yunemo in her heart. He was jealous behind her back, stingy guy. Jealous means. Shirley didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and simply explained to her. In short, the captain was unhappy when he saw Yu and Captain Shin getting too close. Oh, Yu suddenly realized. So that's it. But she was still very unhappy. Who made Yunemo say that? Humph. Yu decided to give him the cold shoulder. Let's see if he dares to be mean to her next time. Thank you, Brother Shir. The girl looked at him sincerely. You're welcome. Shirley's heart was soft, and he reached out and touched her head. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but say something for Yunemo. The captain is just not good at expressing his emotions. Not that he doesn't have you in his heart. After all, their captain has kidnapped such a delicate and soft little girl for so many years. People don't mind his cold and hard temper, and are willing to like him. Shirley doesn't want Yunemo, a straight man, to drive his wife away. Yunemo and Lin Yu had a quarrel. If it were normal, Yu Weiwei would definitely be very happy, and would take the opportunity to go in and improve her impression in front of Yunemo. But now, her attention was attracted by another thing. Yu Weiwei felt more and more that something was wrong. She was always particularly sensitive to Yu's affairs. The cousin next to Yu seemed a little strange. Yu Weiwei had been observing secretly, and this observation really made her find something strange. First, this cousin never needed to eat, and she had never seen him communicate with anyone. Second, his walking posture was very strange, and his hands and feet were very stiff, as if his body was out of coordination. He looked a bit like... What did he look like? Yu Weiwei frowned and thought about it. Bang! A burst of gunfire suddenly rang in her ears, interrupting her thoughts. Yu Weiwei was startled and raised her head in shock, seeing several stiff and twisted zombies approaching not far away. Yu Weiwei had a flash of inspiration. She knew what it looked like. Like zombies, that cousin behaved like a zombie, also stiff and sluggish. He always sprayed a lot of perfume on his body. Yu Weiwei didn't think much about it before. Now thinking about it carefully, I'm afraid it's not to cover up the stench on his body. This guess made Yu Weiwei excited instantly. Lin Yu, I finally got a handle on you. Chapter 68. A kiss can comfort her. Although the mutant rat died, the aura of the high-level mutant beast has not dissipated. With its pressure, Luhua village has become the safest place. The team rested here for a whole night, and everything was calm. In the room, Yunemo was lying on the bed, with nothing beside him. The man sighed softly. This was the first time that the girl left him since he and Yu had known each other for so long. Yu always liked to sleep with him, although Yunemo was always teased to the point of being miserable. But after a few times, it has become his habit. But tonight, he is alone, without hugging the girl to sleep. He has insomnia for the first time. Yunemo suddenly felt lonely in his heart. He didn't know if his little zombie was asleep or if he was still angry. Yunemo tossed and turned in bed, feeling very upset. How could he say such harsh words during the day? Yunemo, I deserve to die. A wall separates them. Yu is alone in the big bed, sleeping soundly without a care in the world. She is different from humans. Although she doesn't need to sleep to replenish her body's energy, Xiaoyu still maintains human living habits. Huh? Zhuang, who was guarding the door, suddenly became agitated and let out a threatening growl from his throat. Human, get out of here. Don't disturb Xiaoyu's sleep. Xiaoyu's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she noticed a tall figure standing at the door. Zhuang, the girl called softly. Zhuang growled irritably, although he was unwilling, but he still listened to Xiaoyu's words. Yunemo quickly pushed the door open, ignoring the zombie that was staring at him, and walked straight to the bed. The man looked down at the sleeping girl, and saw her thick eyelashes trembling slightly. Yunemo couldn't help laughing in his heart. Yu couldn't even pretend to sleep. But Yunemo didn't expose her. He thought about it, and decided to come over to coax the little girl. Yu, I apologize to you. I said something wrong during the day. I hope you can forgive me. Huh? Yu originally wanted to see what Yunemo was up to, but he couldn't pretend anymore after hearing this. The girl sat up suddenly, looking at him with watery eyes, and her face full of grievance. You want to drive me away, and you are mean to me. I will never be friends with you again. Yunemo immediately felt guilty. He did say that, even though he didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry, Yu. I was just too angry at the time. I apologize to you. What do I have to do for you to forgive me? Yunmo's deliberately lowered voice was full of magnetism, with a bit of doting and gentle coaxing. As Yu listened, the grievance in her heart gradually dissipated. But she still didn't want to forgive Yunmo so quickly. The girl's eyes rolled around, like a cunning little fox. Unless, you let me kiss you again. Every time she kissed Yunmo, Yu felt very excited, as if her heart was beating very fast. But her heartbeat had obviously stopped a long time ago. Yu didn't understand what that feeling was, but she liked to kiss Yunmo. The more Yunmo didn't want her to kiss him, the more excited he was. The more Yu said, the more she wanted to do something shameful with him. Hearing these roguelike words, the man's cold face gradually turned suspicious. If you don't listen, I'll change to a human to raise you. Seeing that he hesitated, Yu puffed up her cheeks angrily. When Yunemo heard this, he immediately thought of Xinyunting. His eyes darkened slightly. No! An uncontrollable impulse suddenly surged in Yunmo's heart. He pinched the girl's chin, and kissed her directly. This kind of thing? You can only do this to me in the future, do you hear me? Yunmo's eyes were deep, and his tone was strong. Yeah! Yu is easy to coax, and she can be coaxed with just a kiss. Okay. The man's ears turned red. Yu didn't understand anything, but Yunemo did. He is such a beast. He actually took advantage of the girl. Yunemo avoided Yu's gaze evasively. But, rather than letting Yu be coaxed by other men, it would be better for him to sacrifice himself. Yunemo thought, Yu is just curious about human affairs. After she understands it clearly, she should not make such requests again. The man turned his palm over, and in the blink of an eye, an earthy brown crystal core the size of an egg appeared in his hand. It's shiny! Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Yunemo, is this for me? Yes. Yunemo reached out and touched her head. His eyes were filled with tenderness that even he didn't notice. Yu played with it for a while, and then returned the crystal core to Yunemo. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Yu nodded. She really liked this crystal core, but her current ability level was too low, and she couldn't absorb it. It would be better to give this 5th level crystal core to Yunemo. Only when Yunemo becomes stronger can he find more crystal cores for her. Isn't it what humans call investment? It depends on long-term development. I know you humans are particular about betrothal gifts. This is the betrothal gift I give you. The girl looked very proud, which was very cute in Yunmo's eyes. If you accept this betrothal gift, you will be my husband in the future. Yunemo couldn't help laughing. Where did you hear the word husband? Brother Shirtu told me. Yu showed a look of disdain, as if she was disdainful of him. How come you don't even know this? A husband means you can sleep together, kiss each other, and have a baby together. Yu asked innocently. Yunemo, I also want to have a baby with you. Boom. This made Yunmo's mind go blank. He secretly made a note of Shirley. He didn't expect Shirley to be as unreliable as Jian now. He only knew how to instill some messy garbage ideas into Yu. Looking at Yu's clear and clean eyes, Yunimo pulled up her neck with difficulty and wrapped her up like a silkworm. Stop talking and go to sleep. No. No. The silkworm kept twisting in his arms. If you don't sleep, I will have a baby with you now. Yunimo had a headache and held her tightly in his arms through the quilt, saying half coaxingly, You sleep obediently now. Sleeping is having a baby. Is that so? Yu believed his words without a doubt, and soon settled down. The girl closed her eyes expectantly, hoping that she and Yunimo would have a baby tomorrow. Early the next morning, after the team rested, they planned to set off to return to the base. Shin Yunting's team suffered heavy casualties this time. Before returning to the base, he wanted to go to the city first to collect some medicines. Do you want to go with us? No. Yun Mo's space was not short of medicines, and what's more, he wanted Shin Yunting to stay away from Yu. So he rejected Shin Yunting's invitation. Okay. Seeing this, Shin Yunting did not force it. The team planned to leave after breakfast. Yi Weiwei quickly winked at Zhao Zhenan. Chapter 69. Dancing back and forth in front of the gates of hell. Ever since she found out that Zhuang's identity was wrong, Yi Weiwei has been in an agitated state. She seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Yu being driven away. Yi Weiwei's eyes flashed with malice. She just didn't believe that Lin Yu secretly hid zombies, and that there was still room for her in the team. But Yi Weiwei didn't dare to take the risk herself, after all. She was just an ordinary person. What if the zombie was forced to bite her? Yi Weiwei still cherished her life very much. Her eyes turned, and her sight fell on Zhao Zhenan. And she immediately had an idea in her mind. The reason why she didn't tell Yunimo was that Yi Weiwei had known it for a long time. Between her and Lin Yu, Yunimo would only favor Lin Yu, and would not believe her. So Yi Weiwei could only ask Zhao Zhenan for help. Zhao Zhenan was a very responsible soldier, regardless of whether Yi Weiwei's words were true or not. For the sake of everyone's safety, he would verify the matter. Next, she just had to wait and see the show. After Zhao Zhenan received Yi Weiwei's gaze, he nodded seriously. He walked over. Yun Mo's team had instant noodles for breakfast. Shi Yan was in charge of controlling the heat, while Yunimo tore open the bag and added the noodles into the pot. Yu squatted on the side, like a child waiting in line for food, staring at the pot eagerly. Zhuang stood behind Yu, so quiet that he seemed to have no sense of existence. When Zhao Zhenan approached, Zhuang also noticed it, but he did not take this human seriously, still staring at its cub intently. Suddenly, a gust of wind came. Roar! Zhuang sensed the danger and subconsciously wanted to attack back. But Zhao Zhenan was prepared. He retreated repeatedly to avoid its attack. He was holding a pair of sunglasses in his hand. It was the sunglasses on Zhuang's face. Hee hee. Zhuang felt provoked and growled angrily. Zhuang. This series of actions happened too quickly. By the time Yu reacted, Zhuang's identity had been exposed. Without the cover of sunglasses, Zhuang's scarlet eyes were exposed. Those were definitely not the eyes a human should have. You are indeed a zombie. Zhao Zhenan's face was solemn, and he looked up at Yunimo Captain Yun. Shouldn't you explain why there is a zombie lurking in the team? What? Other psychics were attracted by the movement here. After seeing Zhuang's eyes clearly, everyone took out their weapons and was on guard. How could there be a zombie here? Wow! Wow! Shi Yan was closest to Zhuang, and at this moment he was so scared that he rolled and crawled, and quickly moved 2 meters away from him and hid behind Qin Mo. Seeing his embarrassing appearance, Qin Mo couldn't bear to look at him. What a shame! Did you see it? It's a zombie! It's a zombie! Qi Yan was devastated. I guessed it. Qin Mo's tone was calm. Too calm. He had long suspected Zhuang's identity. Then why didn't you tell me? Qi Yan glared at him madly. What's wrong with a zombie? Did it bite you? Did it sleep with you at night? Qin Mo asked back calmly. Ah, that's not the case. But? Who knew it was actually a zombie? He was so good yesterday. And he was arm in arm with a zombie. Thinking back now, Qi Yan's scalp suddenly went numb. It turned out that he had been dancing back and forth in front of the gate of hell, repeatedly testing. Qi Yan suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Should he thank the zombie brother for not eating him? The atmosphere was suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder. Zhuang sensed the murderous intent of these humans, and the sense of crisis made him very anxious. And he opened his mouth and roared. Several superpowers looked at each other at the same time. The next second, they attacked Zhuangzhuang at the same time. The colorful superpowers hit an invisible barrier. Captain Yun, what do you mean? All the attacks were stopped, and the superpowers glared at Yunimo. Don't forget that zombies and humans are natural enemies. Are you going to protect this zombie? Yunimo. Yu pulled at the corner of his clothes, looking at him with worry. She and Yunimo had already decided to settle Zhuangzhuang outside before returning to the base. She didn't expect Zhuangzhuang's identity to be exposed at this time. These humans will definitely kill it. Yu didn't want Zhuangzhuang to be killed, but she also knew that if she didn't kill Zhuangzhuang, Yunimo would be scolded. It's okay, don't worry. Yunimo comforted her, and looked up at the hostile psychics. It's a zombie, but you can't kill it. Why? The psychic frowned and asked in confusion. In addition to being a zombie, it has another identity. It's my team member. Even if I have to deal with it, I should deal with it myself. The man's intimidating eyes swept over the psychics. Or, you want to interfere in our team's affairs, and kill my team members in front of me, you can try to see if you have the strength to do so. Shen Yunting looked away indifferently. Let's go! His attitude was very clear, making it clear that he would not interfere in this matter. The other superpowers looked at each other, although they were unwilling, but they had to give up. We can choose not to interfere, but this zombie can't follow us anymore, after all. No one wants to be worried all day long, and this zombie can't be brought back to the base. Captain Yun, I hope you can consider the overall situation. Yes. Yunimo nodded, and agreed. A storm was just calmed down. Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and looked up at Yunimo with sparkling eyes. Yunimo, you are so awesome. The man was very satisfied with the girl's admiring eyes. He raised his hand, and touched her head. You stay here first. After saying this, Yunimo walked towards Zhao Zhenan. I don't know what he said to Zhao Zhenan. Zhao Zhenan, who had a stern face, gradually relaxed his frown. He nodded to Yunimo, and returned to Yi Weiwei. Uncle Zhao, what's going on? Are we going to let this go? Why don't you kill the zombie? This is not what Yi Weiwei wanted at all. Why is Yu fine? No one blames her at all. Wasn't everything she did today in vain? Yi Weiwei was unwilling to accept this. Besides, Yunmo's reaction showed that he had known about it a long time ago. Even so, he still chose to protect Lin Yu and the zombie. Yi Weiwei felt cold in her heart. She seemed to have underestimated Yu's position in Yunmo's heart. Don't worry, since I promised your father, I will protect you. As for the zombie, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Compared to the zombie, Zhao Zhenan was more concerned about the superpowers of the girl named Yu, who followed Yunimo. Zombies are not surprising. But it is the first time to see zombies that can be controlled and obeyed. If the girl's superpowers are used well, then the zombies will not be a threat, but can become a great help to mankind. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhenan's heart was a little hot. Chapter 70 Zombie Type Crisis 1. No. Qi Yin swallowed his saliva, and was a little afraid to look directly at Zhuangzhuang. Captain, when did a zombie sneak into our team? How come I didn't know? Qi Yin said in confusion. The other teammates all looked calm, which made him seem a little surprised. No, aren't you afraid? Qi Yin stared. They have been in the same room with a zombie for so long. The captain has his reasons for doing this. Bai Yu said indifferently. He never questioned Yunmo's decision. No matter what decision the captain made, Bai Yu thought it was right. Don't be afraid, this zombie doesn't eat people. Shirley patted his shoulder with a smile. Look, even a little kid like Muze is not afraid. Hearing his name, Muze raised his head and glanced at Qi Yin lightly. He seemed a little disgusted. Qi Yin coughed and said unnaturally, Who is afraid? I'm not afraid, you're kidding. I've killed so many zombies, how could I be afraid of it? He just couldn't accept it for a while. The person who was still a brother to him the day before yesterday, suddenly became a zombie. Thinking of his suicidal behavior in the past 2 days, Qi Yin couldn't help but touch his nose. Damn, I was the victim. Since Zhuangzhuang's identity has been exposed, it is not suitable for him to stay in the team. Qi Yin, but Captain, will this zombie continue to follow us? Yu and I have discussed it. Find a place near the base, and place Zhuangzhuang there. When they leave Yutian base, they will take Zhuangzhuang with them. That's good. Qi Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid, it was still quite creepy to think about living and eating with a zombie all day. What if the zombie could not control itself and suddenly ate him in the middle of the night? Zhuangzhuang. Qi Yin muttered the name, and suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed. Who came up with this stupid name? Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. While laughing, he suddenly noticed the death stare of his captain. If you want to laugh, get off the car. Chi Yan's laughter stopped abruptly. Okay. He got it. This name must have been given by Yu. Chi Nemo laughed. You are so mean. Yu Nemo, when can we leave? Compared to the human base, Yu still prefers the outside. Wait a few more days, Yu. Do you remember the zombie we met in S City last time? Yu shook her head. Since she woke up, she didn't remember what happened that night. Yunmo's dark eyes sank slightly. He told Yigoan about the situation of the zombie king. Yigoan sent many people to S City to investigate, but never found the zombie he mentioned. The zombie king was hiding somewhere. Yunmo was always worried until the zombie king was solved. He wanted to find an opportunity in the next few days to go to S City again to see if he could find any trace of the zombie king. Yunmo had a vague premonition that the zombie king would appear again. It seemed to be coming for Yu. Thinking of this, the man's eyes were filled with coldness. He had to solve this major problem. Shin Yunting was going to the town to collect medical supplies, and it happened to be on their way. The two teams planned to separate after reaching the town. Hee. Zhuang growled irritably, refusing to leave Yu. Those humans were insidious and cunning, and it was too dangerous to leave Yu with humans. Zhuang wanted Yu to go with him. Only he could protect Yu. Zhuang, be obedient. We will only be separated for a few days, and I will come to pick you up soon, the girl said softly. The usually ferocious zombies were as obedient as a big dog in front of her. Everyone was amazed. I never dreamed that humans and zombies could live in harmony. Captain, I now understand why you would rather be a male mistress than win over Yu. Su Mao was envious. Yu's ability is really amazing. No matter which team it is placed in, it is an awesome plug-in. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? Thinking about it, he began to envy the Yuma team. How come such a nice girl is not one of their team? The Thunder team couldn't help but sigh. Yu repeatedly assured her that she would come back to pick it up. Zhuang stayed reluctantly. If he didn't obey, Zizi would be unhappy. Zhuang could only stay unwillingly. The zombie, which looked ferocious and terrifying, stood there, reluctantly watching Yu get on the car and leave. For some reason, everyone suddenly saw a kind of lonely temperament from this zombie. It was like an old father who could only watch his daughter being kidnapped by a wild man. He looked a little sad. What a hell! After getting in the car, the team was preparing to set off. At this moment, Zhao Jinan suddenly received a call. He was carrying a military satellite phone, which was used to keep in touch with the base, and usually directly contacted the military headquarters. It was only used in emergencies. Sure enough, after Zhao Jinan answered the phone, his face suddenly changed. Is there something wrong at the base? Yunmo asked sharply. Yes. Zhao Jinan's face was very solemn. Captain Yun, we must go back to support as soon as possible. The base was attacked by a wave of zombies. Although humans have established a survivor base after the apocalypse, it is not absolutely safe. Zombies have been evolving, and even began to develop wisdom. They will attack human bases in groups. If it is just a simple zombie wave, it is fine. What we are afraid of is that there are high-level zombie leaders. That is the most difficult thing. Almost no base can escape the fate of being breached by the zombie tide. In the previous life, Yutian base was destroyed by the zombie tide. The Thunder team was about to leave, but after hearing the news, they immediately decided to go back with them to support the base. Yunmo, don't worry. I can make them leave. The zombie tide that frightened humans was not a danger to Yu at all. Yu was confident that she could make all the zombies retreat. Yunmo had a premonition. This zombie wave must be related to the zombie king. But it's just in time. A cold and murderous look flashed in the man's eyes. Just take the opportunity to deal with it. We can't let the zombie king continue to grow. The gate of Yutian base has been blocked by the zombie tide. From a long distance, they can see the dense zombies in front of them, which are like a tide and can't be seen at a glance. A strong stench of decay rises to the sky. Even from such a distance, they can feel the threat of death looming in their hearts. A chill rises from behind everyone. Yutian base has been attacked by zombie waves before, but this time is the largest scale in history. Chapter 71 Zombie Tide Crisis 2. Laser guns were set up on the walls of the base, firing at full power, madly shooting at the countless zombies below. Many superpower users were on the front line, throwing superpowers of various colors down continuously. But despite this, the zombie tide was still not stopped. The first checkpoint of the base had been broken through by zombies. Despair was revealed on everyone's face. They had experienced countless dangers after the end of the world, but none of them was as powerless as this one. Seeing the endless zombies below, many people cried out in despair. Don't give up. Hold on. The soldiers looked resolute. They were the last hope of the base. And there were thousands of ordinary people behind them. They couldn't retreat. Even if the ammunition ran out, they would use their bodies to defend the base's defense line. Under the city wall, the corpses of zombies had accumulated into a small hill. But they still couldn't stop these tireless monsters. They climbed up on the corpses of their own kind, towards the people inside the wall, with ferocious faces like evil spirits crawling out of hell, stretching out their hands to drag those on the wall into the abyss. A young psychic was grabbed by the ankle and dragged down. Help, help me, Amin! His teammates cried out in pain, but there was no time to save a young life from disappearing. The moment the young men fell down, all the zombies below rushed up, and in the blink of an eye, they completely submerged his figure, and frantically tore his limbs apart, and his body was torn into pieces. The screams of the young man became weaker and weaker, and gradually calmed down. There were countless such tragic situations. Everyone had almost exhausted all their superpowers. Even ordinary people took up weapons to kill zombies. Those with weapons took weapons, and those without weapons picked up a brick from the ground and confronted the zombies head-on. I will fight you, monsters. Despite this, it still failed to prevent the second level from being broken through. The desperate cries of people hung in the sky. Dad? Woo woo woo. Don't come over. Don't come over, Report to the commander. We are running out of ammunition. Commander, the east has been broken through. One bad news after another came, and everyone's heart was shrouded in a haze of despair, and they were so oppressed that they could not breathe. If you run out of ammunition, take a knife. We have to defend the last checkpoint no matter what. Even Egoin, the base commander, joined the battle with a long knife, killing the zombies one by one. But, with so many zombies, how can we kill them all? Are they going to die here today? The Ution base cannot be defended. Just when everyone was in despair, the heads of the zombies that were about to climb up the wall suddenly exploded like fireworks. The zombies running in the front were directly crushed by an invisible force. The purple-red lightning was not to be outdone. It attacked in a large area, and directly electrocuted hundreds of zombies into charcoal, and turned them into ashes, without even a bone residue left. This is... Everyone was stunned, and then shouted in surprise. It's Captain Yun. Captain Yun is back. And the Thunder team. Great, we are saved, we are saved. Yunimo and Yu climbed up the wall one after another, and saluted Yigoin. Uncle Yi, I'm back. You kid. Yigoin was surprised and happy, and patted his shoulder with a relieved smile. You're back just in time. Yunimo and Shinyunting were the main combat output. With one big move, they directly cleared an area in the zombie group. The huge pressure was relieved. The human side finally got some breathing space. Yunimo, would you like to compete with me to see who kills more zombies between the two of us? Shinyunting's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Yunimo ignored him, and turned to look at the girl beside him. With a concerned tone, he said, you go down first. I'm enough here. Although the girl's superpowers are strong, every time she consumes too much superpowers, you will have strong sequelae. Yunimo was a little worried. Besides, he suspected that this zombie tide was the work of the Zombie King. After all, these zombies were like a well-trained army, as if someone was commanding them from behind. High-level zombies could control the zombie tide, but who could control so many zombies at once? Except the Zombie King. Yunimo couldn't think of any other options for a moment. No. Yu shook her head. Although the girl looked delicate and weak, she was very persistent. I won't leave, Yunimo. I want to fight with you. As if afraid that Yunimo wouldn't believe it, the vines violently whipped several zombies away. I'm very strong. I can definitely help. If you don't believe me, just try it. Okay. Yunmo's eyes flashed with a smile. His little girl is not the kind of daughter who hides behind others for protection. She can also stand on her own. However, Yunimo still reminded her worriedly, don't be stubborn. Your own safety is the most important. Yeah. Yu nodded obediently. Her voice soft. I know, Captain. Stop talking. The zombies are almost crawling up. And you are still talking about love. Chi Yin barely avoided a zombie claw and yelled. Damn it, you ugly thing almost scratched your father's handsome face. I will burn you into ashes, and send you to see your mother. Say less. Chi Nemo shot him in the head, speechlessly complaining. Even if he didn't die in the hands of zombies, he would be annoyed to death by Chi Yin sooner or later. You are talking so much when you kill a zombie. You are not trying to be lazy. Are you? Bullshit. Who is being lazy? Next. I will let you see how powerful I am. Chi Yin raised his hand and sent out several fireballs in succession. This trip to eliminate the mutant rats was not without gain. The overall strength of the team has been improved. Especially Muze. He has already felt that. He is only one step away from upgrading. Sister, I will protect you. The little boy followed Yu closely. Although his strength is much weaker than Unimo. But he still protected his sister in his own way. This is not a solution. These zombies are obviously controlled by high-level zombies. So many zombies cannot be killed even in one day and one night. We have to find the high-level zombie quickly. He must be hiding in the zombie tide. Can you find him? Shen Yunting said. I'll try. Yu closed her eyes. And her mental power covered the zombie tide below. These zombies were all gray spots. With only one unusually bright red spot. Which was very eye-catching. Yu opened her eyes. And her mental power locked onto the east side of the zombie tide. Her sight fell in a certain direction. And she raised her hand and pointed over. Found it. Unimo. He's there. That area was the most densely populated area for zombies. With countless hideous faces like evil spirits. But they all stayed beside a white figure, and did not act rashly. As if sensing Yu's gaze, the white figure slowly raised his head. And his scarlet eyes stared straight in her direction. It was a zombie wearing a white shirt. Even though he had become a zombie, his white shirt was still as white as before. Without a single stain of blood. The zombie had half a handsome face. But the other half was completely rotten. Ugly like a demon. And even the bones were vaguely exposed. It was not difficult to see that this zombie must have been a handsome man when he was alive. But that face looked. Why did it look so familiar? Chapter 72 Zombie Tide Crisis 3. The girl covered her head, frowning tightly, and many blurred memory fragments flashed through her mind. That was her memory. This zombie seemed familiar. Until the end, the memory was frozen in the last frame. Yu finally saw the man's clear face. Yu, don't be afraid of your brother. The man smiled gently, but his narrow and long phoenix eyes were full of paranoid love. You have to remember, brother is the one who loves you the most in this world. Yu, look at me, you can only have brother in your eyes. The man was sometimes gentle, sometimes crazy. Don't call me brother, I don't want to be your brother. Yu, what's wrong with you? Unimo, who was standing by, quickly noticed the girl's abnormality. His dark eyes were full of tension and worry. Unimo directly threw a big move, completely cleared the zombies in this area, and quickly turned around to check on Yu's situation. Unimo, he is my brother. Yu held his hand tightly, until she pronounced this name. She finally remembered. The reason why she felt that zombie was familiar, that was because, that was her brother. Brother? Unimo looked in the direction of her line of sight. Everywhere he looked, there were ugly zombies. You mean, your brother is among those zombies? Yeah. Yu nodded heavily, with a very firm tone. He is my brother. But when Yu looked up again, the zombie at the beginning was no longer there. The girl was slightly startled. Where's my brother? Yu searched the zombies for a long time. But she couldn't find the white figure. She was unwilling to give up. And released her mental power to search again. But she found nothing. It seemed that the figure she saw just now was just her illusion. How could this happen? Brother. He disappeared. It's okay. Don't worry. He will definitely appear again. I will help you find him. Unimo sighed. He guessed correctly. Yu's brother really turned into a zombie. But with so many zombies, it's not easy to find a zombie. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Unless Yu's brother shows up. Yu looked a little hesitant. She didn't know whether she should tell Unimo that. This zombie tide seemed to be controlled by her brother. She was afraid that Unimo would kill her brother directly. Although her brother had turned into a zombie, Yu still didn't want him to die. Just as the girl was hesitating, Chi Yin suddenly shouted in surprise, "It's retreating!" Retreating? The zombie tide has retreated. Yu immediately looked up. Sure enough, the zombie tide that had rushed in like a flood gradually retreated. They no longer rushed forward all at once. Perhaps it was because of the two strongest fighters, Unimo and Shen Yunting, that the high-level zombie was afraid. In short, it was a good thing that the zombie tide receded. An hour later, There were only a few zombies left. Unimo crushed the head of the last zombie, which completely ended the war. Clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. After Yigoin explained everything, he walked towards them, looking them up and down with a pair of tiger eyes. How are you guys? Are you all okay? Unimo, Uncle Yi, we're fine. That's good. You are the backbone of the base now. You two must not get into trouble. Yigoin patted Unimo and Shin Yunting on the shoulders one by one. These two are his capable men. As long as they are there, Yigoin believes that Yution base will not fall. You contributed the most in this battle. Go get some more crystal cores later. Distribute the rest to the psychics. If Unimo and the others had not arrived in time, Yution base would have been breached. Thinking of this, Yigoin couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed old. After all, the end of the world is the world of young people. Or rather, the world of people with superpowers. Yigoin didn't expect that even Yu, who looked delicate and weak and needed protection from others, was actually so strong in combat, not inferior to his experienced and well-trained soldiers. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. No wonder Unimo fell in love with this little girl. In comparison, Yigoin felt that his daughter really had no chance of winning. Although the zombie tide has retreated, it has left crystal cores all over the ground. If she had heard this normally, Yu would have been very happy. At this moment, the girl seemed a little absent-minded. She was still thinking about her brother. God really doesn't leave a way for humans to survive. In this world, how can ordinary people survive? Yigoin sighed softly, and all he saw was a tragic scene of wailing. This zombie tide has dealt a heavy blow to the Yution base. It can be said that it is the most serious disaster the base has ever experienced. Not only did the army suffer countless casualties, even the number of superpowers has been decreasing again and again. Originally, the number of superpowers in the base was not large, less than 1/3 of the number of ordinary people, and now more than half have been lost. Now Yution base is in urgent need of manpower. Although the zombie tide has receded, the miserable situation in the base is not happy. Uncle Yi, have people continue to set traps and reinforce the walls outside the base. Unimo pinched his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "This battle is not over yet. If the high-level zombies are not eliminated, the zombie tide will definitely come back again. This night is destined to be a sleepless night." "Okay. I'll arrange it right away." Yigoin nodded seriously. He never hesitated when it came to matters concerning the life and death of the base. "I'm afraid there will be another tough battle tonight. You should go back and have a good rest first, and conserve your energy to face the next war." There was still a lot of work to be done, so Yigoin left after giving instructions. Damn it. I'm so tired. Seeing that the danger was over, Chi Yin immediately collapsed to the ground. Oh! I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. All the superpowers in his body were drained, and he felt that he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. When he looked up again, Unimo was already standing with Shin Yunting, discussing the next strategic deployment. Oh my god! The captain is worthy of being the captain. He is a real man. Not at all weak. Chi Yin could not help but stand in awe. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yu standing beside him with a relaxed look on her face. It seemed that she had not just experienced a difficult battle, but had just eaten a meal. Chi Yin immediately admired him. Oh my god! Are you still human? He was just next to Yu. And Chi Yin remembered that she had killed more zombies than him. It would be fine if the captain was not affected. After all, Chi Yin had never seen Unimo show weakness. But Yu, a daughter that looks weak and can only live by relying on others, did not expect to have such a strong explosive power. Chi Yin admitted that he had made a mistake. This was not a weak little white flower, but a daughter that eats people without leaving any bones. Who has ever seen a little white flower that dares to raise zombies and kill zombies as easily as cutting melons and vegetables? I didn't expect that I would make a mistake one day. Chi Yin couldn't help muttering. Sure enough, the woman who can control the captain is not an ordinary person. Chapter 73 Zombie Tide Crisis 4. Unimo was right. The second wave of zombies will come soon. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the base. The zombie tide has appeared again. When the first zombie staggered out, the huge searchlight on the city wall was shown down, making the bottom of the city wall as bright as day. All the zombies hiding in the dark were exposed. Hiss. Some people gasped in shock. In places where the searchlight could not reach, there were still many zombies, like a heavy dark cloud pressing down. A thick haze enveloped everyone in the base. Get ready. The leading soldier looked fierce, and raised his hand at the moment of falling. The laser guns on the city wall opened fire quickly. These hot weapons were used one less at a time, but facing this life and death moment, there was no need to care so much. The rocket launcher fired one shell after another, directly bombarding the zombies below. Superpowers. Get ready. After a short rest just now, at this moment, everyone had adjusted to the best state to join the battle. Unimo and Yu naturally climbed up the city wall. Yu tried to control the zombies with her mental power again. But her mental power seemed to be cut off by an invisible blade. And she lost control of the zombie group again. It seems that she still has to find the high-level zombie hidden in the zombie tide. Only by killing it can everything end. Yu now knows that the high-level zombie who commands the zombie tide is her brother. Yu doesn't want to kill it. But she doesn't want Unimo to be in danger. She can only catch it first, and see if she can communicate with it. The girl released her mental power, and finally locked onto a direction in the darkness. The mental power turned into an invisible rope, and quickly approached the direction where the zombie was. Boom! The mental power that had been released seemed to hit a barrier, and all bounced back. A more brutal and overbearing mental power attacked her mind. Yu couldn't help but cover her head, and quickly retracted her mental power, and tried her best to resist the attack. Dad? Wei, why did you come up? It's dangerous here. What are you doing here? Get down quickly. Yigoan was shooting zombies with a laser gun, and when he turned his head, he saw Yi Weiwei appear beside him, and immediately scolded in a serious tone. Dad, I want to help too. You taught me how to shoot, I can also shoot zombies, Yi Weiwei said, while glancing at Unimo. Unfortunately, Unimo didn't even look at her. Yi Weiwei's eyes flashed with resentment. Yigoan couldn't help but feel a headache. Nonsense, you can't even aim at the zombie's head, how can you kill the zombie? The front line is too dangerous, even he might be bitten to death by the zombies that pounce on him in the next second. Yigoan only has this one daughter, and he really doesn't feel comfortable letting her take risks with him. It would be fine if Yi Weiwei had the ability to protect herself. But the problem is that she can't even aim at the target. To put it bluntly, it will only waste ammunition. Dad, just let me stay. I want to help, too. Besides, there is brother Unimo. He will definitely protect me. As she said that, Yi Weiwei looked at Unimo hopefully. Don't you think so? Brother Unimo said coldly. Yi Weiwei, I don't have time to fool around with you. Either leave now or take responsibility for your own life and death. Me, Yi Weiwei said angrily. Lin Yu can fight zombies with you. And so can I. Shi Yan couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. This young lady really thinks highly of herself. Just don't get scared and cry when the zombies come crawling up. Okay. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, he go inside and could only agree. It's the end of the world, he can't protect his daughter forever. It's a good thing to let Yi Weiwei learn to grow up. This way, even if he has an accident in the future, Yi Weiwei won't have to live alone. Thinking of this, Yigoan stopped trying to stop her. Yi Weiwei had a pistol in her hand, and when she saw the dense zombies below, she was frightened and her face turned pale in an instant, and her hand holding the gun was shaking. But she couldn't retreat at this time. She didn't climb the wall to kill zombies. A ruthless look flashed in Yi Weiwei's eyes. At this critical moment, no one cared about Yi Weiwei at all. Yu also didn't take her seriously. She was still looking for her brother in the dark tide of zombies. The mental attack just now was bounced back. When Yu looked over again, the zombie disappeared again. It was as if it was playing hide and seek with her. The girl frowned tightly, and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Suddenly, Yu's eyes lit up, and she pointed in a direction, and said excitedly, Unimo, I found it. It's there. Unimo immediately looked in the direction of her finger, and finally saw the true face of the high-level zombie hidden in the zombie group. The man's eyes darkened. He guessed right. It was the Zombie King. The moment he found the Zombie King, Unimo acted quickly. The group of zombies surrounding the Zombie King were completely crushed into blood foam by an invisible spatial force, without even a bit of bone residue left. The Zombie King sensed the deadly danger and immediately released his supernatural power. A solid earth wall suddenly appeared. It blocked all of Yunmo's attacks. The earth wall collapsed. The Zombie King had changed his position. His scarlet eyes were like a beast lurking in the dark, staring at Yunmo with hatred. This zombie still had the memory of the past, and recognized Yunmo as the human who had seriously injured him. This human deserved to die. Yunmo narrowed his black eyes, and revealed a strong killing intent. After a brief fight, he had already found out that after the rainstorm, the Zombie King had indeed become much stronger. This time, he must not let it escape again. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill the Zombie King again in the future. When it grows up, it will be the death of mankind. Just like in the previous life, Yu Yu was secretly anxious watching from the side, and wanted to release the vines to help Yunimo several times. Unfortunately, it was useless. The Zombie King was much stronger than her. This battle was not something she could intervene in. Shen Yunting. Help! Yunimo said coldly. Got it. Shen Yunting naturally noticed the zombie's abnormality, and immediately attacked the Zombie King with Yunimo. But the Zombie King was obviously much stronger than the mutant rat. The two's attacks on it only brought it a little relief. What's more, the Dark Zombie group became its best cover. Every time they condensed their ultimate moves, the Zombie King could always sense it accurately and dodge their attacks in time. Several attacks failed, which made the two people look more solemn. This zombie was the strongest opponent they had ever encountered. It might not be easy to kill it. Yu Yu couldn't help, and could only worry. At this moment, a huge push came from behind. Lin Yu Yu. Go to hell. Yi Weiwei's vicious voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Yu Yu was caught off guard, and her body fell off the wall out of control. She tried to release vines to stabilize her body. But when the zombies below saw the food falling, they were instantly excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and stretched out their hands to grab her feet. They pulled her down directly. Chapter 74. He no longer remembers her. Yunimo. Yu Yu only had time to let out a cry, and her slender figure was like a pear blossom falling from a branch. In the blink of an eye, she fell into the dense crowd of zombies. When Yunimo realized something was wrong, the girl's figure had been completely submerged by the zombies. Like a drop of water falling into the sea, she completely disappeared. Yu Yu. Yunmo's eyes were red with anger, and he had no time to think about it, and he jumped down without hesitation. Yi Weiwei felt very happy, and a proud smile appeared on her face. She had waited for this day for too long. There were so many zombies below. Lin Yu Yu couldn't survive at all. As long as she died, Yunimo would see her. However, Yi Weiwei didn't feel proud for too long, and she saw Yunimo jump down with Yu Yu. Yi Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and screamed. Brother Yunimo, she never dreamed that Yunmo's feelings for Lin Yu Yu were so deep. He was willing to jump into the zombie pile for her. Didn't he want to die? Captain! Sister! When the team members found out that something was wrong, it was too late. Yunimo and Yu Yu have both disappeared in the zombie group. Sister! Mu Zei's eyes were instantly red with killing. His gold-type ability turned into a big knife, madly slaughtering the zombies below. Qi Yin also released fireballs below, shouting at the top of his lungs. Captain, Lin Yu Yu, where are you? The team was unwilling to believe that Yunimo was dead, in their eyes. The captain was like a god who could fight and fight. How could he die? Unfortunately, their hopes were doomed to fail. Until all the zombies below were slaughtered, leaving a small area. But there was no trace of Yunimo and Yu Yu. Not even a corpse was left. I don't believe it. My sister must not be dead, she must be down there. I want to go down and save my sister, Mu Zei said, and then pretended to jump down. Frightened, Qi Yin quickly hugged his waist and dragged the impulsive child back. Mu Zei, are you going to die? Don't you see what's going on down there? There are zombies everywhere. If you jump down, will you still be alive? Let me go, you let me go. I want to go down and help my sister. She must not be dead. Mu Zei struggled like an impulsive calf. That's enough. Stop it. Qi Yin was so angry that he slapped him on the head. You naughty kid, even if you want to save people, you have to consider your own weight. Mu Zei. Shirley's deep voice was filled with a soothing force. Don't be impulsive, we will definitely find you and the captain. The captain is not an impulsive person. Since he dared to jump, it means he must have the confidence to bring you back. Shirley's words were like a reassurance pill. Not only did they persuade the impulsive Mu Zei to calm down, but they also successfully calmed the anxious mood of his teammates. Captain will be fine. Bai Yu, who was always taciturn, also said. He had confidence in Yunimo. The captain could not die, and he would not die in this zombie tide. Mu Zei turned his head, and suddenly saw Yi Weiwei lying on the ground. He immediately rushed over angrily. It's you? It's you. Right? You must have pushed my sister down. This woman was right next to my sister just now. She must have done it secretly. It must be said that Muze accidentally saw through the truth. Yi Weiwei was feeling guilty. Her mind was blank. She never expected that Yunimo would jump down with her. She didn't want Yunimo to die. What should she do now? No. It's not me. Hearing Muze's words, Yi Weiwei was startled. Her eyes flickered, and she was too guilty to look at him. Seeing this, Muze knew that this matter must have something to do with her. It's not me. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. She fell down by herself. Yi Weiwei shook her head and stepped back. She was not a fool. Of course she knew that she couldn't admit it at this time. Otherwise, Qi Yin and the others would definitely kill her. I will kill you. Muze was so angry that his eyes turned red. Like an impulsive calf, he rushed over directly, accumulating supernatural powers in his hands. Ah, brother Shi, save me! Yi Weiwei screamed in fear, hiding behind Shi Lei. Okay, Muze, calm down first. Don't be too impulsive. Qi Yin quickly stopped Muze, lest this kid kill Yi Weiwei in a fit of impulsiveness. That would be a big deal. If anything happens to my sister, I will definitely kill you. Muze glared at Yi Weiwei hatefully, but gradually calmed down. He was too anxious just now. Now gradually calming down, Muze remembered Yuyu's unusual identity. Sister. She should be okay. Right? The moment Yuyu fell into the zombie group, she was surrounded by the zombies that surged up. These zombies were all low-level zombies. The highest level was only level 2 or 3. And of course, they couldn't hurt her. The zombie group became very excited, as if welcoming the return of their king, and surrounded Yuyu and walked forward. Where are you taking me? Yuyu asked doubtfully. Unfortunately, these zombies were controlled and only knew to follow orders. Yuyu could feel that they seemed to want to take her to see someone. Could it be her brother? Thinking of this, Yuyu's heart moved, and she followed them obediently. After picking up Yuyu, the zombie army began to retreat in a mighty manner. It seemed that they came here just to take Yuyu home. The zombie tide has retreated. This exciting news quickly spread to the base. The people hugged each other and cried with joy, thanking God for letting them survive this disaster. Yuyu was taken to the city. The building in front of her looked very familiar. She looked for a while before recognizing that this was where she had been. Downtown S. After the zombie army lost control, it gradually dispersed. A third-level zombie led Yuyu to a room. There was a familiar white figure in the room, standing with his back to her. The third-level zombie brought her here and left. Yuyu stared at the figure, and hesitantly said, Brother? The zombie turned around, revealing a familiar face. It was indeed the brother in her memory. Su Yin. Yuyu didn't expect that she would meet her brother here after looking for him for so long. The girl couldn't help but smile. Although she had lost all her memories of the past, she still remembered that her brother was her most important relative in this world. Only by finding Su Yin could she remember her previous memories. Although her brother has become a zombie. But for Yuyu, it is not a big deal. Anyway, she is not considered human. However, Yuyu soon found out that something is wrong with her brother. He no longer remembers her. In fact, the zombie's scarlet eyes stared at her tightly, with bloodthirsty killing intent flashing in his eyes. It wanted to eat her. As soon as she sensed the danger, Yuyu released the vines. Unfortunately, she was still a step slower. Bang! The white figure was so fast that people could not catch it in time. In the blink of an eye, she was thrown to the ground fiercely. The zombie showed her sharp teeth and bit hard on the girl's slender and white swan neck. Chapter 75 Send you to where you should go. When the first light of dawn appeared in the sky, the huge group of zombies below had completely retreated, leaving behind a messy battlefield. After a whole night of fighting, the spirits were always tense, and the crisis was resolved at this moment. Many psychics could not hold on, and completely collapsed on the ground, and could only let the logistics team carry them on stretchers and take them back. Some strong and healthy ordinary people were left to clean up the battlefield. After digging out the crystal cores in the zombies' brains, these corpses needed to be moved to one place and burned together. The team also joined in and carried the zombies with them. How is it? Did you find it? Qi Yin kicked a zombie away and turned his face over. He saw a hideous and unfamiliar face, which made him feel relieved. By you, no. It's good that you didn't find it. Qi Yin comforted himself in his heart, not finding the bodies of the captain and Yuyu, which meant that they were still alive. As for the possibility that they were eaten to pieces by zombies, Qi Yin rejected it without hesitation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Two men worked together to lift a zombie. One lifted the head, and the other lifted the feet. Just then, the zombie suddenly jumped up, turned its head and bit the man's wrist. Ah! The man screamed. Bang! The zombie was soon shot in the head. Unfortunately, a deep tooth mark was left on the man's wrist, and the blood was ominously black. The next second, the black muzzle of the gun suddenly pointed at him. Don't kill me! The man was so scared that his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground and cried bitterly. Soon someone took the man away for quarantine. If the man mutated into a zombie after 2 hours, he would be immediately eliminated. Seeing this scene, the faces of several team members were not very good. Captain and the others. Chi-Yin paused, and was unable to continue. UNMO was indeed very strong, but the superpowers were not omnipotent, and there was also the risk of being infected and turned into a zombie. There were so many zombies under the city wall. What if he was accidentally scratched? Look! Suddenly, Shirley shouted excitedly. Captain, the captain is back! Several people looked up. Sure enough, Yunmo's tall figure slowly appeared in their field of vision. Captain! Several people immediately went to meet him. Yunmo's body was covered with the black blood of zombies. As soon as he approached, he smelled a strong smell of blood, mixed with a rotten smell. Chi-Yin immediately covered his nose and stepped back a few steps. He looked behind Yunmo, didn't see Yu's figure, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Brother Yunmo, where's my sister? Muze asked anxiously. Didn't you go to look for your sister? Where is your sister? Yunmo didn't say anything. His handsome face was cold, like a demon crawling out of a sea of blood and corpses, with a strong murderous aura, which made people shudder. The man looked sinister, and walked into the base without saying a word. He didn't find Yu. Yunmo jumped down right after Yu. But there were too many zombies under the city wall. When he finally managed to fight his way out, where Yu fell just now, she was no longer there. Although he knew that Yu's identity was not ordinary, and those zombies would not hurt her, Yunmo still couldn't hide his anxiety. The anxious mood made him full of anger. At that moment, he just wanted to kill all the zombies. Zombies should not exist. He searched in the dense zombie group for a whole night. He didn't find Yu. Not long after Yu fell, the zombie tide began to retreat. All this is related to the Zombie King. Yu must have been taken away by the Zombie King. Where will it take her? Yunmo already has the answer in his mind. He plans to go to the center of S City. However, before leaving, he has another thing to do. I will bring Yu back. Facing the questions of his teammates, Yunmo only left this sentence. Captain, where are you going to find Yu? Chinemo asked. S City. The Zombie King must be there. Yunmo believes that, as long as he finds it, he can find Yu. This? The teammates looked at each other. Chi-Yen secretly winked at Chinemo. Go and persuade him. S City has been completely destroyed. Now it is completely the territory of zombies. You will be dead if you enter. Everyone thought Yunmo was crazy. There are so many zombies below, how could Yu still be alive? Yunmo was just deceiving himself. Although he was surprised that Yunmo came back alive, he was more relieved, and had a mentality of as expected. He knew that, with the captain's strength, he would not die so easily. But Yu, although her abilities were superior to his, was still just a delicate woman. Falling into the zombie tide was no different from a lamb falling into a pack of wolves. It would be eaten by the zombies in a matter of minutes. Although he was reluctant, Chi-Yin still had to remind Yunmo of this cruel fact. Captain, Yu, condolences. Lin Yu might already be in the zombie's stomach. Chi-Yin felt heavy in his heart, and could not help but sigh. Yu is not dead, Yunmo said coldly. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Even Shirley thought that Yunmo just didn't want to accept this cruel fact. Captain Chi-Yin looked like he was about to say something, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have treated Lin Yu so badly. At the beginning, Yu ran out in the middle of the night, causing Yunmo to be seriously injured and almost died. So Chi-Yin didn't like her all the time. He felt that Yu was a troublemaker, and would only bring trouble to Yunmo, just like Yu Weiwei. But later, after this period of time, Chi-Yin had let go of his initial prejudice against Yu. He felt that although Yu was a little bit spoiled, she had been very well behaved recently and had not caused any trouble to Yunmo. Chi-Yin did not say it, but for Yunmo's sake, he had begun to slowly accept Yu in his heart. He just did not expect that fate would play tricks on people, and this would happen. Seeing Yunmo like this at this moment, he felt even more bitter in his heart. Brother Yunmo, I will go with you. Mu Zai's eyes were firm. Only he believed Yunmo's words. Sister must not be dead. Brother Yunmo. Just then, Yu Weiwei's excited voice suddenly came. Yu Weiwei ran over breathlessly, looking at Yunmo excitedly. Great, I knew you were not dead. Yu Weiwei was so happy that she did not notice at all that Yunmo had murderous intent in his eyes. Yu Weiwei, come with me. Where are you taking me, Brother Yunmo? Yu Weiwei, immersed in joy, did not know that the sickle of death was already on her neck. You'll know soon. The man's eyes were filled with coldness. Yunmo didn't let his teammates follow him, and only took Yu Weiwei with him. After the off-road vehicle drove out of the base, it drove all the way to the city center, seeing more and more zombies outside the window. The cold wind filled with a stench of decay poured into the car. Yu Weiwei shuddered and finally found something wrong. Brother Yunmo, where are we going? Of course. I'll take you to where you should go. The man's strange voice sounded like a ghost. Yu Weiwei felt very unfamiliar, and a huge sense of crisis surged in her heart. No! I'm not going. Stop the car. Stop the car. Yu Weiwei slapped the car door frantically. She regretted it. Chapter 76. Is it you, brother? You pushed Yu down? Yunmo's words were not a question, but an affirmative sentence. At that time, he was fighting with the zombie king. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, he heard Yu Weiwei's last words. No, it's not me. Yu Weiwei's face was pale, and she kept shaking her head. At this moment, Yunmo exuded a dangerous aura, which was a strange side that Yu Weiwei had never seen before. Yu Weiwei had a premonition that if she dared to admit it, Yunmo would definitely throw her out of the car. Yu Weiwei looked out the window. The city was full of wandering zombies, attracted by the sound of the car, and were staggering closer. If she was abandoned in such a place by Yunmo, she would die. She would definitely die. Yu Weiwei looked at him with horror and screamed, No! No! I don't want to get off the car. I want to go home. Go home. The SUV stopped in the middle of the road. Yunmo opened the door, looked at her coldly. Get out of the car. No. 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 Yu Weiwei shrank in the seat, tears all over her face, and her originally beautiful face was now in a very embarrassed state. Yunmo. Yunmo. You can't do this to me. If Dad finds out, he won't forgive you. The man looked at her with indifference, and dragged Yu Weiwei down. Ah! Yu Weiwei screamed in fear. Hearing the noise, more and more zombies came out from the corner. After Yunmo threw Yu Weiwei out of the car, he closed the door. Yunmo. Yunmo. Open the door. I won't dare to do it again. Please save me. Yu Weiwei burst into tears outside, and kept banging on the car door. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please save me. Don't abandon me. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she begged, Yunmo didn't show any mercy. It's better to ask for help from yourself than to ask for help from others. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time here. The man's black eyes were cold, and no matter how pitifully Yu Weiwei cried, his face didn't show any emotion. Only he knew Yu's special identity. Yu Weiwei pushed her into the zombie tide because she wanted Yu's life. If Yu was a human, she would have died in the zombie tide by now. Yunmo didn't feed Yu Weiwei to the zombies directly, which was already considered merciful. Originally, Yunmo did not want to attack Yu Weiwei. After all, Yu Weiwei was Yigoen's only daughter and his only remaining relative in this world. Yunmo was raised by Yigoen since childhood, and Uncle Yu was an elder he respected very much. For his sake, Yunmo would not kill Yu Weiwei unless she did anything too wrong. But Yu Weiwei should never attack Yu. Yu was his only bottom line. Seeing that more and more zombies were gathering here, Yu Weiwei had to give up the idea of asking Yunmo for help. Yu Weiwei's eyes were filled with deep hatred, and she cursed viciously, Yunmo, you will not die well. Neither will you and Yu. I curse you. You will die at the hands of zombies sooner or later. After saying this, Yu Weiwei did not dare to delay any longer, and stumbled in one direction. The zombies that were attracted all chased her away excitedly. Hee. Yunmo restarted the engine, turned the front of the car, and the SUV roared away. Before leaving the street, he heard Yu Weiwei's scream from behind. Ah! Yunmo saw from the rearview mirror that Yu Weiwei fell to the ground, and the zombies behind her quickly rushed up and completely submerged her. The tragic scene behind him was soon left far behind. The off-road vehicle roared past, raising a cloud of dust, and drove towards S City. He had to find Yu as soon as possible. Although Yu had a special identity, the zombies would not harm her. But the Zombie King might not. High-level zombies would devour each other. Moreover, the Zombie King wanted to kill Yu last time. If he hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid. Unimo was very anxious when he thought that the girl might be in danger where he couldn't see her. Unimo did not rest all day, and drove non-stop. He slept outside at night. All the zombies that came within 10 meters of him were crushed to pieces by the brutal force of space. Unimo, who lost Yu, was like a lone wolf who lost his partner. Full of rage. Even the zombies had to take a detour when they saw him. At the same time, in the center of S City, at the moment when the zombie bit his neck, Yu condensed a soil thorn in his hand and stabbed it hard into the brain of the Zombie King. Hee. The moment he sensed the danger, the Zombie King quickly retreated. His scarlet eyes stared at Yu sinisterly, and her blood was still stained on the corner of his mouth. Yu looked at him vigilantly with her almond-shaped eyes, and one hand tightly covered her neck, where blood was constantly flowing out. Hee. The blood stimulated the Zombie King in front of him, making it even more agitated. The Zombie King stared at her with a blatant appetite. It wanted to eat her. Since the moment he saw the girl, the Zombie King felt that his already necrotic brain was clamoring crazily to eat her. Swallow her into his stomach, this way. We will never be separated. The Zombie King did not give up this idea, and soon attacked Yu again. Yu quickly released the vines, and the green vines shuttled through the air like flexible tentacles. Unfortunately, the Zombie King dodged every attack. Another attack failed, and the Zombie King had already arrived in front of Yu. Bang! The Zombie King stretched out his hand to grab her neck, and pushed Yu against the wall. The scarlet eyes flashed with cruelty. The Zombie King was like a beast that had been hungry for a long time. Finally, it caught the prey it wanted, and was thinking about where to start. The Zombie King stretched out his hand, and placed it on Yu's forehead. The sharp nail shone with a dark light. He seemed to want to take out the crystal core in her brain. Not only zombies have crystal cores in their brains, but humans also have them. Before meeting Yu, the Zombie King had eaten the crystal cores in several human brains. It had no interest in the flesh and blood of those humans. Every time, it would directly dig out the crystal core. But at this moment, the Zombie King suddenly felt reluctant. It didn't want to dig out the crystal core immediately, but wanted to keep the girl in captivity and eat her slowly. Yu felt a great sense of crisis in her heart. Since you could remember, you have seen zombies around you eating people, but those zombies never attacked her. Yu knew that. She was the same kind as these zombies. But now, the zombie in front of her wanted to eat her. Yu was not Su Yan's opponent. If this continued, she would really be eaten by Su Yan. Yu was not afraid of death, but she didn't want to die yet. She wanted to continue to accompany Unimo. She couldn't die here. Brother. At the critical moment, Yu subconsciously called out the familiar name. The Zombie King's movement suddenly paused. It raised its cruel eyes, and stared at the girl in front of it. Hee. Chapter 77. The Zombie King's house was robbed. It seems to work. Yu asked again tentatively, Brother, is it really you? Hee. The Zombie King suddenly let go of her and took 2 steps back. Many fragmented memory fragments flashed in his mind. Those were his memories when he was a human. Those memories were vague, but every scene had the girl in front of him. Hee. The Zombie King suddenly became very irritable, and the pressure of a high-level zombie became overwhelming. It felt like it had forgotten something very important. Brother. Yu was also affected. She frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Roar! The Zombie King roared at her, and soon turned and ran away. Yu stared blankly at the direction where the Zombie King left. She didn't understand what was going on for a moment. But what was certain was that this high-level zombie was indeed her brother. It just seemed that it didn't remember her, and wanted to eat her. Yu suddenly felt a little wronged. A brother shouldn't be like this. It's not that Yu didn't try to communicate with Su Yan just now. But Su Yan wanted to eat her as soon as they met, so there was no way to communicate. Ah. The girl sighed softly, and could only find another chance next time. No, where's Unimo? Yu finally realized it belatedly. Unimo was gone. The girl suddenly felt a little restless, and wanted to go back to find Unimo. But as soon as Yu walked out of the room, she was blocked by several high-level zombies. Hee. The king had told you that you can't leave. Huh? Go back quickly. These high-level zombies have a certain IQ, and dare not disobey the order of the Zombie King. Get out of the way. Several high-level zombies did not move. They only obeyed the order of the zombie king. Yu frowned tightly, and was very anxious. It has been a night since she was brought here. I wonder how Yunimo is now. Get out of the way, I want to go out. The highest level of these zombies is level 4. If there is only one, then Yu can probably fight and force her way out. But with so many high-level zombies, the girl is no match at all. There are also levels between high-level zombies. Under the pressure of the zombie king, other zombies will not obey her at all. Hee. Go back. Go back. Although these high-level zombies obey the orders of the zombie king, the girl makes them feel inexplicably familiar. And they can't help but want to get close to her, as if they are afraid of making her angry. These zombies even lower their voices. It sounds like they are actually coaxing her in a low voice. Humph. Helpless, Yu could only return to the house angrily. After a while, the zombie with one arm missing walked in holding a bloody mess. Hee. Eat, Zizi. Eat. Yu stared at it for a while. Only then did he recognize that the unknown object in its hand was a human brain. I don't want to eat it, vomit. A stinky smell entered his nose. Yu retched reflexively. Go away. Go away. Hee. Being despised by Zizi. The zombie was a little disappointed, lowered his head dejectedly, and walked out holding the ball of brain. But not long after, the one-armed zombie came back, holding a panicked person in his hand. Help! Help! Let me go! When he saw Yu, the man almost cried with joy. Please save me! Although I don't know why, this girl would mingle with zombies. But Yu is the only one who looks like a human being. Unfortunately, before the man finished his words for help, his neck was twisted off in the next second, and he died with his eyes open. Hee. The one-armed zombie threw the corpse in front of Yu, and roared twice in a hurry. Yu refused its head, and the one-armed zombie thought she liked to eat fresh food, so he went outside to catch a human. Kill and eat immediately, guarantee freshness. I don't want to eat it. Yu was speechless, and turned her head away in disgust. Take it away quickly. Hee. The one-armed zombie was a little confused now. What if Yu is too picky? The one-armed zombie grabbed the corpse, and planned to think of another way. How can I not eat? If I starve, I won't be able to beat other zombies in the future. Don't go and catch people. I don't eat people. She is different from these zombies. So far, the only person on Yu's menu is Yunimo. I don't know how Yunimo is doing now. Can I find her? Maybe God heard Yu's voice. When the night fell again, Yu suddenly heard a fierce fight outside. Yu immediately sat up from the bed, opened the door, and looked over. In the darkness, a black figure was seen fighting with the high-level zombies guarding Yu. The figure was as fast as lightning. Yunimo! Yu shouted in surprise. Roar! The fourth-level zombie condensed a fireball and smashed it. At the same time, a pair of black and stiff claws fiercely grabbed Yunmo's chest. Yunimo! Be careful. Yu quickly commanded the vines to help, blocking the two zombies who wanted to attack Yunimo. The high-level zombies, who were originally attacking fiercely, suddenly became restrained when they saw Yu joining the battle. They roared anxiously, their voices full of the intention of expelling them. They wanted to kill the intruder who had entered their territory, but they were afraid of hurting Yu. Yunimo directly crushed their heads with the power of space. Yu, how are you? Are you hurt? Holding the girl tightly in his arms, Yunmo's anxious heart finally calmed down. Yunimo slowly tightened his arms, hugged Yu tightly, as if treating a lost treasure. I'm fine. Yu shook her head. She was obviously very happy to see Yunimo. Her bright almond eyes were full of smiles. Yunimo, you are finally here. Let's go, let's leave here first. Yeah. Just as the two were about to leave, a white figure suddenly appeared in their sight. It was the zombie king who came back. Roar. The zombie king found that his house had been robbed as soon as he came back. Yu was almost taken away by Yunimo. The moment he saw Yunimo, the zombie king burst out with a strong killing intent. Human, it's this damn human again. Yu, don't come over, stay away. Yunimo knew in his heart that he must kill the zombie king today, otherwise there would be endless troubles. Two figures, one black and one white, soon started fighting. Yunimo clearly felt that the zombie king was much stronger than last time, and it might not be that easy to kill it. Huh? The zombie king's scarlet eyes were filled with brutal killing intent. Like a wild beast in a frenzy, he just wanted to kill the human in front of him. Chapter 78. Brother has started to think of her? Yu was very anxious. Seeing Yunmo escape from the Zombie King's claws several times, her heart was lifted. The vines were like snakes, trying to tie up the Zombie King and restrict its movements. Seeing Yu actually helping this human, the already rampaging Zombie King became even more angry. Puff! The Zombie King's claws stabbed into Yunmo's body, making a bloody hole. But it didn't get any benefit. The neck was almost cut off by the powerful space blade, and the head was attached to a layer of skin, hanging crookedly. The Zombie King straightened his head. Its healing ability is amazing. In just a moment, the wound on his neck recovered again. What's more terrifying is its mysterious superpower. The Zombie King's superpower is replication. It has several superpowers. What's more, it can also copy Yunmo's attack and directly use the same attack to attack him. If Yunmo hadn't been vigilant all the time, using superpowers to protect his heart and head, I'm afraid he would have died at the hands of the Zombie King. The Zombie King is much harder to deal with than the mutant rat. The man and the zombie fought each other to a draw, and there was no winner. The Zombie King retreated a distance, and looked at Yunmo with fear. Yunmo's clothes were soaked with blood, and blood was dripping down. Several times, he almost chopped off the Zombie King's head. Unfortunately, it still dodged. Yunmo finally couldn't hold on, and knelt on one knee on the ground. He had realized that he couldn't kill the Zombie King at all, unless he explodes himself, and takes the Zombie King with him. But after rebirth, he has not yet taken revenge. His enemies are still waiting for him in Kyoto. Yunmo is unwilling to die here. Even if he has to die, he will wait until he has taken revenge. The Zombie King also feels that this human is difficult. Zombies have no sense of pain, and their recovery ability is stronger than that of humans. In comparison, humans have a sense of pain, and are afraid of being infected by the zombie virus. No matter how strong those human superpowers were in the past, they all died in its hands in the end. But Yunmo is the only human that it cannot kill. He will not be infected by the zombie virus. The Zombie King can sense that this human is the same as it. No matter how much damage the body suffers, it will heal automatically. But humans are not as good as zombies after all. After all, humans feel pain. Yunmo can hold on until now, all thanks to his perseverance. The Zombie King continues to work hard, not hesitating to expose his weaknesses to Yunmo, and also to take the opportunity to kill him. The Zombie King's killing intention towards Yunmo is more violent than anyone else. It has reached the point of a life and death struggle. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Yunmo's mouth, and there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. He exhausted his last strength, and condensed supernatural powers in his hands. Using himself as bait, he lured the Zombie King closer, and as soon as it approached, he could destroy its head. This time, he must not let it escape again. No matter how strong the zombie is, it will die if its head is destroyed. Yunmo. Yu suddenly rushed over. Seeing that Yunmo was about to die at the hands of Su Yin, Yu finally couldn't sit still, although she knew that she was no match for Su Yin. She still released all her supernatural powers desperately, trying to stop the Zombie King's attack. Although Yu didn't attack it, she just stopped the Zombie King from killing Yunmo. But her action of protecting Yunmo still greatly stimulated the blood of the Zombie King. The pair of red eyes, as cruel and bloodthirsty as a beast, instantly locked onto Yu. Yu instantly felt a strong killing intent from the Zombie King. Soon, the Zombie King gave up Yunmo and attacked Yu directly. Every move was fierce and murderous. Yu, get out of the way. The Zombie King suddenly jumped up, seeing that it attacked Yu with killing intent. Yunmo's black pupils suddenly shrank, and a powerful energy wave burst out in an instant. The next second, Yunmo's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already hugged Yu's waist, and stood in another place. Yunmo, you have advanced. Yu blinked, and her voice was full of joy. Yes! After absorbing the crystal core of the mutant rat, Yunmo felt that he was about to advance, but was stuck at the last layer of the barrier. Today's battle with the Zombie King finally broke the barrier that had been blocking Yunmo. The Zombie King could clearly feel that the human who had become weak had now burst out with great power. After the battle just now, the Zombie King's abilities had also been consumed a lot. If they fought again, I'm afraid it would really fall into the hands of this human today. Yunmo. Yu pulled the corner of his clothes and said softly, "Let's go quickly, okay?" If the fight continued, one of Yunmo and the Zombie King would have to die. Perhaps they would both suffer losses. The Zombie King summoned the zombie tide again. Countless zombies staggered over. Among them were zombies of level 3 or 4. Various colors of supernatural powers all smashed towards Unimo. The Zombie King gave a direct order, killed a human. The dark zombies gradually gathered. Although not as shocking as when they besieged the base. It seemed that there were at least thousands or tens of thousands of them. With the cover of the zombie tide, the Zombie King completely hid in the zombie tide. The scarlet eyes finally looked deeply at Yu. And the hoarse voice was broken. Yu was startled. When she looked over again, Su Yan's figure had completely disappeared in the zombie tide. When Yu regained control of the zombie tide, the figure of the Zombie King had already disappeared. After dispersing the zombie tide, Yu looked at Unimo with a worried look on her face. Unimo, how are you? I'm fine. The self-healing ability started automatically, quickly repairing Yunmo's injuries. Although it looked serious, it was not fatal. At this time, Unimo was covered in blood, and the smell of blood was very strong. But Yu had no idea at all. Although Unimo had said that it was okay, the girl looked worried. Yu had seen many humans. They were all very fragile. Although Unimo was much stronger than those humans. But he was also a human being. After suffering such a serious injury, Yu was worried that he would die too. If Unimo died, she could eat him. But Yu couldn't be happy. She didn't want Unimo to die at all. Yu, don't be afraid. Unimo naturally saw Yu's worry and whispered to comfort her. I won't die. In his previous life, he didn't die when he was eaten by zombies, so how could he die now? Although his injuries were serious, his self-healing ability was repairing his injuries. It would only take one night for him to recover. Unable to find the whereabouts of the Zombie King, Yu had to follow Unimo and leave S City first. But she had a hunch in her heart that Su Yan would definitely appear again. Especially Su Yan called her name before he left. Does it mean that her brother has begun to think of her? Chapter 79. Please don't provoke me again. Thinking of this, Yu was full of expectations. Perhaps, when Su Yan remembered the human memory, he would no longer want to kill her and Unimo. More importantly, Yu knew that she had lost a very important memory. She seemed to forgot a very important person. This person was not Su Yan. Perhaps only Su Yan could tell her the answer. After leaving the city center, Unimo found a house. This house was relatively clean. There were only 2 zombies in it, one male and one female, who looked like a couple. There were no signs of fighting in the room. And the furniture was very complete. These 2 people should have mutated into zombies when the end of the world came. Trapped in this room, these 2 low-level zombies had no wisdom to get out. And they just kept banging on the door. As soon as they saw a stranger, they immediately rushed towards Unimo excitedly. Before they got 1 meter closer to Unimo, they were crushed into blood foam by the power of space. After cleaning the room, Unimo planned to stay here with Yu for 1 night. After his injuries were healed, he would return to the base tomorrow morning. Yu, was that zombie your brother? It was only now that Unimo had time to ask Yu about this. Yeah. Yu nodded gently. It was only when she saw Su Yan that she remembered that he was her brother. Unfortunately, she couldn't remember anything else. But Yu felt that she wouldn't mistake the person. Oh no! The zombie. So Su Yan must be her brother. Although, sometimes there would always be some memories that made Yu feel strange. Why didn't Su Yan let her call him brother? He was her brother. He didn't want to be her brother, so he wanted to be her father? After all, Chi Yan liked being Chinmo's father. He also liked calling Unimo daddy. These strange ideas of human beings. It wasn't difficult for Yu to understand. But she resisted others calling her father from the bottom of her heart. She had a father. But where was her father? The girl's eyes showed confusion. Your brother doesn't remember you anymore. Although Unimo had expected it, Yu's brother might have turned into a zombie. But he didn't expect that Yu's brother would be the Zombie King. The Zombie King who slaughtered all humans in his previous life and led to the extinction of mankind. Obviously, the Zombie King not only didn't remember Yu, but also wanted to kill her. Even so, do you still want to go back to your brother? Yunmo's eyes were dim. He had promised Yu before that he would help her find her brother. Now that Yu has found her brother, will she choose to go back to the Zombie King? Humans and zombies are destined to not coexist. It's either you die or I live. If Yu chooses the Zombie King, she will definitely abandon Unimo. She will even stand on the opposite side of humanity. Unimo had thought about this day before. But when this day really came, he found that he didn't seem to want to accept it. Yu just opened her mouth. But Yunimo didn't want to listen before she finished speaking. What if she didn't choose him? Suddenly, Yunmo's eyes condensed, and his sight fell on Yuyu's neck. What's going on here? Did it bite you? There was a deep tooth mark on the girl's snow-white neck, which had turned black and bled. It looked like some kind of wild animal leaving a special mark on its prey. The tooth mark was very deep, and almost bit off a piece of meat. The man's aura suddenly became very gloomy and terrifying. Yeah! Yuyu's almond eyes were full of grievance. She didn't know why Suyin wanted to eat her. Zombies like to eat human flesh and blood, but Yuyu is no longer considered a human. She and Suyin are the same kind. How can a zombie eat a zombie? Does it still hurt? Yunmo's murderous intent towards the zombie king became even stronger. Now, he was even more reluctant to let Yuyu return to the zombie king. After all, the zombie king didn't treat her as his sister now. Yunmo's self-healing ability only applies to himself, unlike the healing system, which can heal others. However, his blood also works. Yunimo cut his fingertips and smeared the blood on Yuyu's wound. The bitten area healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a shallow mark. Smelling the faint sweet smell of blood in the air, Yuyu was a little eager to move. But she knew that Yunimo, the stingy guy, would not satisfy her. So Yuyu had to find another way. Yunimo, can I kiss you today? The girl said in a soft and coquettish voice. You haven't let me kiss you for several days. At this point, the girl looked at him with a resentful look. It seemed that she was accusing Yunimo of deliberately withholding her food. Yunimo said that zombies that eat people are not good zombies. It's okay to stop Yuyu from eating people. But it's not okay to stop her from kissing. Yuyu was so angry that she threw Yunimo to the ground. I want to kiss. I want to kiss. Yuyu is playing tricks like a child who can't get candy. In the zombie worldview, there is no such thing as shame. Yuyu, don't move. Yunimo put his arms around the girl's slender waist, unconsciously increasing his strength. The man's handsome eyebrows were suppressed and forbearing, and his voice was low and hoarse. Yuyu, can you please feel sorry for me and stop provoking me? No matter how strong his self-control is, he is still a normal man. If this continues, Yunimo is really afraid that one day he will not be able to bear it. Perhaps this way, only can Yuyu understand the dangers of the world. But I didn't provoke you. Yuyu felt wronged and confused. In Yuyu's cognition, provoking is equal to provocation, and you will be beaten. The little girl felt very wronged. Her voice was delicate and soft, and she said aggrievedly, Yunimo, I won't provoke you. Please don't hit me. Yunimo suddenly laughed softly. His chest shook slightly. Stupid. How could he hit her? Yuyu curiously reached out and pressed his chest. Under his palm. The heart was beating vigorously. Again and again. Beating faster and faster. This was enough to prove that his heart was in turmoil. After a night, Yunmo's injuries had almost recovered. So he planned to take Yuyu back to Utian base. Not long after the off-road vehicle drove out of the street, Yuyu found that there was a car following them. Yunimo. Yeah. I know. The man's eyes were slightly cold, and he stepped on the accelerator to speed up. The car behind saw that it had been discovered, so it simply stopped hiding and immediately increased the speed to catch up. A man leaned out half of his body from the passenger seat, holding a gun in his hand, and pointed it directly at the wheel. It seemed that he wanted to force them to stop. Bang! The bullet suddenly stopped in midair, as if it was intercepted by an invisible force. The man didn't believe it, and fired several more shots. But none of them hit the target. The bullets fell to the ground with a crackling sound. What should we do? The man immediately turned his head and asked his companion. Just do it. Remember? The doctor said. Capture them alive. Chapter 80. The Purpose of the Research Institute. 5 men got out of the car that followed them. All of them were superpowers. One of the men with a kind face used earth power. The road ahead suddenly sank into a big pit. The off-road vehicle braked suddenly. The wheels were less than 1 meter away from the edge of the pit, and the whole car almost fell down. Yuyu, wait for me in the car. Yunmo's eyes darkened. This group of people came with bad intentions. It seems that they have to be dealt with first. Yunimo, I want to go down with you, Yuyu said worriedly. Yunimo was injured so badly yesterday. Yuyu was worried about letting him deal with those bad guys alone. Are you Yunimo? Seeing the two of them coming down, the leading man took out a photo and compared Yunmo's appearance. Who sent you? Yunimo looked at the men coldly. His eyes fell on their chests, where there was a badge pinned, which glowed slightly in the light. Yunimo was very familiar with that badge. It was the logo of the institute. The identities of these men were revealed instantly. Did Jing Ryua send you here? You don't need to know so much, just follow us obediently, or don't blame us for taking action. The leading psychic raised his chin slightly, with a haughty look. They are all extremely powerful psychics, who are praised wherever they go on weekdays, and always look down on others. Although I don't know why the doctor sent so many high-level psychics to capture Yunimo. Isn't this a waste of talent? Although before setting off, Jing Ryua repeatedly told them to be careful of Yunimo. But these psychics still didn't take Yunimo seriously. It was just a space power. How could he escape from their clutches? I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't resist fearlessly. Yunimo, this person talks a lot of nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? You couldn't help but mutter. These humans really have a lot of criticism, unlike the zombies, who are straightforward, don't care about life and death, and just fight if they don't agree. Yunimo couldn't help but smile. Although Yu's voice was not loud, those people were psychics, so they naturally had excellent hearing. Go! The leading man's face darkened, and with a wave of his hand, several psychics attacked them directly. In order to capture Yunimo, the Research Institute really made a big move, and the psychics said were all level 3 or 4. Unfortunately, they met Yunimo, and Yunimo had just been promoted. Soon, several people found that no matter how much psychic power they output, they could not hurt Yunimo. Every time the attack approached Yunimo, it suddenly stopped, as if blocked by an invisible force. Damn it, isn't he a space power? A power user couldn't help but curse. It's not like they haven't seen space power before. But space power users are nothing but useless fighters except for being able to store supplies. But Yunimo completely overturned their understanding of space power users. At first, Yu wanted to come down to help, but soon she found that she couldn't help at all in dealing with these humans. So, the girl stood leisurely aside, with a lollipop in her mouth, watching Yunimo playing with those power users like monkeys. Yunimo was not in a hurry to deal with them. He wanted to get more information about the Research Institute from these people. It was a pity that although these psychics didn't look very smart, they were as tight-lipped as a gourd with a sawed mouth. The strength that those psychics were proud of was not worth mentioning in front of Yunimo, and they were fooled around and were immediately angry. Old 3. The leading lord winked. Old 3 nodded, and the next second, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. Huh? Yu blinked in surprise. What kind of supernatural power is this? Just when he was wondering, the disappeared third brother suddenly appeared beside Yu, holding a gun against her head. Don't move, or I'll shoot you. The third brother threatened fiercely. Yunimo, your woman is in my hands. If you don't want her to die, you'd better surrender now. Yunimo turned his head and looked over. His black eyes were cold and bright. Let her go. The third brother thought he had found Yunimo's weakness, and he was immediately proud. But he didn't feel proud for long. He felt a chill coming from his arm. The third brother was startled. He looked down and found a green vine that had wrapped around him. The vine was as soft as a snake, wrapped around his wrist and tightened. There was a click. Ah! The third brother screamed. His wrist fell limply, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. I told you. Don't mess with me. Yu sighed. You don't think I'm easy to bully, do you? Before the third brother could say a word, he was entangled by more and more vines, and his whole body was wrapped into a green cocoon, twisting wildly on the ground. Third brother. The eldest brother saw this, and took the opportunity to shoot Yunimo. This shot naturally did not hit Yunimo. However, what was shot out of the gun was not a bullet, but an anesthetic needle. Superpower inhibitor? This thing was naturally familiar to him. In his previous life, Jing Ryua used the same method to plot against him. No matter how powerful a superpower person is, once he is injected with superpower inhibitor, he will lose resistance instantly and cannot release superpowers. He can only surrender obediently. But the superpower inhibitors did not appear in this time period. Yunmo's eyes suddenly became cold. This did not happen in his previous life. Why did the Research Institute target him so quickly in this life? Could it be Jing Ryua was also reborn like him? Since no useful information could be obtained from these people, Yunimo no longer wasted time and directly dealt with them neatly. When the inhibitors were useless to Yunimo, the boss knew that. They were going to fail today. Who would have known that? The woman next to Yunimo, who looked delicate and weak, and had nothing to offer except her beauty, was actually also a superpower. The consequence of underestimating the enemy is that you can only watch the brothers you brought with you die one by one. Wait! Seeing Yunmo's murderous eyes fall on him, The boss finally panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Don't you want to know what the purpose of the Institute is? I will tell you everything. Just don't kill me." It's true that he works for the Institute, but compared to the benefits given by the Institute, of course, life is more important. To survive until now in the end of the world, few people would not care about their lives. Yes, Dr. Jing sent us here to capture you alive. According to the boss, Jing Ryu has sent 2 small teams, both of which were among the best in the Ark base and had outstanding abilities. Among them, there were some 4th level abilities. The boss and his team were responsible for capturing Unimo, while the other team of abilities was tasked with killing a zombie. From his description, Unimo guessed that the zombie they were looking for was the Zombie King. Chapter 81 cut the grass at its roots. That's it, I've said it all, can you let me go now? Unimo nodded slightly. I'll take you a ride. As soon as he finished speaking, the man raised his knife and killed him neatly. From the news brought by this man, Unimo could basically judge that Jing Ryua was also reborn like him. However, regardless of whether Jing Ryua was reborn or not, he would never repeat the same mistake in this life. The boss fell straight down, dying with his eyes wide open. Unimo, aren't you going to let him go? Yu walked over with light steps. I didn't promise to let him go. Unimo slowly wiped the blood on the knife. His eyes were cold. You must remember, don't let any enemy go. You must root out the grass, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Oh. Yu nodded. You are a waste of learning. Bang. After dealing with these people, Yu was about to follow Unimo into the car and leave. Suddenly, a loud noise that shook the earth suddenly came. Even the ground was shaking slightly. Yu subconsciously looked up. She found a huge mushroom cloud floating over S City. She could feel the powerful energy fluctuations from such a distance. Yu had never seen such a situation before. She subconsciously looked at the man beside her. Unimo, what is that? Did it explode? Yunmo's eyebrows slowly frowned. His tone was slightly deep. That was the explosion caused by the self-detonation of the psychic. But a psychic alone could not cause such an effect. Such a sensational effect, at least several psychics chose to self-destruct together. What kind of situation would make so many psychics willing to self-destruct, and also drag the other party to death together? Then connected to what the boss said just now. Those psychics must have encountered the Zombie King. The Zombie King is powerful, unless the crystal core in its brain is dug out, otherwise it is not an easy task to kill it. A 4th level psychic, who chooses to self-destruct may not be able to kill it. But what if there are several 4th level psychics? Besides, the Zombie King was seriously injured in the battle with Unimo. Unimo, my brother is still there, will he be in trouble? Yu frowned gradually, saying with some worry. Even from such a distance, I could still feel the power of the explosion. The zombies in S City were probably blown to ashes. What happened to her brother? Unimo, I want to go back, you take me back. Yu's face was full of anxiety. Okay, I'll take you back. The SUV turned around and returned to S City again. When they returned to the city center, it had already become a ruin. All the high-rise buildings were razed to the ground. Fires that had not yet been extinguished could be seen everywhere, and black smoke billowed straight into the sky. Originally, S City had been occupied by zombies. Zombies could be seen everywhere in the city, and it had become a dangerous restricted area that many people were afraid of. But now, Yu and his companions had walked all the way, and they had not seen a single wandering zombie. Occasionally, they could only see broken limbs on the ground, and they could not even piece together a complete zombie. Seeing this scene, Yu's face showed panic, and she tightly grasped the man's arm, and asked nervously, Unimo, where is my brother? Yu never expected that those seemingly weak humans actually had such great power. Even though she had not experienced the explosion, Yu still felt a lingering fear when she saw the scene in front of her. What about her brother? Don't worry. S City is so big. Let's look for him again, Unimo said in a deep voice. The power of the self-detonation of the superpower should not be underestimated. But Unimo did not believe that the Zombie King could be solved so easily. It seemed a little unreal. After all, the Zombie King wiped out all humans by himself in his previous life. Will he die so easily at the hands of humans in this life? Chapter 82 Eliminate the biggest threat to humanity. Yu and Yunmo searched the entire S City. He even released his psychic powers. But he only found a few zombies on the edge of the city. Those zombies were horrible to look at, and almost none of them were intact. They dragged their broken bodies, and crawled on the ground in a twisted manner. Not to mention the Zombie King at the center of the explosion. Yu searched for a whole day in disbelief. He couldn't find the zombie king at all. She finally had to accept the fact that her brother might have died in the explosion. Brother, the girl murmured, her eyes somewhat blank. Her brother was gone. What should she do? Yu was no longer a human. Not only had she lost her memories of being a human, she had also lost her human emotions. Yu didn't know what sadness was. Humans would feel sad and painful when they lost their loved ones. And they would shed tears. She didn't have these emotions. But she just felt depressed. As if something was blocking her. Brother. The girl looked lost. She thought that her brother would remember her the next time they met. They would not think of eating her again. And would not kill Yunimo again. I didn't expect that these humans would hunt down her brother. Yunimo. Where is the research institute? Yu suddenly raised her head. And her sparkling almond eyes revealed murderous intent. She had heard it all clearly just now. Those people in the research institute wanted to capture Yunimo and kill her brother. At first, Yu didn't know who the zombie they were looking for was. Now she knew. They were hunting down Su Yin. No matter why they were hunting down Su Yin. None of this has anything to do with Yu. She only knows that these people killed her brother. In Kyoto. Yunimo, I'm going to the research institute. I want to avenge my brother. Okay. Yunmo's eyes were complicated, and he responded in a low voice. The zombie king is dead, which is a good thing for humans. For Yunimo, it is also a good thing. After all, humans and zombies cannot coexist, and if the zombie king dies, Yu will stay forever. This also makes Yunimo more certain that Jing Ryue is also a reborn person. Beijing City, Dawn Base. The situation in S City was reported to Jing Ryue immediately. These rubbish, they can't even catch a person. It's a waste of resources to train them in the base. Jing Ryue's face looked a little bad. Fortunately, there is another good news, that is, the zombie king is dead. Those few psychics are the strongest force in the base. The result of sacrificing several high-level psychics is a heavy loss. But as long as the zombie king is killed, it is the greatest contribution to mankind, and the greatest value of those dead psychics. Give more food compensation to the families of those psychics. And give them whatever supplies they want. The zombie king is dead. And the biggest threat to humanity has been eliminated. Hearing this good news, the big stone that had been weighing on Jing Ryue's heart finally fell. As for the capture of Yunmo, don't stop. I don't care what price you pay, or how many people die. Bring him back at all costs. Jing Ryue directly issued a death order. But the assistant said hesitantly, Doctor, there are not many psychics in the base. Those high-level psychics sent out have all died. Is it worth such a huge loss? Of course it's worth it. Jing Ryue pushed her glasses, and her eyes behind the lenses glowed with coldness. It's just a superpower. We can make them ourselves. When the second batch of medicine is put into use, the number of superpowers will no longer be a problem. Yunmo's value is much greater than these superpowers. S City. In a ruin, a pale hand suddenly stretched out. A pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened. You have. You. The pale, gloomy and handsome zombie king uttered this familiar name in a hoarse voice. At first, his pronunciation was difficult and vague. Not quite standard. Until later, the name became clearer and clearer. Yu. The zombie king's cruel red eyes flashed a trace of human confusion. He had long lost his memory of being a human, but he always remembered this name. This name seemed to be engraved in his heart, melted into his bones and blood, and he could not forget it. From the first moment he saw Yu, the zombie king knew that she was what he had been looking for. He had a strong desire for her, which was not appetite, nor lust, but a paranoid possessive desire. He never ate people, had no interest in flesh and blood, and only pursued power. But he wanted to eat her. As if they would never be separated. The zombie king didn't know why he had such a strange idea. Perhaps before he became a zombie. He was a human who loved her deeply. Even if he became a zombie, this obsession could not be changed. But zombies don't understand feelings. They just want to eat her. Devour her flesh and blood. Completely integrate into the body. So that she can never leave. Especially when he saw her protecting that human. His killing intent reached its peak in an instant. Not only did he want to kill the human male, he also wanted to kill her. Yu. The zombie king recited this name with only one purpose, which was to find her. Chapter 83. No one believes the truth. Captain, you are finally back. As soon as they returned to Ution base, the teammates ran over excitedly. Captain, you are finally back, I almost thought you. Chi-Yen hadn't finished speaking, but suddenly his eyes widened, and he subconsciously complained, "Fuck. Just now." The girl's petite figure was blocked behind Yunimo from a distance, but now he found her when he got closer. You. Chi-Yen looked like he had seen a ghost, and his voice suddenly soared. "Why are you still alive?" Yu walked out from behind Yunimo, and saw the strange reactions of these humans, and felt it was a bit funny. "Are you a ghost?" Chi-Yen asked stupidly. "No." Yu shook her head, her eyes full of cunning, and deliberately made a face to scare him. "I'm a zombie." Unfortunately, Chi-Yen was not scared, but relieved. "Huh?" The girl puffed her cheeks, a little disappointed. This human was too calm. Not fun at all. Yu didn't expect that no one would believe her when she told the truth. "Forget it." Chi-Yen waved his hand, and said with disdain, "If all zombies were like you, would I still be single? Just go to the street and find a beautiful female zombie to take home as a wife. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" "Yu, I'm glad you're okay." Shirley walked up and looked her up and down. Seeing that the girl was not injured, he finally felt relieved. "Sister, I knew you were not dead." The happiest one among them was Mu Zhe. Before Yu came back, this child had a gloomy face, like a time bomb, that could explode at any time. Now, seeing Yu coming back, Mu Zhe turned back into the obedient little puppy, and rushed to Yu and wagged his tail. Chi-Yen scolded him for being useless. "That's not right." Chi-Yen touched his chin, and looked at the two of them suspiciously. "Captain, where did you find Yu? Besides, how could Yu still be alive? The chance of surviving a zombie wave is 1%. Yunimo is that 1%. How come Yu is fine, and not injured at all, looking as relaxed as if she just went home and had a meal?" "Okay, don't ask so many questions about things you shouldn't know." Chi-Nemo stepped forward and interrupted him. Nodding to Yu, his usually hypocritical smile became more real. "I'm glad Yu is fine." This time he was sincere. After all, after this incident, everyone can see how important Yu is to Yunimo. Just at that time, Yunimo jumped down with Yu without hesitation, clearly risking his life. Therefore, since Yu came back alive, it was the best news. As for why she survived and was unharmed, who doesn't have some secrets? Since the captain kept it a secret, he must have his reasons. However, they never expected that Yu had told them the truth a long time ago. But no one believed it. The girl looked gentle and soft, she was delicate and beautiful, her watery almond eyes were clear and clean. Who would believe that she was a hideous and ugly zombie? It was good enough that the zombies didn't scare her to tears. "Captain, the situation at the base commander doesn't seem good, you should go over and take a look," Chi-Nemo said in a deep voice. "Okay, I understand." Yunimo took Yu to Yigoen's residence. Shin Yunting was also here. Seeing them coming, Shin Yunting's eyes fell on Yu. His eyes flashed with a bit of surprise. He had heard about Yu falling into the zombie tide. It was said that Yunimo was like a madman at the time, and followed her down without a care, and did not find her back. Everyone thought she must be dead. Shin Yunting thought so too. I didn't expect to see her here now. Moreover, the girl didn't seem to be affected at all. "You are okay?" Shin Yunting walked over subconsciously. "Thank you, Captain Shin, for your concern. Yu is fine." Yunimo slightly turned sideways, blocking the girl's figure, and his pair of black eyes floated with tiny cold light. Shin Yunting naturally saw his hostility, and just smiled. "It's good that you're okay. I hope Captain Yun won't be so careless next time. If a man can't even protect his own woman, what's the point?" Provocation. This is a blatant provocation. Su-Mao took a breath. "It's over." Just when he thought the two would fight, Xiao Zhenan, the adjutant beside Yigoen, opened the door and walked out. Xiao Zhenan, this iron-blooded and tough man, had slightly red eyes at this moment. As if he had cried? He didn't cry when he lost an arm in this battle. A soldier sheds blood but not tears. But at this moment, facing the dying Yigoen, he inevitably felt grief. "Captain Yun, the Admiral asked you to go in." Although Yu didn't understand what happened, but seeing the solemn atmosphere, she said obediently, "Yunimo, I'll wait for you here." "Okay." Yunimo rubbed her head, glanced at Shin Yunting, and whispered, Yu, wait for me to come back obediently, don't talk to him." "Okay." The girl blinked her eyes, and her voice was soft. "You go quickly." In the room, Yigoen was lying on the bed, staring at the top of his head with lifeless eyes, and his exposed arm was covered with dark blue lines. His face was also abnormally blue-gray. "Uncle Yi, I'm here." Yunimo walked over. Seeing Yigoen like this, He guessed what was going on. Yunemo, you're here. Yi go inside softly. He showed the wound on his arm, smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that I would survive all the gunfire and rain of bullets in my life, and I didn't die in the explosion, nor did I die in the hands of vicious criminals, but fell into the hands of zombies. Although Yi Goen was the head of the base, he was not like other senior executives of the base, who abandoned the people of the base and ran away before the zombie tide came. He has been standing firm on the front line, and fighting against zombies together with everyone. In addition to being the base commander, he is also a soldier who defends his country. As long as the people behind him are still there, he will not retreat. However, humans are still too fragile after all. If the skin is accidentally scratched by zombies, they will be infected with the virus. There are very few people who can survive the zombie virus and transform into a superpower. At first, they still had hope that Yi Goen might be able to survive. But after a night, Yi Goen's condition did not improve. Instead, he showed signs of becoming a zombie. Yunemo pursed his lips tightly and fell silent. Uncle Yi. Yunemo. I know I can't hold on any longer. Yi Goen's slightly cloudy eyes fell on him. After I become a zombie, you will kill me. Please tell Wei Wei that I am sorry. It is me, the father, who is sorry for her. Her mother left early, and I have been busy on missions and have never been with her. Now, I am leaving her again. The only thing Yi Goen is worried about is his daughter. Chapter 84. Just listen to the man's words. He didn't know how Yi Wei Wei would survive in the cruel end of the world with no one to protect her. Given her personality. Uncle Yi. Yunemo had to interrupt him, saying in a low voice, Yi Wei Wei is dead. As a dying man, Yunemo didn't want to hide it from him. I did it. Yi Goen's hands trembled slightly. He closed his eyes deeply, but his voice seemed unusually calm. Why? Why did you kill her, Wei Wei? Did something wrong? Yunemo grew up under his watch, and Yi Goen believed that no one knew Yunemo better than him. Although he had no feelings for Yi Wei Wei, but for his sake, he always treated Yi Wei Wei as his sister. If Yi Wei Wei had not made a serious mistake, Yunemo would not have done anything to her. Yunemo, she pushed you into the zombie tide. Yi Goen was silent for a long time, and closed his eyes with a sad look. She is confused. He knew that Yi Wei Wei was deeply obsessed with Yunemo, and he did not expect that she would fall into such a crazy situation. Yi Goen could sacrifice everything for the people, even himself. But he didn't expect that his daughter would push others into the zombie tide for her own selfishness. In the final analysis, he was a failure. It's all my fault. I didn't educate her well. He was not a competent father. He had never accompanied his daughter. So Yi Wei Wei was very unfamiliar with him, and was not close to him at all. When Yi Goen found out and wanted to make amends, it was too late. Blame me if you want to blame me. I am also responsible. Yi Goen's turbid eyes were shining with tears. That's good. That's good. Their family can be reunited down there. He doesn't have to worry about how Yi Wei Wei will survive alone in this cruel and dark end of the world. Yunemo. Uncle Yi has only one wish now. When I become a zombie, you kill me. Yunemo was silent for a long time before he whispered. Okay. Yi Goen probably hated him too. That's why he chose to let Yunemo end his life personally. Outside the room, Yu promised Yunemo that she hadn't said a word to Shin Yunting. Seeing the girl deliberately trying to distance herself from him, Shin Yunting decided not to bother himself. Before, he had refused to give up and wanted to recruit Yu into the Thunder team. However, what happened this time made Shin Yunting realize that he could not recruit Yu. After all, he asked himself, could he follow Yu into the zombie tide without hesitation like Yunemo did? The answer was, of course, no. People live for themselves. He could not be like Yunemo, who would give up his life for Yu. Shin Yunting finally understood why Yu had always been so determined to choose Yunmo. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out in the room. Zhao Zhennan seemed to have expected this. He punched the wall hard, his expression unable to hide his grief. Yunmo quickly walked out of the room. Although the man had no expression on his face, Yu could feel that he was not in a good mood at the moment. Yunmo? The girl called softly, and stepped forward to hold his hand. The next moment, she was tightly hugged by Yunmo. Yu, don't move. Let me hold you for a while. Oh! The girl stood still obediently, and reached out to pat Yunmo's back gently. Yunmo said he would hold her for a while. And he really only held her for a while. After calming down, he took Yu back to the villa. Captain, what happened? The teammates were waiting for him in the living room. Seeing him come back, Chi-yin asked immediately. Yunemo didn't say anything, but his expression had already said it all. For a moment, the atmosphere became very depressed. Humans are always sad about life and death. It's better to be a zombie, you will never have any troubles. Unfortunately, they all seem to hate zombies. Even Nigoen would rather die than be a zombie. Yunemo, don't be sad, I'll give you candy. Yu reluctantly took out the last candy she had treasured. Of all human foods, Yu likes candy the most. But Yunemo doesn't let her eat a lot of candy. He said it would cause tooth decay. Do zombies get tooth decay? Yu doesn't know. But Yunemo hid all the candies. And she only had this one left. Yunmo's eyes were slightly warm. And seeing Yu's painful expression, he couldn't help but laugh. I don't want to eat it. You eat it. Well, okay. Seeing that he really didn't want to eat it, Yu peeled off the sugar coating and ate the candy herself. Yu raised her eyes and glanced at him secretly. Although she was slow, she was always sensitive to Yunmo's emotions. Naturally, she could sense that Yunemo had been unhappy from the beginning to now. Yu wanted to make him happy. Yunmo, if you are still not happy, then I will kiss you. The girl's voice was sweet and soft, and she comforted him in her own clumsy way. Yu liked to kiss Yunmo. She was very happy every time they kissed. As happy as eating her favorite food. So she thought Yunmo also liked it. Yu always did what she said. Yu was a man of action. Yu hooked his neck and kissed Yunmo's thin lips. The girl had just eaten the candy, and her breath was full of the sweet smell of milk. Yunemo thought, this candy is really sweet. Ahem. Chi-yin suddenly coughed loudly. He stared at them with a sad look. I say, are you guys going too far? Do you think we don't exist? Do single people have no human rights? Yunemo glanced at him coldly. You really shouldn't be here. You should be under the car. After that, Yunemo took Yu upstairs. Damn it! Chi-yin cursed at their backs. What did the captain say before? He just treated Yu as his sister. I don't believe you. It's obvious that he tricked the dog in and killed it. Too much. Strong condemnation. Shirley patted his shoulder and sighed. Young man. You are still too young. Just listen to what men say. The true fragrance may be late, but it will never be absent. Our captain's iron tree has finally bloomed. Chi-yin smiled and said, I just don't know when he will find out. Upstairs, as soon as Yunemo returned to the room, he pinched the girl's chin and kissed her. At this point, Yunemo finally couldn't deceive his heart anymore. No one knew how panicked and scared he was when he couldn't find Yu. He couldn't imagine what he would do if he lost the girl. No one knew that Yunemo felt relieved the moment he learned that the zombie king was dead. Because this way, Yu wouldn't leave him. It was clearly agreed before that he would help Yu find her brother. But after finding her brother, Yunemo didn't want to let go. He also didn't like Yu to set her eyes on men other than him, such as Shinyunting. In fact, Yunemo didn't resist the girl's kiss at all. In fact, he even enjoyed it a little. All these situations showed that he had already fallen. Even if Yu was a little zombie, he would accept it. Who made him fall into the hands of this little zombie? Yu, we men can't let people kiss us casually. Yunemo whispered, if someone finds out, I will be caught and thrown into the pig cage. So, you have to be responsible for me. Yu was so dizzy from the kiss that she didn't hear clearly what he said, and foolishly sold herself out. Be responsible. Be responsible. Chapter 85. This zombie dog is full of dog spirit. Yu, are you willing to follow me to Jingshi? Yunemo held the girl in his arms, feeling his heart was filled, and his eyes were full of tenderness. He had lived 2 lives, and never liked anyone. This was the first time he was moved. Yeah. Yu nestled in his arms, looking up and kissing Yunmo's chin. Yunemo, I'll go wherever you go. My brother is dead, and Yunemo is all that's left for Yu from now on. Besides, she still has to go to that research institute to avenge her brother. Okay. Seeing the girl looking at him with bright eyes, like a soft little rabbit, Yunmo's heart, which had always been cold and hard, suddenly softened and was full of tenderness. He couldn't help but lower his head and kissed her again, with a bit of tenderness and cherishment, like treating his treasure. Yu felt that Yunemo had become a different person today. Not only did he take the initiative to let her kiss him, but he also kissed her for a long time. Although I don't know why Yunemo suddenly changed. However, Yu likes his change. The girl was so excited that she bit his thin lips again and couldn't help licking them gently. Yunmo's eyes darkened, and his voice was a little hoarse. Yu, isn't this how you kiss? The girl treated his mouth as candy, biting and chewing it. The corners of Yunmo's mouth were bitten by her. How do you kiss? Yu blinked her watery almond eyes, looking eager to learn. I'll teach you. Yunmo's eyes flashed with a smile, and his eyes were gentle and affectionate. It should be this way. Before leaving Untitled base, Yunmo called all his teammates together and explained the matter to them. Yu and I are going to Beijing next. This journey is long and full of dangers. I cannot guarantee that everyone will be safe. You should think it over carefully. If you don't want to go, you can stay. Captain, what are you talking about? We will definitely follow you. Shirley scratched his head, his eyes full of tenderness and expectation. Besides, my wife and children are waiting for me to go back. By you, I will go wherever the captain goes. He is an orphan, alone, without any worries, and willing to follow Yunmo forever. As for Chi Yin and Chi Nemo, there's no need to mention them. They also have relatives in Jing City. Kid, what about you? Do you want to follow your brothers? Chi Yin nudged Mu Zhe with his elbow. This kid didn't know who he learned this from. At such a young age, he always had a sullen face and acted like an idiot. I'll follow my sister. Mu Zhe was firm. Wherever my sister goes, I'll go. Perhaps because of his previous experience, compared to the men in the team, Mu Zhe was obviously closer to Yu. His mother was gone, and he had no relatives in this world. From now on, Yu was his only relative. Mu Zhe really regarded Yu as his sister. Not only did Yu help him avenge his mother, but also, there was an indescribable feeling about her, which made him feel very comfortable. Mu Zhe had little education, and he didn't know how to describe it. If he had to say something, it would be clean. That's right. Yu was very clean. Unlike other people who were always so roundabout, he can be himself in front of her. Every time he is with Yu, Mu Zhe feels relaxed. Okay. Yunmo made the final decision. Pack up and leave tomorrow. After Yugoen's death, the voices for recommending Shen Yunting as the base leader became louder and louder. Yunmo became his strongest opponent. Originally, the people of the Thunder team were worried that Yunmo would compete with Shen Yunting for the position of base leader. Unexpectedly, Yunmo's team planned to leave. Upon hearing the news, Shen Yunting came to see them for the last time. You really won't stay? The Yunmo team is quite powerful. With them, Untitled base has an extra layer of protection and can avoid many dangers. For example, the last zombie wave. Because of the participation of Yunmo and Yu, many casualties were avoided. Privately, Shen Yunting naturally hoped that they could stay, which would be beneficial to the development of Untitled base. No, we still have relatives waiting. Captain Shen, farewell, see you later. Chi Nemo smiled and stretched out his hand. Shen Yunting sighed softly. See you later, hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. That's what he said, but everyone knows that, in the end of the world, once you separate, there is basically no possibility of meeting again. After all, which will come first? Tomorrow or an accident, no one can tell. The team set out on the journey again. This time, it is unknown what kind of danger will be waiting for them. Yu, what's wrong? Seeing the girl looking out the window frequently, Yunmo's eyes darkened slightly. He thought Yu was reluctant to leave Shen Yunting. Yunmo, did I forget something? Yu knocked her head in distress. After becoming a zombie, her memory is really getting worse and worse. Huh? What did you forget? Yunmo grabbed her little hand. Don't fight, you are already stupid, and you will be even more stupid if you fight again. I don't know. Yu quickly took out her small backpack and poured out everything inside. Candies, small cookies, beautiful skirts, and shiny crystal cores. After counting them, Yu finally felt relieved. The girl smiled with satisfaction. Nothing is missing, they are all here. It was probably her illusion. Hee hee. A zombie's roar suddenly sounded. A big guy stumbled and ran after the SUV. Fuck, that zombie is chasing us. History always repeats itself in a surprising way. Chi Yin suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a zombie running after their car. Look at the zombie behind. Seems a little familiar? How could it not be familiar? That is the same zombie Zhuang. Yu, she finally remembered. She seemed to forgot Zhuang again. History is always surprisingly similar. Zhuang is always forgotten. But this time, Zhuang learned his lesson. Yu did not allow it to appear in the base. Zhuang only dared to sneak around nearby. It came here in the past 2 days, and has been secretly observing the situation in the base. The baby said, I will go back to find it. Zhuang kept waiting, but the baby didn't show up after a long time. He could only come to find the baby himself. But he was afraid that Yu would be angry, so he kept hiding nearby and observing secretly. Unexpectedly, this observation made him discover something incredible. The baby was going to leave him again. Zhuang felt wronged, and wanted to say, He. The off-road vehicle finally stopped. Zhuang quickly controlled his stiff body, and ran over in a strange posture. He. Zhuang was like a big dog abandoned by its owner, barking and screaming at Yu. Zhuang. I didn't mean it. Yu's eyes flickered, feeling guilty. He. Everyone was shocked to see the grievance in a zombie's eyes. Impossible. An illusion? Then, everyone saw that the zombie suddenly stretched its neck, like a big dog waiting for someone to put a collar on it, and shouted, He in a hurry. What is it saying? Yunimo, who couldn't understand the zombie's words, could only look at Yu. The girl automatically acted as an interpreter. Zhuang wants me to tie him up. Just like before. In the past, Yu would tie Zhuang up with a chain, and take him wherever he went, and never lost him. Everyone. This reminded them of a dog holding a rope in its mouth, and actively letting its owner walk it. No. Why is this zombie so dog-like? Chapter 86, I have to do this today. He. Seeing that Yu didn't move for a long time, Zhuang howled again. Yunmo's expression was a little subtle. What's wrong with this zombie? Although he knew that these zombies had an inexplicable fanaticism towards Yu. But you are a zombie after all. Can you have some dignity as a zombie? However, luckily Zhuang is a zombie without mind. Otherwise Yunmo would be worried. Okay. Yu used to tie Zhuang up with iron chains before, but now that he couldn't find iron chains, he could only use vines as a substitute temporarily. Green vines wrapped around the zombie's neck, and the other end of the leash was held in Yu's hand. Zhuang was satisfied, and the whole zombie looked very happy. This way, it won't lose its cub again. Damn human, don't even think about secretly kidnapping the cub. This. Qian saw the scene. His eyes were full of envy. How did you tame it? He quietly moved to Yu's side, and couldn't help asking. Being able to tame a zombie, not to mention its strength, it's very cool just to lead it out. Qian was quite envious. He wanted to ask Yu if he could help him get a zombie to play with. If he met other zombies in the future, wouldn't it be like a free thug? He was excited just thinking about it. Qian rubbed his hands, licked his face, and looked at Yu. Can you teach me too? The girl's voice was soft. No. Zhuang only listens to me. After Yu woke up, Zhuang stayed by her side all the time, and obeyed her. Not only Zhuang, but also other zombies, would listen to her. However, not all zombies will be obedient. There are also some bad kids who are not only disobedient, but also want to eat Yu. This is related to Yu's ability. You can't learn it. Seeing Qian and Yu getting closer and closer, Yunmo's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he said in a faint tone, Qian, I see that you are very idle recently. Why don't you find a way to improve your ability? What? Qian didn't notice the danger at all, scratched his head, and said carelessly, aren't there no zombies? There was no room for his special ability to be used. Since Yu stopped hiding her ability, they had a smooth journey, unbelievably smoothly. The zombies not only did not actively attack them, but also gave way every time. Bringing Yu with them was simply a super cheat. If it weren't for the rotting corpses outside, they almost thought it was before the end of the world. Even if I want to improve my strength, I don't have the chance. These days are boring. Boring. Qian shook his head. If others heard this, they would definitely beat him up. Others are struggling to survive in the end times, and they may encounter danger at any time. But he thinks his life is too stable and boring. Yunemo raised his lips and sneered, if you are really bored, just fart and chase it. Don't pester Yu all day long. Hey, Captain, isn't Yu your sister? Do you mind having another brother-in-law? Qian said with a smile, deliberately trying to anger Yunemo. Who made this man stubborn? He had to play the brother and sister game with him. It was not easy to get a chance to be a jerk. Qian had to do this today. Stop the car. The temperature in the car suddenly dropped, Yunemo said coldly. The SUV stopped quickly. Get lost. Yunemo opened the door and Kick Chi-Yin down. Yu, find him a few zombies to practice with. Okay. Yu blinked and responded happily. The girl was petty and vengeful, and she still hated Chi-Yin for complaining about her before. Yu commanded the zombies, letting them bite Chi-Yin's ass. Captain, no way, oh my god. Chi-Yin was running after the car, and several zombies came after hearing the noise, and staggered behind him. Fuck, don't bite my ass, get out of here, get out of here. Chi-Nemo was driving, and shook his head. Idiot. Chi-Yin. This idiot had to be a slut. Soon, Unimo let Chi-Yin know what would happen if he thought about someone else's wife. Chi-Yin was exhausted like a dog every day, being squeezed to the point of being completely exhausted, so tired that his hands and legs were shaking, and he was even fighting zombies in his dreams. Fortunately, Shirley and Muze also wanted to improve their strength. They soon joined the team fighting zombies. Although a stable life is good, it will make people lose their fighting spirit if they live in comfort for too long. Once they lose their vigilance, they can't survive in the crisis-ridden apocalypse. 10 days and a month later, they finally arrived at another city. H-City. The team planned to rest here for a night and collect some supplies. Fortunately, Unimo had space, so they could stock up more food. However, they found several stores, and the things in them were all taken away. There were only a few snacks left on the shelves, which were not enough to fill them up. Let's go to the city center, Unimo said. No matter which city, the city center is the most dangerous place. A dense population means more zombies. However, the more dangerous the place, the fewer people visit it, and the more supplies are preserved. Yu released his mental power, and after investigating, he pointed in a direction. Unimo. There are the most zombies there. Unimo took out the map and took a look. That area is all commercial areas, and there are several large shopping malls alone. Let's go here. If you have strength, you can be willful. Others avoid places with many zombies, but they go wherever there are many zombies. It is a large national chain store. Through the glass door, you can see the crowds of people inside. Chi-Yin took a breath of cold air. There are so many zombies. One person spit can drown us. Do you really want to go in? Don't talk nonsense. The more zombies there are, the more supplies there are inside. Chi-Nemo took out the saber and wiped it slowly. Although the hot weapon such as the gun is extremely lethal, the bullets are getting less and less. Unless it is absolutely necessary. They all use cold weapons for close combat. Besides, in the city, gunshots will only attract more zombies. Only fools would make too much noise in the city. Just thinking about it, suddenly heard a roaring engine sound. Chi-Nemo. Hearing the sound, Yu turned her head curiously and looked over. At the end of the street, a cool black motorcycle suddenly appeared. A group of hungry zombies were chasing after the motorcycle. Damn! Chi-Yin almost jumped up, couldn't help cursing. Who is this guy? It's time to pretend you don't want to die. Right? The man naturally found them, and the motorcycle drifted beautifully, leaving the group of zombies behind, and drove towards them. Hey, dude, you guys are going to the mall too? The motorcycle was getting closer and closer, and the sound was getting louder and louder. It soon stopped in front of them. The man was wearing a tight leather jacket and leather pants, outlining his curvy figure, and his long legs were against the ground. She took off her helmet, revealing a pretty face full of aggression. The woman had short hair, her eyebrows and eyes were heroic and beautiful, like a bright and flamboyant wild rose. Do you want to cooperate with me? She shook her short hair in a chic manner, looking heroic and valiant. Yu had never seen such a special human female before. She seemed to be glowing and full of confidence. Yu couldn't help but stare at her, her eyes full of curiosity. The woman soon noticed her gaze. Her eyes turned slightly, and her sight fell on Yu. Her eyes lit up instantly. Yo! She couldn't help but whistle loudly, and her beautiful phoenix eyes seemed to emit electricity. Blinking at Yu. There's a little beauty here. Chapter 87. My wife is about to be kidnapped. These vulgar words sound like a female gangster teasing a little girl. Yun Mo's dark eyes sank slightly, and he stood sideways in front of Yu, blocking her view. No need. Don't rush to refuse, our purpose is the same. We all have to go to the mall to collect supplies. Why not cooperate and win-win? As he spoke, the zombies left behind roared and chased after him. The short-haired woman didn't even look at him. She raised her hand to release her supernatural power, and directly froze the zombies into ice sculptures. This move showed them her strength. Look, I won't hold you back. Shi Yin opened his eyes wide in surprise. This is Ice-type superpowers? There are many types of superpowers. The most common ones are the 5-element superpowers, and body enhancement, and the like. But there are also various strange ones. For example, Ice-type superpowers are a branch of Water-type superpowers, which are stronger than Water-type superpowers, and are rarer. This woman is the first Ice-type superpower user they have met so far. It seems that her strength is not low. Look, there are so many zombies in the mall. You may not be able to handle them. More people means more help. Right? The short-haired woman said with a smile. Besides, I know the terrain inside better than you do, and I can avoid many dangers. Yu pulled the corner of his clothes. She felt that what the short-haired woman said made sense. Anyway, they all had to go into the mall. So why not work together? More importantly, Yu had an inexplicable liking for this short-haired woman and didn't mind taking her along. Okay. The man's eyes were doting. Since Yu said so, Yunimo temporarily agreed to cooperate with the woman. Luo Tang. The woman smiled and stretched out her hand, introducing herself. Then, happy cooperation. Yunimo. The man was concise, and his attitude was a little cold. He did not intend to shake hands with her. Luo Tang did not mind at all. Shrugged and took his hand back. Suddenly, Luo Tang's eyes fell behind Yu and saw the zombie that she was holding obediently. The usually ferocious zombies were as docile as a domestic dog, allowing the girl to lead them wherever she went. This scene was simply unheard of. This is... Luo Tang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Now it's not popular to keep cats and dogs, but it's popular to keep zombies? Luo Tang immediately became interested. Your dog. No. Your zombie. It won't bite people. Right? Zhuang won't bite people. Yu reached out and gently patted the zombie's head, as if treating a small pet. Don't you think so? Zhuang. As if to echo Yu's words. Zhuang roared from his throat. The beautiful and delicate girl, and the ugly and brutal zombie. This combination is very eye-catching no matter where it is placed. And it is hard not to be interested. However, compared to this ugly zombie, Luo Tang is obviously more interested in Yu. She used her supernatural power to condense a crystal-clear ice rose, like a magic trick, and handed it to Yu with a smile. Yu, this is for you. Yu held the rose carefully and smiled sweetly at her. Thank you. The girl's almond eyes were bright and moist. Her porcelain-white face was delicate and beautiful, and her eyebrows and eyes were curved when she smiled. She looked like a cute and soft little rabbit. Luo Tang suddenly couldn't control his hands. Cute, I want to touch her. My name is Luo Tang. You can just call me Tang Tang. Tang Tang. The young voice was soft and tender, and the slightly rising ending sound seemed to hide a small hook. Luo Tang's heart was itching immediately. I really want to take her back. As soon as he had this thought, Luo Tang noticed a cold gaze. Yunimo stared at her coldly with his dark eyes. He seemed to be warning her not to have any idea about his baby. Luo Tang was not afraid, but raised her red lips and smiled provocatively. Yunimo knew at the first sight that Luo Tang had bad intentions, especially since this woman was like a fly, always surrounding Yu and taking away all the attention of the girl. This made Yunimo dislike her even more. Yu, give me that ice lump. I'll keep it for you. No. Yu shook her head and held the ice rose like a treasure. This was the first flower Yu received, even though it was made of ice. Not a real flower. But the girl still treasured it very much and insisted on taking it with her. Luo Tang raised her red lips, as if silently mocking Yunimo. What's the point of a man who can't please a woman? Yunmo's handsome face sank slightly. He suddenly regretted that he shouldn't have agreed to Luo Tang's cooperation request just now. Yunimo had a hunch that he seemed to have caused trouble for himself. This hunch was soon confirmed. There were too many zombies at the main entrance of the supermarket. After a few people discussed it, they decided to go in through the side door. There were relatively few zombies at the side door. When a few wandering zombies saw a stranger, they immediately pounced on him ferociously, and were soon easily dealt with. This mall is too big, don't waste time. Everyone split up. After collecting supplies, gather here. Yunimo finished speaking, and was about to hold Yu's hand. But when he turned around, he found that the girl had happily left with Luo Tang. Usually Yu was like a little tail, tightly clinging to Yunimo. But today, she ran away with Luo Tang. Luo Tang was killing zombies in front and Yu happily followed her, happily picking up crystal cores for free. The two women went straight to the clothing area on the second floor, leaving the men behind. Shi Yan immediately laughed with gloating. I didn't expect that the captain would have such a day. Looking at Yunmo's face again, it seemed as if a layer of dark clouds was shrouded. His wife was almost kidnapped. How could he not be upset? Captain, how about I go with you? Shirley scratched his head, mainly because the captain was alone and pitiful. No need. Yunmo said these two words coldly, and turned away. Collect the supplies as soon as possible, and part ways with Luo Tang as soon as possible. Luo Tang was quite powerful, and she harvested a large number of zombies' heads with her ice knife. Muze followed behind, dug crystal cores conscientiously, and handed them to Yu after washing them. Yu had a great harvest this time, and her pockets were full of crystal cores, making a clanking sound. Sister Luo, these are for you. Yu certainly couldn't let Luo Tang work in vain, so she gave her half of the crystal cores. No, I'll give you all, I'll just take these. Luo Tang pointed at the supplies on the shopping cart and said. She took some food that can be stored for a long time, such as flour and rice, and cotton clothes for winter. It was agreed before that, after entering the mall, each person would take as much as they could according to their ability. 2 hours later, several people gathered at the side door again. Luo Tang pushed several small carts, which were full of items. On the other hand, Yunmo and his group were relaxed, with nothing in their hands. Luo Tang understood, this group of people should have space ability users. I heard from Yu that you haven't found a place to stay tonight. This city is full of wandering zombies. It's more dangerous at night. Luo Tang invited, do you want to stay in our temporary shelter for a night? Yunmo. Yu walked over briskly, took the man's hand, and said happily, Tang Tang is going to Jing City just like us. Can we go with her? Luo Tang has a younger sister. After her parents divorced, she followed her mother, and her sister followed her father. The two sisters were separated since childhood, and their relationship was not close at all. But according to Luo Tang's words, my parents passed away in the past 2 years. She is my only relative in this world. I have to go and see if she is still alive. Take Luo Tang with you. Yunmo refused without thinking. Okay. Okay. Chi Yin said with a smile. Luo Tang is a superpower, and her strength is not bad. It will be very dangerous on this journey. Bring her with you to have more help. Don't you think so, Captain? Yunmo looked at him coldly. Yunmo. The girl's voice was soft, sounding like she was acting like a spoiled child. Yunmo looked down at her and asked casually, Yu, do you like Luo Tang very much? Yes. Yu nodded and said seriously, Tang Tang is a good person. Yu had a good impression of Luo Tang, not only because she gave her roses, but also because she gave her so many crystal cores. Although the girl was naive and easy to deceive, she could feel the kindness and malice of others towards her. From Luo Tang, Yu only felt kindness. Yes. Shi Yin also nodded. The team is full of men. Wouldn't it be nice to have a little lady? Of course. More importantly, Shi Yin wanted to watch the show. Imagine if Luo Tang joined their team. He would fight with the captain for Yu all day long. How exciting it would be. Shi Yin laughed maliciously. Who let the captain bully him? A single dog? All day long. Captain. Shi Yin is right. Chinamo also said. After all, Luo Tang showed great strength. Why not have one more fighting force? Since the teammates said so, Yunmo naturally couldn't refuse. So, it was decided that Luo Tang would join the team. The temporary shelter that Luo Tang mentioned was in a small factory in the suburbs. There were few people around, and there were not many zombies after the apocalypse. Luo Tang went forward and knocked on the door. A vigilant voice came from inside immediately. Who? Xiaowen, it's me. Hearing Luo Tang's voice, the people inside shouted in surprise. Sister Tang Tang is back. A girl in school uniform, who looked only 15 or 16 years old, opened the door of the factory. Sister Tang Tang, they are. The girl's eyes fell on Yunmo and his group. When she saw Zhuang's face, which was not pale, her face suddenly changed. There are zombies? What zombies? Where? When the people in the factory heard this, they all rushed out with their weapons. Xiaowen, where are the zombies? Xiaowen pointed behind Yu. Everyone looked over and, when they saw the beautiful girl who looked like a fairy, they were all stunned. The girl was wearing a flawless white dress. Her eyes were clear and sparkling, And she was so beautiful that she looked a little bit like a real person. Even in the end of the world, she was still clean and beautiful. Like a spoiled little princess in an ivory tower. However, when they saw Zhuang beside Yu, their faces all changed. Zombies. Really zombies. Yu took a quick look and found that these people were all old, weak, women and children. And there was not a single man. From a 60-year-old grandmother to a 7-year-old girl. They all held their weapons tightly, and looked at them, as if they were facing a great enemy. Tang Tang, are they your friends? A hunched old lady came out. Compared to the panic of others, she seemed calm and composed, not panicking because Zhuang was a zombie. Yes, Grandma Zhou, you don't have to worry, they have no ill intentions, they just rest here for one night. Luo Tang stepped forward and held her arm, explaining. Tomorrow, we will take you to the survivor base. Since they are your friends, then come in together. However, this zombie cannot come in. Yes, this zombie cannot come in. A middle-aged aunt yelled. This is a zombie. It can eat people. What if it sneaks in the middle of the night while we are sleeping, to eat people? We must kill it. The middle-aged aunt's words were unanimously agreed by everyone. That's right. This kind of monster will only harm others if it is kept. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. As if he thought these humans were too noisy, Zhuang growled irritably. Hee. Scared several people so much that they dropped their sticks. Eating people, zombies are eating people, ah. Luo Tang held his forehead helplessly. Don't panic, this zombie is raised by my friend, it won't eat people. Tang Tang. What nonsense are you talking about? How can zombies not eat people? The middle-aged aunt subconsciously refuted. But after she finished speaking, she also realized the strangeness. Generally, when zombies see people, they will pounce on them immediately. But this zombie was very quiet from beginning to end, as if it didn't exist. It looks like it's quite well behaved, but zombies are zombies. No matter how harmless they look, they can't change their cannibalistic nature. You zombie. Luo Tang looked at Zhuang. I'll let Zhuang stay outside, just in time to guard the door at night. With Zhuang here, no other zombies will come to attack. It's like having an extra free guard. Hee. Zhuang roared unwillingly. It wanted to stay with the cub. Yu stood on tiptoe, and patted its shoulder gently. Zhuang. Be good, be obedient. When Yunemo passed by the zombie, he said lightly, if you don't listen, I'll kill you. Hee. Zhuang roared angrily at his back. Damn human, you only know how to snatch the cubs from it. Sooner or later, I will eat you. All these people in the factory were rescued by Luo Tang on the road. They were all women who were powerless, either they had lost their families, or they had been abandoned by their relatives. For example, Grandma Zhou, her son thought she was too old and weak, so he just left her behind. Luo Tang felt sorry for her, and couldn't bear to watch the old woman die, so he took her along. Unexpectedly, he rescued more and more people along the way. I have already discussed with him, there is a survivor base nearby, and I plan to send them there tomorrow. As he was talking, Yu suddenly saw Yunemo get up and walk out. Yunemo, where are you going? Yu followed him subconsciously. But Yunemo didn't let her follow. I'm going out to do something. You wait here for me to come back. After the man finished speaking, he leaned over and kissed her on the lips, turned and walked out. As for what he was going to do, Yunemo refused to say. Oh. Yu didn't follow him anymore, and glanced out the window. It was completely dark outside. Yunemo was hiding something from her. What was it? Chapter 88. The first time to please a girl. Yu waited for a long time. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Yunemo came back from outside. Yunemo, where have you been? The girl hurried to greet him. Yunemo did not speak, and pulled her into the lounge next to him. The man suddenly took out a large bunch of bright roses from the space. Yu, here you go. Huh? The girl slightly widened her eyes, took the bunch of roses, and was surprised and happy. Where did you find it? The delicate petals of the roses were still covered with crystal dew. It looked like it was just picked not long ago. Speaking of which, this was the first bouquet of flowers that Yu actually received. It was sent by Yunemo. The girl felt like a happy little bird in her heart, jumping for joy. Do you like it? The man asked in a low voice, looking at her with gentle and affectionate eyes. I like it. Yu nodded heavily. Her almond eyes were shining with tiny stars, and she was amazingly beautiful. Not only because she liked this bouquet of roses, but also because this bouquet of flowers was sent by Yunemo. Yunmo's dark eyes flashed with a smile. The ice roses that Luo Tang gave to Yu had melted long ago. Although the girl didn't say anything at the time, her regretful expression could not escape Yunmo's eyes. The man remembered it in his heart at that time. After living 2 lives, this was the first time he pleased a girl. In order to find these flowers, Yunmo almost ran all over H City. Unfortunately, the roses in the flower shop had withered long ago. After the apocalypse, the whole city seemed to have lost all its bright colors in an instant, leaving only gray and blood. The flowers that were everywhere before the apocalypse were hard to find after the apocalypse. Yunmo searched for a long time, and finally found it in a mountain forest. That was the territory of mutant plants. And these roses lived by the mutant plants. Even after the end of the world, they were not affected. And they still bloomed warmly and brightly. Although the search process was not easy. As long as Yu was happy, it was worth it for him to make this trip. Yunmo, you are so good to me, the girl said happily. Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise, Yu and Zhuang would still be wandering aimlessly in a city full of zombies. Fortunately, she saved Yunmo at that time. Yunmo brought her out of the zombie group, brought her into human society, always protected her, helped her find her brother, found her a crystal core, and made delicious food for her. Except for not letting her drink blood, there seemed to be nothing bad. Although Yunmo always played hard to get in the past, now Yunmo is willing to let her kiss him. Moreover, she can kiss him as long as she wants. Yunmo heard this. His black eyes were filled with deep smiles. The little zombies are innocent and easy to deceive. They only need a piece of candy, a crystal core, or even a bouquet of flowers. Can trick her away. Yunmo couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he was the one who met Yu. What if Yu met those people with evil intentions? Then what should he do? The girl thought she was lucky to meet him. Little did she know, the really lucky person was Yunmo. If he hadn't met Yu, even if he was reborn, he would just be a person full of hatred in his heart. The appearance of the girl was like a beam of soft light shining into his barren and dark world. It was Yu who made Yunmo full of hope for the future, instead of living numbly like in his previous life. It was because of meeting Yu that he was not completely blinded by hatred. Because of her, she felt that perhaps her past life was not so bad. And perhaps this end of the world was not so dark. If all the suffering in the past life was for meeting her in this life, then it didn't seem too difficult to accept, and the next day, Luo Tang found 2 cars and planned to send these people to a nearby base. There is a small base in H City, far away from the city center, located in the suburbs, which was converted from a prison. Luo Tang planned to send them to the base, and then leave with Yunmo's team. Help people to the end. Send Buddha to the west. Putting them in the base was the last thing she could do for them. These survivors were either young or old and weak. There was not even one who could drive. Yunmo had no choice but to let Chinmo and Baiyu go. Each of them drove a car, carrying the people away from the temporary shelter. About 3 hours later, they finally arrived at the unknown small base. A high-voltage electric grid was pulled up on the wall outside the prison, and all the zombies that approached were electrocuted into charred corpses. Who are you? The man in the sentry booth raised his gun as soon as he saw them, and pointed the black muzzle at them. We are survivors who came to the base. Luo Tang lowered the car window and explained his purpose. The man was wearing a black vest, and his exposed arm was embroidered with a tattoo. After seeing Luo Tang, the man's eyes flashed, and he only asked a few simple questions, and then let them in directly. Yu frowned. These people gave her a bad feeling. She felt a murderous aura from them. That's it? Shi Yin scratched his head. Even he found something wrong. Is the threshold of this base too low? Before letting people in, other bases would carefully check whether there were any wounds on the outsiders. But this base didn't even pretend to do that. After seeing the women in their car, they let them in directly. Not only that, I didn't even see any women or children in this base along the way, Yunmo said in a deep voice. Although the death rate of children and women is relatively high in the apocalypse, it is impossible for a base to be without a woman and a child. Looking around, all of them are strong men. And since they entered the base, various sites have never disappeared. These people think they are hiding well. Little did they know that Yunmo and his group have sharp observation skills. And these actions naturally cannot be hidden from them. These people are all desperate criminals. If I guess correctly, they should be the most vicious prisoners in prison. Yunmo has dealt with such people many times, and he can tell their identities at a glance. What should we do? Shi Yan looked at Xiaowen, who was sitting quietly at the side. This base is obviously wrong. Do we still want to leave them here? Women are at a disadvantage in the end times. Even female superpowers may not be able to guarantee their own safety. Not to mention this group of ordinary people who can't lift anything. It's okay. Just kill them. Yu Yu's ideas have always been simple and crude. Just kill all these bad guys, and leave only one base. However, this point coincides with Yunmo's idea. Let's wait and see. At present, they have not figured out the details of this base. Yunmo plans to stay and observe for a while. Thank you, Luo Tang said in a low voice. She knew that Yunmo and his team could just ignore these people and leave directly. But he was willing to do so. Although it was for Yu Yu's sake, Luo Tang would still remember this favor. To join our base, you need to hand in 70% of the supplies. The staff at the registration office glanced at their rear compartment and saw that this group of people were quite powerful and had no shortage of supplies. So they asked for a huge amount of money. You're collecting so much. Why don't you just go and rob them? Qi Yin almost rolled up his sleeves and started a fight with him. Normal bases only collect half at most. But this lousy base is just like that. It's like they're being slaughtered like fat sheep. Qi Yin almost laughed out of anger, pointing at his face and saying, "Why? Is it that the words unjust are written on my face?" Chapter 89. If you want to play, play as much as you want. The man scratched his ears, looking arrogant. It's no use yelling at me. This is the rule from above. Don't give it. Don't even think about getting in if you don't give it. You? During the conversation, the man's eyes kept wandering around the women behind him, inadvertently revealing a kind of scrutiny of looking at the goods. He thought he was very secretive, but all this did not escape the eyes of Yunmo and the others. Yunmo's dark eyes sank slightly, and he blocked Yu Yu's figure without making a sound. He winked at Qi Nemo. Qi Nemo nodded knowingly, stepped forward to stop Qi Yin, who was about to explode, and talked to him. Brother, can you be flexible? Qi Nemo smiled and handed over a cigarette. Look, it's not easy for us brothers to support so many people. Now the zombies are evolving faster and faster, and it's even harder to get supplies. In the end times, cigarettes can be considered a luxury. The man hadn't touched cigarettes for almost a month. When he saw this, his expression suddenly eased a lot. It's not that I'm not flexible. The main thing is, this is an order from the top. I'm just a small gatekeeper. How dare I go against the will of the top? After the man said something hypocritical, after Qin Mo's negotiation, he nodded with difficulty. Well, I think you are quite lucky, so I'll take half of you. Others don't have this treatment. Qin Mo's smile deepened a little, but there was no smile in his eyes. It's easy to get into this base, but it's hard to get out. From the man's attitude, Qin Mo felt that he didn't want to let them go. Fortunately, most of their supplies were placed in Yunmo's space. Only a small part was left in the carriage to hide their tracks. Even so, seeing them moving their supplies one by one from the carriage, Yu Yu was still a little unhappy. Those were the supplies she and Yunmo had collected together, and she didn't want to give them to these bad guys at all. Don't worry. Seeing Yu Yu's angry look, Yunmo's eyes flashed with coldness, and he whispered to the girl, no matter how much they take, you have to spit it out one by one when the time comes. Hearing this, Yu Yu was satisfied. These bad guys can't take a cookie from her. Is this a newcomer who just joined the base? Just after the few people finished registering, a gentle-looking man suddenly came over. The arrogant man smiled very flatteringly when he saw him. Yes, Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou. Why are you here? Do you have any instructions? Nothing. I'm just taking a look. You don't have to worry about me. The man waved his hand, looked at Yunmo and his group calmly, and extended his hand in a friendly manner. Hello. I'm Zhou Cheng, one of the leaders of this base. Welcome to join. Qi Nemo stepped forward, shook hands with him as a representative, and said a few hypocritical words. It just so happens that I'm free now. Xiao Li, you don't have to work. I'll take them to their accommodation, Zhou Cheng said. The man bowed and sent them away. Okay, Brother Zhou. Take care. Everyone, follow me. Zhou Cheng smiled at the few people. His eyes stayed on Yu Yu and Luo Tang the longest, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. What are you looking at? Yunmo moved sideways to block Yu Yu, looking at him coldly. Sorry. Sorry. Zhou Cheng felt a chill on his back, and quickly apologized. These two ladies are too beautiful, I was mesmerized by them, I'm really sorry. Watch your eyes, Luo Tang said coldly, with an ice blade between his fingers, shining with a cold light. Zhou Cheng's eyes darkened, but his face showed no abnormality. This base was transformed from a prison before the end of the world, and their residence was naturally a single room in the prison. Zhou Cheng brought them to the prison room. Ladies and gentlemen, you can choose any of these rooms. Shi Yan couldn't help but mutter, "What's this? Are you rushing to jail?" These single rooms are almost full. Without exception, all of them are men. The temperament of these men is different from that of ordinary people, and their eyes reveal ferocity inadvertently. After seeing Yunimo and his group appear, these men secretly exchanged glances with each other. It seems calm on the surface, but in fact, there are undercurrents. Yunimo, Yu's beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted. Since entering this base, the girl felt very uncomfortable. All kinds of strange eyes focused on her with malice, making Yu irritated from the bottom of her heart. I want to dig out their eyes. Yunmo's black eyes were shining with a cold luster, falling on those people like a sharp blade. Those men were not afraid, but laughed arrogantly. The lewd and obscene eyes looked at Yu unscrupulously, and the turbid eyes were full of greed. It was like being stared at by a group of hyenas, making people feel uncomfortable. Yu's pretty face was covered with a layer of coldness. Disgusting humans. Kill them! Yu was just about to teach these people a lesson. The next moment, the men with the most naked eyes suddenly screamed. One of the men covered his eyes and screamed piercingly, and blood slowly flowed from his eyes. The other men were not much better. As if the air was deprived by something, they covered their necks, and their faces gradually turned blue and purple due to suffocation. But in an instant, all the men died suddenly. The cause of death was suffocation. I reminded you. Watch your eyes. Yunmo's move successfully shocked the others. For a moment, all the sticky and disgusting sights disappeared. Zhou Cheng's eyes were filled with deep fear. This man's strength was unfathomable. He didn't even see clearly how he made the move. We're here. After bringing them there, Zhou Cheng found an excuse to leave. This prison is really wrong. Luo Tang frowned, with cold eyes. I just don't know what these people want to do. If the issue of these people's belonging cannot be resolved, Luo Tang really can't leave with peace of mind. No hurry, no matter what their purpose is, they will definitely take action tonight. Yunimo glanced coldly at those who were secretly observing them. Don't sleep tonight. The teammates nodded seriously. Yes. Captain, these people are all superpowered people. Yunimo reported in a low voice. He was observing the situation all the way. There were not only no women and children in this prison, there was not even a single ordinary person. They were all superpowered. Although I don't know the overall strength of these people, but with so many superpowered people, if they really fight, it will be a difficult matter. After all, ants can kill elephants with their numbers. They only have a few people, and they have to protect those ordinary people. Yeah. Qin Mo's concerns were not unreasonable. But compared to these people, Yunimo was more concerned about the people behind this base. Presumably that person's strength must be good. Otherwise so many superpowers would not be willing to stay and work for him. Yunimo searched in his mind. And there was no news about this small base in his previous life. I don't know where the person behind it came from. Yunimo. Yu's eyes moved, and she thought of a good idea. We can do this. The girl whispered her plan in his ear. Okay. Seeing Yu's eager look, Yunmo's black eyes were full of indulgence and pampering. Since you want to play, then play to your heart's content. Yu. The girl hummed a song softly, and she looked in a good mood. Yu has begun to look forward to the arrival of the night. She will let these humans know what will happen if they plot against them. Chapter 90 Beauty is the original sin in the end times. On the other side, Zhou Cheng reported the matter to the leader of the base immediately after leaving. Brother Hu, those people all look tough, especially the man who leads them, whose strength is unfathomable. The move Yunimo showed just now was obviously meant to shock him. It also made Zhou Cheng certain that the strength of these people was unfathomable. He could not detect how high the man's ability level was. Zhou Cheng has already stepped half a foot into the 4th level. In this base, his strength is second only to Guahu. He couldn't detect it, which only meant that the man was stronger than him. Could he be the same as Guahu? Both of them at the 4th level? Hard bone? Guahu's rough face showed a ferocious smile. There is no hard bone in the world that I, Guahu, can't chew. Guahu grinned and cracked his fingers, making a clicking sound. No matter if it's a dragon or an insect, it has to lie down obediently when it comes here. It seems that Guahu has to do this. Zhou Cheng's eyes flashed darkly. Boss, can I ask you for someone? Thinking of the delicate and beautiful girl beside Unimo, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel moved. Zhou Cheng couldn't bear to let such a beauty fall into Guohu's hands and suffer. Naturally, he should enjoy her. The beautiful and weak girl, like a delicate daughter, can only live by leaning on a man. Such a clean and beautiful girl can easily arouse the dark thoughts in other people's hearts. At the first sight of her, he wanted to completely possess her. It can be said that her beauty is the original sin in the end times. Oh! Hearing this, Guohu became interested. Zhou Cheng, you finally got it? What kind of fairy, whose charm is greater than my sister, can catch your eye? They had robbed many women, but Zhou Cheng never played with women like the men in the base. For so long, no woman could catch his eye. Guohu had doubted several times whether Zhou Cheng was not good enough. Unexpectedly, today, Zhou Cheng actually took the initiative to ask him for a woman. Yes, brother, I really like her. Zhou Cheng smiled. Just let me have her once. Guohu laughed, patted Zhou Cheng on the shoulder. Okay. After all, Zhou Cheng was the second in command in the base. He was needed for many things. He was Guohu's most important right-hand man. But it's just a woman, just give it to him. Guohu would still give this face. But Guorong, who was standing by, looked a little ugly. I want to see what kind of little goblin can seduce your soul. Guorong looked sinister. Her ability was to seduce. Any man could not resist her temptation. All the people with abilities in this base were firmly controlled by her. Only Zhou Cheng was unmoved, not affected by her ability at all. This has always been the most frustrating thing for Guorong. But now she was told that Zhou Cheng had fallen in love with a woman. This was a great shame and humiliation for Guorong, who had never lost a battle. No matter what, she would not let that bitch live. Guorong was filled with rage, but had nowhere to vent it. Her eyes fell on the corner, and she suddenly felt evil. A beautiful woman was naked, crouching in the corner with her arms tightly clasped in fear. Sensing Guorong's fierce eyes, the woman trembled immediately, her face full of fear. Compared with Guohu, the beast, Guorong, the vicious woman, was more terrifying, and she would take her anger out on her at any time. Last time, just because Zhou Cheng looked at her twice more, Guorong went crazy and tortured her. This time, who knows? What will he do to her again? Guorong showed a cold smile, grabbed the woman's hair, and dragged her out of the room. She said loudly to the group of men outside, "My brother is tired of playing with her. This woman is given to you. You can play with her as you like." No. No. Let me go. Help me. Help me. The woman screamed miserably. But she could not change her fate. She was grabbed by the ankle and dragged over by a group of men. Beasts, you bunch of beasts, you will not die well. Did you see that? This is the end of going against me? Seeing the miserable end of the woman, Guorong looked ruthless. Whether it was this woman, or that bitch who seduced Zhou Cheng, it was better not to fall into her hands. Otherwise, she would definitely let that bitch know what the end would be if she tried to snatch someone from her. Okay, don't be angry. Sister. Guohu put on his clothes and walked out. He was no longer surprised by his sister's behavior. Instead, he comforted her. I heard from Zhou Cheng that there are several men in this group who are particularly handsome. When the time comes, you will be able to deal with them. After hearing this, Guorong was satisfied. She smiled charmingly with her curly hair. That's great. No matter how powerful a superpower is, they can't resist her charm. Zhou Cheng is just an exception. It doesn't matter if she loses to Zhou Cheng, she will definitely find a sense of accomplishment from those men. In the evening, Zhou Cheng had dinner delivered. It looked quite rich, with rice and meat. Yunmo. Yu stared at the plate of meat for a long time, and whispered something in Yunmo's ear. Yunmo's face suddenly sank, and his eyes were cold. These bastards actually eat so well. It's the end of the world, and they still have meat to eat? Shi Yan turned the meat over and over with chopsticks. Suddenly, a few long hairs came out of the meat. The hair was obviously a woman's long hair. Aren't there no women in this base? Could it be? In just a moment, everyone knew the origin of the plate of meat. Shi Yan's face changed drastically, and he immediately threw away his chopsticks and retched twice. Fuck, these beasts! He clenched his fists, and his eyes turned red with anger. Of course, they couldn't touch the food. But not touching it would easily arouse suspicion. So they could only pour the food into the corner. In order not to cause trouble, Yunmo took out compressed biscuits from the space. Unfortunately, the teammates had no appetite, and they couldn't eat after just 2 bites. Not long after, someone came to clean up the dishes, and saw that they had finished the food, and his eyes flickered twice. Captain, what should we do now? Chi Yin was almost unable to hold it back, and now he wanted to rush out and kill those beasts. Wait. Yunimo looked up at the sky outside the window. The sky gradually darkened, and a blood-red moon hung in the dark night sky, filled with an ominous atmosphere. They waited until 10 o'clock in the evening. The person who was observing secretly saw that the team members had gone to bed, and then made a gesture. Action. Several men took advantage of the cover of the night and quietly sneaked into the room. However, they just came to the bedside and had no time to take action. The man who was originally sleeping on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. His black eyes were cold and murderous. Several men were shocked. Oh no! They were fooled. Chapter 91 Killed them with my own hands. However, when they found out, it was too late. Yunimo cut their necks cleanly and neatly, without spilling a drop of blood. Yunimo, let me deal with those people. Yuyu was eager to try. She had absorbed a lot of crystal cores recently, although she hadn't advanced yet, but she could feel that her mental power was much fuller than before. Since the action had been exposed, those people simply stopped hiding and all rushed to their room. Big Brother said, catch them alive. Yuyu released her mental power, and the eyes of the several psychics who were originally in the front suddenly lost focus. What are you two doing? The man behind him cursed. However, the psychics suddenly turned around, like puppets, and attacked their own people. Are you crazy? You can't tell friend from foe. Stop! Yuyu used her mental power to control those psychics, making them kill each other. This is what the girl has recently started to research. Now Yuyu's mental power can not only control zombies, but also humans. However, it can only control those with lower ability levels than her. Compared with zombies, humans are obviously more difficult to control. With Yuyu's current ability, she can only control a few dozen people at most. However, these few dozen people are enough to cause chaos among them. After all, no one knows whether your teammates are enemies or friends, and whether they will suddenly attack you. Awesome. Chi Yin almost knelt down. He was wrong, extremely wrong. Why did he think that Yuyu was of no help, and would only hold him back? Chi Yin could not help but fall into deep self-doubt. The one who held him back, wasn't he? Most of these psychics were at level 1 or 2. Chi Yin was only at level 2 so far, and it was still a bit difficult to deal with him. Then look at Yunimo and Yuyu. One of them was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, harvesting heads one by one. The other didn't need to do anything at all, and directly controlled them to kill each other. Even Luo Tang, with one ultimate move, froze several people into ice sculptures. The more Chi Yin thought about it, the more angry he became. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Among a group of big guys, he was the only loser. Just as he was thinking, a metal blade rushed straight to his face. When Chi Yin found it, it was too late. There was no time to dodge. Zheng, a metal wall appeared in front of him, blocking the fatal blow for Chi Yin. Thank you. Chi Yin turned his head to look over, but he saw Muze glanced at him coldly, with a look of disdain. Seems to think he is holding them back. Damn! Chi Yin cursed angrily. It's fine that he can't compete with the big guys, but now he is looked down upon by a little brat. You are tired of living when you are dazed in the battle. If you are tired of living, no one will collect your body. Chi Nemo said coldly, with a sullen look on his face. Don't be like this. If I die, you will be a widow. How can I bear to leave you alone? Chi Yin knew he was in the wrong, touched his nose angrily, and didn't dare to be distracted anymore. Chi Nemo, get lost. This group of superpowers were just some small fish and shrimps. In less than an hour, they all fell to the ground. And the person who secretly directed them has not been discharged from the hospital yet. Yuyu deliberately left one person alive. As soon as she withdrew her mental power, the superpower quickly came to his senses, and his originally dull and empty eyes gradually regained their spirits. After regaining his sanity, the superpower recalled the scene just now, and he had no power to resist at all, and was controlled by others like a puppet. Looking at the weak and beautiful girl in front of him, his eyes were filled with deep fear. Don't kill me, don't kill me. This group of people relied on their status as superpowers to do evil, and they had always done all kinds of evil. They didn't expect to run into a tough guy this time. This group of people killed so many of his brothers, which was enough to show their strength. What's more, the girl's mysterious ability could actually turn people into her puppets directly. In front of absolute strength, the superpower had no intention of resisting at all, and soon surrendered and defected. I ask you, Are there any other people in this base? Why do you want to arrest us? Who is the person behind you? And what are their special powers? Yu Yu's voice was soft, as she asked one question after another. To show his sincerity, the man answered her questions one by one. Unmo guessed correctly. These people were extremely vicious criminals imprisoned in prison. Most of them were to be executed. I didn't expect the end of the world to come suddenly, and there was no one to control them anymore. For ordinary people, the end of the world is a cruel punishment, but for them, it is the best era. Most of them have awakened superpowers, among which Guohu and his sister have the strongest superpowers. After killing all the zombies in the prison, they completely occupied this place and transformed it into a base. Although it is called a base, in fact, Guohu turned over and became a local tyrant. Those who were unwilling to submit to Guohu were all killed. Food was scarce in the end times. These people had long lost their humanity and morality. The evil in their hearts was fully revealed, completely releasing the devil in their hearts. For those who came to the base, if the men were willing to submit, they would stay and serve Guohu. If they were unwilling, they would be killed directly. The fate of women and children was even more miserable. Women were the lowest class in the base, and they were there for them to play with and vent their anger. Children were tender and delicate, and they were the best tasting meat. Beasts? Hearing this, not only Qian, but everyone was trembling with anger. Even Shirley, who had always been honest and simple, clenched his fists at this moment, like an enraged beast, staring at him with red eyes. You beasts, I'll kill you. There was no need to wait for Shirley to make a move. After getting the answer she wanted, the vine pierced through his heart. Unmo, am I doing it right? Yu Yu turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling, as if waiting for his praise. If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Never let any enemy go. It's better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. This principle was taught to her by Unmo. Well, you did a good job. Unmo smiled with his black eyes, and touched her head in appreciation. Our Yu Yu is awesome. Hee hee. The girl smiled with her eyebrows curved after receiving the praise, and she looked obedient and pure. But Qian, who had seen her brutal side, felt confused. Captain, what should we do now? Should we just kill them? Shirley asked impulsively. He and Qian now share the same goal, which is to kill all those scums and eliminate harm for the people. You go to rescue those imprisoned people, and Yu Yu and I will go to find Guohu and his sister. According to what the man just said, there are still many people imprisoned in this base, and they are being tortured. Yes. The teammates always obeyed his orders unconditionally. Only Luo Tang stood up. I will go with you. Only by killing the evil brother and sister with my own hands can Luo Tang's anger be calmed. Luo Tang's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. If I don't kill those two beasts with my own hands, I will not be able to get rid of the anger in my heart. Chapter 92. Don't think of escaping today. At this time, Guohu and his sister were eating meat and drinking in the room, looking not worried at all, looking confident of victory. Even though Zhou Cheng had reminded him many times, Yunmo's group was not a tough group to mess with. But Guohu still didn't take it seriously. Zhou Cheng, I think you are too cautious. Don't worry, there are so many superpowers. Even if they are strong, can they fight 1 against 100? Guohu said contemptuously. If he has to do everything himself, then what is the purpose of recruiting those superpowers? Guohu put himself in the position of the person in power, and naturally, he would instruct his subordinates to do anything. Have you ever seen a superior who needs to do things himself? Why, you don't trust my ability? Guorong sneered. Zhou Cheng frowned imperceptibly. These two siblings are stubborn fools. However, it is precisely because the Guo siblings are simple-minded and easy to control that makes it convenient for Zhou Cheng. Guohu hugged a timid-looking woman, enjoying the woman's service with satisfaction. Before the end of the world, he was a murderer hated by everyone. After the end of the world, he turned over and became an emperor, second only to the emperor, above everyone else. It was like a god's life. Guohu should thank the end of the world. Otherwise, he would not have the happy life he has today. The woman picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and fed it to Guohu's mouth with trembling hands. After Guohu ate the piece of meat, he turned his head to kiss her. The woman's eyes were full of fear and resistance, and she subconsciously dodged. Unexpectedly, this behavior completely angered Guohu. Guohu raised his palm, slapped her hard, and said angrily, "Bitch! How dare you refuse me?" Guohu felt that his authority was challenged, and immediately shouted, "Come here! Drag this bitch out and chop her into pieces to feed the dogs." "No. Don't." Brother Hu, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. The woman's eyes were filled with deep fear. She crawled over crying, hugged his thighs, and begged for mercy. The woman knew very well that in this base, Guohu's words were the imperial decree. If you offend Guohu, you will die. Even if you survive by chance, it will be worse than death. Get out. Guohu kicked the man away and shouted loudly. But it was quiet outside, and no one responded. What's going on? Guohu and Zhou Cheng looked at each other, and they saw vigilance in each other's eyes. Bang! The next second, the door was suddenly destroyed by violence. 2 bodies were thrown in. They were the superpowers guarding outside the door, and both of them were killed with one blow. They didn't even have time to react. Guohu's face was extremely ugly. The guards outside were all dead, but he didn't hear any sound inside. At this time, a tall and slender figure appeared at the door. Yun Mo's cold eyes swept around and finally fell on Guohu. Are you the person in charge of this base? Guohu's face was gloomy, and he slammed the table in an instant. You are looking for death. When Yu and Luo Tang entered the door, Yun Mo had already started fighting with them. Seeing that they were 3 against 1, all targeting Yun Mo, Yu immediately got angry. The girl released the vines and immediately joined the battle. From the mouth of the psychic, who was just captured, they had already figured out the strength of Guohu and the other 2. Guohu's psychic power was a rare and powerful lightning psychic power, which was said to be at the 4th level. Zhou Cheng's psychic power seemed to be useless, with average combat ability, but first-class escape ability. The most difficult one should be Guohu's sister, Guorong. Guorong's psychic power was charm, which could easily confuse people's hearts and make men willing to work for her. However, Guorong soon encountered another Waterloo in her life. Her special ability worked on men, but not on women. Luo Tang had a bad temper, and no matter whether she was a woman or not, what Guorong did was no different from that of a beast in her eyes. Therefore, Luo Tang showed no mercy and beat her directly. Guorong dodged in a panic, with more and more injuries on her body. The situation was not favorable for her, and Guorong tried to release her special ability on Yun Mo, trying to seduce this man to work for her. She was full of confidence. No matter how powerful the psychic was, no man could resist her charm. After Yu noticed her thoughts, her eyes turned cold, and she whipped with a vine. The vine slapped Guorong's face fiercely, leaving a bright mark. Guorong covered her face and screamed in exasperation as if she had been slapped. Bitch! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Her most precious thing was her face. Now that she was slapped in the face, Guorong was so angry that she vomited blood and wanted to tear Yu apart. Why are you yelling? It's so noisy! Luo Tang threw an ice knife over, piercing a bloody hole in Guorong's body. If you want to touch my people, then let's see if you have the ability. Luo Tang raised her red lips, revealing a contemptuous arc. You? Since the end of the world, Guorong has never been so embarrassed. But now she has no way to do anything. After all, her supernatural power is only useful for men. Seeing that the situation is not good, Zhou Cheng immediately abandoned the Guo brothers and sisters, activated the supernatural power in his body, and ran straight to the door. His figure was as fast as a shadow. In a critical moment, escaping is the most important thing. However, before he ran out of the door, he was dragged back by the vines with his ankles. Ah! Zhou Cheng raised his head and met a pair of watery almond eyes. Yu smiled at him and said softly, Today, none of you can escape. Ah! Guohu and his sister did not expect that they had been dominating for so long. But this time, they were defeated. It was not only that Guorong's proud ability could not be used. Even Guohu's lightning ability couldn't hurt Yun Mo at all. Not to mention that there was a level of awareness between the two. Guohu couldn't possibly defeat him. As soon as they fought, Yun Mo knew that Guohu's 4th level ability was very watery. It was obviously piled up with crystal cores, and the foundation was unstable. Compared with Shen Yunting, Guohu seemed a little inferior. This battle ended without suspense, with Guohu and his sister losing. Please, please don't kill me. Brother, as long as you don't kill me, I will give you whatever you want. Food, crystal cores, or women. Guohu, who was originally arrogant, was now as timid as a grandson. Or, if you want this base, I can give it to you. Guohu believed that no one could resist this temptation, especially men. Which man doesn't want to be an emperor? No one can resist the temptation of power. As long as he can save his life today, he will find a chance to take revenge sooner or later. Guohu's eyes flashed with cruelty. Brother, save me! Guorong screamed. Luo Tang stepped on her face, saw Guorong's resentful eyes, and said with a smile, let me think about it. Which way of death is more suitable for you? These three people have committed many evil deeds and killed countless innocent lives. It would be too easy for them to let them die easily. The battle on Yun Mo's side is over. On the other side, Qi Yan and his team are not so relaxed. Chapter 93. After they finish eating people, they will leave. There are more psychics in this base than they thought, and Qi Yan and his companions have a hard time dealing with them. Damn! His psychic power is almost exhausted, and his teammates are getting injured one after another. Qi Yan immediately yelled, I will fight you. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, several staggering figures suddenly appeared in the darkness, accompanied by a familiar roar. Ho ho! All the psychics who were fighting changed their faces. Oh no! It's zombies! Zombies! There are zombies! Why are there zombies in the base? Damn it! Qi Yan wiped his face, thinking to himself that it was bad. I'm afraid I'm going to fail today. The enemy hasn't been dealt with yet, and suddenly a large wave of zombies appeared. Is there no way for people to survive? Qin Mo's figure suddenly shook twice. Qi Yan quickly supported him, looking nervous and anxious. Hey, are you okay? Qin Mo shook his head, his voice sounded very calm. I'm fine. Qi Yan was close, and smelled the blood on him. His face became very ugly. You're injured. The wave of zombies gradually approached, and at a glance, there were hundreds of them. Qi Yan immediately made up his mind. Mu Zhe, I'll cover you later. You take Qin Mo away. No! Qin Mo frowned. Let's go together. I will never abandon my teammates and run for my life alone. At this time, why are you still trying to be brave? You're injured. Do you want to stay and be eaten by these zombies? Qi Yan said angrily. I wish he could knock Qin Mo unconscious and carry him away. Zombies are attracted by the smell of blood, and will definitely attack Qin Mo first. If he continues to stay here, he will be in danger. Come on. You, an ordinary person, can't help much if you stay here. Go find the captain and the others. As he spoke, the zombies were approaching. Qi Yan was about to take action to deal with them, but he saw that the zombies seemed to have not seen them, and they just passed by them and pounced on the superpowers. Several people were stunned. What was going on? This was the first time I saw zombies turning a blind eye to the food in front of them. Qin Mo was seriously injured, and the bloody smell on his body was so strong that these zombies should be attracted. However, these zombies did not even look at them. Why don't these zombies attack us? Shirley asked the question in everyone's mind. It's Zhuang Zhuang. Mu Zhe suddenly shouted excitedly. Several people followed his sight, and saw an extremely familiar zombie in the zombie group. Zhuang Zhuang's tall and bulky figure walked out of the darkness, and directed his zombie brothers to deal with those superpowers. This group of zombies broke into the camp, and were as excited as seeing those superpowers as if they were seeing meat, and they all howled and pounced on them. Eat! Eat! Hungry! Eat! Qi Yan and his companions had never seen such a scene before, and they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Ah! Help! The superpowers who were originally in the upper hand had no time to care about them, and could only continue to fight with the zombies. But there were too many zombies, and they were soon at a disadvantage. Zhuang Zhuang, did your sister ask you to come? The moment Mu Zhe saw Zhuang Zhuang, he understood everything. It must be that his sister was worried that they couldn't win. So she asked Zhuang Zhuang to lead the zombie brothers to help. Where's Zizi? Zhuang Zhuang anxiously looked for Yu in the crowd. Without seeing Zizi, the tall zombie seemed very impatient. Perhaps because of the two previous forgotten experiences, Zhuang Zhuang would be very impatient if he didn't see Yu. Always worried that the baby will forget about it again. Zhuang Zhuang, who couldn't find the baby, could only vent his anger on the hateful humans in front of him. He commanded the zombies to bite them to death one by one. This was the task given to him by the baby. Zhuang Zhuang must do it well, and not let any escape. Shirley scratched his head and looked around. Should we do something? Mu Zhe said calmly. No, they will leave after they finish eating people. Qi Yan and others. Zombies and humans have always been opposites. In the past, when they saw zombies, they always fought to the death. This is the first time I was saved by a zombie. It feels weird, but it's pretty cool. These superpowers never thought until they died that summoners still exist these days. If you can't beat them, just summon zombies to help. If this isn't cheating, what is it? It's really unethical. Although these zombies are here to help, but zombies have lost their humanity. What if they don't eat enough? Qi Yin and his companions were a little nervous. Unexpectedly, after they solved the enemy, these zombies left one after another under the command of Zhuang Zhuang. He didn't even look at them from beginning to end. Just as he was thinking, a zombie suddenly approached Qin Mo. Smelling the blood on him, the zombie howled excitedly twice. Qin Mo's black eyes were cold, and he clenched the saber in his hand. As long as the zombie dared to get close, he would chop off its head directly. Sure enough, can you expect zombies to distinguish between friends and enemies? In their eyes, humans are all the same, all food. Hee hee. Zhuang Zhuang soon found the disobedient zombie and immediately became angry. Get out of here. Zhuang Zhuang slapped the zombie with his hand, slapped it away directly, and roared at it. Hee hee. This is the food for the baby, you dare to take a bite. These zombies are too disobedient. They even miss the humans that the baby has worked so hard to raise. Zhuang Zhuang was so angry that he caught them and beat them up. Hey, can anyone translate what they are saying? Qi Yin twitched his mouth. The scene before them was too magical for them. It was just like a dream. However, the arrival of these zombies did help them solve a big problem. All the enemies were killed, and Qi Yin and his team finally found the place where the survivors were imprisoned. Most of those imprisoned were women. All of them huddled in a corner, their eyes were empty and numb, and full of despair. They never thought that they had fled all the way here, but stepped into the devil's cave. When Qi Yin and his team appeared, these women had no reaction, and seemed to have completely lost hope for the future. Only a girl wearing glasses, who looked pretty and quiet, noticed that they were dignified and upright, with a firm and upright look, and looked different from those evil beasts outside. Who are you? The girl's eyes flashed with hope behind her glasses. The temperament of these people was somewhat like the soldiers she had seen before. Were they here to save them? Don't be afraid. We are here to save you. Those beasts outside are dead. Now you are free. Shirley shouted loudly. Hearing this, those people with desperate and numb expressions slowly raised their heads. You just said. What? The woman pursed her lips slightly, her hoarse voice trembling with an obvious tremor. They seemed a little bit unbelievable, thinking that they were hallucinating, being locked up in this devil's cave for so long. Their hopes had long been worn out. At the beginning, they did think about escaping. But everyone who tried to escape had a tragic end. Disappointment again and again now has turned into deep despair. Chapter 94. Light will eventually defeat darkness. Captain, just after dealing with Guohu and his sister, I heard Qi Yan's voice coming from afar. Have all the people been rescued? All rescued. Speaking of this, Qi Yan's face became very bad, staring at the bodies of Guohu and his sister angrily. I wish I could kick them a few more times. There are almost 100 survivors, all women. I thought this was dark enough, but I didn't expect that in the prison kitchen, they saw an even more unscrupulous scene. Those men who were unwilling to surrender, and the elderly and children all. Qi Yin took a deep breath, and was a little unable to continue. The moral order collapsed after the end of the world, and without restraint, the evil side of human nature was revealed. Although some people did not become zombies, they were worse than zombies, and were simply beasts in human skin. Captain, what about the survivors? Most of them have lost their families. Shirley temporarily settled the survivors. Perhaps because they were trapped in the darkness for too long, they finally saw the light, and many people were still in disbelief, and did not come back to their senses. Even though they have been rescued, the trauma left in their hearts still needs time to heal. The victims have been tortured for too long. Although they know that Qi Yin and his men saved them, they are still frightened and emotionally broken when they see these men approaching. Luo Tang had no choice but to arrange for Xiaowen to give them psychological counseling. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you are not strong enough, you will be bullied. Luo Tang unconsciously clenched his fists, and the flame of anger in his heart has not been extinguished until now. Even if she had killed the evil Guohu siblings, she still couldn't calm her anger. But in the end times, there are more and more such things. Perhaps there are many victims in corners that they don't know. I know there is no way to save everyone. But seeing my compatriots not dying at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of their own kind, this feeling. Luo Tang closed her eyes deeply. She didn't know what the future of mankind would be like. But is there really a need for such a world to exist? This was the first time that Luo Tang had such a question in her mind. What's the point of struggling to survive in this apocalypse? Even if you escape zombies and mutant plants, survive extreme weather, you can't protect your compatriots. Isn't it tiring to live like this? Yu's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Humans are really complicated. In the cruel apocalypse, humans are the most vulnerable group, not only facing the threat of zombies, but also extreme weather changes. Even animals and plants that were harmless before the apocalypse became extremely dangerous after the apocalypse, becoming hunters at the top of the food chain. In this crisis-ridden situation, human beings should unite even more. However, there are always some people who extend their claws to their fellow countrymen and create suffering even if there is no suffering. Tang Tang for you. The girl's gentle voice was like a breeze, gradually soothing the hostility and anger in her heart. Luo Tang looked down and could not help but be startled. I saw a small white flower in the girl's palm. It was a flower that Yu had created with her wood-type ability. The small white flower swayed gently in the wind. Don't be sad, I'll give you the flower. Luo Tang's eyes moved, and her heart seemed to be hit by something. She carefully took the little white flower, and her eyes suddenly became gentle. Thank you, Yu. It was just an ordinary little white flower, but it became the most beautiful color in Luo Tang's eyes. She placed the little white flower on her chest with some cherishment, and carefully kept it. Maybe this world is terrible, but there are some beautiful things. People's hearts are not all black. Looking into the girl's clear and pure eyes, it was like the cleanest lake in the world without any dirt. Luo Tang's mood gradually calmed down, and the strong anger in his heart was gradually smoothed out. I know Yu. She curved her red lips, revealing a relieved smile. Ah? Yu tilted her head, looking at her with some confusion. What did Tang Tang know? She didn't say anything. Yu just saw that Luo Tang was in a bad mood, and remembered when she received the flowers, she was very happy. She thought, Tang Tang should also like beautiful flowers. Don't worry. I will stick to my original intention, and will not be influenced by others. She is not a savior, and cannot save all the suffering people. But as long as she meets them, she will never sit idly by. Luo Tang believes that there are still good people in this world. Maybe not everyone is like a girl, with a pure and clean mind. But not all of them are demons in human skin. And there are also people who use their power to help mankind. For example, Unmo and his group. Light will eventually defeat darkness. Humanity has been passed down for thousands of years, and has survived so many disasters. Luo Tang firmly believes that the end of the world is just a test for them. Humanity will never perish in this disaster. They will definitely survive this catastrophe. After all, God didn't kill them all. Right? The existence of superpowers is to continue the inheritance of human blood. Since God has given her power, she will use this power to help more ordinary people. Luo Tang said so many great truths, but Yu didn't really understand them. But she felt that Luo Tang was very attractive at the moment, as if he could glow, and his confident aura was extremely shining. Unmo paused while wiping his saber, and his eyes dimmed slightly. In his previous life, humans perished at the hands of the zombie king, and perhaps Luo Tang also died in that battle. In this life, the zombie king is dead. So what will happen to the future of humans? After one night, the rescued survivors finally believed that they were really rescued. At dawn, Xiaowen brought the survivors she had rescued last night to find them. Yu, Brother Yun, they are here to thank you. My name is Miao Jing. Thank you for saving us. I will never forget your kindness. Miao Jing is the girl with glasses. She was captured relatively recently, and luckily, she didn't suffer any abuse. The psychological trauma was not as severe as others, and after one night, she had almost recovered. Thank you. The survivors following Miao Jing wanted to kneel down to thank her gratefully. Shirley quickly supported them. You don't have to do this. We are compatriots, and we should help each other. Hearing this, the survivors couldn't help crying. If we had met you at the beginning, instead of those beasts, it would have been better. Most of them fled here with their family and friends. But they didn't expect that this base was a devil's den. They were treated inhumanely, and could only watch their families die tragically. They thought they would never see the light again in the darkness. But they didn't expect that there would be a day of rescue. Chapter 95, Yu's Specialness. What are you going to do next? After the survivors calmed down, Unmo spoke. They will not stay here forever, and will leave today. We decided to stay and rebuild this base. Miao Jing, as a representative, stood up and expressed everyone's opinions. Of course, some people are unwilling to stay here after all. This place is full of painful and dark memories. They choose to leave the base on their own. But most people still chose to stay and rebuild the base. We finally got here. We don't want to take any more risks. Even if we can reach another base safely, who can be sure that we won't encounter beasts like Guahu and his group again? Miao Jing's words represent the thoughts of most people. As for Xiaowen and Grandma Zhou, they also chose to stay and build the base. Sister Luo, thank you for your protection along the way. If it weren't for you, we would have died in the hands of zombies long ago. Xiaowen's eyes were slightly red. Compared to these survivors, they were lucky, as they met Luo Tang at the beginning. We will no longer follow you and hold you back. We hope that Sister Luo will have a safe journey and find your sister. Take care. Luo Tang gently hugged her and Grandma Zhou. Sister Yu, this is for you. Thank you for your help this time. Xiaowen put a piece of chocolate wrapped in gold foil in Yu's hand. This is what she has observed recently. Yu seems to like sweets very much. Xiaowen has kept this piece of chocolate for a long time, and has never been willing to eat it. It can be said that it is the only precious thing on her body. I have nothing to give you. I hope you don't despise it. I hope you can take good care of Sister Luo in the future. Sister Luo looks carefree, but in fact, she is very soft-hearted. Otherwise, Luo Tang would not rescue them, after all. They were all abandoned as burdens. Only Luo Tang did not despise them, and was willing to take them with him. Until the team left, these survivors stood at the gate, and watched their vehicles leave. Until their figures were completely out of sight. Yu withdrew her gaze. Peeling off the tin foil, the chocolate melted in her mouth. After a slight bitterness, she finally tasted a hint of sweetness. Humans are really strange. Yu couldn't help but sigh. Humans are so fragile. But they are as tenacious as grass. Yu didn't like humans before. She only liked Yuma. But now she thinks that humans are actually quite cute. Just like zombies. There are good and bad ones. Hee hee. Zhuang roared twice in agreement. Zizi is right. Zhuang. Don't eat people randomly in the future. You can only eat bad people. Not good people. Yu took the opportunity to educate him. Zhuang. Hee hee. No. Zizi will eat. This ferocious zombie is only so docile and harmless when it is with Yu. While driving, Luo Tang couldn't help but look at Zhuang. His eyes full of surprise. Yu, does your zombie eat people? Aren't you talking nonsense? Dogs can't stop eating shit. Zombies can't stop eating people. How can there be zombies that don't eat people? Qiyan sneered, finally giving him a chance to laugh at others. But as he was laughing, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He looked back and could no longer laugh. He saw Zhuang staring at his neck with a hungry look, as if he wanted to have a bite. Qiyan froze and quickly moved his butt away from the zombie. Don't come over here. Stay away from me, Qinimo said in an intolerable manner. Qiyan almost stuck to him. No. Qiyan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Didn't you see it drooling at me? Can you bear to watch me being bitten? Zhuang likes you very much. Yu said affirmatively. Thank you. Qiyan couldn't laugh at all. It doesn't matter if he doesn't like it. Who wouldn't be scared if a zombie stared at him and drooled? It doesn't like Unimo, it only likes you. Yu said cheerfully. Unimo. This zombie has always been hostile to him. Unimo touched his nose. He thought he had never offended it. But Zhuang only targeted him. It was like he regarded himself as Yu's in-laws, and the more he looked at him, the more unhappy he was. Huh? Zhuang bared his sharp white teeth at Yuma. Of course he didn't like Yuma. It was because this human kidnapped Zizi that he was abandoned by Zizi so many times. If this human wasn't Zizi's food reserve, Zhuang would have bitten him to death long ago. He was just waiting to see when Zizi would eat the food reserve. But Zhuang has never eaten a human. When he said this, Yu showed a proud expression. There is no zombie that doesn't like to eat people. At first, Zhuang also liked to run after humans. But it accidentally discovered that Yu really disliked those zombies that had eaten people and had blood in their mouths. There was a female zombie in the past who looked much prettier than it. And Zizi liked that zombie very much. Zhuang always lost the fight for favor, and could only shrink in the corner with grievance. But the female zombie ate a person later, and Zizi didn't want her anymore since then. Although Zhuang's brain was broken, he knew that if he ate a person, he would be thrown away by Zizi. In order to stay with Zizi, he always restrained himself and never ate a person. What did it eat to grow up? Qian was shocked. But after hearing that Zhuang had never eaten humans, he was not so scared. Suddenly, he felt that this zombie was not so hideous. Could it be that he has been single for too long, so he thinks a zombie looks good? Qian muttered in confusion. However, Qian soon found out. It seems that it is not an illusion that he has been single for too long. This zombie has indeed become much more good-looking. Unlike other zombies, which are too rotten and ugly to look at. A closer look reveals that it is still a clean zombie. Although it stinks. At least it takes a shower and changes clothes every day. The degree of decay on its face has also become lighter. Aside from its green face and fangs and bloodshot eyes. Zhuang's appearance seems to be getting closer and closer to humans. Zhuang will catch chickens to eat. Zombies cannot resist the temptation of flesh and blood. Since they cannot eat humans, they can only eat animals. In the early days of the apocalypse, many animals did not mutate. Zhuang often went to the countryside to steal chickens from other people's yards. Don't tell me. It only upgraded to this level by eating chicken. Qian had a "are you kidding me" expression on his face. Speaking of this, Yu also felt strange. Zhuang seemed to have evolved faster than other zombies from the beginning. All these changes seem to have started when Yu gave Zhuang a few drops of blood. I gave it my blood. Zhuang then ate crystal cores. Yunmo worked 2 jobs by himself, and handed over the crystal cores he got to Yu. Yu fed Zhuang a small part, and absorbed the rest. But her body was strange. No matter how many crystal cores she absorbed, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. And she didn't get any response. The only use was that after absorbing the crystal cores, Yu would no longer feel hungry. It felt like she was full. Blood? Yunmo's eyes were thoughtful. It seemed that Yu's flesh and blood were good for zombies, and could help them upgrade. So why did some zombies want to eat Yu? When high-level zombies gain power, they will devour each other in addition to eating humans. I'm afraid those zombies can feel the attraction of Yu to them. So they hunt her. Chapter 96, he gave himself to her. H City is surrounded by mountains. After the apocalypse, traffic order was paralyzed, and landslides and earthquakes occurred. The roads out of the city were either blocked by boulders, or blocked by vehicles, and became a place where zombies lived. From the map, leaving through the forest is the most convenient and quickest way, otherwise it would take more time to take a detour. The probability of encountering danger along the way would also be greater. After discussing with his teammates, Unmo finally decided to enter the misty forest and leave through it. This forest is always covered with layers of white smoke. Even with a compass, it is easy to get lost. As the name suggests, it is a foggy forest. This forest was very dangerous before the end of the world. After the end of the world, the deep mountains and old forests have completely become the territory of mutant plants and animals. Be vigilant. Don't take it lightly. Unmo warned. The absence of zombies does not mean there is no danger. This forest is full of dangers. And you must be careful. Sure enough, not long after entering the forest, the compass completely lost its function. Yu looked up, and all she could see were towering trees, which almost covered the entire sky. Suddenly, the girl stopped and looked in one direction, as if she had sensed something. The bushes were very quiet, without any movement. What's wrong? Unmo instantly became alert. Yu released her with power, and the vines pushed aside the bushes. But she saw nothing. Just now, it seemed like something was watching us. Since entering this forest, Yu has felt some overt and covert spying on us. She couldn't find the source for a moment. But these secretly peeping eyes didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Everyone be careful. Arrange people to take turns to keep watch tonight. It was almost night. Unmo didn't dare to go any deeper. The danger at night was more than twice as much as during the day. For safety reasons, he decided to rest temporarily outside the forest for one night. He would continue to go deeper into the forest tomorrow morning. After arranging the people to keep watch tonight, Unmo took out the tent from the space and set it up. Fortunately, when he was at the mall, he collected some more supplies, which finally came in handy now. Yu couldn't help. So she just stood aside with her chin in her hand and watched him busy. Feeling happy. Unmo was so handsome. And the more she looked at him, the more handsome he became. Will her and Yunmo's baby be so handsome in the future? Thinking of this, Yu suddenly became energetic. Unmo, when will our baby come out? The girl touched her belly, and her crisp voice echoed in the mountains and forests like a silver bell. The human women she saw in the base, their babies all came out of their stomachs. Puff. Chi Yin couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Fortunately, Shin Imo, who was opposite him, dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been sprayed. But at this moment, no one would care about Chi Yin, all looked at Yu in shock. Baby, what baby? Chi Yin asked stutteringly. Is it the baby he was thinking of? Even Luo Tang looked at Yunimo, his eyes seemed to be looking at a beast. Yu, did Yunimo bully you? When he said this, frost had already condensed in Luo Tang's hands. It seemed that as long as Yu nodded, she would immediately attack Yunimo. After spending a few days together, Luo Tang had thoroughly understood the personalities of everyone in the team. Yu was simple-minded, as pure and clear as ice crystals, and was the easiest person to understand. Luo Tang's eyes turned cold. And it must be Yunimo, the bastard, who deceived the simple Yu. Thinking of this, Luo Tang's fists became harder and harder. No! Yu shook her head, and it was obviously she who bullied Yunimo. Unfortunately, no one believed her, including her teammates, who looked at Yunimo with a beastly look. Captain, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Shi Yan was amazed. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Bai Yu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to explain something to Yunimo, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. Yunmo's face darkened. Shut up. Looking at the girl looking at him with a curious face, Yunimo felt such a headache for the first time in his life. He didn't expect that the words he said to coax Yu at that time would be remembered until now. But where can he turn a child into a child for Yu? Yu, you don't have a baby. Why? Yu frowned and looked at him unhappily. Didn't you say, as long as we sleep together, we will have a baby? Is it because we haven't slept enough? Yu's simple little brain finally figured out this complicated problem. Then wouldn't it be fine if she slept with Yunmo a few more times? Yunmo, when can we have a baby? Yu looked at him expectantly. Yunmo's eyes were complicated, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Yu, do you like children very much? He also wanted to have a child with Yu. But Yunmo sighed softly, pulled Yu's soft little hand, and went into the tent. Come with me. Until he avoided his teammate's sight, Yunimo told her solemnly. Yu, listen to me, we can't have a baby. Why? The girl tilted her head and looked at him puzzledly. Because you are a zombie. Zombies are no longer considered human, so how can you get pregnant? Although Yunimo has not figured out whether Yu is half human and half zombie, or a zombie. But there is no doubt that the girl is not human. Not only zombies, in the late apocalypse, female superpowers also lost the opportunity to give birth. Ah. Yu looked a little disappointed. Okay then. In fact, she didn't particularly like children, but she just wanted to have a baby who looked like her and Yunimo to play with. That must be fun. So you lied to me last time. Yu glared at him angrily. I'm angry, Bad guy Yunimo always lied to her. Then, how can I not be angry? The girl rarely lost her temper, and her appearance at this moment fell into Yunmo's eyes, both funny and cute. A kiss? The man's black eyes were smiling. No. Yu is not so easy to deal with. Now a kiss can no longer satisfy her. Yu's eyes rolled around, like a cunning little fox, and it was obvious that she was planning something bad. Then what do you want? Yunimo held her in his arms, and looked at her with amusement. Whatever this little fool was thinking, it was written on his face. Can I have anything? Yu asked excitedly. She was waiting for Yunimo to say this. Yunimo snorted and laughed. Okay. He gave himself to her. What else can't he give? Then I want to take a bite of you. Seeing Yu's expectant eyes, Yunimo raised his eyebrows. From the first time they met, Yu began to miss his body. Before, he didn't let Yu drink his blood, because he was afraid that the girl would become addicted like those zombies, lose the last bit of humanity, and completely become a zombie. After all, it's not uncommon for Yu to become a zombie. Yunimo has always been worried about this problem. But after observing for a period of time, Yunimo found that not only his flesh and blood were attractive to her. Other high-level psychics can also attract Yu. Especially Shen Yunting. Chapter 97 finally got it in his mouth. Thinking of the last time he saw that scene, the man's eyes darkened slightly. Who knows if there will be another Shen Yunting in the future? Instead of letting Yu go out to find someone else, it would be better for him to feed her himself. Okay, but you have to promise me that you can only do this to me. Yunimo whispered. He also considered the safety of others. He is immune to the zombie virus, but others are not like this. If he is bitten by Yu, he will be like the unlucky Chen Lang, and will be turned into a zombie directly. You agreed? Yu opened her eyes slightly, looking very surprised. In fact, after having the crystal core, her desire for Yunmo was not as strong as at the beginning. But what you can't get is the best. Before eating it, Yu always thought about it. Yeah. Yunmo drooped his eyelids slightly, looking lazy and casual. He raised his hand to unbutton his shirt. Gudong. As the shirt was unbuttoned, Yu couldn't help swallowing. Come on. The man raised the corner of his lips and slightly turned sideways to reveal his neck. A seductive look ready for you to pick. Even a zombie can resist this temptation. Yu screamed and rushed forward excitedly. Yunmo stretched out his hands to hold Yu's slender waist and slightly closed his eyes. He felt Yu's small fangs piercing his skin. Yunmo's breathing suddenly became heavy and his handsome face flushed abnormally. Even his black eyes, which were always calm and introverted, gradually became blurred. He felt a strange pleasure, and his blood accelerated sharply, and even his heartbeat became faster and faster. Yunmo couldn't help but hum, hoarse and seductive. Yunmo, you're so hot. Yu suddenly raised her head, and found that Yunmo's body temperature was gradually rising. The girl was immediately shocked. Yunmo, what's wrong with you? Yu was scared. She admitted that she was a little excited just now. Wouldn't she suck Yunmo dry? But she only drank a little. I'm fine. Yunmo's black eyes were dark. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, he actually... But your heart is beating so fast. Yu hurriedly covered his chest, as if she was afraid that his heart would jump out. Did I hurt you? The girl looked at him with her beautiful almond eyes, seeming to blame herself. I didn't expect Yunmo to be so weak. Yu was so scared that she didn't dare to bite anymore. She was afraid that she would accidentally drain Yunmo dry. However, Yunmo's flesh and blood were indeed full of fatal attraction to her. Yu had obviously lost her body temperature. But at that moment she felt warm all over, full of strength, and very comfortable. It was like absorbing a lot of energy from the crystal core. For a moment, Yu almost couldn't control herself and ate Yunmo directly. This thought was really dangerous. And Yu was still frightened. I don't want it anymore. Yu hurriedly got away from him. Don't move. Yunmo put his arms around her waist and held her in his arms. Let me hold you for a while. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his restlessness. Oh! Yu obediently lay on his chest, put her ear to his heart, and listened to his heartbeat quietly. As she listened, she fell asleep in a daze. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Yu suddenly heard a rustling sound, as if something was swimming quickly along the ground. Hee. Zhuang's low roar appeared briefly for a moment, and soon returned to calm. Something is wrong. There is something going on outside. Yu raised her head, and bumped into Yunmo's deep black eyes. Obviously, he also found something wrong. The man's eyes were stern, and he instantly went into alert. When the two walked out of the tent, they happened to run into other people who came out to check the situation. Shi Yin and Shirtu were missing. Qin Mo's face was grim. There was still a fire outside. But Shi Yin and Shi Lei, who had stayed here to keep watch, were nowhere to be seen. Did you hear the sound just now? Luo Tang asked calmly. She found that it suddenly became unusually quiet outside, and she felt strange in her heart. So she came out to check. Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. It seemed that only Yu and Yunmo heard it. They must have been dragged away by something. Yunmo squatted down slightly, motioning them to look at the traces on the ground. A trail of dragging extended deep into the dense forest. Zhuang is gone too. Yu couldn't help but look into the depths of the forest. What was it that didn't even let go of Zhuang? A zombie? The forest was shrouded in darkness at night, with only a blood-red moon hanging high in the sky. The depths of the forest were like a monster with its black mouth wide open, waiting for them to fall into its trap. What on earth could have dragged them away without them making a sound? Muze asked in confusion. Qin Mo picked up his gun and rushed into the forest. Mo, wait! Captain! We have to rescue them quickly. Qin Mo's usually calm face rarely showed anxiety. If we go too late, they will die. Qin Mo's face was grim. Qi Yan, this idiot, is a superpower after all. How? If I had known earlier, I should have kept watch with them just now. The misty forest at night is too dangerous. You don't have superpowers. And you will die if you rush in. Yunmo's calm voice revealed a soothing power. Qin and Mo and Baiyu, who were originally impulsive, finally calmed down. Yu and I will go in to find someone. You stay here and wait. I'll go with you, Luo Tang said. Maybe I can help. Yun and Mo did not refuse. In the end, only Mu Zhe, Qin and Mo, and Baiyu were left here and waited. Sister, you must be careful, Mu Zhe said worriedly. Don't worry. I will protect your sister. Luo Tang smiled and patted the child's shoulder. Yun and Mo glanced at her silently. Sneer in his heart. With him here, does Yu need someone else to protect him? The three of them entered the depths of the misty forest with strong flashlights. They followed the traces on the ground all the way. It was quiet all around. Only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves could be heard. But the eyes that were secretly spying on them were always following them. The clue is broken. Yun and Mo looked solemn. The traces on the ground suddenly disappeared here. He raised his head and looked around. There were tall trees that blocked out the sun all around. It didn't look unusual. What should we do? Search separately, Luo Tang suggested. But this forest is too big. They don't know which direction to search. They can only try their luck. Luo Tang sighed. Zhuang doesn't need to worry much, after all. Few things will eat zombies. It's just that Qi Yin and Shirlei are in danger. I don't know if those two can hold on until they find them. Chapter 98 Weird Mutant Plants. Wait. Yu suddenly stopped. She could feel the plants in this forest releasing curious and friendly messages. I think I have a way. Yu tried to release her mental power and communicate with the plants here. The mutant plants here are very weak and pose no threat to them. All things have spirits. After the end of the world, even plants and trees have some weak consciousness. For these humans who suddenly broke in, the plants are full of curiosity, but they have no tendency to attack. I know. Thank you. Yu squatted down, and her soft fingertips gently stroked a yellow flower. The yellow flower rubbed her fingertips affectionately, conveying a friendly message. Yun and Mo. They said Qi Yin and his companions were captured by mutant plants. The mutant plants' territory should be over there. Yu raised her hand and pointed to the east. They? Luo Tang was surprised. She didn't expect that Yu's mental power could not only control zombies, but also communicate with mutant plants. What a heaven-defying ability this is, however. Luo Tang immediately realized the seriousness of another problem. Yu, don't expose this ability to others casually in the future, she warned seriously. Luo Tang knew that people's hearts were treacherous, especially in the end times without any restraints. If Yu's ability was exposed, it would definitely arouse other people's evil thoughts. Okay. Yu nodded seriously, looking obedient and soft. Yun and Mo also told her the same thing. Seeing this, Luo Tang's heart softened. How could she be so obedient? Yun and Mo couldn't help but look at Luo Tang for a second longer. This person's character is quite good, she is a rare helper, it would be beneficial to recruit her into the team. If Luo Tang didn't always compete with him for Yu, it would be even better. Let's go! Just thinking about it, he saw Luo Tang holding Yu's little hand and walking ahead. Yu, follow me closely, the fog in this forest is too thick, you will get lost if you are not careful. Okay, Tang. The two of them quickly left Yun and Mo behind, and didn't seem to worry at all that he didn't catch up. Yun and Mo. Now that we have a clear direction, it becomes much easier to find people. With the help of mutant plants to guide them, there were no setbacks along the way, and it was very smooth. 20 minutes later, the three of them vaguely heard the sound of water flowing in front of them. According to the information provided by those mutant plants, the mutant plants that captured Qi Yin and his friends were here. As soon as they stepped into this area, several vines, covered by the thick night, swooped down like flexible snakes. Be careful. Yun Mo's eyes shone, and his ability was released immediately. The vine that was sneaking around and trying to grab Yu's ankle was cut into several pieces by an invisible force. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the vines were too lazy to disguise themselves. Countless vines attacked like the tentacles of an octopus monster. Yu's ability posed no threat to this mutant plant. She could feel that this mutant plant was much stronger than her. Yun and Mo and Luo Tang stood in front of the girl at the same time, stopped the vines that were waving wildly, and protected Yu firmly behind them. After being cut into several pieces, the vines could still wriggle after falling to the ground. They even spurted out a stream of red juice when they were cut, which looked no different from blood except that it didn't smell bloody. Why are these vines red? Seeing this, Luo Tang couldn't help but feel a little numb. What the hell have these plants mutated into? Unmo released his supernatural power, and the invisible space barrier wrapped him and Yu inside, without getting stained with any juice. Luo Tang was not so lucky. The splashing red liquid splashed all over her. Luo Tang looked like she had crawled out of a sea of blood. Her whole body was covered with red liquid. Her whole body was sticky and her clothes were clinging to her body. Damn! She couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, these liquids were not corrosive. They just made her feel a little nauseous when they fell on her body, but there was no effect. It is deliberately consuming our strength. Yunmo's sharp eyes quickly searched around. Hurry up and find its main body. There are too many vines. Even if they use up all their powers, they may not be able to cut them all. The only way is to completely destroy the main body of this mutant plant. Although Yunmo and Luo Tang's powers are powerful, they are not able to restrain this mutant plant. The only thing that can restrain mutant plants is Qi Yan's fire power. Plants are naturally afraid of fire. But Qi Yan is now dead or alive. Yunmo, Yu, can you find the main body of this mutant plant? Yu shook her head. She had already released her mental power to investigate. Perhaps this mutant plant was too well hidden, so nothing was found. What should we do? Luo Tang, with her head full of mucus, was so angry that she wanted to set fire to this broken plant. If she hadn't been afraid that the fire would be too big to control and affect other innocent mutant plants, she would have set fire to the mountain long ago. These vines have no independent consciousness, and they act entirely under the control of the main body. Yu tried to communicate with it with mental power, but failed every time. Since it chose to drag people away, it must want to take people back to the nest. Yunmo pondered for a moment, and suddenly retracted all his superpowers, allowing the vines to wrap around his waist and directly carry him away. As long as you follow this mutant plant, you can find its body. Seeing this, Luo Tang also learned from Yunmo to retract his superpowers, allowing the mutant plant to take her away with its vines. Yu suddenly felt like she was flying into the air, and saw a red vine wrapped around her waist, quickly dragging her away. This feeling was quite novel, just like taking a plane, without having to walk. With the vines leading the way, Yu and the others finally found the main body of the mutant plant without any effort. It was a towering tree growing by the lake, but compared with other plants, this tree looked out of place. The thick trunk was entwined with blood-red vines, which were like decorations, and a gorgeous red flower bloomed at the top. The flower opened its mouth, revealing a row of dense shark teeth. There were piles of white bones under the tree. Judging from the bones, they should all be mutant animals. These strong mutant plants all became the nutrients of this flower. The flower watered by blood, ignoring its teeth, it is indeed beautiful just by looking at its appearance. No wonder they have been in the misty forest for so long, and have not encountered a mutant animal. It turned out that they were all eaten. Yunmo cut off the vines on Yu's body, and the girl's slender figure fell from midair, like a falling butterfly. Yunmo opened his arms, and caught his little butterflies steadily. Are you okay? Yu leaned in Yunmo's arms, and shook her head gently. She looked up, and saw several huge cocoons hanging on the tree. Yu counted them, and found exactly 3. It was a red cocoon made of vines entwined together. Are Qi Yan and the others in it? Chapter 99 Mutated Blood Vine. The mutant plant seemed to have found that it had been tricked, and became extremely manic, and the vines were waving wildly, and attacked from all directions. At the same time, it entangled their hands and feet, and seemed to want to wrap them in a cocoon. The vines wrapped around his hands, and feet were quickly torn to pieces. Seeing that the vine's attack was not very effective, the mutant plant fired a bunch of earth thorns. I have gasoline in my space, so just burn this tree, Yunmo said coldly. Use your supernatural power to freeze the surroundings, and try not to let the fire spread. Okay. Luo Tang nodded. That's what I meant. As soon as Yunmo took out the gasoline barrel from the space, he heard Yu suddenly speak. Wait a minute. After arriving here, Yu was finally able to communicate with this mutant plant with his mental power. Let me try. Yu tried to release his mental power. The mental power as fine as a thread slowly entered the core of the flower. This mutant plant was much stronger than the small flowers and grasses they met outside, and naturally it had consciousness. However, Yu found that the consciousness of this mutant plant was very manic, and its mental power was tangled into a ball of wool. Yu tried to control his mental power and straighten out the tangled mental power. When the spiritual sea of consciousness was invaded at the beginning, the mutant plant suddenly rioted and attacked them like crazy. Yunmo quickly released his superpowers and enveloped Yu in the space barrier. The girl's beautiful eyes were ethereal and trance-like. Yunemo knew that Yu was using her mental power. Although he didn't know what Yu's intention was, Yunemo still tried his best to cut the vines to prevent them from disturbing Yu. Psychic superpowers are extremely terrifying when they grow to the later stage. But their biggest weakness is that they are too fragile and must rely on the protection of their teammates. Once the enemy gets close to them, they are finished. At first, Yu just wanted to give it a try. Since she could communicate with other plants, could she also communicate with this blood vine? Unexpectedly, this attempt really worked. As the disordered mental power was gradually straightened out, the blood vine that had fallen into a violent state gradually calmed down. It seemed to know that Yu was helping it, and no longer resisted her mental power invading its consciousness. It took Yu almost an hour, and finally straightened out the disordered mental power of the blood vine. Now I can finally reason with it. You captured my friends. If you let them go now, we will let you go. Otherwise, the girl tilted her head and threatened in a sweet and soft voice, we will burn you. The blood vine waved gently, and it seemed a little hesitant. Plants are most afraid of fire. No matter how strong the mutant plants are, fire is their strongest nemesis. But this is the food that the mutant plants have captured with great difficulty. It's said that almost all the animals in this forest have been eaten by it, so it can only attack Chiyuan and others. If it lets them go, it will have no food to eat. Yu acted as a translator, relaying the meaning expressed by the mutant plants. That means they don't want to let them go. Yu had just helped it, and the mutant plant could promise not to attack them, but it was reluctant to let Chiyuan and the others go. Then let's set it on fire, Yunemo said coldly, while pouring gasoline around the tree. The negotiation failed. Since it refused to obey, then we can only beat it until it obeyed. Seeing Yunemo took out a lighter, a cluster of small flames jumped. As long as it landed on the ground and touched the gasoline, it would turn into a raging fire. Although these ordinary flames were not enough to kill it, they would also injure the blood vine and make it feel painful. After the mutant blood vine hesitated for a few seconds, its mental power released a message of peace. Wait. It agreed. After listening to the blood vine's request, Yu looked a little confused. But, it said, it wants to leave with us. To be precise, the blood vine wants to leave with Yu. Wood-type psychics can communicate with plants, contract with mutant plants, and make mutant plants their own helpers. But it is very difficult to contract a mutant plant. Most wood-type psychics have low affinity, and are easily swallowed by mutant plants. Bloodvine brought a green crystal to Yu. This was an energy crystal formed by all its power. Once zombies and mutant animals lost their crystal cores, they would die immediately. Mutated plants were different from them. Even if they lost their energy crystals, they would not die. Only by setting them on fire could they be completely destroyed. Yu took the pure green crystal, which contained pure wood energy. She held the crystal in her palm, and tried to absorb it like absorbing a crystal core. A steady stream of wood energy flowed into her body. After absorbing the energy crystal, Yu could feel a close connection between her and the blood vine. Not only that, her wood-type ability, which had been stuck at the 3rd level, was also upgraded at this time, and completely entered the 4th level. Yu was surprised and happy, and couldn't wait to show it. Yunemo, look! The girl released her ability, and the originally green vine turned into a red blood vine. A red piranha suddenly bloomed on the top of the seemingly soft and harmless vine, and opened its mouth to reveal a mouthful of fine sharp teeth. The blood vine quickly split into a small vine, which was wrapped around Yu's wrist. It looked like a beautiful red bracelet on the girl's snow-white wrist. Now the blood vine has been integrated into her power. Yu manipulated the vine, and the huge cocoon slowly opened and spit out the people inside. The people inside were Chiyuan, Shirley and Zhuangzhuang. Hee. As soon as Zhuangzhuang was spit out, he immediately surrounded Yu, like a bullied big dog. Seems to be seeking her comfort. How are they? Luo Tang retracted his power. Since the blood vine has been subdued, there is no need to set fire to the mountain. This vine is sensible. It's fine, it looks like it fainted. After checking, Yunemo confirmed that Chiyuan and Shirley were fine, but they were in a coma. Yu released the vine, wrapped the 2 people, and dragged them all the way back. Captain! As soon as they returned to the camp, Yunemo ran over immediately. Captain, you are finally back. If you hadn't come back, we would have gone to look for you. Qin Mo's eyes fell on the unconscious Chiyuan and Shirley, and his face suddenly changed. Captain, how are they? Nothing serious. Just in a coma. Hearing this, Shin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Not long after, Chi Yin and Shirley, who were in a coma, gradually regained consciousness. Captain! Captain! When Chi Yin opened his eyes and saw Yun Mo, he was still a little confused and didn't understand what was going on for a while. Captain, we are. Shirley sat up with his head covered. He had some impression. He vaguely remembered that they seemed to have been attacked. He couldn't remember what happened afterwards. In theory, Chi Yin and Shirley shouldn't be so unguarded. But this forest is the world of mutant plants, and their disguise here is the most perfect. At that time, Chi Yin and Shirley didn't notice anything approaching. It was Zhuang who found something wrong first, but it was too late. The blood vine pierced into their bodies and released a toxin similar to anesthesia. Chi Yin and Shirley had no time to resist, and they lost consciousness in the blink of an eye. Chapter 100. Who is looking for her? Fuck, what the hell is that? After hearing what happened, Chi Yin felt a little scared. They were caught without anyone noticing. If Yu and Yun Mo hadn't found out quickly, they would have died long ago. They probably don't even know how they died. When he heard that Yu saved them, Chi Yin was so excited that he almost knelt down. Sister, you are my sister. From now on you are my only sister. Chi Yin grabbed Yu's hand excitedly. He wished he could go back to the past and give his then self a big slap in the face. Why did he think Yu was holding him back? This was clearly a super powerful cheat. It could control zombies and subdue mutant plants. This was simply amazing. From now on, I will follow you. Chi Yin seemed to have seen the scene where he would become the strongest man in the world by following Yu. And he couldn't help but giggle. Suddenly, a cold gaze fell on him. Chi Yin turned his head subconsciously and saw the captain staring at his hand with a cold look. And his hand had already touched the saber at his waist. There was an urge to chop off his claws if Chi Yin didn't let go. Yun Mo, you can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to kill someone. Chi Yin had a strong desire to survive. And he quickly retracted his hand. Captain. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Since this incident, Chi Yin has been extremely attentive to Yu. Not only did Yun Mo find him more and more annoying, even Zhuang couldn't stand this human being. After being pushed away from Yu by Chi Yin again, Zhuang roared at Chi Yin angrily. Hee. Damn human, always want to snatch the cub from it. Anyway, this zombie won't bite people. Chi Yin is not afraid of it at all now. Go away, you are a zombie who doesn't like to take a bath. You stink so much, stay away. Not only did he snatch the cub from it, he even thought it stunk. Zhuang was extremely angry. It was going to bite Chi Yin to death now, in the end. Shin Mo couldn't stand it anymore. He went over and grabbed Chi Yin's collar and took him away with a speechless face. You idiot! You really only remember to eat and not to be beaten. Didn't you see that the captain's face was so dark that water could drip out? The temperature in the misty forest dropped sharply at night. Even with the cotton coat that Yun Mo took out from the space, it was still very cold. At this time, Chi Yin, a fire-type superpower, came in handy. He activated his superpowers, and his whole body became warm. The team gathered around the fire that Chi Yin had lit, and kept warm. After a night's rest, the team set out again the next day. After the contract with the blood vine, the danger of the misty forest was greatly reduced. There were mutant plants along the way to guide them. After walking for a morning, the team finally walked out of the misty forest. Yun Mo took out the off-road vehicle from the space, looked at the map and said, there is a town ahead. Let's go and see if we can collect some supplies. Yes. The two off-road vehicles entered the town one after the other. Unexpectedly, as soon as we entered the town, we saw a group of survivors being chased by a zombie tide. It was a small zombie tide, with only a few hundred zombies. But the most difficult thing was the third-level mutant zombie leading the group. It was so fast that we could only see a black afterimage. The next second, the mutant zombie appeared next to a mutant and tore open his chest. Ah! The man did not die immediately, but could only suffer the excruciating pain of being eaten by zombies. Xiao Lu. His teammates wanted to save him, but they were too busy to do so. After eating half of it, the mutant zombie abandoned the human and turned to another girl in the team. She was a teenage girl, whose awakened water power was water. Quick, stop it! Unfortunately, they reacted a step too slow, and the mutant zombie appeared beside the girl in the blink of an eye, and was about to bite her. An ice cone instantly pierced its head. Ah! The girl screamed. She finally saved her life, and looked over with a look of surviving. Luo Tang had already gotten off the car. and while releasing his superpowers to deal with the zombies. He shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you want to die? Zombies that have eaten humans, of course, cannot be kept alive. We are all human beings, and we should help each other." Seeing this scene, the team would not stand by and watch them die, and went down together to eliminate the zombies. There was no way to kill all the zombies in a short time. When the fight was halfway through, everyone found that the zombies seemed to have heard some instructions, and suddenly gave up. A zombie had already pinned the psychic down, and the meat was right next to it, and it could eat it if it opened its mouth. But it stood up obediently as if it was being controlled, and left in an organized and disciplined manner. "What's going on?" The psychics looked surprised. They thought that a high-level zombie had appeared, and they all went on alert. But when the zombie tide retreated and disappeared in the street, no high-level zombies appeared. Yu followed Yunimo out of the car. Those zombies were naturally evacuated by her order. "Thank you for your help. I am Wang Wei. What are your names?" Seeing Yunimo getting off the car, the captain of this team saw at first glance that he was the leader of this team. Wang Wei hurried forward, extended his hand to Yunimo, and said gratefully, "If you hadn't helped us today, we would have been stuck here. It's my duty." Yunimo shook hands with him politely. Wang Wei's team was the survivors of a nearby base, and they came to the town today to collect zombies. At this point, Wang Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly. The city is too dangerous. You can get in alive, but not out alive. I thought the town would be safer, but I didn't expect these zombies to evolve so quickly. There were 10 of them, but now only 4 are left. "Is it you?" The girl's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Yu noticed a look on her and looked up. She saw the girl who was just rescued by Luo Tang, staring at her in surprise. "Do you know me?" Yu tilted her head and asked curiously. The girl nodded, then realized what was happening, and quickly shook her head. Her face flushed. "No, I don't know you, but I've seen your photo." "Xiao Jing, what nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Wei frowned. He only glanced at Yu, then retracted his gaze and dared not look any further. The girl was delicate and beautiful, which was hard to see even before the end of the world, and even rarer after the end of the world. She was probably a female star before the end of the world. Wang Wei didn't take his sister's words seriously. The girl's name was Wang Jing, and she was Wang Wei's biological sister. Hearing her brother's words, Wang Jing hurriedly said, "Brother, I'm not talking nonsense. I have really seen this sister's photo. It is on the base's bounty list. This face is so beautiful that it is hard to forget once you have seen it," including Wang Jing. At the first sight of Yu, she felt a little familiar and quickly remembered it. Bounty list? Hearing these 4 words, Yunimo narrowed his eyes. Every base has a bounty list, which is usually used to find relatives lost in the end times, or enemies who want to buy this person's life. Who is looking for Yu? What is that person's purpose? Chapter 101 Yunimo will help her remember. The base Wang Jing and the others are talking about is called the Morning Light Base, which is nearby, and is a survivor base established by a civilian organization. Originally, the team only wanted to collect supplies and did not plan to stay for long. But now, after hearing what Wang Jing said, both Yu and Yunimo want to go to this base to have a look. "Yunimo, let's go and have a look." Yu was full of curiosity. Who is looking for her? That person must know her. Now that her brother is dead, Yu has no memory of her previous life as a human. Maybe if she finds this person, she can find her past memories. Or, besides her brother, she actually has other relatives. But Yu just didn't remember them? When she thought of this possibility, Yu's almond eyes showed anticipation. Okay. Yunimo naturally had no reason to refuse. If it was Yu's relative, it would be fine. If the other party was an enemy, then solve it as soon as possible, so as not to have more trouble. The man's black eyes burst out with a fierce murderous intent. Hearing that the team would follow them back to the base, Wang Wei and his group were obviously very happy. Although our base is small, the number of psychics accounts for half of the total number, and the strength is no less than those large bases. They just saw the strength of the Yunma team. If the team can join the base, it will be great. The overall strength of their base will also increase a lot. Along the way, Wang Wei enthusiastically introduced the advantages of the base to them. By the way, we have also built a greenhouse to grow vegetables. There are many excellent wood psychics in our base. Although it is still in the experimental stage, I believe we will be able to eat fresh fruits and vegetables soon. After the end of the world, even the soil was affected, and it was difficult to grow vegetables. In this world, the price of a cabbage is even several times more expensive than meat. The only people who can eat vegetables are those who have made great contributions to the base. Growing vegetables? Yu blinked her eyes, thinking, so it can be done this way. Vegetables? Hearing these two words, Shi Yan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. With the support of Unmo, a powerful space power user, their team has never lacked food and clothing since the end of the world. But vegetables are extremely rare. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they had eaten vegetables. You are also a wood-type mutant, so can you also help vegetables grow? Will they never have to worry about having vegetables to eat in the future? Just thinking about it, Shi Yan was excited. So you are also a wood-type mutant. Wang Wei looked at Yu in surprise, and then smiled. But it's not that easy to help vegetables grow. It sounds simple, but it's actually very difficult to put it into practice. Most of the soil is now polluted. Even if vegetables are grown, they may not be edible. Wang Jing couldn't help but sigh. Yes, even those third-level wood-type mutants in our base, after using up all their abilities, can only help a few fruits at most. Wang Wei shook his head. This thing is much more difficult than killing zombies. Zhuang's identity is destined to prevent him from sneaking into the human base. According to the old rules, Yu put it in the town. Zhuang, you must hide well. Don't let humans find it. Yu worriedly warned. Don't let the bad zombies lead you astray. Don't eat people randomly. Hee. The tall zombie hung his head aggrievedly. At first Zhuang was not happy, but now he has gotten used to it. Just before Yu, Zhuang reminded him again and again, let Zizi not forget it this time. Don't worry, Yunmo will remember, right Yunmo? Yu turned to look at him. As a little zombie, Yu's memory is not very good, but fortunately Yunmo is here. He will help her remember some things that are easy to forget. Yeah. Yunmo smiled. Roar. Zhuang then reluctantly watched Zizi leave. Zizi, don't forget me. Chapter 102 Yu's relatives. After settling Zhuang, Yu and the others followed Wang Wei's team and left. 1 hour later, they finally arrived at the Morning Light base. There were people coming and going at the entrance of the base. Everyone's face was full of fatigue, but their eyes were very bright, looking full of hope. Unlike the survivors they had seen before, whose eyes were only filled with despair and numbness. Luo Tang's eyes flashed. She saw hope for tomorrow on the faces of these survivors. Although the end of the world is cruel, no matter how hard life is, there are people who are full of hope and try hard to survive. Captain Wang, you are back. Some people saw Wang Wei and his group and greeted them in a skillful manner. Seeing Yunmo and his group, many eyes fell on them. But these eyes were not malicious. Most of them were full of curiosity and scrutiny. Are these newcomers? Captain Wang, do you know them? The staff at the registration office saw this group of handsome men and beautiful women, and their eyes flashed with surprise. This group of people looked extraordinary. They were able to maintain a bright and beautiful image in the end times. They looked clean and tidy. Their strength must be extraordinary. They are my lifesavers, Wang Wei explained. For a moment, the staff looked at Yunmo and his friends with eager eyes. It is a good thing to have such a superpower join the base. In the case of intentional enticement, the staff only took a small part of the supplies as a token of appreciation. Welcome to join the Morning Light base. Qi Yin sighed. This base looks pretty good. If their relatives were not in Beijing, it would seem that staying in this base would be good. After a series of detailed inspections, Yu and the others finally entered the base. Yunmo knew that Yu was anxious, so he asked his teammates to wait for them in the temporary residence arranged by the base. And he took the girl straight to the mission hall. There were only a few people in the mission hall. But the moment Yu appeared, everyone's eyes fell on her. Various eyes fell on Yu's face. Some were amazed. Some were curious. And some were scrutinizing and greedy. It's her. The person on the bounty list. A team of superpowers looked at Yu and the others and whispered. Although Yu had never appeared before, most people in the mission hall remembered this face. Thinking of the generous mission rewards on the list, the eyes of those people became eager. Captain, should we go over and grab her? Wait a minute. The men around her don't look simple. Although the voices of these people were small, they could not escape Yunmo's ears. The man suddenly raised his eyes. His black eyes were as sharp as cold stars, and he looked at them coldly. A strong pressure from a high-level psychic came. Those psychics all felt an unprecedented dangerous aura, and fear appeared on their faces, and all looked away. Yu stood in front of the bounty list, and looked up. At the top of the bounty list, her name was written, and her photo. The girl's face in the photo was tender and immature. She was lowering her head, and gently stroking the puppy in her arms. When she saw the photo, a familiar memory instantly emerged in Yu's mind. Yu, look what Daddy brought you back. Wow, it's a puppy. Yu, do you like this gift? Yes, thank you, Dad. It will be your little friend in the future, and we, Yu, have friends too. Dad and brother, and this puppy will always be with Yu. Looking at the signature Lin Ziyuan at the bottom corner, Yu couldn't help but call out that familiar name. Dad. Chapter 103. Dad has been looking for her. Yunmo, Dad, it's Dad. Yu grabbed the man's arm excitedly. She finally knew who the most important person she had forgotten was. It was her dad, Lin Ziyuan. There was an urgent voice in her heart, urging Yu to find her dad quickly. Although she hadn't remembered too many memories, Yu also knew that her dad occupied the most important position in her life. Okay, I'll take you to Dad. Yunmo first calmed the little girl's anxious mood, and then took down the missing person notice on the bounty list. There was only one staff member in the mission hall. A young man, who was yawning out of boredom. Bang! A hand with distinct bones and slender knuckles slammed the missing person notice on the table. The young man was startled and was about to curse. But he was stunned when he looked up. The man in front of him had deep features, handsome looks, and sharp eyebrows and eyes with strong aggressiveness. Next to the tall man stood a petite girl, with delicate and beautiful looks, almond eyes, peach cheeks, black hair and snow-white skin. The sudden beauty attack dazzled the young man's eyes. The young man blushed and his heart beat fast. He thought dizzily, this girl seems familiar. Seeing that he was staring at Yu, Yunmo's dark eyes sank, and he said in a cold voice, we have accepted this task. Where is the publisher now? Ah? Task? What task? The young man came back to his senses, and was surprised when he saw the missing person notice. He looked up at the girl standing in front of him, who was as beautiful as a peach blossom. Isn't she the target of the task? This task has been issued for a long time, and it caused a sensation in the base at the beginning because of the generous reward. Unfortunately, after so long, no one has finished it. The young man thought that he would be left to collect dust for the rest of his life, but he didn't expect. Wait a minute. The young man frantically searched for the registration information. Lin Ziyuan, he is in the base, in the residential building to the east, just across the street. Hearing that his father was in the base, Yu couldn't help showing joy on his face. Thank you. After getting the answer he wanted, Yunmo took the paper and turned away. After carefully folding the missing person notice, he treasured it and put it into his space. This was Yu's only photo, so Yunmo naturally had to keep it carefully, hide it, and look at it slowly. No one else could ever look at his wife's photo again. Yunmo. Go. Go. Yu urged in a tender voice, knowing that she still had relatives in this world. Yu was so anxious that she wished she could grow wings and fly over. Okay. I'll be right there. The two of them soon arrived at the residential building. This residential building has 10 floors, and each floor has many rooms. Yunmo stopped a young woman who was about to go upstairs. Excuse me. Is Lin Ziyuan here? Are you talking about Captain Lin? Coincidentally, the woman who was stopped knew. Of course I know him. The Hurricane team led by Captain Lin is the top-ranked superpower team in our base. There are very few people who don't know him. At this point, Xiaoya's eyes fell on Yu's face, and she said in surprise, You are? She had seen Yu's photo at Lin Ziyuan's place, and recognized him instantly. You are Captain Lin's daughter, right? I didn't expect you to be alive, that's great. Xiaoya's face showed excitement. She was really happy for Lin Ziyuan. You are here to find Captain Lin. I just know where he is, I'll take you there right now. Without waiting for Yu to answer, Xiaoya enthusiastically offered to lead the way for them. You follow me. Yu didn't expect it to be so smooth, and quickly pulled Yunmo to follow. Lin Ziyuan had saved Xiaoya's life from zombies before. Therefore, Xiaoya was very warm and friendly to Yu, and she explained the situation to her attentively along the way. I heard from Captain Lin that you were separated before the end of the world, and he never gave up looking for you after the end of the world. And he posted missing person notices in many bases. What kind of person is Dad? Yu asked curiously. Captain Lin is a very good person. He is very strong, but he never bullies the weak. He can be said to be a gentle and strong person. Xiaoya's tone was full of respect. Hearing this, Yu imagined a powerful male human with special abilities in her mind. She didn't expect her father to be looking for her. However, she forgot about him. Fortunately, they met Wang Jing and his group and came to this base by chance. Otherwise, they didn't know when they could find their father. If Captain Lin saw Yu, he would be very happy. However, Xiaoya glanced at Yunimo calmly. From their intimate behavior, it can be seen that the relationship between this man and Yu is not ordinary. I don't know what Captain Lin's expression would be if he knew that his precious daughter, whom he had worked so hard to find, suddenly brought him a man. Yunimo frowned slightly at Xiaoya's glance. The man, who was always calm and composed, was rarely nervous at this moment, accompanied by a bit of worry. An ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her parents-in-law. Sooner or later, he, the son-in-law, will have to meet his father-in-law. I just don't know if Yu's father will accept him. We're here. Xiaoya stopped in front of the door of room 508 and raised her hand to knock on the door. Captain Lin, is Captain Lin here? Yu stared at the door expectantly. Is Dad inside? As Xiaoya kept knocking on the door, footsteps were finally heard from inside. Here he comes. Chapter 104. Keep searching. Captain Lin, look who I brought you. Before Xiaoya finished her words, she suddenly paused. She then said in surprise, Why are you here? Where's Captain Lin? Are you looking for Captain Lin? A middle-aged man yawned sleepily. Then you came at the wrong time. Captain Lin left 3 days ago. Where did he go? Hearing this, Yu asked hurriedly. The middle-aged man's eyes finally fell on her. He paused for 2 seconds and asked in surprise, You are Captain Lin's? I am his daughter. Yu looked at him anxiously. Uncle, do you know where my father went? Hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly felt an arrow hit his knee. He was only 30 years old. How did he become an uncle? Although depressed, the middle-aged man still told her. Captain Lin should have gone to Luocheng. I heard that someone saw his daughter there. He left in a hurry with the team 3 days ago. Yu's face showed disappointment. I thought I could find my dad. Yunimo squeezed her palm soothingly. Since they set out 3 days ago, they must not have gone far. If we set out now, we will definitely meet your dad in Luocheng. Really? Hearing this, Yu finally regained her spirits, and her watery almond eyes looked at Yunimo expectantly. Yes. Yunimo said gently, Believe me, Yu. Lin Ziyuan is Yu's only surviving relative in this world. No matter what, he will help her find her dad. Sorry. I was out on a mission recently, and I didn't know that Captain Lin had left. I'm really sorry, Xiaoya said with a guilty look. She had just vowed that she would definitely take Yu to find Lin Ziyuan. Seeing the girl's lost look, Xiaoya suddenly felt embarrassed. It's okay. Yu shook her head. Yu is a reasonable little zombie. Although she didn't find her father, she was still very grateful for the help of this human. Don't worry. Every time Captain Lin passes by a survivor base, he will stay there for a while, waiting for your news. Xiaoya comforted. Even if he didn't find anyone in Luocheng, he would wait for a while before leaving. So if Yu and the others set out now, they would definitely be in time. I see. Thank you. Yu had a good impression of this human, and took out 2 crystal cores from her bag and gave them to her. This is a reward. Although they didn't find their father, Xiaoya led the way for them. This? Xiaoya waved her hands repeatedly. No. No. I can't take this. I didn't help in the first place. Yu didn't say much, but insisted on handing the crystal core to her. Take it. This is a little gift from Yu. Finally, Yunimo spoke. Well then. Xiaoya saw that she couldn't refuse, so she took it. She was stuck in the advanced stage recently, and these 2 crystal cores could help her. Xiaoya couldn't help but feel grateful, and said sincerely, I wish you can find Captain Lin soon, and reunite father and daughter. Thank you. Since Lin Ziyuan was no longer in the Morning Light base, Yu naturally didn't want to stay for long. Yunimo went back to call his teammates, and explained briefly. The team left the Morning Light base that day, and headed for Luocheng. At this moment, in a village not far from the Morning Light base, a team of superpowers was fighting zombies. After chopping off the head of the last zombie, Lao Ju turned his head, and saw his captain staring at a zombie girl in a trance. It can be seen that the zombie was a young girl in her lifetime, about 17 or 18 years old, just as beautiful as a flower, and in the prime of youth. It seems to be the same age as the captain's daughter. The zombie opened its mouth and roared at Lin Ziyuan, trying to pounce on him and bite him. Lin Ziyuan raised his knife and chopped off its head neatly. Captain Lin, are you thinking about your daughter again? Old Zhu walked over and patted his shoulder. Yeah. The tall man looked cold and tough, and his bloody aura made him look like a ruthless and cold-faced king of hell. Only when he mentioned his daughter would a soft luster appear in Lin Ziyuan's eyes. Old Zhu sighed. He had teamed up with Lin Ziyuan since the beginning of the apocalypse, and witnessed the hardships he had gone through in his search for his daughter. I don't know if the news from Luocheng is true. Since the end of the world, Lin Ziyuan would post a missing person notice every time he passed a survivor base, and the reward was very generous. Many people came for the generous reward, and many of them had evil intentions, and tried to fish in troubled waters. When he first heard the news, Lin Ziyuan rushed over excitedly, but he was disappointed again and again. There were even people who directly pretended to be Lin Ziyuan's daughter and came to him. It's outrageous. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After so many failures, Old Zhu doesn't know now whether Lin Ziyuan can still find his daughter. Captain Lin, you must be prepared for the worst. Old Zhu had to remind him. It's not easy to find lost relatives in peacetime, not to mention the world is so chaotic now. The little girl is so delicate and weak, with no one to protect her. How can she survive in this doomsday where people are eaten without leaving any bones? What if? Old Zhu paused, said in a heavy tone. I mean, what if Yu has become a zombie? What will you do? Just like the zombie girl in front of him. Impossible. Lin Ziyuan retorted subconsciously, his face tense. My Yu must be safe and sound, waiting for me to find her somewhere. But it must be said that Lao Zhu did say what Lin Ziyuan feared the most. His Yu was so timid and afraid of the dark. And she was delicate and crybaby. He didn't know how she would survive after the end of the world without him around. Would she be scared to tears by those ugly zombies? Would she blame him, her father, for not finding her in time? Did anyone bully her? Would Yu be able to eat enough? Would she be scared every day when Lin Ziyuan thought that his precious daughter might suffer in a place he didn't know? His heart ached. The thing he regretted most was that he shouldn't have brought Suyan back. Otherwise he and his daughter would not have been separated. Lin Ziyuan didn't even know if he could find Yu in this life. Lin Ziyuan looked gloomy. Where was his precious daughter? I know. Don't get excited. I just think you have to be prepared for the worst. Old Zhu sighed repeatedly, his face full of worry. His relatives had already turned into zombies in the early days of the apocalypse. And it was Old Zhu who buried them himself. Except for the pain at the beginning, Old Zhu finally let it go and walked out. Only Lin Ziyuan, before he saw his daughter's body, still held on to that little bit of hope, and kept searching without stopping or giving up. I understand what you mean. Lin Ziyuan's tone suddenly dropped. But even if Yu turned into a zombie, I would not give up on her. So what if she was a zombie? She was his daughter. She was the daughter he had raised little by little from a small ball. She was so well behaved and sensible. How could he bear it? If he hadn't lost her, he wouldn't have. Lin Ziyuan's voice was hoarse. If she becomes a zombie, I will cut off my flesh to feed her. No matter what, he would not give up his little one. That was the only treasure his wife left him. She was his only blood relative in this world. She was the motivation that supported Lin Ziyuan to live. You this? Old Zhu opened his mouth silently, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. Ah. But in the end, Old Zhu still didn't destroy his last bit of hope. He knew in his heart that only the goal of finding his daughter could support Lin Ziyuan to move forward in this apocalypse. Before he saw his daughter's body with his own eyes, he would never give up. In fact, what Lao Zhu did not say was that in the apocalypse, many people did not even have a complete body left. And it was not uncommon for them to be eaten to pieces by zombies. Along the way, they had seen a lot of tragic scenes. Hadn't they? There were people like Lao Zhu who persuaded Lin Ziyuan to give up. But he never listened and always insisted on his beliefs. Forget it. Why destroy his last hope? Lin Ziyuan took out a photo from his arms. It can be seen that the owner cherishes the photo. The photo is still intact, except for some rough edges caused by frequent viewing. There is not even a wrinkle. Lin Ziyuan's fingers gently stroked the photo. His eyes were gentle, and he whispered, Yu, no matter where you are, Dad will find you. As long as he is alive, he will not give up, and will keep looking for you. Chapter 105. Zhuang is bullied by humans. On the other side, this time, Yu finally did not forget Zhuang. However, when they came to the place where they started, they saw several humans besieging Zhuang. Hee hee. Zhuang roared angrily, grabbed a short man, and directly tore off his arm. Ah! The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, and blood gushed out of his broken arm. The strong smell of blood greatly stimulated the zombies around, and they all rushed over with a roar. Old 5. The leading man roared, looking at Zhuang with a fierce look in his eyes. Quick! Kill this beast! All kinds of superpowers were thrown at Zhuang. Zhuang pulled out a metal spike from his body, roared angrily, and just wanted to tear these annoying humans in front of him to pieces. Come on! All of you! Come on! I must kill this beast today and dig out its crystal core, the man said angrily. Zhuang killed one of his brothers, and he seemed to have become his #1 enemy. He must kill this zombie today. Otherwise his name Su Weihua will be written upside down. Yes! The teammates answered in unison, throwing their superpowers at him like they were free. Su Weihua's eyes were fierce, and his metal superpowers transformed into a big knife, and with one slash, he cut off Zhuang's arm. Roar! Zhuang roared. Although zombies have no sense of pain, the actions of these humans greatly angered them. Zhuang grabbed the metal knife with one hand and broke it in half. These damn humans. So annoying. Although zombies don't have as many weaknesses as humans, they can't stand so many humans besieging one zombie. When Yu and the others arrived, what they saw was Zhuang wrapped in flames. It lifted a car and smashed it hard at the group of humans. Get out of the way! Su Weihua yelled and rolled on the ground to get out of the way. His team members were not so lucky. 2 of them failed to dodge in time and were crushed by the car and vomited blood instantly. Old 3. Old 4. Su Weihua's eyes turned red with hatred. Damn beast. Today is your death. A metal knife appeared above Zhuang's head, and it chopped down with murderous intent. This move was enough to split the zombie in front of him in half. Zhuang. A delicate shout suddenly sounded. The moment the metal knife chopped down, it suddenly touched something. An invisible barrier formed in the air, blocking the attack. Hee hee. Zhuang, who was originally in a frenzy, heard this familiar shout and quickly turned his head to look over. The moment he saw Yu, Zhuang immediately dropped the zombie he was using as a weapon and rushed towards Yu. Hee hee. Zizi. When Zhuang ran to Yu, his whole body was still burning with flames, and his entire body was almost burned into a fireball. Yunimo quickly took out a bucket of water from the space and poured it over his head. After pouring 2 buckets of water in a row, the flames on Zhuang's body were extinguished. Hee hee. Zhuang surrounded Yu and roared anxiously. It looked like he was explaining something. Yu's eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Brother Zombie, what are you talking about? Shi Yan couldn't help but look at Yu, his face full of curiosity. It said, it didn't intentionally provoke these humans. It was these humans who started it first. They wanted to dig out its crystal core. Yu explained. Zhuang always listened to her. Yu told him not to attack humans. In order not to be left behind by Zizi, Zhuang has been very obedient, and did not chase after humans. But unexpectedly, it was hiding here. And these humans suddenly broke in, and wanted to kill it without saying a word. So a melee began. Who are you? Su Weihua turned around, and stared at them vigilantly. When he saw Zhuang staying beside Yu obediently, Su Weihua was secretly shocked, and his eyes looking at them were full of hostility. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this zombie was in the same group with these people. But Su Weihua didn't care so much. He was now bloodthirsty. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't stop him from killing this zombie. Get out of here if you don't want to die. This zombie killed so many of my brothers. I must chop off its head today to avenge my dead brothers. This is troublesome. Luo Tang whispered. Humans and zombies are natural enemies. It's either you die or I live. If she met this zombie, she would never let it go. After all, there are too many people who died at the hands of zombies. But the problem is that Zhuang is not an ordinary zombie. It is a zombie raised by a child. Yu naturally couldn't let these people kill Zhuang. You were the first to do it. If you don't kill Zhuang, it won't kill anyone. The girl pinched her waist, and her beautiful almond eyes glared at them angrily. Hee hee. Zhuang roared in a low voice, as if he was echoing her words. So what? Su Weihua's eyes were fierce. It's a zombie. Since it's a zombie, it must die. Just like zombies regard humans as prey, and will never let them go. When humans see zombies, they would rather kill 100 of them than let them go. Anger appeared on the pretty face of the girl. You are the bad guys. You want to dig out Zhuangguang's crystal core. No matter what you say. It killed so many of my brothers. I will take the head of this zombie today, Su Weihua said angrily. You didn't expect this human to be so unreasonable. It is said that the first to provoke is the mean. They are only allowed to kill Zhuangguang. But Zhuangguang is not allowed to fight back. Besides, you also killed several of Zhuangguang's zombie brothers. Su Weihua's eyes became colder. Can the life of a zombie be compared with that of a human? This girl is so beautiful. But I didn't expect her brain to be so bad. How ridiculous. How can zombies be compared with humans? They are just a bunch of inhumane and irrational beasts. They should all be killed. Brother, don't waste time talking to them. These people are in league with zombies. They are not good people. Just kill them together. The second brother was impatient and attacked them directly. He had the ability of wood. A vine suddenly rose from the ground and directly imprisoned Yu and the others, trying to strangle them directly. We are not brothers. Why don't you have martial ethics? You just fight when you say so. Qi Yin cursed and burned the vines on his body with flames. The vines on the other people were all crushed by the space power. I'll give you one last chance. Su Weihua said fiercely. As long as you hand over the zombie, I can let you go, otherwise. You will die with the zombie. You are not my opponent. Unimo said in a deep voice. If possible, he didn't want to fight his own kind because of a zombie. Unfortunately, the other party didn't think so. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being cruel. Wait. The female team member who had been silent suddenly spoke, and whispered to Su Weihua's ear, Brother, that girl seems to be the one we are looking for. She looks the same as in the photo. Su Weihua narrowed his eyes immediately. Are you sure? The female team member nodded. I won't make a mistake. She deliberately lowered her voice, but everyone present was a superpower, with sharp five senses and outstanding hearing. Yu and Yunmal looked at each other at the same time. When they heard about the photo, they thought of Lin Ziyuan. Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that it was someone sent by her father to find her? Chapter 106 What a Werewolf. Yu's mind moved, and she and Yunmo looked at each other. Obviously, Yunmo's idea was the same as hers. Or arrest them and ask them? In that case, kill the men and take the women away. As soon as Su Weihua finished speaking, he immediately launched an attack. Although several brothers died, there were still more than a dozen people left in the team led by Su Weihua. With so many people on their side, are they still worried that they can't beat the ones on the opposite side? Alas, what's going on? Qi Yin said irritably. I say, brothers, can you be reasonable? Kill the zombies if you want to. Why can't you let your own people go? However, the other party just snorted coldly, and the attack became more and more fierce, and every attack was fatal, hitting the vital points. Yu released the blood vine, and the red vines rushed out excitedly, as if they had heard the order to start eating. The blood vines pierced into a person's body, sucking greedily. In less than half a minute, the person was sucked into a mummy. After being moistened by blood, the red vines looked even more charming and dangerous. The fire-type mutant was secretly shocked and quickly released a fireball. Although the vine looked weird, all plants were afraid of fire. A gorgeous man-eating plant bloomed on the top of the blood vine, and it opened its mouth and swallowed the fireball directly. Burping, and a cloud of black smoke floated out. The fire-type mutant was horrified. What kind of monster is this? The next second, the man-eating plant swallowed the person in one gulp, and a crunch-crunch sound was heard. The man-eating plant ate the person like a cookie. One bite at a time. One bite at a time. And the sound was crisp. Xiaohong, don't eat anything carelessly. Spit it out quickly. Yu scolded in a delicate voice, seeming to be a little disgusted. The blood vine twisted a little aggrievedly, opened its petals obediently, and spit out a pile of bones. Monster! This is a monster! Su Weihua's face was grim, and he soon realized that he could not beat the group of people in front of him, especially the cold-looking man. Although he only said one sentence, his strength was unfathomable. Su Weihua still hasn't figured out what the man's ability is. Is it the wind system? No, that's not right. Although the wind system kills people invisibly, it can't resist other people's attacks. What's more terrifying is that this man can actually teleport. Originally, Su Weihua had changed his target and planned to kidnap Yu and run away. I didn't expect this girl's ability to be even more abnormal. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been swallowed by the man-eating plant. Retreat, retreat quickly. It's better to have a green mountain than to have no firewood. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. Yu had already given him a chance, but Su Weihua didn't listen and insisted on killing them. If he wanted to leave now, he had to ask her for permission. The blood vines meandered along the ground, and their speed was faster than that of the wind-type psychic who stepped on the wind wheel. Su Weihua had just run 2 steps when his ankle was entangled by the blood vines, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Almost knocked its teeth off. The blood vine brought the person to Yu, and the piranha plant twisted happily as if asking for praise. Yu touched its petals perfunctorily, and the piranha plant twisted even more happily. Yunemo, you need a toothbrush, brush Yahua's teeth. Yu pointed at the piranha plant, and said with a look of disgust. Got it. Yunemo looked helpless and doting. He took out a toothbrush and toothpaste from the space, and threw them directly to Qi-Yen. Brush its teeth. WTF? Qi-Yen hurriedly caught the toiletries, with a question mark on his face. No. Why me? Why else? Qi-Nemo said lightly. Because you are unlucky. Damn! Qi-Yen cursed. Qi-Nemo. Stop being so proud. Come and help me. Qi-Nemo opened the mouth of the piranha plant with a look of disgust. And a stench hit Qi-Yen's face. Qi-Yen almost fainted on the spot. Qi-Yen pinched his nose with one hand, holding back the stench, and holding a toothbrush with the other hand. Up and down. Left and right. Washing and brushing. Wash it clean. Qi-Nemo warned. Qi-Yen had almost half of his body in the mouth of the piranha plant. He almost gave up after hearing this. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, don't complain. Qi-Nemo sneered immediately. I'll let you know whether I can do it or not. As he said that, Qi-Nemo let go of his hand. The piranha plant closed its mouth with a snap. Wow. Qi-Yen was so frightened that he seemed to have fallen into a shit pit. Fuck. Let me out. It's stinking. Hurry up. After finally struggling out of the mouth of the piranha plant, Qi-Yen's expression was as if he had gone for a swim in a cesspool. Qi-Nemo. I'll hack you. Just wait. Yu raised her foot and walked towards those people. Let me go, let me go. What do you want to do? Su Weihua and his companions were tied up by blood vines, twisting restlessly on the ground. A pair of exquisite round-toed leather shoes suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Weihua slowly raised his head. In the sunlight, the girl's face was delicate and beautiful. The soft light and shadow gave her a hazy golden edge, as beautiful and harmless as an elf that fell from the sky. However, Su Weihua had seen how cruel this seemingly innocent girl was. Someone who even dared to raise zombies was not a cruel person, but a werewolf. What do you want to do? Su Weihua asked with a calm face. Human. I ask you. Yu squatted down slightly, her tone full of expectation. You just said. Someone is looking for me. Who is that person? Su Weihua's face flashed with surprise. Didn't you hear Yu asking you a question? Yun Mo's dark eyes were deep, and he stepped on his face. Speak. He didn't have a wife. Why were you staring at his wife? I said. Su Weihua's eyes flashed with cruelty. He was no match for this group of people. But if it was that person, he would definitely kill them. Anyway, the big shot was only looking for the beautiful girl in front of him, not the other people. At that time, he would ask that person to hand over these people to him to avenge today's revenge. I don't know what the name of that person is, but he gave us a photo and asked us to find someone. Yunemo heard this. His black eyes slowly narrowed. Where is the photo? In my chest pocket. Su Weihua suppressed his murderous intent and said silently. Upon hearing this, Yu immediately reached out to his shirt pocket. However, before her hand touched the corner of Su Weihua's shirt, Yunemo grabbed it quickly. Yu tilted her head and looked at him with doubtful eyes. Yunemo said coldly, I'll do it. Oh! Although she didn't know why, Yu still obediently gave up her position. Yunemo rudely took out a thin piece of paper from Su Weihua's pocket and turned it over. The man's face suddenly sank. Yunemo resisted the urge to tear the photo into pieces and sneered. Heh! Yunemo. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the photo? Yu curiously leaned over to take a look. The person in the photo was indeed her. But there was one more person. Chapter 107 Late Stage of Chunibyu. There is no hope. In the photo, the girl looked at the camera with a sweet smile, and her almond eyes seemed to contain tiny stars. Behind her, the slender and handsome young man was looking at her tenderly with his eyes downcast, with a hint of smile on his face. The young man had a gentle and handsome appearance, and was the zombie king, Yu's brother Su-yin, whom he had met before. As a man, Yunimo could tell the difference. That look was not the look of a brother looking at his sister, it was clearly the look of a man looking at his own property, full of paranoid possessiveness. "This is my brother." Yu recognized him at the first sight. "It turns out that my brother was so handsome before he turned into a zombie." "Yunimo. Could it be my father?" Yu's eyes lit up. "Except for my father. No one else would have a photo of her and my brother. Go and see." Yunmo's eyes were cold, and he glanced at Su Weihua, who had ulterior motives, and put the photo away with his backhand. "Photo Yu wanted to take another look. I'll put it away for you first," Yunimo said calmly. What he was thinking was, I will fire Su-yin as soon as I get back. Maybe, next time when he passes by a mall, he can go in and see if there is a camera. He and Yu should take a few photos together. When he gets older, he can take them out and look at them. "Where are they? Take us there," Yu said impatiently. Su Weihua's eyes flashed darkly. "You can ask me to take you there, but you have to agree to one condition: release me and my brothers. You are not qualified to negotiate conditions." Yunimo looked at him coldly. "If you don't lead the way, I can kill you now." "You?" Su Weihua said hatefully, with a fierce look in his eyes. Yunimo directly tied up Su Weihua and his surviving team members, and took them away. I don't know if Yunmo's threat worked. Su Weihua stopped making trouble, and honestly pointed out the way for them. Half an hour later, the SUV stopped near a commercial building. When we arrived in this area, it was obvious that there were fewer zombies. "That adult is on the top floor," Su Weihua said. Yu looked up at the high-rise building in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation. "Could it be my father? Let's go!" Yin pushed Su Weihua. "Lead the way in front, don't try to play any tricks." Su Weihua snorted coldly, thinking to himself, "I'll let you be proud for a while, you will die when you see that adult later." This building has a total of 18 floors, and the zombies on each floor have been cleared out. From this, it can be seen that the opponent's strength should be good. Yunimo frowned slightly, feeling something is wrong. "Yu, the other party may not be your father." Su Weihua didn't even know the origin of the other party's name. Lin Ziyuan never hides his identity when he is looking for Yu. If it's not Dad, who else could it be? Yu looked at him in confusion. Could it be that besides Dad, she has other relatives? "We'll know after we go and see," Yunimo whispered. No matter who the other party is, they have to go this time. The elevator had stopped running long ago, so they could only take the stairs, all the way to the top floor. The 18th floor. "You're here." As soon as they reached the 18th floor, they saw a man sitting in front of the French window with his back to them. The man seemed to have known they were coming, and he looked like he had been waiting for a long time. "Who are you?" Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. She thought it was her father. The man in front of her was obviously very young, wearing a white uniform. There was also a team of psychics standing in the room, all wearing the same white uniform, looking like well-trained guards. "You don't need to care who I am, I just know who you are." The man said so. Yunmo's black eyes slowly narrowed, and his thin lips slowly uttered 4 words. "The Church of Light." "Uh-huh." Yin showed an expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "What kind of Chunibu name is this? It's the end of the world, how can this kind of Chunibu still exist? What is the Church of Light? I am the leader of darkness." He couldn't help but complain. The man's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Shut up! How dare you insult our Church of Light like this? You are despising God." Yin. He didn't understand, but he was shocked. Let alone Yin, even Yu couldn't understand these strange ideas of humans. "Yunimo, what is the Church of Light?" "A cult organization, claiming to be the messenger of God walking on earth." Yunmo's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm, but there was no smile in his eyes. He was certainly familiar with this cult organization. Under the banner of bringing light to mankind, but like the Research Institute, it did some anti-human things. It was the same as the Research Institute. If he remembered correctly, the goddess they believed in was Jing Ryua's sister, Jing Rishua. "How dare you slander our church like this? Our Church of the God of Light follows the will of God and brings hope and light to the suffering people in the world. It is definitely not the evil cult you are talking about." Hearing Yunimo insult their church, the man seemed very emotional. "Well, sorry to interrupt. Which God do you believe in?" Yin was really curious. "Of course we believe in the God of Light." The man looked respectful. "Excuse me. Let me remind you that the Western gods have no control over our land. Qi Yin twitched his mouth. This guy is not only a Chinibyu, but also in the advanced stage. There is no hope, since there is already a god of light. Will there be another dark god cult popping up in a few days? How dare you insult God again and again? Despise God's power. You deserve to die. As the man finished speaking, the surrounding believers looked at them with strong hostility. Insult God. Despise God's power. You deserve to die. Kill them. And leave the one that the goddess is looking for. The man waved his hand. And the fanatical believers all attacked the team. Kill them! Kill them! Su Weiwa hit aside, with malicious intent in his eyes. He didn't believe that those who offended the Church of Light could walk out of here alive. Not long after, Yun Mo's team proved to him with their strength that they could not only walk out alive, but also walk out with a smile on their faces. That's it? I don't think your Church of Light is that good? Qi Yin said with disdain. What kind of vision does your God of Light have? He didn't choose a few stronger ones and let you bunch of crooked people come to die. Or to join your church. All you have to do is pay money? These people boasted so much. He thought they were so great, but they were all beaten down soon after. Although Yunimo is the strongest combat output, Qi Yin can be the strongest mouth cannon output. The people of the Church of Light heard this, and they were so angry that they vomited blood, and they wished to tear him apart alive. You are not allowed to insult our Church of Light. I said it. I said it. Hey, I'll piss you off to death. If you don't agree, hit me. The man's face was terribly gloomy, but it was a pity that he didn't have combat abilities. The man released a soft light from his palm, and the injured believers, under the cover of this light, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? Yu looked surprised. Yunimo explained, healing ability. This is the most difficult part of the Church of Light. Although their combat power is not very strong, the majority of them have healing abilities. This is why they have attracted many people with abilities to work for them. It is not scary to offend the Church of Light, but the scary thing is the astonishing number of people with abilities behind them. Chapter 108. This is God's will. Oh. Yu looked thoughtful. The girl released the blood vine directly, and the carnivorous plant opened its mouth wide, and swallowed all the believers of light one by one. Qi Yin couldn't help but smack his lips. This is really cruel. They didn't even leave a complete corpse. Now let's see how he can treat it. No matter how powerful the man's healing ability is, it's useless. Can he pry open the mouth of the carnivorous plant and drag the people out to revive them? Not long after, the originally large and powerful Church of Light was left with only the man alone. The man's face was livid, and he looked at them with fear. Su Weiwa. Careless, at this moment. Su Weiwa tried to reduce his presence, but he must not be targeted by the little witch. Unfortunately, God did not hear his prayers. After eating the man, the carnivorous plant burped, while running towards Yu, when passing by Su Weiwa, and the idea of not wasting food, swallowed Su Weiwa as well. Well done. Yu touched its petals as a reward. The carnivorous plant shook excitedly, accidentally shaking off 2 petals. What do you want to do? The man no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. Yu kept this man for a reason. Shooting through the man directly in front of Zhuang. The man looked up and saw a hideous zombie face, and was so scared that he almost fainted. He was just a healing system without fighting ability. He couldn't even lift a knife, let alone face zombies directly. In the past, there were a bunch of superpowers who fought for him. The man had always maintained a bright and holy appearance, and he didn't need to kill zombies at all. This was the first time he faced zombies directly. The stench that hit him made his face pale, and he rolled back. Ah! Qi Yin shook his head. The psychological quality of these believers is not good. If there really is a God of Light, they would be pissed off to death. Qinmo, a cult that specializes in brainwashing idiots to work for them. How strong can their psychological quality be? That's true. The blood vines entangled the man again, and threw him in front of Zhuang. Every time the man ran away, he would be thrown back again. After several times, the man finally collapsed. What do you want to do? Are you going to feed him to the zombies? But the man obviously thought too much. Yu would never let Zhuang eat something dirty. Zhuang's hand is broken. You should heal it quickly. Hearing Yu's words, the man's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Are you kidding me? He is a precious healing psychic, and he is treated as a guest of honor wherever he goes. Now he is asked to treat a zombie. Isn't this outrageous? What are you doing? Treat. Unimo stared at him coldly. The man felt as if a knife was on his neck. My ability can only treat humans, not zombies, the man said with humiliation. He suspected that these people were deliberately humiliating him. How could he treat a zombie? Whether it works or not. How can you know if you don't try it? Yu said angrily. She has always taken good care of Zhuang. Compared with other zombies with missing arms and legs, Zhuang is obviously much more complete and clean. But now, he was beaten like this by humans. Yu was very angry. If you can't cure Zhuang, I will cut off your arm and sew it on to Zhuang. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in horror. He didn't know how this girl, who was as beautiful as an angel, could say such devilish words. I will cure him. Thinking of that scene, the man shuddered. His life was in the hands of others, and he could only swallow his anger. The healing energy was continuously supplied to Zhuang. Hee. Zhuang roared twice for no apparent reason. Yu stared at him closely. As his energy was consumed, the man's face became paler and paler, and sweat gradually oozed out of his forehead. But Zhuang's broken arm showed no sign of healing. I tried my best. The man's energy was exhausted, and he withdrew his hand, as if exhausted. I've already said, my energy is only useful for humans. Why are you so useless? Yu said with disdain. The man's face twisted slightly, and he was roaring wildly in his heart. Is he useless? Who would be so crazy as to let the precious healing system treat zombies? Isn't this pure and simple? The man dared to be angry but not to speak. Since Zhuang couldn't be cured, there was no need to keep this man. Xiaohua, go eat him. The piranha received the order, and immediately ran over happily. It's time to eat. Wait! The man looked terrified and shouted loudly. I have something else to say. Don't you want to know why the goddess wants to find you? No. He's not her father anyway. Yu doesn't care what the other party wants to do with her. You? The man was stunned. Why don't you follow the routine? Yu. Wait a moment. This is indeed a question that Unimo cares about. After all, the Church of Light and the Institute have a close relationship. When did they target Yu? Tell me. Yunmo's eyes were as cold as a knife. The goddess said this is God's will. She is the savior. Only she can save all the lives in the world. Only she can end the end of the world. Everyone. It seems that he said nothing. There is not much useful information from this man. After all, this man is just a small leader of the Church of Light. He usually acts arrogantly outside. But he is not qualified to contact the core of the Church of Light. The man kept saying God's will over and over again. He was brainwashed by the cult and was poisoned. Too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Unimo raised his sword and sent him directly to see the God of Light. Chi-Yun sighed. How can a good person go crazy? Who knows how many people will be driven crazy in this end times? The Church of the God of Light will not give up. They will definitely send people to find Yu next. Yunmo's eyes showed murderous intent. He came at the right time. Whether it was the Church of the God of Light or the Research Institute, he would wipe them out in this life. Zhuang. Compared to that broken cult, Yu cared more about the zombie she raised. Seeing that Zhuang was missing an arm, the girl's eyebrows drooped, and she looked very uncomfortable. Although zombies have no sense of pain, it doesn't matter whether they have arms or not. But Yu was still very unhappy. It was like a favorite toy was destroyed. Hee. As if sensing the girl's depressed mood, Zhuang roared in a low voice, as if to comfort her. Zizi is not sad. Even if he lost an arm, he can protect Zizi. Zhuang grinded his teeth, and he would bite those humans to death next time. The tall zombie didn't care about losing an arm. It only knew that it had made the baby unhappy. Those humans deserved to die. Zhuang is no longer the complete Zhuang. Yu said disappointedly. Yu, let me try. Not wanting to see the girl unhappy, Unimo whispered. Maybe I have a way. Chapter 109, this soft rice is really delicious. Unimo cut his palm with a knife, and blood kept pouring out, all dripping into the bowl. After about half a bowl of blood, the wound on the man's palm gradually healed, leaving only a light pink mark. Yu smelled a strong fragrance in the air, but at this moment she had no appetite. Unimo. The girl stared at him nervously. Last time she only sucked a little blood. Unimo was so weak. Now that so much blood was sucked, Yu was really afraid that he would die. She had seen how fragile humans are. Humans will die if they lose too much blood. I'm fine. Compared to the pain of being eaten by zombies in the previous life, What does it matter if I lose just a little blood? Unmo had a guess that needed to be confirmed. Hee hee. Zombies have a fanatical pursuit of flesh and blood, but Zhuangzhuang is not an ordinary zombie, it is a tamed zombie. Zhuangzhuang first asked Yu, and after getting the nod from the girl, he dared to take Yunmo's blood. Compared to blood, zombies prefer to eat raw meat. However, the effect is similar. Devouring humans is to gain strength and become stronger. Yunmo's blood also contains rich power. Captain, what are you doing? Yunmo did all this without avoiding his teammates. Everyone looked at him with confusion and disapproval. Yunmo did not explain, and his dark eyes stared at Zhuangzhuang. Not long after taking his blood, this zombie began to change. Fuck, Qi Yin said in shock. I saw Zhuangzhuang's broken arm recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? The scene before him shocked Qi Yin so much that he couldn't speak clearly. As expected, Yunmo's expression was not very surprised. In his previous life, Jing Ryu found many zombies for experiments. Yunmo paid special attention to observe. After eating his flesh and blood, the degree of decay of those zombies was reduced, and their appearance became more and more like humans. It seems that his self-healing ability is also useful for zombies. Unfortunately, zombies are always zombies. No matter how human-like they look, they cannot change their nature of being bloodthirsty and brutal beasts. Captain, how many surprises do you have that we don't know about? Qi Yin murmured, looking at Yunmo with excitement. Yu looked at him with cold eyes, and stepped forward to block Yunmo. The girl, who had always been weak and harmless, showed dangerous aggression at this moment, like a small animal protecting its food. She stared at Qi Yin with warning. Yunmo, mine. Don't think of taking advantage of him. Otherwise, Qi Yin, who was originally excited, suddenly felt a bucket of cold water poured down on him. Ahem. He quickly raised his hand to show weakness. Okay. I promise not to snatch it from you. You'd better not expose your ability to outsiders. Luo Tang was only surprised for a moment, and soon calmed down. If Yunmo's special ability was discovered by others, he would definitely become the Tang monk meat that everyone was eager to get. I will protect Yunmo, Yu said softly. Zhuangzhuang too. Hee hee. The ferocious-looking zombie echoed twice. Yunmo's deep black eyes flashed with warmth. Well, Yu will protect me. This soft rice, it's so delicious, the girl proudly puffed up her chest. Don't be afraid, you are the humans I protect. Even if she met humans she couldn't beat, at worst, she would summon the zombie army and eat them all. After all, the number of zombies is far greater than that of humans. Humans have superpowers, and she also has a zombie army. Zhuangzhuang, hee hee. For the sake of my son, let's go! Luocheng. Since he got the news about his daughter, Lin Ziyuan has been traveling day and night for a week, and he finally arrived at the Luocheng base this morning. Lin Ziyuan couldn't wait any longer, and went straight to the insider. Where's my daughter? Don't worry, she's in our base, but the reward? The man rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Lin Ziyuan said in a deep voice, I have to see the person first. As for the reward, if the news is reliable, you will get some benefits. After that, Lin Ziyuan took the lead in throwing a bag over. The man opened it, and saw a heavy crystal core inside. His smile suddenly became more sincere. Don't worry. The news is absolutely reliable. The girl looks exactly like your daughter. I'll take you there right away. Yes. Lin Ziyuan lowered his eyes, hiding his anxiety and expectation. He hoped that he would not be disappointed again this time. Your daughter is inside. The man took Lin Ziyuan to a room and walked forward to open the door for him. Lin Ziyuan walked in with big strides. A slender figure stood with her back to the window. Hearing the voice, the girl slowly turned around. Her delicate and beautiful face was stunning in the sun, almost impeccable. Captain Lin, this is really your daughter. Old Zhu was the first to react. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he couldn't help but say excitedly. Maybe they had been deceived too many times before, in fact. They didn't have much hope this time, thinking that Lin Ziyuan would return disappointed again. Unexpectedly, it was really his daughter. Yu's photo will never be forgotten once you have seen it, not to mention that Lao Zhu is with Lin Ziyuan, so he often sees it. Dad, you are here. The moment the girl saw Lin Ziyuan, she immediately showed a surprised expression, and smiled with curved eyebrows. Captain Lin, then I will not disturb your reunion. Lao Zhu was happy for Lin Ziyuan from the bottom of his heart, and naturally did not want to stay and get in the way, so he left wisely, and left the space for the father and daughter who had finally reunited. Looking at the familiar face of the girl in the sunshine, Lin Ziyuan couldn't help but feel a little dazed. "Yu," the girl smiled sweetly. "Dad? I've been waiting for you for a long time." As she said that, she walked forward happily, wanting to give Lin Ziyuan a hug. "Yu misses you so much. Dad, you finally came to see me." However, as the girl just walked in front of Lin Ziyuan, a long sword made of metal suddenly pressed against her forehead. The smile on the girl's face froze, and she didn't dare to take another step closer. She asked in a trembling voice, "Dad, what are you doing?" Lin Ziyuan's eyes were cold, with a bit of murderous intent. "You are not Yu." He was not so stupid that he couldn't even recognize his own daughter, even if they look exactly the same. It is impossible to deceive his eyes. "Dad, what are you talking about? I am Yu. Don't you recognize me?" The girl's eyes flickered, her face showed a hurt expression, her eyes were full of tears. She looked at him with tearful eyes, with a pitiful posture. If she were any other man, she would be soft-hearted. Unfortunately, she met Lin Ziyuan. Enough. Seeing the other party pretending to be Yu, Lin Ziyuan's murderous intent and anger instantly reached the peak. "Can you pretend to be my daughter? You're looking for death." Chapter 110. How could he not recognize Yu? The woman was horrified, and hurriedly took 2 steps back, avoiding the fatal killing intent. She didn't expect Lin Ziyuan to be so cruel, and he would start fighting immediately. If she hadn't reacted quickly, the head would have fallen off by now. The woman couldn't help but curse. "You can do this to this face? This is your daughter. Don't you feel guilty?" Lin Ziyuan stared at the fake with cold eyes. "If you talk to me like this with Yu's face again, I will kill you now." "You?" The woman was angry and anxious, but she also knew that she was no match for Lin Ziyuan, so she could only accept her fate and take off her disguise, and restore her original appearance. "As you can see, that's my ability," Zhou Xian said unhappily. Her original appearance was ordinary and pretty, and she looked unremarkable. She couldn't stand out in a crowd. Zhou Xian had always been dissatisfied with her appearance. I don't know if she was too resentful. After the end of the world, she awakened such a useless ability that could only help her survive. Not only could she change her appearance, but she could also change her breath and successfully blend into the zombie group. "Who sent you? What is your purpose?" Lin Ziyuan did not put away the sword in his hand, staring at her sharply. Zhou Xian's eyes flashed with guilt. "It's our team. It's nothing. We just want to cheat money." The superpower team she joined was not promising. The overall combat effectiveness of the team members was not strong, so they could not make a name for themselves. After discovering Lin Ziyuan's missing person notice, they had an idea and planned to let Zhou Xian pretend to be the target of the mission and deceive Lin Ziyuan. This is not the first time they have done this. In the past, it went very smoothly, but they didn't expect to hit a wall this time. "How did you see it?" Zhou Xian asked in confusion. "Even if you look the same, you are not as good as my daughter. Yu was raised by him. If he can't even recognize his own daughter, how can he be her father?" If Yu knew that he recognized the wrong person, she would be very sad. How could Lin Ziyuan make his precious daughter sad? He didn't know where his Yu was now. Lin Ziyuan didn't know at this time that his precious daughter was chasing after him. Zhou Xian rolled his eyes. This damn daughter-obsessed man. Just praise your own daughter. Why belittle her? "Well, uncle, can I leave now?" Lin Ziyuan's murderous intent just now was hard to ignore. Zhou Xian almost thought that she would die here today, although she didn't know why he suddenly changed his mind and didn't want to kill her. It was more important to stay alive. "No!" Lin Ziyuan's sharp eyes fell on her. Zhou Xian suddenly became nervous. "You? What do you want to do? You're not really going to kill her, are you?" "Don't be nervous. I want to ask you to do me a favor." During this period of time, Lin Ziyuan could feel that there was another mysterious force looking for his daughter, even secretly following him, seemingly wanting to get some information from him. Unfortunately, the other party was too cunning. Lin Ziyuan never caught him. He had to figure out who the other party was. In front of him, Zhou Xian was a good bait. Can she refuse? Unfortunately, the conditions offered by Lin Ziyuan were too tempting. After thinking about it, Zhou Xian agreed. Deal. In order to catch the big fish behind him, Lin Ziyuan decided to stay in Luocheng base temporarily. At the same time, the Yunma team finally arrived at Luocheng. Because of Yu Yu's special ability, there is no need to worry about zombies blocking the road. However, the people of the Church of Light got the news from somewhere. These days, they encountered several waves of people who came to capture Yu. Are these people done? Shi Yin killed the last person of the Church of Light with one knife. The Luocheng base is ahead. Will Dad be there? When he got here, Yu suddenly felt a little nervous.